abruptly. She suddenly raised her head, and her pretty face, which was as tearful as a pear blossom in the rain, was full of disbelief. Yi Fan's body, which was about to rush out, suddenly froze in place. The two people were like two statues under a spell of immobilization. All the movements and sounds were paused at this moment. Their eyes were fixed on the door that was slowly opening. On the gate of the villa. Who is it? Is that sister/mom, are you back? Still. Were they kidnappers? Were they enemies? Bringing them some kind of news more terrible than they could bear? At this moment, my heart seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible hand. Time seemed to be stretched to a century. Squeak. Accompanied by a slight sound of door hinges turning. The door opened. A tall, slender figure, like the king of the night, appeared at the door. He was an extremely handsome man. So handsome that the heaven and earth are eclipsed by him. He was wearing a well-tailored black casual suit, with a hint of the coldness of the night. There was a faint, indifferent smile on his face. Those deep eyes calmly glanced at the two people in the living room with different expressions. Finally, his gaze fell on the young man with red eyes, a tense body, and a look of a young animal about to pounce on its prey. And in his arms, surprisingly, he was holding a sleeping, beautiful woman. If that woman isn't Su Wanqiu, then who is she? Sister. Mom. Two exclamations filled with shock, ecstasy and disbelief burst out from Su Wanqing and Yi Fan's mouths at the same time. It's my sister. It's really my sister. She's back. She's safe and sound. The huge ecstasy, like a mountain torrent and tsunami, instantly overwhelmed Su Wanqing's sanity that was about to collapse. She rolled and crawled to her feet, then rushed towards the door regardless of everything. Sister. You scared me to death. You. However, her words were stuck in her throat just halfway through. Because, she finally saw clearly. I saw clearly what my sister's condition was at the moment. She saw it. My sister, just like that, quietly, nestled in that man's arms. Sleeping very deeply and peacefully. There was even a faint, quiet smile on the corner of his mouth. That posture. That look. It's like a kitten that has found the warmest and safest harbor. Full, absolute, defenseless. Rely. And the other side. Yi Fan's reaction was 100 times more intense than hers. 1,000 times more intense. The moment he saw his mother was safe and sound, his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down. But next second, when he saw that his mother was actually, like a little woman, nestled in the arms of another man. When he saw the man hugging his mother in a possessive manner. Boom! A rage that was more violent and intense than ever before. In an instant, it shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Reason? What sanity? At this moment, it was burned to ashes. His eyes turned red. It's that kind of real scarlet, as if stained with blood. Let her go. A roar that was not like a human voice and was filled with endless murderous intent roared out from the depths of Yi Fan's throat. You bastard! Take your dirty hands off my mother. At this moment, the blood in his body began to boil wildly and uncontrollably. The aura of a second-grade warrior exploded without reservation. The air in the entire living room seemed to become sticky and oppressive because of his violent anger. He is like a mad bull. Carrying enough force to smash steel plates, he rushed towards Qin Feng. That punch. It was a punch he threw with all his strength. It was he who gambled all his dignity and anger. One punch. However, this punch was enough to terrify any warrior of the same level. There wasn't even a trace of emotion on Qin Feng's face. Even the way he held Su Wanqiu did not change at all. He just used his eyes, which were indifferent and almost cruel, to quietly look at the fist that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils. It's like watching one, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, vigorously waved its front claws. Ants. Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. When I first faced the protagonist, I was very scared. But at this moment, he is really too weak. Ridiculously weak. So weak. Just before Yi Fan's fist was about to touch his body, he moved. He didn't even raise his hand. Just casually raised one foot. Then, lightly, forward. A kick. Quick. Almost reaching the limit. It was so fast that Yi Fan's eyes couldn't catch his movements at all. Bang! There was a dull, teeth-grinding sound of bones and muscles colliding, followed by a loud bang. Yi Fan's body rushed forward violently, as if being hit head-on by a maglev train running at full speed. The punch he threw out didn't even touch the corner of Qin Feng's clothes. But Qin Feng's kick had already landed firmly on his lower abdomen. Puff! A large mouthful of blood, mixed with the acid in his stomach, instantly spurted out of Yi Fan's mouth. His body flew backwards at a speed several times faster than when he rushed over. Boom! A loud bang. Yi Fan's body hit the background wall of the living room, which was paved with expensive marble. The solid stone wall was hit by this huge force and cracked like a spider web in an instant. Yi Fan's body, like a puddle of mud, slowly slid down the wall, and finally collapsed to the ground. His consciousness has begun to blur. It felt like all the bones in his body were crushed. Severe pain. Heart-wrenching pain rushed into his brain madly from every corner of his body. But he still forced himself to raise his head. With those eyes, which had begun to blur but were still filled with endless resentment and hatred, he stared intently at that devil. You. He wanted to roar and curse. But, when he opened his mouth, all that came out was more of the broken offal. Blood. Flash sale. Completely, without a doubt. Flash sale. Qin Feng's gaze still fell on the so-called protagonist who was already dying. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. He showed a smile full of sarcasm and disdain. Waste. He uttered these two words softly in a voice that only he could hear. Then, he finally took a step forward. Holding Su Wanqiu in his arms, he walked into the living room step by step. It was as if the person who had just kicked someone half to death was not him at all. He didn't even take another look at Yi Fan, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. The ant's dying struggle was not worth even a second of his attention. He held the soft and fragrant body in his arms, took steady steps, and climbed the stairs to the second floor step by step. Right now, the most important thing is to give Su Wanqiu a massage. To deal with the demonic corrosion in her body. This is the most important thing. Chapter 113 Massage. The master bedroom on the second floor seemed like an independent world protected by an invisible barrier, separated from the bloody and tragic Shura field downstairs into two completely different worlds. The heavy walnut door quietly closed behind them, shutting out all the noise and the aura of death. Inside the room, silence reigned, the only audible sounds being the faint sounds of each other's breathing and the still unsteady beat of their own hearts. A soft, slightly warm light streamed from the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, filling every corner and dispelling the chill of the night, softening the hard lines on Qin Feng's face. The decor is remarkably elegant and warm, every detail showcasing the hostess's taste and style. The off-white imported embossed wallpaper is delicate and soft to the touch, the thick, layered velvet curtains completely block out any prying eyes and danger from outside, and the expensive, hand-woven carpet is so soft it practically reaches the ankles, making walking on it soundless. The air is filled with a light, refreshing fragrance. It's not a single perfume, but rather a unique blend of precious fragrances, skincare products, and the body fragrance of a mature woman, cultivated over the years. It's rich, tranquil, and possesses a languid, intoxicating charm. The scent lingered at the tip of his nose, forming an extreme and eerie contrast with the thick, indissoluble smell of blood downstairs, so strong that it almost caused a sense of disconnection. Qin Feng's eyes swept across the entire room quickly and accurately. After confirming that it was absolutely safe, the sharp aura he had brought from downstairs, like a sword unsheathed, was slightly restrained. He held Su Wanqiu in his arms as he walked towards the most eye-catching European-style bed in the center of the room. The bed featured a vintage white carved design, its lines elegant and ornate. Gauze curtains hung from the bedposts, now held up by golden hooks like loyal guards. The sheets were the finest dark velvet, gleaming softly and luxuriously under the light. They looked incredibly soft and comfortable. Carefully, as if handling a fragile, priceless treasure, he placed the still unconscious Su Wanqiu in his arms, extremely gently, in the center of the large bed. His movements were extremely gentle, and every tiny adjustment of angle was filled with indescribable caution, as if he was afraid that the slightest vibration would exacerbate the pain of the beautiful woman in his arms. Yet, perhaps it was the absence of the warm, secure embrace she could still feel even in her coma that gave Su Wanqiu a sudden sense of unease and emptiness. Her carefully manicured brows, as inky as distant mountains, furrowed once again, forming a faint, endearing dimple. From her lips, pale and delicate as petals, a faint, whimpering sound, like a young animal's, escaped. The subtlest of sounds, woven with helplessness and vulnerability, were enough to instantly pierce even the hardest heart. This unconscious moan caused Qin Feng to pause for a second. His deep gaze finally settled on her face, pale as paper and stained with sweat and blood, yet still incredibly beautiful. She had shed her usual calm and aloof demeanor, that of an elder and a businesswoman. A rare tenderness and vulnerability took over, revealing a breathtaking charm that made one want to embrace and cherish her. In his mind, the system's cold and emotionless panel reappeared silently, the blue fluorescent characters cruelly clear. Target, Su Wanqiu. Status, near death, life energy continues to drain. Negative effect 1, psionic defilement, level A, vicious psionic energy originating from the high-ranking priests of the Scarlet Dawn cult is continuously corroding the target's soul and physical matrix. This energy is highly contaminating and inherent, causing irreversible and permanent damage at a rate of 0.1% per minute. Current corrosion rate, 17.3%. Negative effect 2, Qi and blood stagnation, S rank, 360 major acupoints throughout the body are forcibly locked by a mysterious external force, causing major meridians to break in multiple sections. Internal organs show obvious signs of decline due to energy backflow and insufficient blood supply. Vitality drains away at an accelerated rate. Negative effect 3, soul shock, level S+, the soul's essence is directly impacted by the blood-soul curse, causing the sea of consciousness to be on the verge of structural collapse. The soul spectrum is extremely unstable and in danger of complete dissipation, disintegration of the soul, at any time. System warning, target's vital signs are rapidly declining, expected survival window continues to shorten. Estimated remaining time, 17 minutes, 28 seconds 27 seconds 26 seconds. Emergency Medical Assistance Program launched. Scan the host's available skills and resources. Detected that the host possesses the special skill, God Level Massage, LV Max. Compatibility analysis in progress. 100% match. This skill can guide the host's qi and blood, performing precise microscopic operations, which is in line with current treatment needs. Optimal treatment plan generated. Please immediately use your own 5th level pure qi and blood as an energy fuse to fully perform the God level massage technique from the outside in, from the surface to the inside, cleansing, repairing, and nourishing layer by layer. Step 1, Exorcism. Use masculine energy and blood to expel and purify the residual spiritual energy, blocking the continuous damage. Step 2, Prolonging life. Using qi and blood as needles and threads, reconnect broken meridians, forcibly dispel blocked acupoints, dredge qi and blood, and awaken the vitality of the internal organs. Step 3, Calming the soul. Use mental power to fuse qi and blood, nourish the damaged spirit, soothe the storm in the sea of consciousness, and stabilize the essence of the soul. Special warning, the treatment process must be completed in one go without any interruption. Otherwise, the energy will go out of control and backfire, instantly burning out the target's vitality and causing immediate death. The moment Qin Feng finished reading all the information, his eyes became extremely sharp, like a blade under ice, cold and focused. The situation was far more severe and complex than he had initially anticipated. The viciousness and power of the blood sacrifice array clearly surpassed the description in the original novel. Was it because of his intervention that some hidden plot had been triggered prematurely? Or was it because his very existence, like a butterfly flapping its wings, had begun to set this fictional world on an unpredictable trajectory? However, these thoughts only flashed through his mind. It doesn't matter. No matter how the world line changes, no matter who the enemy is, no matter what the cost. Now that he has come, the ending can only be written by him. He reached out, his fingertips steady and unwavering, gently reaching for Su Wancho's disheveled, stained lavender couture dress. The delicate buttons popped open one by one under his fingertips, a gentle rustling sound as the fine fabric rubbed against the fabric. Clothing was an obstacle to healing, severely interfering with the direct transmission and penetration of qi and blood energy. It must be removed. As he moved, large swaths of skin, as delicate as the finest white jade, gradually emerged under the warm, ambiguous bedroom light. That perfect body, voluptuous and full, with curves so exaggerated it could make any man's blood boil, unfolded before his eyes without reservation, like a work of art meticulously crafted by God. Proud breasts, a slender yet voluptuous waist, round, slender legs, every line exuded the ultimate allure of a mature woman. But Qin Feng's eyes were now filled with near absolute clarity and composure. All lingering thoughts were suppressed beneath the surface of ice. Deep within his pupils lay the focus and caution of a surgeon performing a difficult operation. In his eyes, this alluring body was first and foremost a severely damaged treasure in urgent need of repair. He took a slow, deep breath, his chest rising and falling slightly. Within his dantian, the vast, ocean-like, molten lava-like qi and blood of a fifth-grade warrior began to circulate at an unprecedented speed, roaring and surging. Buzz. An invisible force field gently expanded from him. His long, powerful hands, with distinct joints, suddenly lit up with a faint, brilliant light, as if cast from liquid gold. A warm, heavy, and majestic aura of yang, yet imbued with boundless vitality, instantly dispelled the original fragrance in the room, filling every inch of space. Even the light seemed to grow brighter. Divine massage technique. Activate. His fingers moved. It was as fast as lightning, yet became as gentle as a feather the moment it touched the skin. Accurately and without a trace of error, it landed on the Dasui point on Su Wancho's back. This is the intersection of the Du meridian and the three yang meridians of the hands and feet, and is the key gateway to dispel evil spirits. Laugh. An extremely slight but clearly audible sound was heard, like the sound of a red-hot iron being instantly plunged into ice water. A wisp of evil energy, countless times thinner than a hair and as condensed as a black line, was suddenly forced out from the pores beneath Su Wancho's smooth skin. The black energy seemed to have its own malicious life, twisting and struggling madly in the air, transforming into various painful grimaces, and emitting waves of silent screams that directly affected the spiritual level, filled with resentment and unwillingness. But as soon as it came into contact with the pure yang and golden blood in Qin Feng's fingertips, which contained the properties of killing evil, it was like it had met its nemesis. It instantly let out a shrill scream that was not like that of a human being, and with a puff, it turned into a wisp of insignificant green smoke and completely dissipated into nothingness. This is the psychic filth. Vicious, cunning, and extremely difficult to eradicate. Qin Feng's face was expressionless, like a marble sculpture. His fingers, without a pause, played like the most elegant and passionate pianist, a magnificent symphony concerning the survival of life. Pressing, kneading, pinching, patting, beating, each technique contained a profound and ancient truth, deeply rooted in the mysteries of the human body and the universe. His 10 fingers transformed into dazzling golden afterimages, rapidly moving and jumping across Su Wancho's smooth, jade-like, soft and delicate back. Every touch, every brush stroke, precisely acted on a specific acupuncture point or a hidden energy channel. Wherever she passed, tiny black lines appeared under her skin, and then wisps of black evil aura, some thick and some thin, were constantly forced out from the deepest part of her body, from those eroded corners, and then immediately purified and annihilated by the domineering and pure golden blood. TSK. 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 A continuous stream of subtle, delicate explosions filled the air, like a miniature purification ritual. Throughout the bedroom, light and shadow intertwined, golden light and black energy entangled and then instantly separated and annihilated, as if a strange yet sacred rain of golden light and black smoke had begun to fall. Over time, Su Wancho's brow, once tightly furrowed by the pain that pierced her bones, gradually relaxed. A healthy, vibrant blush began to creep across her face, pale as paper, almost transparent. Her once frazzled breathing became steady, long, and even rhythmic. It seemed as if even in her deepest coma, her body could instinctively sense the warm, powerful force flowing into her, steadily pulling her back from the abyss of cold death, bit by bit, to the world of the living. Step 1, Exorcism, done. Qin Feng's gaze didn't relax at all, but instead became more solemn. His movements suddenly changed. If his technique just now was a precise and swift point kill, a tactic to eliminate a specific target, then now it has become a wide-open, powerful, and overwhelming force opening and blocking. His palm, fully opened, covered the warm palm of Su Wanqiu's waist, which was so slender and yet so soft that it could not be grasped. A golden energy and blood, far more powerful and hot than before, like a molten lava flow, surged into her body like a huge wave finally released from the floodgates. Su Wanqiu's delicate body suddenly trembled violently, as if struck by a powerful electric current. From the depths of her throat, a long, drawn-out moan, a mixture of extreme pain and an indescribable sense of comfort, escaped uncontrollably. Her delicate toes suddenly tensed, the arch of her foot curved into a breathtaking arc. Her body was like a barren riverbed that had dried up and cracked for countless years, every inch of it craving for moisture. And the qi and blood that Qin Feng was pouring into her at this moment was the life force that swept through everything and nourished all things. The golden energy of qi and blood pushed forward forcefully through her broken and clogged meridians, rushing forward like a madman. This was an extremely brutal and direct method. The pain it brought was no different from shattering and reorganizing all the meridians and bones in her body. Wherever I go, those nodes that were as hard as rocks and blocked the passage of life were ruthlessly broken through and crushed one by one. Those broken, withered and inactive meridians were forcibly reconnected, bonded and given new life. Those internal organs that had become decadent, silent, and almost stopped working were forcibly washed and irrigated by this torrent, and were re-injected with tremendous vitality and life energy. This is a true transformation. A cleansing of the meridians and marrow. Su Wanqiu's slumbering body began to tremble and convulse uncontrollably. Fine, glistening beads of sweat oozed like a spring from her forehead, nose, neck, back, and even every pore on her body, quickly soaking the dark velvet sheets beneath her, outlining her wet curves even more breathtakingly. Her pearly teeth bit her delicate lower lip so hard that even a trace of blood was bitten, which was particularly glaring against her pale skin. But beneath the extremely painful expression on her face, there was a hint of relief. Yes, it is liberation. It was like a dying traveler in the desert finally drinking from a sweet spring, or a person who had carried a mountain weighing 1,000 pounds for a lifetime finally letting go of that heavy burden. The feeling of freedom and comfort that came from the deepest part of her body and the deepest layers of her bloodline hit her remaining consciousness like a tsunami, making her almost moan and scream out loud. Qin Feng's forehead was covered in a denser layer of sweat, some even trickling down his angular cheeks and dripping onto the bedsheets, leaving a small, dark mark. Single-handedly rebuilding the meridians and revitalizing a dying person required an unimaginably enormous drain on both qi, blood, and mental strength. Even as a fifth-grade warrior with a solid foundation, he could clearly feel the rapid drain of his strength, a subtle sense of emptiness. But his hands remained steady as a rock, without the slightest tremor. His eyes remained focused, like the most steadfast watchman. Time passes by minute by second in the extreme output of power and extreme endurance of pain. Finally, when his palm, containing the last bit of nurturing power, slowly slid across Su Wanqiu's delicate jade ankle and slightly curled jade feet, completing the last cycle of the great circulation. Boom! Su Wanqiu's body seemed to resonate with a subtle yet profound roar, perceptible only to Qin Feng. All 360 acupoints in her body, once locked shut by a mysterious force and dimmed like stars, suddenly opened up and shone brightly. A new, powerful, and pure qi and blood flowed through her completely reshaped meridians, now even wider and stronger than before her injury. Like the newly born Yangtze River, it began to flow autonomously and relentlessly. Step 2. Extend your life, done. Su Wanqiu's delicate body, tense as a bowstring, convulsed with pain, finally relaxed completely and utterly, sinking softly into the soft bed. She felt like she'd just been pulled from a warm hot spring, completely soaked. Her sweat-soaked hair clung to her smooth forehead and cheeks, making her look both fragile and sensual. Her stunningly beautiful face was now flushed with the flush of passion, and her breath was as fragrant as orchids, carrying a fiery warmth. At this moment, she no longer looked like she was on the verge of death. Instead, after experiencing this painful transformation, she had gained a bit of breathtaking, fully nourished charm and lazy style. Qin Feng gently exhaled a breath of turbid air with a hint of fatigue. Only one step remains. It is also the most critical, most dangerous, and the step that tests one's mental power the most, warming up the soul. His movements became extremely gentle once again. His fingers retracted the overbearing golden energy and bloodlight, instead emitting a more restrained, gentler, moonlight-like radiance. He gently tapped Su Wanqiu's smooth, plump, and slightly sweaty forehead. This time, what he transmitted was no longer the domineering and powerful energy and blood, but pure and condensed to the extreme. It belongs to him alone, and has been specially tempered and transformed by the succubus's physique. Origin of spiritual power. Gentle, pure, with a strange power that soothes, repairs and nourishes all the scars of the soul, it was like a warm and trickling stream, quietly and carefully flowing into Su Wanqiu's sea of consciousness that was about to collapse in thundering. That dark ocean was originally turbulent, windswept, filled with fragments of despair and fear, and full of cracks. Under the infusion of this power that contains a strange soothing property, the violent storm gradually subsided. The heavy, oppressive clouds slowly dissipated. Strands of golden, warm light, like the hand of God, gently yet firmly pierced the endless darkness, sprinkling upon the gradually calming, shattered sea. Wherever the light reached, cracks began to slowly heal, and the turbulent mental currents became docile. Su Wanqiu's tightly closed, long eyelashes, like butterfly wings brushed by the spring breeze, began to flutter slightly and uneasily. It began to tremble. Her eyeballs moved rapidly under her eyelids, showing that her consciousness was struggling to break free from the shackles of darkness. She is about to wake up. Qin Feng's eyes were calm, all his mental strength was highly concentrated, precisely controlling the strength and frequency of the output. He increased the amount of spiritual energy he channeled into her. That soothing and restorative power was like the most gentle and affectionate lullaby, gently singing in the depths of her chaotic and fragile soul, enveloping every injured corner. Finally, after a long struggle and traction, Su Wanqiu's extremely heavy eyelids slowly opened, as if pushing open a door to a new world. With difficulty, a clue was revealed. Hazy, vague, out of focus. The world before my eyes seemed to be separated by a thick layer of frosted glass with rippling water waves. Everything was distorted and shaking, and it was unclear who I am. Where am I? The chaotic consciousness is like a broken lens, struggling to piece it together. The last scene in his memory was the cold stone altar, the flickering scarlet candlelight, the twisted and eerie figure in the black robe, the pain that penetrated deep into his bones, the chill of life passing away, and the suffocating despair. Die. Endless darkness. Those horrible memory fragments, like wild beasts that had escaped from a cage, madly poured into her defenseless brain that had just awakened. Ah! She subconsciously wanted to scream, but her throat was so dry that she couldn't make a loud sound. She wanted to struggle to get up and escape from this terrible memory, but her body was too heavy to move. However, just when fear was about to seize her heart again, next second, a face that was almost unrealistically handsome, with clear contours as if carved by a god, forced its way into her blurry and shaking vision, becoming the only clear focus in the chaotic world. Chapter 114. The favor is too heavy. That face was very close to her. So close that she could even see her panicked, tear-stained face reflected in his eyes, as deep as a cold pond. So close that she could feel the strangely warm air he exhaled gently brushing against her cheek. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he seemed to be concentrating on something extremely important, with a deadly charm of concentration. His fingers were gently and steadily pressing against her brow. A sense of peace and warmth, a sense of security like returning to the womb, was continuously transmitted from his fingertips, gently but firmly soothing all the fear and anxiety churning in the depths of her soul. Is it him? Qin Feng? How could it be him? A huge confusion surged into my heart like a tide. She remembers. At the last moment when his consciousness was completely swallowed by darkness, in that boundless abyss of despair. It's this man. Like violent thunder tearing through the night sky, like a god of war descending to the mortal world, she stormed into the bloody hell with an unmatched attitude, mercilessly tearing apart the monsters that tortured her. It was him. It was he who lifted me up from that cold and terrifying altar. It was him. Saved me? This thought, like the first ray of blazing sunlight that cuts through the thick dark clouds, instantly penetrates all the chaos and confusion in her mind. All the fear, all the anxiety, all the confusion. The moment I finally made out the face in front of me, it miraculously began to dissipate. Like ice and snow in the sun, it melts quickly. Instead, it was a surging feeling that she had never experienced in her life. Sense of security. And a sense of dependence. It was like a lonely boat that had been drifting in the storm for countless days and nights, almost falling apart, and finally broke into a calm, warm and solid place. Harbor. Found the only support. Her heart, which had been beating wildly with fear, miraculously calmed down, and its rhythm gradually synchronized with his steady breathing. She had even completely forgotten that she was lying almost naked and disheveled in front of a young man. Forgot to think about why he possessed such incredible power. In her eyes, in her world, there was only the man in front of her. This was the man who, in her most desperate moment, had forcibly pulled her back from the brink of hell, her savior. Her God. You. She opened her mouth, but her throat was so dry that the sound she made was hoarse and fragile, like a mosquito, almost inaudible. Woke up. Qin Feng's gaze finally moved away from the subtle spiritual power connection point between her eyebrows, and slowly fell on her beautiful eyes that were looking at him infatuatedly with endless confusion and dependence. His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a strange magic that made people want to obey involuntarily. Don't move. Don't talk either. The treatment hasn't reached the final stage yet. Su Wanxiu heard this, and the tiny urge to struggle to her feet that had just arisen from waking up was instantly thrown out of her mind. A deep sense of powerlessness enveloped her, yet it also brought with it a strange kind of obedience. She was as well behaved as a frightened kitten that finally found its owner. She lay there motionless, only the slight rise and fall of her chest revealing her nervousness. He let that big, warm hand with a reassuring atmosphere continue to stay on his most vulnerable and sensitive forehead. She just looked at him quietly, almost greedily, as if she wanted to take in his appearance, his eyes, his focused expression at the moment, deeply, deeply. Carve it into the deepest part of your soul and never forget it. From her nose, she let out a soft, almost whispering sound, filled with infinite trust and dependence. She responded with a voice that was soft and charming. That gentle response was filled with infinite dependence and trust, and even contained a hint of subtle admiration. Like the most mellow wine, it slid down the throat and silently soaked Qin Feng's heart, which should have been cold and indifferent as a villain. The corners of his mouth, at that moment when no one noticed, curled up into an almost imperceptible curve of satisfaction. Very good. Everything is developing along the expected trajectory. This is the perfect posture a prey should have. Qin Feng's eyes regained their calm and deep expression, perfectly hiding all his emotions. The third step of treatment, warming the spirit and soul, has officially entered the most mentally demanding and critical final stage. The mental power output from his fingertips became more and more stable, more and more refined, and his control became more and more subtle. It's like a top art restoration master who is using the most gentle and precise chisel to repair a broken, unique, and precious porcelain with bated breath, without allowing any mistakes. In Su Wanxiu's sea of consciousness, the golden warm sun transformed by Qin Feng's spiritual power became softer and more dazzling. Wherever the sunlight reaches, the haze caused by extreme fear is completely dispelled. The cracks caused by the impact of despair were smoothed out and repaired one by one. The storms of agony were completely quelled. Her severely damaged soul essence was being slowly repaired, nourished, and strengthened bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was even more condensed than before. And Su Wanxiu at this moment. She had completely given up thinking and allowed herself to sink into the sense of security of being protected and healed in all aspects. Those bright eyes, as misty as autumn water, stared at the face in front of her without blinking, which was so close to her that her heart was fluttering and she could hardly breathe. Time. Space. Secular identity. Dangers from the outside world. It seems that at this moment, everything has lost its meaning. Her whole world. It was reduced to just this big bed. He was the only one left. All that was left were his eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky and seemed to be able to suck people's souls in. All that was left was his deadly look of concentration that made her heart beat inexplicably faster. All that was left was the warm power coming from his fingertips, which made her feel so at ease that she wanted to sink into it forever. She could feel it clearly. Streams of cool yet gentle power were gently washing away the depths of his mind, washing away all the trauma and foul memories left by the hellish experience he had just had. Very comfortable. Unprecedented comfort. It is the relaxation and comfort that emanates from the depths of the soul. It was as if the entire soul was immersed in the warmest and purest spring water. All fatigue and fear were completely washed away by the gentle comfort of this power. An extreme feeling of sleepiness, coming from the depths of her soul, came over her like a tide. But she fought desperately and stubbornly against the sleepiness. She is afraid. She was afraid that if she closed her eyes, this man who had come to save her like a god would disappear. I'm afraid that all this reassuring thing in front of me is just an overly beautiful dream woven by my brain before I die. She wanted to remember him firmly with her eyes. Time passes by minute in the extremely quiet room filled with ambiguous atmosphere. Qin Feng's forehead was already covered in a dense layer of sweat, with a few drops even gathering into strands, sliding down his angular cheeks, outlining the lines of determination. Nurturing the soul required a far greater consumption of mental energy than he had imagined. It's not just about pure energy output. It also requires an almost harsh and subtle level of absolute control. A little more may burn the other person's soul, which has just stabilized but is still fragile. Any less will fail to achieve the effect of complete repair and stabilization. Even with his spiritual power and control, he had to focus all his attention and not dare to be careless or slack in the slightest. Finally. I don't know how much time has passed. It seemed as long as a century, yet it seemed like just a blink of an eye. When the last tiny crack in Su Wanqiu's sea of consciousness was completely smoothed and reinforced by the golden mental power as gentle as moonlight. Qin Feng slowly and almost silently exhaled a long, foul breath. His rock-steady fingers finally moved away from Su Wanqiu's slightly heated brow. The third step is to calm the soul and nourish the spirit. Finish. So far, the 3 core steps derived from the divine massage technique have all been completed. Theoretically, Su Wanqiu's life is no longer in danger. However, the treatment has not yet been truly completely completed. Qin Feng's gaze, like a precise scanner, carefully swept over Su Wanqiu's perfect body, which had regained its vitality but still retained a trace of weakness and paleness. Although the 3 fatal hidden dangers in the body have been completely eliminated. However, her previously severely depleted qi and blood, as well as the damaged essence of her body, which was closely connected to her soul, could not be fully restored immediately by simply opening up her meridians and repairing her spirit. Just like a long dry land, even if it receives a rain, it still takes time for it to truly become fertile. We still need a final, comprehensive, and in-depth review. Consolidation and nourishment. Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all. His hands started moving again. This time, his movements were no longer like before, either as swift as lightning like exorcism or as domineering as Han like extending life. But become extremely gentle. Ultimate relief. It carries a strange and mysterious rhythm that can resonate with the human body. His palms, like 2 pieces of warm and restrained jade, gently and with great cherishment covered Su Wanqiu's flat and soft belly, which was a little tight due to slight tension. Streams of pure golden energy and blood, containing endless vitality and nourishing power, no longer flowed in as violently as before, but like the drizzle of early spring and the trickling of a stream, silently and slowly seeping into her limbs, internal organs, and even the smallest cellular level. Su Wanqiu's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. A warm current, far more comfortable than any before, making her feel lazy and intoxicated, emanated from her lower abdomen and spread slowly throughout her body like ripples, reaching her fingertips and hair. She could feel it clearly. Nourished by this gentle yet powerful warm power, every cell in his body moaned with joy and greedily absorbed the gift of life. That feeling. It's so wonderful that it's hard to describe in words. It's like a peerless flower on the verge of completely withering, being injected with vigorous vitality and the color of life again by the sweetest and most nutritious rain and dew, from the roots to the veins, and then to every petal, inch by inch, meticulously. However, what followed? It was a feeling that made her blush instantly, feel extremely embarrassed and at a loss as to what to do. A strong sense of embarrassment and strangeness. Because, as this final stage of nurturing progresses, in order to evenly distribute the qi and blood energy everywhere, his hands start on her smooth, sweaty skin. Swim slowly and steadily. From her flat belly to her slender waist that can be held in one hand and has soft curves. From her round and smooth shoulders to her slender, straight and well-proportioned legs. Boom! Su Wanqiu's mind went blank again. It was as if thousands of fireworks exploded at the same time. An indescribable, unprecedented heat and numbness instantly shot up from the soles of her feet to the top of her head like lightning. Her entire skin flushed a lovely pink. Her pretty face, already flushed with rosy red from the recovery of her energy and blood, now glowed even redder than a ripe cherry, practically dripping with blood. Even her delicate ears and slender neck turned crimson. I wanted to reach out and push away the big hand that was wantonly wandering around my body and igniting a series of strange flames. But for some reason, her body became extremely soft and weak. She couldn't muster the slightest strength to resist. Instead, it seemed like she was silently complying. Su Wanqiu, what are you thinking about? What are you longing for? He's healing you. He's saving your life. He's helping you. Her pearly teeth once again bit her already swollen lower lip so hard that it almost drew blood. The pair of eyes that had originally been staring at Qin Feng infatuatedly, as if to suck him in, were now tightly and hurriedly closed. The long eyelashes were trembling violently and rapidly like the wings of a frightened butterfly, revealing the extreme restlessness of their owner's heart. She didn't dare look at him again. She was afraid that the tears and spring in her eyes were about to overflow, and that her extremely shameful body reaction would be seen by his eyes that seemed to see through everything. Qin Feng naturally and clearly felt the rapid change in the physical condition of the beauty in his arms. He could even capture every tiny tremor under her skin, her heartbeat that suddenly accelerated like a drum, and her body temperature that instantly became scorching hot through the touch of his fingertips. The natural charm aura that comes with the succubus's physique, combined with this extremely close contact treatment, has begun to fully ferment, violently impacting the opponent's body and mind. The corners of his mouth, in that moment when no one could see, once again curved up into a playful, all-controllable arc. But the movements of his hands were still so focused, so professional, so pure and necessary. It seemed as if he was really just a doctor who was focused and only had patience in his eyes. And what he touched with his palm was not some peerless beauty that could shake even a saint. And it's just one. A precious work of art that requires his utmost dedication and meticulous care to complete the final steps. This extreme, almost cold professional attitude formed a huge contrast with his ongoing, intimate behavior. This kind of person is clearly doing something that is most likely to arouse people's imagination, but he appears to be ascetic, holy, and selfless. For Su Wanqiu, whose body and mind are extremely sensitive and fragile at this moment, and whose seeds of dependence have been planted. Undoubtedly. The most deadly and irresistible poison, causing her to struggle repeatedly between guilt and pleasure, sinking deeper and deeper into it. For the next nearly 2 hours. For Su Wanqiu, it was a long journey that was both extremely sweet and extremely painful and shameful. Her consciousness kept swinging violently back and forth between clarity and confusion. Reason and ethics, like cold chains, tortured her constantly, telling her that all this was wrong, absurd, and absolutely not allowed. But the most primitive instinct of her body, the throbbing awakened in the depths of her soul, and the surging feelings of dependence and gratitude made her addicted. She greedily and secretly enjoyed all of this, longing for it to never stop. She could feel it clearly. With every steady press, every perfect kneading, and every rhythmic massage, the essence in his body that had been depleted due to serious injuries was being quickly and solidly filled and consolidated. My own chi and blood are becoming extremely full and vigorous at an unprecedented speed, even. She could vaguely sense that it was several times stronger and purer than before she was injured. This is a complete transformation. A rebirth. She even had an illusion that was absurd but real. The bottleneck at the peak of her first-grade martial arts, which had been like an iron wall and had stagnated for 5 years, that solid barrier that had once exhausted her energy and resources but could not be shaken in the slightest, now had a tiny, yet absolutely unignorable, sign. Loose. It's like a polar ice cap frozen for millennia, illuminated by a tiny ray of sunlight, cracking open a hairline crack. Though tiny, the crack signifies that its indestructible state has been broken, and that the power surging within has finally found a way to vent and sublimate. How is this possible? Su Wanshou's heart was screaming and trembling wildly. This was far beyond her entire understanding of the word treatment. This was definitely not a simple detoxification or healing, nor was it just a simple meridian dredging. This is simply reborn. Marrow cleansing and meridian cleansing. It's a legendary, supreme blessing that only an ancient mighty being can bestow upon their disciples, a blessing that defies fate and changes destiny. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that's enough to drive any warrior crazy. This discovery was like a thunderbolt that tore through the night sky, precisely striking her heart, which was already in chaos due to the physical contact and the blending of their breaths, and instantly set off an even more turbulent wave that was enough to swallow up everything. He. Who is he? How on earth did this extremely young man in front of me do it? With such a youthful face, seemingly only in his early 20s, not even a few years older than his rebellious son, how could he possess such unfathomable, all-encompassing abilities? This had already transcended the realm of martial arts, bordering on Taoism. It was almost a miracle. How many unknown secrets does this young man named Qin Feng, still hide? What kind of deep sea of stars lies in the depths of his seemingly calm eyes? Curiosity, like a vine, grew wildly, entwining her heart. Awe. It arises instinctively in the face of incomprehensible power and kindness. Gratitude. The grace of saving my life and the love of giving me a new life are as heavy as a mountain and as deep as the sea. Shy. The incredibly intimate, almost barrier-free contact during the healing process just now, every inch of skin touched by his fingertips, now burned in my memory. Dependence. Wrapped in his powerful yet gentle strength, she seemed to have found a harbor that could shelter her from all storms, and she just wanted to indulge in it. Countless extremely complex and even contradictory emotions intertwined, collided, and fermented frantically in her heart, like a jar of overturned liquor, a mixture of spiciness and mellowness, making her intoxicated and at a loss. In the end, all these emotions, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, merged into one thing that even she herself felt terrified, afraid to think about it, and afraid to touch it. Hazy feelings. Like the tender buds in early spring, they break through the ground against the ice and snow, fragile but with unstoppable vitality. As if possessed by some mysterious force, she began to secretly look at the man so close to her with the corner of her moist eyes. Looking at his sword-like brows that were slightly furrowed due to extreme concentration, those tiny wrinkles seemed to carry a calmness and strength that did not belong to his age. Look at his nose bridge that is as straight as a mountain, outlining the firm and perfect lines of his profile. Looking at his lips that had become somewhat pale due to the huge consumption, the corners of his lips were naturally closed, but inexplicably there was a hint of stubbornness that made people feel distressed. Look at the crystal beads of sweat on his forehead that keep oozing out, gathering, and finally sliding down. Her eyes involuntarily followed one of the sweat beads. Watch it slowly roll down his angular, masculine cheeks, across his slightly rolling, sexy Adam's apple, and finally, with a hint of ambiguity, sink into his broad and strong chest under his slightly open collar. Su Wanshou felt her throat suddenly become extremely dry, as if it was burning with fire. An indescribable impulse grew wildly in her heart like weeds. She wanted to reach out and use the softest handkerchief, or even her own fingertips, to wipe away the evidence of his hard work and dedication. Strong impulse. This boy is too young, almost 20 years younger than me. In order to save himself, he expended a huge amount of energy. This kindness. Too heavy. Chapter 115. I haven't experienced this in years. It was so heavy that she didn't know how she could repay him even if she spent her entire life on it. Money? Resources? In the face of his supernatural methods, they all seemed pale and ridiculous. Unconsciously, her beautiful eyes, which were tightly closed and had trembling eyelashes, were covered with a layer of crystal mist, blurring her vision. Tears gathered and flowed in the eye sockets, and finally, unable to bear the weight, they slipped down quietly. In those tears, there was the emotion of surviving a disaster, the heartache of exhausting his energy, but more than that, there was an unprecedented feeling that even she herself was astonished. Happiness is cherished. Yes. Happiness. How many years has it been? 10? 15? It had been many years since she had experienced this feeling of being held so carefully in someone's hands, cared for and treated wholeheartedly and without regard for the cost. As if she were some fragile rare treasure. This moment. She felt that all the burdens on her shoulders and all her strong shell were crumbling away bit by bit in the strength and sense of security brought by those warm big hands. She is no longer the strong mistress who needs to support a huge family alone and deal with various forces. She is no longer the mother who has to worry about her son's future. She is just protected by his powerful strength, cherished by his gentle gaze. A little woman who can be fragile and dependent. Finally. When Qin Feng slowly and thoroughly integrated the last bit of extremely pure energy and blood into Su Wanqiu's limbs, bones, and deepest meridians, he let out a long, turbid breath that was clearly filled with fatigue. The breath was long, as if all the concentration and exhaustion were exhaled. He raised the hand that had been pressing on Su Wanqiu's jade-soft skin on her back slowly and with a hint of nostalgia. The moment her fingertips left her skin, Su Wanqiu even felt an inexplicable emptiness and coldness, as if she had lost the most important support. "All right." He spoke. The voice was slightly hoarse due to the huge consumption, but it was like worn jade, adding a bit of mature magnetism. These two simple words, when heard by Su Wanqiu, were like the most beautiful and soothing sounds of nature. It's over. All the pain, all the suffering, all the anxiety is over. Su Wanqiu felt as if she had just woken up from a long, bizarre, yet incredibly real dream. The soul slowly descends from the clouds and returns to the solid body. She slowly, extremely slowly, opened her beautiful eyes that were already filled with mist and blurry. The light in the room was still so soft, as if covering everything with a hazy veil. The air was filled with an extremely complex scent. The faint, orchid-like fragrance of her body, combined with the clear, masculine scent of Qin Feng, the fragrance of medicinal pills, and the subtle salty astringency of evaporated sweat, all blended together to form an incomparably ambiguous and charming atmosphere, silently telling of the intimacy and miracle that had just occurred. She could feel it clearly. My body is in an unprecedentedly good condition. Every inch of flesh and blood was brimming with vigorous vitality, and every meridian was unobstructed, surging with pure and powerful energy. It was as if he had returned to his early 20s, when his vitality was at its peak, or even more so. The vitality and power radiating from within shocked even her. She slowly supported her body with her arms and sat up from the big bed which had long been soaked with their sweat and had become slightly cool and sticky. The silky quilt slid down her proud, undulating, jade-like curves. Suddenly, large areas of delicate skin, glowing a healthy and attractive pink due to the extreme abundance of qi and blood, were exposed to the slightly cool air. The traces of sweat that have not yet dried have added a bit of crystal luster, just like petals in the morning dew. She screamed subconsciously and suddenly pulled up the quilt that had slipped off, tightly covering the spring light that was suddenly exposed on her chest. Her incredibly beautiful face was filled with the relief of surviving the ordeal, the rosy glow of her weakness fading, and the indescribable feeling she felt when facing her savior. Shy and overwhelmed. She raised her head and mustered up the courage to look at Qin Feng beside the bed. He stood there quietly, his posture as straight as a pine tree, looking down at her condescendingly. His face was covered with a trace of unconcealable fatigue, but his eyes, as deep as the night, were still so bright and sharp, as if they could penetrate all the fog, reach the deepest part of her heart, and see through all the panic and thoughts she tried to hide. Su Wanxiu's heart suddenly jumped like a frightened deer. She opened her still dry lips, and thousands of words, countless gratitudes, and countless questions were instantly blocked in her throat, churning endlessly, but she was confused and didn't know where to start. Final. Thousands of words were turned into just a few simple yet most sincere words. She whispered softly with a soft voice that was a little hoarse and full of gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Feng. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for making you worry so much about me and spending so much energy on me." After saying this, she seemed to have used up all her courage. She lowered her head embarrassedly and almost panically, her thick and curled eyelashes trembling violently, and she never dared to meet his gaze that seemed to be able to burn people. Like a shy little girl who has just fallen in love, accidentally did something wrong, and is being blamed by her lover. Qin Feng looked at her, who was completely different from her usual noble and cold mistress image, and whose shy and charming appearance was so touching that it made his heart beat faster. A faint, ambiguous smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't speak immediately. Instead, he slowly raised his hand. Su Wanxiu caught a glimpse of his movements from the corner of her eye, and her shoulders exposed to the air subconsciously stiffened slightly, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She thought, after such an intimate healing process just now, he might do something even more transgressive to her. Her mind told her to resist, but deep down in her body and heart, she inexplicably felt a hidden, shameful anticipation. However, the big hand with distinct joints, warm and dry, did not touch any sensitive place she had imagined. But, extremely gently, with an almost pious sense of care. Gently, he stroked her slightly warm, satin-smooth cheek. His fingertips, with the thin calluses of a martial artist, felt slightly rough, yet all the more real. At this moment, those slightly rough fingertips were slowly caressing her skin, so delicate that her pores were invisible, with an incredibly gentle force. His movements were so gentle, as if he was handling a rare treasure that had been lost and found again and would break if he used the slightest force. Full of pity and an unspoken possessiveness. Su Wanxiu was completely stunned. Like being struck by lightning. "My mind is blank." She suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful and charming eyes widened to the extreme in an instant, filled with incredible shock and confusion. Her eyes suddenly met his. In the deepest part of those bottomless eyes, she clearly saw a hint of fatigue, a hint of appreciation for a perfect work of art, and a hint of amusement that seemed to see through everything. As well as a trace of something that made her heart stop and her breathing become suffocated. A gentleness that is almost doting. Then she heard him say with a smile, calmly and nonchalantly, in that voice that was uniquely hoarse from excessive exhaustion, yet also filled with deadly magnetism. "It's nothing. As long as you're okay." Boom. This sentence couldn't be more plain. This is a concern that couldn't be simpler. At this moment. But it was like a nuclear bomb with a yield of billions of tons, exploding in the deepest part of her defenseless heart. It broke her last psychological defense line called reason and worldliness, which was already shaky due to gratitude, shyness and dependence. Exploded. Falling apart. Crushing to pieces. Nothing remains. As long as you are okay. As long as you are okay. These 5 words, repeatedly, domineeringly, and sweetly, echoed, swirled, and roared crazily in her chaotic mind. Every syllable was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, hitting her heart hard. Never. There has never been one person. After she had experienced such a life-and-death ordeal and had struggled to return from the brink of death, he would say these words to her in a tone that seemed casual but weighed more than a mountain. No one has ever regarded her safety and existence as so important, placing it above everything else, as if this was his only goal and greatest comfort. This moment. The secular perspective, the age gap, the chasm between statuses, the shackles of family, were all thrown into the air by this nuclear-like shockwave. They became insignificant, even ridiculous. In her eyes, in her world, there is no room for anything else. The only thing left was this person in front of her, the one who had pulled her back from the boundless hell to the human world, given her a new life, and given her an unprecedented sense of ultimate security and happiness. Man. Su Wanxiu just stared at him blankly and infatuatedly, looking at the faint, yet damn charming and addictive smile on his face. The tip of my nose felt sore and my eyes turned completely red in an instant. A crystal-clear teardrop, no longer able to be controlled, broke free from the restraint of her eyelashes and quietly slid down from the corner of her beautiful eye, following the path his fingertips had just stroked. That hot teardrop, carrying all her complicated emotions at the moment, slid down Su Wanxiu's smooth jade-like cheek. Finally, it fell on the back of Qin Feng's hand, which had not yet been fully retracted. Warm. Moist. The slight trembling of her body seemed to carry all her surging emotions at the moment, burning his skin and seeming to burn into his heart. In the deepest part of Qin Feng's eyes, a barely perceptible, cold and indifferent light flashed. Done. The prey's defenses have completely collapsed. A woman's psychological defenses, especially a mature woman like Su Wanxiu, who appears noble and strong but actually suppresses her emotional needs for years and lives in emptiness and loneliness, once are forcefully broken through by a savior-like attitude, it will be like a landslide and tsunami, the sky will collapse and the earth will sink, and it will never be rebuilt. A touch of warmth that is just right. An irresistible concern. A little care to treat her as a unique treasure. It is enough to make her throw herself into the fire like a moth, lose all her sanity, and be doomed. Qin Feng sneered in his heart, his calculations flowing like an icy spring. But the expression on his face was deliberately becoming more gentle and doting, and his eyes could almost make people drown in them. He didn't wipe the tear from the back of his hand. Instead, he made a move that almost made Su Wanxiu's heart stop beating. He leaned down and slowly moved his face closer. Gently, he used his lips to gently press on her wet cheek, just kissing away the tear that had just slipped down, still with a salty and slightly hot temperature. His movements were extremely gentle, as if he was kissing the most delicate, fragile, dew-covered petals of a morning flower, filled with affection and an unspoken intimacy. Boom! Su Wanxiu's brain once again experienced an unprecedented nuclear explosion. A complete blank. A complete freeze. Her whole body was frozen in place, as if she had been pinned down by the most advanced acupressure technique, unable to move at all, and she even forgot to breathe. He kissed himself. He actually used his lips to kiss away his tears. An indescribable, extremely strong electric current was born instantly from the point where his lips touched her skin, and spread throughout her limbs and bones at the speed of light. The 8 extraordinary meridians. It made her blood seem to boil and then freeze instantly. Every hair on her body stood up uncontrollably. At this moment, her heart seemed to have turned into a madly beating war drum, violently hitting her chest, and the roar filled her eardrums. The pretty face, which had just lost its blush due to the completion of healing, now became extremely hot and bright red again at an even more astonishing and rapid speed. This time, her snow-white neck, delicate collarbone, and even the slightly exposed skin of her chest were all covered with an extremely attractive and thrilling pink color, as if she were stained with rouge. Don't cry. Qin Feng's lips lingered on her cheek for a brief moment before slowly leaving. His voice became even deeper and hoarse, carrying a magical, irresistible magnetism as it rang in her ears. The breath brushed against her earlobe, bringing an even more intense shudder. I don't like seeing you cry. You look best when you smile. His voice was like the most bewitching devil's whisper in the abyss. Every word struck Su Wanxiu's softest and most defenseless heartstrings with incredible precision. Make a sound that makes her soul resonate and tremble. Her rationality, which had already been completely shattered, was completely overwhelmed by a surging, emotional torrent. She looked at him stupidly and blankly. Looking at his face so close to me, that was so handsome that it was almost devilish, and had strong lines. Looking into his eyes that were as deep as a whirlpool in the sea of stars, as if they were going to suck her entire soul in. She wanted to say something. My throat is so dry and painful. I wanted to tell him that this wasn't right, that it wasn't right between us, that this was too much, and that I was the elder. But her lips moved several times, but no meaningful sound came out. All words, all rationality, were blocked in her throat, completely shattered by the tenderness and dominance in those eyes, and finally transformed into rapid, hot breaths with subtle sobs. But that useless heart was screaming wildly and desperately in my chest. It's him! This is the man. It seemed like she had been waiting and searching for such a man in her life. Powerful, mysterious, gentle, and yet with an irresistible dominance. Qin Feng stared at her quietly. Looking at her beautiful eyes that were completely blurred and filled with only obsession and surrender was like appreciating the completion of a perfect work of art. The power of the succubus halo, combined with just the right amount of psychological attack and physical stimulation, has completely penetrated and transformed the essence of her soul like the tiniest virus. From now on, the mother of the titular protagonist, the unattainable beauty and white moonlight in the eyes of countless men in Jiangcheng, will become his most loyal, docile, and passionate lover. Private property and believers. Qin Feng slowly straightened up. He knew that the heat was just right, even slightly overflowing. If it continued like this, it would be too much. Su Wanqiu had just experienced a double extreme roller coaster of physical and psychological stress. Both her mind and body had reached the threshold of endurance. What she needed most at this moment wasn't more stimulation, but a peaceful rest. This rest would ferment and solidify all the extreme emotions at the moment, eventually turning them into the strongest chains. "Are you tired?" he asked softly, his tone so gentle that it felt like a feather brushing against the tip of your heart, carrying a hypnotic magic. Su Wanqiu's brain was almost unable to think, and she nodded obediently and instinctively. In her watery eyes, still shrouded in a layer of mist, besides confusion, there was also complete dependence and obsession with him. "Get some sleep." Qin Feng's voice seemed to carry some kind of unquestionable hypnotic power that made people feel at ease and indulge in it. "Close your eyes and don't think about anything. With me here, no one and nothing can hurt you anymore. I promise." He spoke the last three words with a decisive, low, and powerful voice, carrying a sense of dominance and reassuring confidence that came from a place of control. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back and also the most effective soothing song. Su Wanqiu's nerves, which had been tense for a long time and had already exceeded the limit, finally relaxed completely and thoroughly. An overwhelming and irresistible feeling of deep fatigue instantly swept over her body and drowned her consciousness. Yes. He is here. What else do I need to be afraid of? This man came like a god, saved her from the abyss of despair, and gave her a new life. It is the most solid and reliable support she can have in her life. Her eyelids became heavier and heavier, as if they were weighed down by lead. The pair of eyes that had been gazing at Qin Feng with obsession and reluctance slowly, extremely slowly closed. The long, wet eyelashes cast a quiet and beautiful shadow under the eyelids. Her breathing gradually became steady, even, and long. She fell asleep. Fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. There was even a hint of satisfaction and peace of mind on her face, a sweet, almost girlish smile. It was as if I was having an extremely beautiful dream that I didn't want to wake up from. In a dream. Perhaps it is only the endless sense of security and warmth he brings. Qin Feng stood quietly beside the bed, like a silent statue. Looking at the beautiful woman who was fast asleep, her sleeping face was incredibly peaceful, completely different from her previous charming and delicate appearance, and had a unique charm. The carefully woven gentleness and doting on his face faded away in an instant, like the curtain falling on a stage, and disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was an extreme indifference as calm as a still pond, and a calmness that seemed to have everything under control and look down on all living beings. He stretched out his hand, his movements still as gentle and precise as a machine, and pulled up the quilt that had slipped off her body, carefully covering the beautiful spring scene that was enough to drive any man crazy and have wild fantasies. His eyes, however, had become as if he were admiring a piece that, after being carved and polished by his own hands, had finally become flawless and completely belonged to him. Trophies in private collections. Su Wanqiu. In the original novel, Yi Fan, the Son of Destiny, is the greatest spiritual pillar and supporter, and the most gentle and determined guardian. Now, from body to mind, he has completely turned to himself. This not only means that he successfully cut off Yi Fan's most powerful arm, but also removed a huge potential bomb in advance. It also means that he has ruthlessly and successfully torn off a large piece of fat from Yi Fan's huge halo of destiny and luck, and taken it for himself. Very good. A perfect start. But this is just the beginning. The feast has just begun. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold and ruthless arc that only belongs to victors and predators. And just at this moment, an absolutely cold mechanical prompt tone, which only he could clearly perceive, sounded on time and without emotion in the deepest part of his mind. Bite. Detected that the host has successfully completed the hidden mission, Rescue in Despair. Mission target, Mother of Destiny, Su Wanxiu. Task completion evaluation in progress. Judgment completed. Mission rating, SSS. Perfect. During the mission, the host not only successfully rescued the target and eradicated their hidden illness, but also used drastic measures to subdue the cult's saint and planted a key hidden weapon. At the same time, he focused on the details, completely breaking through the target's psychological defenses, completely capturing their body and mind, and completely stripping away their destiny and luck, taking it for himself. Overall evaluation, perfect. Exceeded expectations. SSS level perfect clearance rewards are now being distributed. Reward, God level lottery draw +1. Here we come. Qin Feng's icy eyes instantly flashed with a sharp gleam like an eagle. This is the moment he has been waiting for. The rewards from every system task never let him down, and they were often the key to breaking through. Chapter 116 Heavenly Grade Spiritual Treasure. The God-level massage technique he obtained from completing the last mission has benefited him immensely. Not only can it heal injuries efficiently and recover quickly, it is also an unparalleled weapon for subtle influence and winning over important female characters, with remarkable results. This time, the God-level lottery comes from an SSS-level perfect evaluation. What kind of surprise will it bring him? What powerful trump card will it hold? A rare burning emotion of anticipation arose in Qin Feng's heart. System, use God-level lottery immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, his thoughts were like the sharpest knife, directly issuing orders in his mind. Command confirmed. The God-level lottery system is starting. Startup successful. Next second. The scene in front of Qin Feng suddenly changed, and the stars moved. He felt as if his consciousness was being gently yet forcefully pulled from the real world by an irresistible force. In an instant, he crossed endless time and space and fell into a boundless, vast, mysterious, and dazzling. In the sea of stars. In front of his eyes. A magnificent wheel, so huge that it cannot be described in words, as if it was constructed by the light of billions of stars and the threads of laws, is slowly turning quietly and with unparalleled momentum. The roulette wheel was so large that it seemed to stretch out the entire space of consciousness. It was engraved with countless mysterious and obscure runes, flashing with a heart-pounding light. The roulette wheel is clearly divided into countless fan-shaped areas of different sizes. White, green, blue, purple, gold. Lights of various colors flickered alternately on the roulette wheel, representing rewards of varying levels, from ordinary, excellent, rare, epic to legendary, emitting aura fluctuations of varying strengths. And above that most brilliant and dazzling golden legendary area, there is also a tiny, almost imperceptible trace, which would be overlooked if you don't look carefully. The color of chaos. That color seemed to be the origin of the universe before its birth, the starting point and destination of all things. It contained an indescribable, incomprehensible, and supreme mysterious law. It just exists there quietly, and naturally becomes the core of the entire roulette wheel, as if all the stars in the sky are revolving around it. God level. This is the area where the God level rewards that surpass everything else are located. Even though Qin Feng's consciousness had long been as hard as stone, it couldn't help but tremble at this moment, and his breathing, if consciousness could breathe, became a little faster. That was the instinctive reaction of the life level when facing a higher dimensional existence. Host, please turn the pointer to start the lottery. The system's prompt sounded again coldly and punctually, bringing this sacred and shocking scene back to reality. Qin Feng took a deep breath, at the conscious level, forcibly suppressed the turbulent emotions, and regained absolute calmness and concentration. His thoughts were highly concentrated and transformed into an invisible yet extremely strong hand. With his determination and expectation, he suddenly moved the giant pointer standing in the center of the roulette wheel, which was condensed from pure and ultimate light and laws. Buzz. The huge star will seem to be completely awakened from its slumber, and instantly burst out with billions of dazzling lights that were impossible to look directly at. The entire sea of consciousness roared and trembled. The roulette wheel began to spin wildly at a speed beyond comprehension. Before his eyes, countless radiant colors transformed into dazzling, shimmering, blurry afterimages, like roaring, surging rivers of light. Time. It seemed as if at this moment, it was infinitely stretched and slowed down. The core of Qin Feng's mind was locked tightly on the pointer that seemed to be drifting with the tide in this storm of light, but was actually slowly slowing down according to some supreme law. Skim over the widest white area representing normal rewards. Skip the green area. Skip the blue zone. The speed of the pointer obviously began to decrease, but it still slid firmly and without hesitation towards a higher level and smaller area with inertia. The speed gradually slowed down and passed the edge of the purple epic area. Then, he slid steadily into the area where the golden light was the brightest and most dazzling, the golden legendary area. The pointer is in the golden area and its speed has become very slow, as if it will stop at any time. Qin Feng's mind was highly focused. Even a golden legendary reward was definitely a rare treasure in the world. A heavenly grade technique? A heavenly grade martial art? Or some kind of heaven-defying magical power inheritance? However, just when he thought that the pointer was about to stop completely in the golden area, the tip of the pointer actually, in a way that was almost shameless and violated common sense of physics, tremblingly, extremely difficult, yet extremely determined. Move forward, that last tiny distance that is almost negligible. Just a tiny difference. A millimeter. But it seemed as if it had crossed the insurmountable chasm between mortals and gods. Bite. A clear and pleasant sound, as if it penetrated through eternity and contained the mysteries of the endless great way, resounded throughout the entire vibrating sea of star consciousness. It's like the first sound of the universe. Finally, the pointer, steadily and with incredible precision, stopped at the smallest area, the most restrained light, yet emitting a supreme aura. Chaos color area. Bite. Congratulations to the host. Triggering a 1 in a billion chance god level reward. Obtain the ultimate reward heavenly grade spiritual treasure, growth type Qian Yuan Divine Pearl. Boom. When this huge line of characters, which seemed to be condensed from pure golden laws, appeared in the core of Qin Feng's consciousness with supreme majesty, the entire enormous star roulette suddenly stopped rotating. Then, it shattered with a loud bang. It turned into endless, dazzling starlight, a spectacle like the Big Bang. All the starlight points seemed to have been summoned by the Supreme Being, and they rushed madly towards the center of the roulette wheel, the chaotic area. Billions of light points condense, compress and collapse. Finally, at the origin of the chaos, a star condensed into something about the size of a longan, its entire body presenting an extremely ancient, gray, and inconspicuous color. The shape of stone beads. The bead quietly floated there, without a single shimmer of precious light, without any earth-shattering energy fluctuations. It looked unadorned to the extreme, even less polished and shining than the pebbles on the roadside. If it were thrown on the ground, no one would even glance at it. But Qin Feng's consciousness began to tremble violently the moment it came into contact with the bead. He could feel it clearly. Inside this ordinary, pure and simple bead, it seems as if there is a being that is constantly being born, dying, circulating, and evolving. Micro-universe. Infinite world. That vast, ancient, boundless, yet overwhelmingly overbearing aura of origin that transcended all things, made even the soul essence of a fifth-grade warrior feel something coming from the very bottom of life. Awe and submission. Like an ant looking up at the sky. Next second, the gray bead turned into an extremely fine stream of chaotic light, instantly passing through the barrier of consciousness space and sinking into the ancestral orifice between his eyebrows. Qin Feng's whole body trembled slightly, and his consciousness instantly returned to his real body. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in the deepest part of his vision, a scene of chaos opening up and stars disappearing flashed by. The aura around him showed a very brief chaotic fluctuation, which was then forcibly suppressed by him. He could see clearly within. There is one more thing at the core of his sea of consciousness. The gray, inconspicuous bead was quietly floating above the source of his spiritual power. It rotates slowly and rhythmically. Every insignificant rotation seems to trigger the most original and obscure power of rules in the surrounding world, which is extremely mysterious. At the same time, a huge amount of detailed information about the bead instantly flooded into his mind like a rushing river, and was quickly understood and absorbed by him. Name of the spiritual treasure: Qianyuan Divine Pearl. Spiritual treasure grade, heavenly grade, growing type. Note, the current state is the initial sealed state, which will be gradually unsealed as the divine runes condense. Spiritual treasure ability, devour/absorb luck, condensed divine patterns. Details: this supreme treasure was born from a wisp of primordial purple energy mixed with the innate source of chaos at the beginning of the universe. It can actively absorb or passively devour and plunder all the invisible luck in the world, including but not limited to destiny, the fortune of the sect, the fate of the dynasty, the will of all living beings, and refine it into a unique Qianyuan divine marking, which is imprinted on the body of the divine pearl. Current number of divine runes, 0/999. Divine rune effect: every time a Qianyuan divine rune is successfully condensed, the power of the Qianyuan divine pearl will undergo a qualitative leap. At the same time, it can also provide a small amount of pure essence back to the host. When activating the divine pearl against the enemy. Condensing a divine pattern, activating the divine pearl can unleash a power comparable to the full force of a 6th grade peak warrior. Condensing 10 divine patterns, the power of the divine pearl can threaten or even seriously injure a 7th grade martial master. Condensing 100 divine patterns, the divine pearl manifests, and can easily kill an 8th grade grandmaster. The power increases continuously in the middle. Final effect: when all 999 Qianyuan divine patterns are fully condensed, the divine pearl's origin is complete, and it will evolve and transform into the Qianyuan Dao Pearl. At that time, the host can use this pearl to initially draw upon the power of the origin of heaven and earth, unleashing supreme combat power comparable to that of a 9th grade martial saint. Within the human world, it is theoretically invincible. Note, the amount of luck required to condense the divine rune is extremely large. Please actively explore new sources of luck. The divine pearl is extremely powerful, and activating it also consumes a large amount of the host's mental energy. Please use it with caution. Silence. Deathly silence. Qin Feng seemed to have turned into a stone sculpture, standing there in a daze. For the first time, a clear expression appeared on his face, which had always been calm and frozen for thousands of years. Cracks. That was the loss of control caused by extreme shock. His pupils were shrinking violently, like needle tips. His heart, like being struck by a huge hammer, was beating wildly, madly, and uncontrollably. The sound of blood rushing through his eardrums roared. Even with his experience of 2 lives, and his rock-hard character tempered since crossing over, after reading the detailed introduction of the Qianyuan Divine Pearl, a huge wave of consciousness inevitably surged in his mind, sweeping away everything. This fucking. What kind of heaven-defying bug is this? Heavenly spiritual treasure. It is also the rarest and most potential growth type. The most crucial and core thing is that its growth method is actually swallow luck. What is the core function and ultimate goal of this villain system in me? It is to suppress the protagonist of the original novel, plunder his destiny and luck, and exchange it for rewards. The ability of this Qianyuan Divine Pearl and the core function of the system are simply a perfect fit. A seamless fit. The ultimate artifact, custom made for him. The crucial piece of the puzzle. Qin Feng's breath suddenly became extremely hot. Every time he inhaled, it seemed to cause the surrounding air to fluctuate. He has been thinking about a core issue concerning the future. The techniques, martial arts, elixirs, and skills rewarded by the system, while powerful and practical, were ultimately external objects, at the level of technique. His true core competitiveness lay in his ability to travel through time and space, possessing a foresight of the plot's direction. However, this foresight advantage will gradually weaken and even become ineffective as his butterfly constantly flaps its wings and drastically changes the original plot. He needs a true source that belongs to him, that can accompany him as he grows, and that can become his ultimate trump card. Tao. A card that, no matter how chaotic the plot, can give him absolute power, enough to overturn the entire chessboard and suppress everything, a king bomb. And now, the long-awaited king bomb is here. Qianyuan Divine Pearl. As long as there is enough luck. Endless luck. He can make this seemingly plain divine pearl condense into divine patterns with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. A divine pattern is a full-strength attack from the peak of the 6th rank. His current mentor, Sun Yurong from Jiangcheng Martial Arts University, the charming and powerful beautiful mentor, is only at the peak of the 6th rank. In other words, as long as he could successfully plunder enough luck to condense the first divine rune, he would possess a supreme trump card that could be deployed at any time, comparable to the life-threatening attack of a peak 6th grade powerhouse. He would have the confidence to challenge his enigmatic mentor to a certain extent. The power of 10 divine runes is enough to threaten or even severely injure a 7th grade martial master. 100 divine patterns can actually easily kill an 8th grade grandmaster. That's an 8th grade grandmaster. Across China, they are rare, strategic figures of the highest order. Truly towering giants whose stomping of their feet can shake entire provinces and even influence national policy. They are peaks that countless warriors could never hope to reach in their entire lives. And this bead, after condensing hundreds of patterns, can actually kill easily. How overbearing! How against the will of heaven! Qin Feng simply couldn't imagine what kind of power that was. Not to mention the final, perfect state that requires the condensation of 999 divine patterns to achieve Shenyuan Daozhu. Comparable to a 9th grade martial saint. Invincible in the world. What does that mean? There are 9 levels in martial arts, each level has its own distinct heaven and earth, and each level has its own distinct chasm. The 9th rank martial saint, a realm only found in ancient legends and recorded in ancient texts. It represents the ultimate in individual human power. A terrestrial immortal capable of traversing the void with their physical body, tearing apart mountains and rivers with their bare hands, shaking the stars with their thoughts, and possessing a lifespan far beyond common sense. A truly mythical figure. The entire world, openly, has had no definitive record of the 9th rank martial saint appearing in the world for at least hundreds of years. It has almost become a legend, a symbol. And now, an extremely clear, albeit difficult, but real road to becoming invincible in the world was laid out before him so nakedly and without reservation. The key is luck. Call. After an unknown amount of time of silence, Qin Feng finally let out a long, extremely slow breath. That breath of foul air seemed to squeeze out all the shock, excitement, ecstasy, and ambition in his chest. His eyes regained their ultimate depth and calmness at a speed visible to the naked eye. But it is completely different from before. In the deepest part of those bottomless icy eyes, a ball of fire called ambition has been ignited, burning fiercely, enough to burn the sky. The hymn before. Plundering luck may be more for the purpose of completing system tasks, obtaining rewards, improving oneself, and allowing oneself to survive better in this high-level martial arts world where dangers and opportunities coexist, and by the way, enjoy the fun of being a villain. Subconsciously, his mindset may still be focused on self-preservation, revenge against the protagonist, and enjoying the fruits of victory. But now, completely different. The appearance of the Qianyuan Divine Pearl was like a key, opening for him the ultimate door to supreme authority and absolute power, to the top of the world. His goal was instantly raised to an unprecedented grand height. He needs luck. A huge amount of luck. Endless luck. Plunder. We must plunder at all costs, by any means, and madly. Uproot all the luck and aura from Yifan, the original son of destiny in this world. Squeeze it completely dry. Not a drop left. All his opportunities are mine. All the beauties and loved ones around him are mine. His future achievements, the halo of being the protagonist above his head, everything about him. They will all become the best nutrients to nourish my Qianyuan Divine Pearl. Become me, step into the sky, rule the world, and reach the top of the world. The most stable stepping stone. In Qin Feng's eyes, the fire known as ambition burns silently yet fiercely, as if to consume all illusions before him and subjugate the entire world to his cold blueprint. This fire wasn't outwardly fierce, but rather restrained and extremely compressed, like the molten lava flowing deep within the Earth's core, containing the energy to subvert everything. It tempered his entire aura, deepening it even further, like the starless midnight sea, seemingly calm but surging undercurrents, lurking whirlpools capable of swallowing massive warships and becoming increasingly dangerous. Like an ancient beast, its claws retracted, dormant in the shadows, its every breath carrying a soul-shaking pressure. He stood there, a peerless weapon, slowly being drawn from an ancient scabbard, stained with age and dried blood, by an invisible giant hand. With each unsheathing movement, the air around him thickened. The invisible yet incomparably sharp edge sliced through the warm light and the tranquil night, now fully exposed, filling the space with a nearly tangible, icy aura of murder. His very existence was the most complete denial of tranquility. His gaze withdrew from the empty distance that held his grand ambitions. Wherever his gaze passed, even time and space seemed to freeze. Once again, those eyes, as deep as the abyss, devoid of any human emotion, fell back on the peaceful, serene sleeping face so close at hand. Su Wanqiu. Moonlight filtered through the gauze curtains, casting a soft halo on her face. Her breathing was even, her long lashes like butterfly wings casting a faint shadow beneath her lids. Her lips, though still pale, had regained a touch of the softness of petals. She was truly beautiful, like a flawless work of art meticulously crafted by God. Every inch of her skin, every line, met the most exquisite aesthetic. Yet, at this moment, she was fragile, like a delicate yet fragile glass vessel, a work of art that he could manipulate, control, and even ruthlessly destroy when necessary. This chess piece had been placed. And it had been placed with absolute perfection, precisely fitting into the crucial note of his vast chess game. Her life, her emotions, her future, would henceforth be his sole domain, a solid stepping stone on his climb to the pinnacle of power. The icy curve at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, seemingly etched in stone, remained unchanged, like a peak covered in eons of ice. For this woman, whom he had just completely conquered with his sheer strength and calculation, and who would obey him in the future and devote her everything, including her soul and loyalty, he felt no pity, not even a hint of tenderness. Instead, he felt the condescending gaze of a hunter looking down on his trapped, powerless prey, the utter indifference of a cold chess player looking at a newly deployed, impactful piece on the board. There was no point in staying here. The land of gentleness was the tomb of heroes. The lingering warm fragrance and soft dependence would only corrode the iron will of the strong. Moreover, Qin Feng had never bothered to be a hero. Heroes were the defenders of rules and the martyrs of morality, while he was the maker of rules and the trampler of morality. He was the villain, destined to trample all the ants who called themselves heroes underfoot, crushing their ridiculous beliefs and glory into mud. The ultimate villain. This world only needed one voice, and that was his voice. It only needed one order, and that was the order he established. He slowly turned, his movements smooth and precise, without the slightest hint of lingering regret, as if he were leaving not the boudoir of a stunning beauty but merely a temporary inn room for a rest stop. His movements were crisp and decisive, creating no sound, like a ghost gliding across the ground. His footsteps were light, so light that he felt like a ghost walking between reality and illusion, as if he weighed nothing at all. Chapter 117 Attraction. The moment he opened the heavy, carved door and prepared to leave. Outside the door, a slender and graceful figure was waiting there anxiously, like an ant on hot pot, almost blending into the shadow outside the door. It's Su Wanqiu. She had clearly been waiting here for a long time, so long that she seemed like a waiting stone in the hallway. The hallway lighting was a dim, retro hue, stretching her shadow across the mirror-like, cool-toned floor, twisting and swaying like her current, restless heart. Her hands were tightly clasped together, her knuckles bluish-white from the strain, betraying the owner's deep anxiety and fear. Her pretty face, which bore a striking resemblance to Su Wanqiu, yet seemed more youthful and vibrant, carried a mixture of innocence and worry. Her brows knitted together, a look of unwavering worry and deep fear. When I heard the door open, the slight click sound was like a thunderclap in the silent corridor. Her whole body trembled violently, like a frightened deer struck by an electric current. Her shoulders subconsciously tightened, as if trying to avoid some invisible harm. Then, she raised her head, her movements somewhat stiff and slow, as if all her strength had been drained away. Her watery, clear eyes, now filled with anxiety and humble anticipation, instantly and unpreparedly met Qin Feng's, deep as the abyss, unmoved by the slightest ripple. That glance was like falling into a bottomless icy cave, yet strangely possessed by an inexplicable power. Qin Feng. Her voice, with an uncontrollable and obvious tremor, almost blurted out, breaking the suffocating silence. My sister. Her words rushed out eagerly, but became timid at the crucial moment, and her voice trailed off, carrying the unbearable weight of fear. How is she? Her heart, at that moment, leaped into her throat. It pounded furiously against her chest, as if it would leap out of her chest at any second. She was terrified, utterly terrified, afraid to hear from this man's thin lips the news she most hated, the news that would destroy her entire world. She didn't even dare to breathe, awaiting the final judgment. However, Qin Feng's expression, however, was calm and composed, like the perpetual snow atop Mount Kunlun, cold and steady. It was as if he hadn't just dealt with some sinister, life-threatening cult technique, but merely brushed off a tiny speck of dust that had fallen on his expensive suit. His demeanor betrayed a deep-seated, absolute confidence in his own strength and an indifference to everything around him. His voice was flat, without a single ups and downs, yet strangely, it carried a sense of absolute power that was enough to convince anyone, under any circumstances, and was unquestionable. The voice wasn't loud, but it clearly penetrated Su Wanqing's ears, carrying a cold, penetrating force. I'll take action. He paused slightly, his gaze falling on Su Wanqing's face as if to confirm the effect of his words. Of course, that's no problem. Those 8 short words were decisive and decisive. There was no extraneous explanation, no exaggerated boasting, not even the slightest emotion. Yet, like an invisible hand, possessing infinite magic and warmth, it instantly, in a domineering yet gentle manner, soothed all the anxiety, uneasiness, and fear in Su Wanqing's heart. Call. Su Wanqing let out a long, almost greedy breath. It was a long, trembling breath, as if releasing the fear and despair that had been pent up in her chest for hours, threatening to crush her. Her shoulders, tense and slender as if they could break at the slightest flex, finally collapsed completely, powerlessly. Her entire body relaxed as if its backbone had been ripped out. She swayed slightly and had to reach out to gently hold on to the wall. Her hands, clenched white and bloodless from excessive tension, slowly loosened, leaving deep crescent-shaped marks on her palms. Without warning, her eyes flushed red, and a sharp pain welled up at the tip of her nose. A layer of crystalline mist instantly filled the air, blurring her vision. It was almost there, just a tiny bit. If it weren't for this man, if he hadn't appeared like a god at the most critical, most desperate moment, saving the day with his unparalleled power, then her only relative in this world, her sister, her blood-related sister. Su Wanqing dared not think any further. The consequences of that hypothetical scenario were enough to bring her to an instant collapse. She raised her watery, pitiful eyes and gazed at Qin Feng, infatuated with endless gratitude and relief at having survived. Under the dim light, his figure stood tall and straight like a pine tree, his face handsome, almost stern. He looked less like a mortal and more like a powerful deity from myth. His composure, his commanding presence, his indifference to all, gave her an indescribable, almost blind, peace of mind. And a heartbeat she had never experienced before, so intense it made her panic, like the pounding of war drums in her ears. This man. Real. So reliable. So powerful. This kind of reliability and strength is not superficial boasting or cheap sweet talk. Instead, it is an absolute reliability and strength that is proven by the most direct and effective actions and irrefutable results, and that crushes everything else. When the Su family was in the most dire and desperate moment, with no one else to help, it was he, and only he, who stood up and, in an almost brutal way, turned the tide. This impression, like a red-hot iron, was deeply engraved on Su Wanqing's young heart. In Su Wanqing's heart, the seed of affection, perhaps planted long before, was now watered by this emotional storm. It took root, sprouted, and burst forth from the earth. It flourished at a speed so astonishing that even she herself hadn't noticed, instantly becoming lush and luxuriant, wrapping her entire heart around it. Qin Feng observed every shift in her expression, from despair to hope, from fear to gratitude, and then from gratitude to the stirrings of passion. Yet, his heart remained impassive, as cold and hard as 1,000-year-old ice. The succubus's aura had such an overbearing and unreasonable effect. Any woman who harbored even the slightest attraction to him would have that attraction infinitely amplified, distorted, and catalyzed by it, until it morphed into an unstoppable obsession, and ultimately, into a fanatical devotion and servility willing to sacrifice everything for him. Su Wanqing was merely the freshest and most typical example of this process. He had neither the interest nor the time to continue wasting precious energy on a girl so emotionally clueless and easily manipulated. The Qianyuan divine pearl, that supreme artifact from a higher dimension, still floated quietly within the sea of his consciousness, awaiting his in-depth refinement and exploration of its power. That was the true foundation and reliance on which he would establish himself, trample upon all, and ultimately dominate the world. In comparison, the love between men and women seemed laughably shallow. "I have to go now." Qin Feng spoke calmly, his voice like the clash of cold jade, breaking the silence in the corridor, which was filled with the girl's affection and gratitude. This wasn't a discussion, but a notification. "Ah." Su Wanqing snapped out of her trance, a look of obvious panic and bewilderment crossing her face, as if a cherished treasure were about to vanish. Gone? He was leaving now? Her heart, for no apparent reason, tightened, as if gripped by an icy hand. A strong sense of reluctance and attachment instantly washed over her, overcoming the sense of relief she had just built up. "It's so late." Her voice, as thin as a mosquito's whisper, held a hint of humble pleading and pleas for him to stay, one she wasn't even aware of. She subconsciously took a small step forward, as if wanting to be closer to him. Outside there must still be remnants of the gate of truth cult active out there. It's very unsafe. She frantically searched for plausible yet lame excuses to keep him, her eyes dodging, not daring to look him in the face. How about tonight, you just..." Her voice trailed off, her cheeks burning, frighteningly hot. "Just stay? There are guest rooms, plenty of them." By the time she finished the last few words, her voice was so low it was almost inaudible, a whisper, a mixture of immense shyness and a faint hint of anticipation. Her pretty face was already red as a ripe apple, and her heartbeat was so rapid that it seemed as if it would burst out of her throat at any second. She stared intently at the tips of her delicate slippers. Her shy and hopeful look was enough to make any normal man's heart flutter, and he would want to immediately hold her in his arms and take good care of her. "Stay?" A barely perceptible glint of sarcasm and indifference flickered deep within Qin Feng's eyes, like a god looking down upon the clumsy performance of a mere ant. In his previous life, dominated by baser desires, faced with such a beauty and such obvious overtures, he might have feigned a refusal, then gladly embraced the feast presented to him. But now? Reborn, armed with a system and a divine pearl, his vision and heart had long since transcended the vulgar pleasures of the flesh. How could mere beauty and a rosy skull compare to the broad road leading to human invincibility and even higher dimensions? His journey lay to the sea of stars and the universe. No need. Qin Feng's voice remained flat, without a ripple. No emotion could be heard in it, neither the joy of being touched nor the displeasure of being offended. Only a pure, cold rejection. It was crisp and clear, without the slightest hesitation. Those three simple words were like a bucket of ice-cold water, pouring down on Su Wanqing's head. Her heart suddenly sank, and she felt a chill. An indescribable sense of loss and icy embarrassment gripped her heart, making it almost impossible to breathe. He really still had no interest in her, was he? Was she not attractive enough? The girl's pride and budding feelings took a slight blow. However, Qin Feng's next words were like a ray of sunshine that dispelled the coldness, making her heart rise again, and her attention was instantly diverted. Tonight, I gained a little. His tone remained calm, as if he was stating a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. My cultivation level is a little bit fluctuating. We need to go back as soon as possible to strengthen our foundation. Boom! Su Wanqing's mind felt as if thunder had exploded. It was like being struck by a heavy hammer. She suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful eyes, which had just been filled with loss and mist, were instantly filled with incredible, extreme shock. Her pupils even contracted slightly from the excessive fear. Cultivation floating? Strengthen the foundation and nourish the vital energy? This is clearly what a warrior would say when he is about to break through to a higher realm, or when he has just broken through and his strength is not yet completely stable. Could it be that during the process of treating his sister, or perhaps because of it, he had gained new insights? Was he about to achieve a breakthrough? Or maybe he had already achieved a breakthrough? As soon as this thought came to mind, it was like a wild weed growing wildly, and it could no longer be contained. Su Wanqing was completely stunned, her cherry-like mouth slightly open, just enough to fit an egg. He'd actually gained something new? Another breakthrough? This wasn't genius anymore, this was simply a freak. Inhuman. Just how terrifying was this man's martial arts talent? What were his limits? Looking at Su Wanqing's expression of extreme shock, almost on the verge of worship, Qin Feng's lips curled up imperceptibly in a meaningful, all-controlling arc. This was the effect he wanted. There are many ways to reject a woman, especially one who has just developed a strong interest in and a sense of dependence on you. The most brilliant and subtle way is to let her know that you are rejecting her not because she is not good enough or attractive enough. It is because your pursuits, your goals, your world, have long been so grand and lofty that they have exceeded her imagination, leaving her unable to even grasp the edge of understanding. This sense of distance and superiority, engendered by the pursuit of a higher martial realm and the pursuit of a breakthrough, far from causing her to give up or harbor resentment, only fueled an even stronger, unattainable admiration and adoration. It made her feel as if she and this man were in a completely different world. This man was a dragon soaring through the heavens, his gaze reaching for the stars and the sea. She, on the other hand, was a mere, ignorant ant on earth, her gaze limited to a tiny, uncharted space. To be able to gaze upon him, to exchange a few words with him, to receive even the slightest sign of his compassion, was already a tremendous gift and privilege. Once this psychological bias was established, it became a powerful bond. As expected. The next second, the disappointment and embarrassment in Su Wanqing's eyes vanished, washed away completely. In its place was a pure, almost devout, fervent admiration, akin to a devout believer looking up to a deity. Her previous, childish thoughts, in the face of such a major event as a breakthrough, seemed so insignificant, even a little ridiculous and immature. "Ah yes, that's it," she stuttered, the blush still lingering on her face, but her expression had already shifted from shyness to a wave of excitement born of reverence. Then you should go back quickly. Cultivation is important. This is a matter of great importance. Her tone grew urgent, as if delaying Qin Feng for even a second was an unforgivable sin. "It's me, I was too abrupt, too ignorant, I almost delayed your important business." She even felt a tinge of shame for her earlier attempts to retain him. How could she, for her own selfish desires, delay his pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts, his journey to greater strength? She was so childish, so wrong. Qin Feng was satisfied with her reaction and nodded imperceptibly. "Your sister will probably wake up tomorrow morning," he spoke again, his tone still as calm and controlled as if everything was foreseen. "After she wakes up, the evil energy within her will be completely eliminated, leaving no lasting harm." He paused, then dropped a piece of information that further demonstrated his methods and favor. Not only that, this time she was struck by a secret technique, and her meridians were on the verge of collapse. "I forcibly reshaped them with my origin power. This can be considered a blessing in disguise, a moment of destruction followed by reconstruction. Her cultivation should also be greatly improved, perhaps even breaking through her current bottleneck." He was issuing his final order to expel them. He was also calmly demonstrating his absolute value and irreplaceable reliability for the last time, maximizing the effect of his favor. Yes. I understand." Su Wanqing nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice, her eyes filled with gratitude and excitement, for her sister's blessing in disguise, and for Qin Feng's generous help. "Thank you, Qin Feng. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our Su family, my sister, and I, truly don't know how to repay your kindness." Besides repeating the two pale words, "thank you," she didn't know what else to say or do. Any words seemed so pale and powerless in the face of Qin Feng's near-divine means and favor. She felt that her debt to him was growing, so much that she feared she would never be able to repay him even in her lifetime. Qin Feng said no more, his goal already achieved. He turned around and walked downstairs without hesitation. His leather shoes made a steady and regular sound on the polished floor, and each step seemed to strike at Su Wanqing's heart. Su Wanqing followed him subconsciously, like a devout believer following her deity. They walked, one in front of the other, through the silent, luxuriously decorated living room. The only sounds in the air were their barely audible footsteps and Su Wanqing's slightly rapid breathing. Finally, they arrived at the villa's imposing, heavy, manually opened door. The night deepened. The cold night wind rushed in through the crack of the newly opened door, bringing with it a hint of the refreshing coolness unique to early autumn, and also blew Su Wanqing's skirt and hair. Qin Feng stopped at the door. Su Wanqing also stopped immediately, as if the pause button had been pressed. She stood behind him, slightly tilting her head, staring at him infatuatedly. That broad back, as tall as a mountain and giving people an endless sense of security, seemed to be engraved firmly in her heart. "Go back," Qin Feng said without turning his head, his voice blending into the night wind, seeming a little ethereal, but with an unquestionable flavor. "It's windy outside, don't catch a cold." He rarely added a word that seemed to show concern, although his tone was still flat and there was not much warmth in his voice. But this insignificant sentence caused Su Wanqing's heart to ripple again, a tinge of sweetness spreading. "I am not cold," she retorted subconsciously, her voice rising slightly, as if trying to prove she wasn't weak, that she could stand with him a little longer, could look at him just a little longer. She longed to stay with him for even a second longer, to feel this comforting presence. Qin Feng didn't say anything else. He didn't bother to respond to her slight stubbornness. He simply walked straight into the deep, all-consuming night, his figure quickly enveloped by darkness. Soon, a sleek and majestic black Rolls-Royce Phantom, which had been waiting like a ghost in the shadows by the roadside, lit up its iconic rectangular LED headlights, like a sleeping giant opening its eyes. The driver, dressed in a crisp uniform and white gloves, quickly exited the car and respectfully opened the rear door. Qin Feng bent down, got in, and disappeared into the luxurious car. The door was gently closed, making a dull and high-end sound. The engine let out a deep, powerful roar, like the whispers of a waking beast. Then, like an elegant yet dangerous ghost in the night, the luxury car, symbolizing endless nobility and power, silently slid out, smoothly merging into the sparse traffic in the distance and quickly disappearing, leaving only the afterimages of two red taillights, like the final gaze of a departing demon. It wasn't until the two scarlet taillights completely disappeared from view, swallowed up by the neon lights of the city, that Su Wanqing finally woke up, returning to reality from a brief but thrilling dream. She stood blankly at the door, staring blankly in the direction where the vehicle disappeared. She did not move for a long time, letting the cold night wind continue to blow on her still hot cheeks and heated head, trying to calm her down. For a long time. For a long time. A gust of cold wind made her shiver, and she subconsciously hugged her arms tightly. But then, slowly, uncontrollably, the corners of her mouth curled up, a smile with a hint of confused sweetness and infinite longing, a foolish, pure smile. Her eyes were hazy, as if she was lost in the most beautiful fantasy. This man. Mysterious, powerful, cold, yet even in the smallest details he revealed an elusive, captivating tenderness. She seemed truly, hopelessly, captivated. Like a moth, knowing the flames ahead could consume it, yet still drawn to the dazzling light and warmth, never looking back. Chapter 118. Very good. The back seat of a Rolls-Royce. Extraordinarily spacious. Incomparably comfortable. Superb sound insulation completely isolates the hustle and bustle of the outside world, creating a space of absolute privacy and tranquility. The interior is filled with the relaxing scent of fine leather blended with a subtle fragrance. Qin Feng lazily leaned back against the sofa-like, soft leather seat in the back row, eyes closed. Every expression on his face, the calmness, the occasional sneer, everything had completely faded. Only remained, an unchanging, bone-deep coldness and indifference, like a flawless metal mask. He didn't even bother to think for a second about the young woman who had just fallen in love with him. Su Wanqing? Just an insignificant, expected incidental item in his plan to capture Su Wanqiu and further bind her to the Su family. Another captive captured by the succubus Azora, no different from a roadside pebble. Her feelings, her throbbing emotions, were worthless in his eyes, not even worth the slightest emotional fluctuation. At this moment, all his mind and thoughts have completely calmed down and sunk into his vast and boundless sea of consciousness. In that mysterious, star-studded space, constructed by his spiritual power, countless times more powerful and pure than that of warriors of his level, a bead, roughly the size of a lungan, its entire body embodying the grayish hue of a primordial chaos, hovered quietly in the center. It slowly and spontaneously rotated, each movement seeming to steer the most fundamental laws of the universe, emanating an indescribable, supreme charm. Xianyuan Divine Pearl. Qin Feng's thoughts turned into an invisible but extremely condensed big hand, which touched it gently, carefully, with great solemnity and desire. Buzz. A terrifying aura, as if emanating from the dawn of the universe, beyond the azure sky and earth, ancient, vast, and overwhelming, instantly swept across his entire sea of consciousness like a cosmic explosion. It caused the very core of his soul to tremble and hum wildly. It was an absolute crushing of the life force, a feeling of absolute control over a lesser being. That's the feeling. It's intoxicating. It's crazy. Supreme. Control everything. Evolve everything. Plunder the heavens. This is the true meaning of power. This is the only thing he pursues. Deep within Qin Feng's consciousness, a burning passion ignited, filled with endless desire and ambition. To plunder the destiny of Yifan, the son of destiny. To condense his own supreme divine pattern. To ascend to the supreme throne. He could hardly wait. This dull world had finally become interesting. Yifan, Qin Feng's lips curled up in a cruel, bloodthirsty, predatory sneer in that invisible space of his consciousness. My good classmate, the son of destiny, you must live well. Live a wonderful life, constantly become stronger, and strive to seize more opportunities and good fortune. Because all the luck and fortune you possess, all the opportunities you have obtained, will eventually become the most delicious nourishment for me to climb to the summit and overlook the heavens. Please don't let me feel bored and disappointed. The vehicle, in the thick night, moved smoothly and swiftly, like a cheetah in the shadows. Outside the window, the lights of Jiangcheng's myriad homes intertwined into dazzling, flowing bands of light, rapidly sweeping away. It was blurry, yet unreal. Just like the world he saw, destined to be overturned. I don't know how much time passed. Perhaps it was long, perhaps it was short. In Qin Feng's perception, time had lost its meaning. The car began to slow slowly, and finally, with remarkable smoothness and without a single jolt, it entered a luxurious estate large enough to be a small town. The towering wrought iron gates slid open silently, revealing meticulously manicured lawns, precious trees, and classical lampposts, spaced perfectly apart, illuminating the private road with soft light. The Lu family manor. The true center of power and forbidden ground for Jiangcheng, and even for the surrounding provinces. Every blade of grass and tree here reveals the Lu family's unfathomable wealth and heritage. When Qin Feng got out of the car and stepped on the shiny marble floor beside the soft carpet-like lawn in the manor, a graceful figure had been standing in front of the huge gilded gate of the main villa, which was carved with intricate patterns, with her hands hanging down, waiting for a long time. It was Wang Lan, the Lu family's most powerful and influential steward, and also one of Qin Feng's most loyal and capable subordinates. She was still wearing a perfectly tailored black women's suit and skirt suit, custom made by a top tailor. It perfectly outlined her explosive figure, which would put any top model to shame, with breathtaking curves. Her face still had that icy expression that seemed to have remained unchanged for thousands of years, cold and elegant, and aloof. But the moment her eyes caught sight of Qin Feng's figure, the 10,000-year-old iceberg melted instantly at a visible speed, its layers crumbling and a warm current surging. In its place, she felt a reverence, almost instinctive, and unconcealed fervent worship, emanating from the depths of her soul, like a devout saint meeting the deity of her faith. Her gaze followed Qin Feng closely, as if he were the only source of light in the world. She stepped forward quickly, her steps swift but not at all flustered, and stopped 3 steps away from Qin Feng, a safe distance where she could be ready to take orders without overstepping her bounds. Then, he bent deeply, with a perfect degree of humility. His voice, still maintaining the cold and clear tone of a butler, trembled slightly with excitement. "Oh Nar! You're back!" Qin Feng's eyes swept indifferently over her breathtaking curves, which were even more pronounced when she bent over, as if admiring an inanimate object. From his throat, he uttered a simple syllable, indicating understanding. He walked straight ahead, heading towards the brightly lit, palace-like villa. His steps were steady and powerful, carrying an innate aura of dominance. Wang Lan, like the most loyal and well-trained guard, silently followed immediately, maintaining a precise 3-step distance. Throughout the entire process, the two exchanged no words. Yet, this silent, tacit understanding, the absolute sense of order and oppression between master and servant, was more moving than any verbal greeting or compliment, and more fully demonstrated Qin Feng's supreme authority. Qin Feng ascended the artistically crafted spiral staircase, meticulously polished from a single block of white marble. His footsteps echoed clearly and solitarily throughout the spacious yet luxurious hall, its breathtakingly high ceilings and the massive crystal chandelier hanging overhead. Tap. 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 Each step felt like stepping on the cold and resolute pulse of power and order in this world. His goal was clear. On the 3rd floor, the top-notch training room, built with the world's finest soundproofing and protective materials, and with formations personally arranged by him, had been constructed with the Liu family's vast resources. Tonight, the moon is bright. He is at his peak. He wanted to completely refine the Qianyuan divine pearl, which contained the power to overturn the entire world and even the myriad realms. He wanted to take its deeper power and make it his own. Qin Feng's footsteps finally stopped in front of a heavy door made of an unknown black metal. The door was massive and majestic, over 3 meters high and nearly 2 meters wide. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, yet so profound that it seemed to swallow all light. It was no ordinary iron, it felt icy cold to the touch, a chill that penetrated deep into the bones and even the soul. Clearly, the metal forged from it was no alloy common in this world. The door lacked any superfluous decorative patterns or carvings. Its extreme simplicity, however, evoked a sense of technology and mysticism that transcended its time. Only at the very center was a complex and profoundly engraved array pattern, roughly the size of a wash basin. This pattern consisted of countless lines, as fine as spider silk, yet imbued with a certain cosmic principle. They intertwined, circling, and revolving endlessly. At this moment, the pattern slowly shifted, as if possessed of life, emitting a faint, pale blue aura like deep, icy cold. A faint, yet indestructible, eternal energy wavered from it like ripples, gently yet firmly isolating the space behind the door from the outside world, creating 2 distinct, mutually exclusive worlds. Liu Family, Training Room. This is not only the core of the Liu family manor's defenses, but also one of the most highly fortified and mysterious locations in all of Jiangcheng. Rumor has it that this is the ultimate barrier, constructed by the Liu family's ancestors, who expended countless resources, mobilized several grandmasters of formation techniques and forging masters, and harnessed the spiritual energy of the Earth's veins. Even a 6th-rank grandmaster's all-out assault and relentless bombardment would be powerless to destabilize this gate in a short period of time. This is one of the Liu family's greatest assets in Jiangcheng. Wang Lan, following Qin Feng just 1 step behind, stopped. Her eyes, normally icy cold enough to freeze anyone's soul, now rippled with uncontrollable enthusiasm and absolute obedience as she gazed at Qin Feng's back. And at that moment, a deeply complex emotion flashed through those beautiful eyes, an instinctive awe at the impending opening of the forbidden area, an unfathomable fear of the man beside her, and, more than anything else, a twisted, indescribable sense of honor. This place. In the entire Liu family, apart from the head of the family Liu Pingfeng, only she, the trusted housekeeper, has the authority to open it. Even Liu Qinghuan, the eldest daughter of the Liu family who was loved by everyone and had outstanding talent, had never set foot here because her father thought the time was not right. And now, the man in front of her, this being who had descended like a demon and dominated her body and mind with his absolute will, was about to walk in so openly, as if he were returning to his own home. Moreover, it was she who personally opened for him this forbidden door that symbolized the Liu family's highest secret and absolute core. There was no reluctance in her heart. He didn't have even the slightest sense of betrayal or guilt that a steward of the Liu family should have. It's just a kind of almost morbid, twisted, and proud. She felt an indescribable excitement and trembling. It seemed like it was her greatest honor to be able to open this door for him. Onar. She bowed, her attitude profoundly humble, and with both hands, she solemnly held a palm-sized token carved from the finest white jade. The token felt warm to the touch, imbued with spiritual light. Inscribed upon it were intricate patterns, identical to those on the gate, representing the key to controlling this very door. Qin Feng didn't go to answer it. His gaze didn't even linger for a fraction of a second on the priceless jade token that was enough to make countless warriors fight to the point of bloodshed. All his attention seemed to be focused on the door itself, or rather, on the energy behind the door that was so rich that it made the blood in his body boil slightly. He just uttered a word lightly. "Open." The voice was calm, neither loud nor harsh. Yet, his tone was one of absolute, unquestionable, and kingly command, as if it came from the heavens above. It was as if what he said was not a request, but an established fact that was about to happen. "Yes, master." Wang Lan's heart suddenly jumped, as if hit by an invisible hammer. An inexplicable, strong, and absolutely dominated trembling feeling, mixed with a strange pleasure, shot up from her tailbone and rushed straight to the top of her head like an electric current. Her skin was covered in a layer of fine, alluring pink bumps. This feeling of absolute command and control made her sink into it. She didn't dare to hesitate or neglect in the slightest. Immediately, he took a step forward and gently and precisely pressed the warm white jade token in his hand on the core depression of the array pattern on the black metal door. Buzz. A heavy, low roar, as if it came from ancient times and spanned endless time and space, suddenly rang out. The entire corridor seemed to tremble slightly. The light blue halo of the formation on the door, which had been slowly flowing, suddenly shone brightly. It became dazzling and brilliant, like a small blue sun suddenly lighting up. Countless mysterious runes composed of the purest energy, visible to the naked eye, gushed out from the core of the formation like a blue spirit snake awakening from its slumber, and quickly swam through every corner of the entire gate. Wherever it passed, the deep black metal surface also lit up with corresponding fine lines. Click, click, click. From deep inside the door came the dull sound of extremely heavy yet exceptionally precise giant gears and mechanisms slowly meshing and turning, as if some prehistoric behemoth was awakening. Immediately following, the indestructible metal door, weighing over 10,000 pounds, slowly opened a gap inwards silently and steadily with a low friction sound that made one's teeth ache but seemed extremely smooth. Then, the gap widened. A pure energy of heaven and earth that is more than 10 times denser than that outside and has almost turned into substance, like a volcanic eruption that has been suppressed for thousands of years, or like a flood that has broken through a dam, rushes out from the crack of the door. In an instant, he threw himself into Qin Feng's arms. The wind blew his black robe and made his hair fly back. Just took a breath subconsciously. Qin Feng immediately felt that his limbs, internal organs, meridians and acupoints in his body seemed to be gently washed and nourished by this extremely pure, gentle and mellow energy. My whole body was filled with an indescribable sense of comfort and clarity. Every cell in my body was leaping for joy. A nice place. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a clearly visible, satisfied arc. It is worthy of being the #1 family that has dominated Jiangqing for many years. The scale of this training room alone and the huge amount of resources invested have far exceeded the imagination of ordinary warriors. There's probably more to this than just a powerful spirit-gathering array sensing the nearly liquefied energy concentration. Qin Feng suspected the Lu family might have laid a miniature. A spirit stone vein. Or at least the core branch of a large spirit vein had been activated. He no longer hesitated. He took a step forward, stepping calmly and firmly into the mysterious space shrouded in rich energy mist, like a fairyland. The moment his figure was completely submerged in the milky white spiritual mist. Boom! The heavy black metal door seemed to have self-awareness and closed slowly and heavily again. The door is tightly closed, completely isolating the inside and outside of the door into two completely different and vastly different worlds. Wang Lan still maintained the posture of bowing and holding his hands up to obey orders. Motionless. It is like a beautiful white jade sculpture of a most pious person guarding the temple of the gods. Only her slightly trembling fingertips and violent heartbeat revealed her inner restlessness. The space inside the training room is not particularly spacious. It is about 100 square meters, which is more than enough for the training of high-level warriors. The surrounding walls, the ground beneath his feet, and even the ceiling above him all exuded a warm, delicate, and lustrous texture, as if constructed from a single block of spiritual jade, warm to the touch yet stronger than fine steel. Inscribed upon them were also densely packed, countless, and unusually profound array patterns, their light flowing, yet hidden. Spirit gathering array madly absorbs and pulls in the energy from the earth veins and the void. Soundproof array ensures absolute freedom from any external interference. Solidification array makes the entire training room indestructible. Meditation array helps people get rid of distracting thoughts and quickly enter a state of concentration. Defensive formation to deal with possible external shocks or even internal energy out of control. Dozens of precious formations, each with its own distinct efficacy, would be considered top tier outside of the realm. Here, the formation master has masterfully integrated them, each enhancing the other and creating this luxurious haven worthy of being called a sacred place for cultivation. The concentration of spiritual energy here is enough to fool any unsuspecting warrior into thinking they have stumbled upon a blessed cave. Qin Feng ignored the research objects around him that were enough to fascinate the formation master, and walked straight to the center of the training room. Carefully placed on the ground there was a cushion, approximately 2 feet in diameter and meticulously crafted from a perfect, 10,000-year-old cold jade core. The cushion emitted a faint, visible cold mist, forming a delicate balance with the surrounding warm energy. He crossed his legs and slowly sat down. A chilling breath that instantly transformed into a breath that made one's mind clear and absolutely peaceful instantly flowed from the cushion into his body and directly into his sea of consciousness. His slightly agitated heart, which was about to be refined as the heaven-grade spiritual treasure Qian Yuan Divine Pearl, was instantly calmed down. Ancient well. No waves. The mind is clear and empty, reaching the best state. System. Qin Feng silently recited this in his heart. His voice was calm and steady, without any ripples. Bite. Villain destiny system, dedicated to serving you. A cold, emotionless mechanical prompt sound rang in his mind on time, forming a sharp contrast with the silence of the outside world. Mobilize all the luck points I have accumulated before. Get ready, inject the Qian Yuan Divine Pearl. His instructions were clear and concise, leaving no room for doubt. Command confirmed. Mobilizing Qi reserves. Transfer completed. The system's response was efficient and quick. Buzz. Qin Feng's consciousness was instantly pulled into a world of consciousness composed purely of golden light by a powerful force. Deep in the sea of his consciousness. Above the boundless void created by his tremendous mental power. A line of purest, brightest, most dazzling golden light. The vast river. It is roaring majestically and silently. It is golden and magnificent, as if it contains infinite opportunities and the power of destiny. This was what he had cleverly plundered from Yi Fan, the protagonist of destiny, and his important beauties and allies since he traveled through time and space, by constantly suppressing him. All luck crystals. Su Wanqiu. The first female protagonist who should have met Yi Fan and given him great help. Hong Len. That fiery-tempered, gifted demon girl. Lu Qinghuan. The Pearl of Jiangcheng, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. These were originally supposed to be the destiny and fortune that closely surrounded Yi Fan and became his powerful help and opportunity. And now, they were all intercepted and taken away by Qin Feng one by one, turning into this line in his sea of consciousness. A long river of golden luck that is almost overflowing. Looking at the endlessly flowing river in front of him, which contained infinite possibilities, Qin Feng's eyes finally flashed with the fiery light of greed and ambition. This is the cornerstone of his future hegemony. Very good. Very good. He took a deep breath, not because he really needed air, but as a conscious action to forcibly suppress the excitement and desire that was churning in his heart. Staying calm is the first step to success. Chapter 119: Successful Branding. His thoughts, highly focused, like the most precise probe, once again focused on the gray, inconspicuous bead that quietly floated in the center of the sea of consciousness. Qian Yuan Divine Pearl. This is a heavenly spiritual treasure obtained from the system, with infinite potential. I want it to be truly and thoroughly used by me. The first step is to break through the outer barrier of the laws of heaven and earth and refine it thoroughly. On it, Qin Feng's unique and indelible soul mark was imprinted. Come. A thunderous, earth-shattering roar emanated from the core of Qin Feng's mind. Boom! The incomparably pure, fifth-grade peak Qi and blood within him, already tempered by the star-devouring art to a boiling, scorching heat like the Earth's core lava, erupted without reservation at this moment. A crimson Qi and blood smoke nearly burst forth from his body, yet was perfectly contained by the formation in the training room. At the same time, his spiritual power, as vast as the ocean and far superior to that of his peers and comparable to that of ordinary sixth-grade peak spiritual masters, also rushed out madly like a tsunami encountered by the gravity of the stars. One is masculine, domineering, and as fiery as fire. One is feminine, vast, and as cold as the sea. The power of Qi and blood and spiritual power. These two forces, with completely different properties but equally powerful, were under Qin Feng's precise control, which had been honed through thousands of trials and tribulations and could be described as abnormal. They fit together perfectly, like a fusion of yin and yang. Entangled with each other, amplifying each other. In the end, it transformed into a formless and intangible sword, yet condensed to the extreme, sharp enough to pierce the soul. Spear of the soul. The tip of the spear flashed with a strange red and blue light, carrying Qin Feng's indomitable will, and stabbed fiercely at the quietly floating Qianyuan divine pearl. This is the most domineering and direct way of refining. Use your soul as a carving knife. Concentrate all your will. Use your own blood as ink. Connect the truth and illusion. Forcefully engrave your real name on the core of the origin of this heavenly spiritual treasure. Clang. There was a loud and crisp sound as if thunder had exploded in the sky, or as if two stars had violently collided. Suddenly, it exploded in his entire sea of consciousness. The terrifying sound waves mixed with the violent backlash energy instantly swept through every corner of the consciousness. Qin Feng's soul body suddenly trembled violently. An indescribable, intense, stinging feeling, as if his soul was instantly torn into millions of pieces, instantly flooded all his senses like a tide. It was as if billions of red-hot steel needles were simultaneously and fiercely piercing into the deepest part of his soul. Snort. Qin Feng's body in reality shook violently, and his face instantly turned pale, without a trace of blood. On his forehead and temples, beads of cold sweat were dripping down at a speed visible to the naked eye, soaking his collar in an instant. But he clenched his teeth tightly. His facial muscles twitched slightly due to extreme pain, but he didn't even utter a painful groan. His eyes, despite the pain, did not reveal any retreat or fear. On the contrary, he became more crazy, more paranoid, and more resolute. It's just a piece of unowned stuff. You dare to resist me based on instinct? Break it for me. His thoughts, amidst the waves of pain, once again let out an even more violent and unyielding roar that shook the earth. As if responding to his will. The red and blue spiritual spear, formed from the condensation of Qi, blood, and spiritual power, which had dimmed slightly due to the damage, suddenly shone brightly again. It was as if it had transformed into a chaos hammer that could split the world and shatter the stars. Once. Again. No matter the cost. No matter the consequences. No matter the cries of the soul. Crazy, paranoid, hysterical bombardment of the outer layer of the Qianyuan divine pearl, which seemed thin but was actually extremely tough and was automatically formed by the laws of heaven and earth. Every collision brings a soul-shaking shock and unimaginable pain. 1, 2, 10, 100. Qin Feng could no longer remember how many times his soul had launched such suicidal charges. He just knew. His entire consciousness began to become blurred and scattered under this repeated violent impact and backlash. The origin of the soul seemed to be completely shattered and disintegrated under this terrifying recoil force. But his iron will is like an unyielding spear that would rather break than bend, determined to pierce the chaos of the sky. Holding on to the last moments of clarity with all your might, you stubbornly and tenaciously pushed forward to attack. If you fail, you will die. Finally. After who knows how many hundreds, or even thousands, of crazy collisions. At the end of endless pain and persistence. Snap. An extremely crisp and subtle sound, as if the top-quality glass crystal could not bear the weight, and finally appeared the first crack. It sounded softly but extremely clearly in Qin Feng's soul perception. The sound was very light and weak, almost drowned out by the roaring ocean of energy. But it fell into Qin Feng's highly concentrated perception. But it is nothing less than the most moving and wonderful sound in the world, the sound of nature. Done. That indestructible barrier of the origin of the laws of heaven and earth that has blocked countless peepers. Finally, he used the most brutal, domineering and reckless method. It smashed open a crack as thin as a hairline, but it was real. The passage leading to the core of the divine pearl is opened. Now. The fatigue in Qin Feng's eyes was instantly dispelled, and the brilliance burst out like substance. His huge core of thought, which had been ready and condensed for a long time, instantly turned into a ray of the purest light, and along the tiny crack that had just been opened, it rushed into the inner core area of the Qianyuan divine pearl madly and swiftly, like mercury pouring on the ground and a spirit snake drilling through a crack. Buzz. The Qianyuan divine pearl trembled violently at this moment. It was as if a sleeping giant was forcibly awakened. That gray, unremarkable surface suddenly erupted with a magnificent light. It was so dazzling that it illuminated the entire sea of consciousness into a chaotic color. A vast aura, far more ancient, vaster, and more domineering than anything he had sensed before, suddenly awakened and spread out. Qin Feng's thoughts surged in the moment they entered the divine pearl. It was as if he had suddenly entered a primordial universe that was in chaos and at the beginning of its creation. Here, there is no concept of time, no scale of space, and no distinction between up and down, past and present. It is just an eternal, absolute, unchanging nothingness. As well as that which fills this endless void, the most fundamental and core. The breath of Tao. Is it destruction? Creation? Order? Chaos? It's hard to tell, yet supreme. In front of this vast and boundless aura of origin, Qin Feng's soul essence is as small as a speck of dust in the endless desert or a drop of water in the boundless ocean. It seemed as if at any moment I would be completely assimilated and dissolved by this vast and majestic aura and become a part of this nothingness. But he smiled the moment he sensed this breath. The laughter was extremely arrogant. Extremely wanton. It was as if, having heard the truth in the morning, one could die in the evening. Or as if a conqueror had finally set foot on the land he had longed for. From today. You. Surname Qin. His thoughts, in this vast chaos, struggled to condense into his own illusory appearance. Facing the endless origin and nothingness, he opened his arms. As if embracing the whole world. Then, using up the last bit of strength in the depths of his soul, he left his mark of life, his soul, and his unyielding will. Hardly. It is engraved on the core and deepest point of this original space. It's like planting a flag on a peak where no one has ever set foot. Boom. The entire Qianyuan divine pearl seemed to let out a sigh of reluctance, anger, and endless years, yet it ultimately had to yield. Wailing and wailing. Done. Thoroughly, refining is complete. From this moment on, this heavenly spiritual treasure is enough to make ninth-grade martial saints and even higher beings fight madly for it. It truly and completely belongs to him, Qin Feng. A wonderful connection of blood, mind, and power was established in an instant. It was as if this bead had become a part of his body and an extension of his will. So, an uncontrollable, almost burning passion and anticipation flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Next. That's it, witnessed the moment of miracle. His mind suddenly moved. That line that had been surging and roaring in his sea of consciousness for a long time, almost overflowing. The golden river of luck. I instantly found an outlet to vent my emotions. I received clear instructions. Crash. The golden torrent, composed of the majestic power of destiny, with an almost earth-shattering violent attitude, rushed madly towards the Qianyuan divine pearl that had been completely refined and opened its interior. Devour and transform. It's officially started. The Qinyuan Divine Pearl is like an ancient ferocious beast called Tao Tai that has been sleeping for billions of years and is extremely hungry. At this moment, it opened its greedy mouth that was big enough to swallow the world and accommodate all things. We accept all who come and drink like a whale. That huge river of luck, shining with golden light, is enough to make any so-called son of luck dumbfounded and envious to the point of madness. In front of the Qinyuan Divine Pearl's bottomless devouring ability, it seemed to suddenly become an insignificant stream. It is drying up and decreasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye and making people shudder. And at the same time, the surface of the Qinyuan Divine Pearl, which had just been shining due to refining, was now madly devouring luck. Mysterious changes that are earth-shaking and visible to the naked eye are beginning to take place. A point of extremely bright golden light, composed purely of highly condensed luck and laws, lit up somewhere on the surface of the bead without any warning. Just like the birth of the first star in the universe. Right after, that bit of golden light seemed to have life, rapidly winding and spreading. Finally, it transformed into an extremely profound, extremely complex, and filled with endless mystery and majesty. Mysterious patterns. The lines are ancient and vast. It seems to contain the most fundamental truth of killing, destruction, and annihilation in the world. Just by scanning it with his mind, Qin Feng felt as if his soul was about to be torn and shattered by the sharp aura it exuded. Qinyuan Divine Pattern. The first one. Done. Qin Feng's heart was filled with great ecstasy. Really? It was exactly the same as what he had guessed based on the system information. The total amount of high-quality luck that he had painstakingly accumulated was just enough to condense the first Qinyuan Divine Pattern. Possessed this first divine pattern. His Qinyuan Divine Pearl was no longer just a solid inanimate object or a simple energy container. But he truly possessed a trace of the power of the law, the power to destroy heaven and earth. The prototype of the supreme evil weapon. However, just when Qin Feng thought that everything was about to be settled and the long river of luck was about to dry up completely, mutation. Suddenly born. The long river of golden luck that should have been completely drained and used up. Surprisingly, there are still some left. Although, only a thin layer remains, like the last stream of water on the beach after the tide recedes. But, the golden power of luck contained in it is pure and condensed to the extreme. Still stubbornly and continuously converging towards the core of the Qinyuan Divine Pearl. Being absorbed by it. What is this? Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. For the first time, an expression of incredible shock and astonishment appeared on his face. He clearly remembered it. This is clearly mentioned in the system description. The amount of luck and power needed to condense the first Qinyuan Divine Pattern is an incomparably huge, astronomical amount. According to the system's estimation, with what I have accumulated, I can barely condense one, which is already the limit, or even a blessing from heaven. How could it be possible? How is it possible that after the first condensation, there is still such a significant amount left? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that? A crazy idea that even he himself felt was a bit absurd and unbelievable suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart like lightning. Could it be? The luck he had plundered this time, especially the luck he had taken from core destiny characters like Su Wenxiu and Lu Qinghuan, was of such high quality and large quantity. It has far exceeded the system's minimum expected value? Beyond that baseline? Boom! As if to confirm his crazy and bold guess. The Qinyuan Divine Pearl had just condensed its first killing dragon pattern and its light had not yet completely subsided. Again! The light suddenly burst out without any warning. Not far from the first brilliant dragon pattern. The second point is a golden light that is equally bright but has a completely different aura. Again! It lit up stubbornly and tenaciously. Then, it moves a little slower than before, but just as determined and unstoppable. Spread, outline, and condense rapidly. Final. A second divine pattern was perfectly formed, complementing the first one, yet possessing completely different properties. Magnificent divine patterns. If the first divine pattern gave people the feeling of extreme tyranny, pure killing, and ultimate destruction, its aura was like an ancient blue dragon roaring through the sky and tearing the universe apart. Then, this second new divine pattern gave people the feeling of eternal nobility, immortal tenacity, and absolute suppression. The aura was like a nine heavens divine phoenix reborn from the ashes, overlooking all living things and guarding eternity. Dragon pattern. Main attack. Main killing. Phoenix pattern. Main defense. Main suppression. One dragon and one phoenix. Two genuine divine patterns containing different great principles of heaven and earth were so clearly and mysteriously entwined on this originally ordinary bead. Intertwined with each other. Reflecting each other. Yin and yang complement each other. This bead instantly looked like a star that controlled the power of life and death in the heavens and the universe, and created immortality. The Divine King's seal. It exudes a terrifying pressure. Ha ha. Ha ha. Qin Feng was stunned at first, almost suspecting that he was hallucinating due to excessive soul loss. Immediately, the huge, doubled, far beyond expectations surprise erupted like a volcano, and he could no longer suppress the ecstasy and excitement in his heart. In this deserted and absolutely soundproof training room, there was an unbridled and crazy laugh filled with power and ambition. Double the surprise. This is literally double the joy. Double the power. Originally, I thought that even if I tried my best, I could only barely condense a divine pattern. Result. Surprisingly, two of them were condensed unexpectedly and unbelievably. This can no longer be described simply as beyond expectations. This is a perfect start. It's a dreamlike prelude. Yi Fan, ah Yi Fan. My dear brother, you are truly my lucky star. Qin Feng's laughter was filled with undisguised cruelty, pleasure, and a hint of teasing. He knows. The reason for this situation is that it far exceeds the system's expectations. The biggest reason is probably Su Wanxiu, the first female protagonist in the original novel who has a very important role in good luck. Not only did he perfectly and thoroughly change the trajectory of her destiny, he also took her away from Yi Fan. She even used the power of the succubus halo to completely conquer her body and mind, turning her into a fanatical believer who was loyal only to her. This operation directly changed the direction of the world's core plot and plundered a large amount of the power of destiny. The quality and quantity of the luck feedback brought about by this was beyond all previous imagination. The system's minimum expected value could not be accurately measured at all. The laughter gradually died down. In Qin Feng's eyes, all emotions were restrained, leaving only a bone-chilling, deep as the abyss, chilling murderous intent and absolute control. He slowly raised his right hand. The 5 fingers are slender with distinct joints. Thoughts. Move slightly. Communicated with the genuine divine pearl that was floating in the sea of consciousness and had changed drastically in appearance. Buzz. The divine pearl trembled slightly, as if responding to its master's call. The newly born, ferocious and majestic ancient dragon pattern, representing the ultimate killing and destruction, suddenly lit up. Golden light flowed. A terrifying power law that is difficult to describe in words and filled with the aura of absolute destruction and annihilation was instantly drawn out from the inside of the magic pearl. This power followed Qin Feng's guidance and flowed through his limbs, meridians, and acupoints. Final. It perfectly converged on the tip of his slightly raised right index finger. Laugh. An extremely dim, gray, almost invisible gray light. It quietly appeared at the tip of his index finger, like an illusion. That point of light was very small as a speck of dust floating in the air, inconspicuous. That light was dim, so dim that it seemed like it would go out at any moment and blend into the surrounding shadows. There wasn't even a trace of energy fluctuation in the conventional sense. No heat, no cold, no electromagnetic reaction, nothing. It's like it's just a harmless, fake light and shadow effect. But Qin Feng himself clearly sensed and saw the moment when this gray light spot appeared. All the hairs on his body stood up instinctively. An extreme fear and trembling that comes from the deepest part of the soul, from the moment life faces its absolute end. It instantly tightened his heart, almost suffocating him. Destroy. Annihilation. Nirvana. Return to nothingness. From this tiny, gray, inconspicuous point of light, he clearly felt the ultimate power of law that was enough to wipe out all matter, energy, and even information in the world. This has nothing to do with the strength of energy, but an absolute crushing at the level of rules. This is the power of the Qianyuan Divine Pearl. This is the terrifying power contained in the first Qianyuan Shot Fa Divine Mark. What a terrifying power! Qin Feng's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, and his voice was a little hoarse that he didn't even notice. He had an extremely strong, almost premonition. If I were to shoot out the gray light on my fingertips at this moment, then any warrior at the 5th level, even the one with a solid foundation and 1 foot already stepped into the threshold of the 6th level master, the so-called half-step master at the peak of the 5th level. As long as you are touched by the aura of the law emitted by this light spot, even if it is just a little bit, there is only one outcome. That is completely wiped out from this world, from all levels. The body and soul are completely destroyed. The true spirit no longer exists. Not even a trace of its existence will be left. This has far exceeded the scope of killing at the simple physical or energy level. This involves the fundamental laws of the universe. Dimensionality reduction strike. It is an absolute deletion. 5th grade peak, instant kill. No luck. An unprecedented brilliance shone in Qin Feng's eyes. That was the confidence and majesty that came from mastering powerful strength. So, his mind focused again, full of exploration and anticipation. Where's the 6th rank Grandmaster? His thoughts once again frantically urged the divine pearl in his sea of consciousness. This time, the target is the newly born magnificent phoenix pattern that represents eternal suppression and immortal protection. Buzz. A high-pitched and clear sound of a phoenix, as if penetrating the endless barriers of time and space, suddenly echoed in his sea of consciousness. A powerful force that was equally terrifying and boundless, but completely different from the destructive power of the dragon pattern, surged out from the divine pearl. This power is full of the flavor of protection, suppression, and prohibition. At his fingertips, the gray, terrifying spot of light that represented absolute annihilation disappeared in an instant, as if it had never existed. Instead, there was a layer as thin as a cicada's wing, almost transparent, yet giving people a sense of eternal, unchanging, and indestructible tenacity. Light golden light film. Chapter 120 Divine Pearl. This layer of light film flowed like water, perfectly wrapping his entire right palm. Above the light film, there was a faint shadow of a majestic phoenix slowly flowing and dancing, exuding a peaceful yet extremely majestic aura. A sense of terrifying law that suppresses all evil, bans all laws, and protects eternity emanates from it. Qin Feng could sense it clearly. Under the protection of this layer of pale golden light film, the rules of the tiny space where his palm rested seemed to have been forcibly reinforced and stabilized. The flow of time and space seemed to have fallen into an absolute state of stillness. All external forces seemed unable to penetrate even a little. He even had strong faith. Even if there was a true 6th grade Grandmaster standing in front of him, using all his strength to launch the most violent attack on him, there is absolutely no way to penetrate or break this layer that appears to be fragile but actually contains the immortal law. Light golden light film. Not only that, as long as he wants, he can actively release the energy of this light film containing the Phoenix pattern law at any time. Take that 6th grade Grandmaster and the space he was in. Completely ban. Suppress. Like a mosquito trapped in amber, unable to move, at his mercy. 1. The master of killing and conquering. 1. The main suppression. Hard to defend against. 1 attack. 1 defense. Attack and defense in one. Perfect. This is simply perfect. 6th rank Grandmaster. He. Qin Feng's mind moved again, and he withdrew all the strange phenomena from his fingertips. The training room returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. He stood up slowly. The tall figure appeared even more upright and unpredictable in the misty spiritual fog. His face regained its calm, bottomless coldness and indifference, as if the one who had just controlled the rules and was ecstatic was not him. But in the deepest part of his eyes. But there is a raging fire called hegemony and ambition burning madly and silently, illuminating his future journey. He possessed these two Qin Yuan divine patterns that combined offense and defense and contained the power of laws. He is Qin Feng. Finally, in this high-level martial arts world where the strong are respected and dangers are lurking everywhere. Possessed the first card capable of disregarding conventional realm differences and forcibly overturning the chessboard. The real trump card. And a solid starting point to reach the top. From today on. Below the 6th rank. He is invincible. Above the 6th rank. You can also use this pearl to fight against opponents of higher levels. Inside the training room, everything was silent and time seemed to have stopped. That terrifying vision that was enough to eclipse the heavens and the earth and stir up a bloody storm, the roaring river of blood, the countless corpses of gods and demons floating in it, the vortex of stars that shattered and reassembled, and the gigantic phantom that had once appeared briefly and ignored all living things had long since receded like the tide, completely disappearing without leaving a trace. It seemed as if everything before was just a bizarre dream. Only the extremely subtle fluctuations of the laws in the air that have not yet completely dissipated, and the lingering pressure that permeates every inch of space and makes people instinctively tremble in the depths of their souls, silently tell how shocking and appalling everything that has just happened is. Qin Feng was still sitting cross-legged on the 1,000-year-old cold jade cushion. The extreme chill emanating from the cold jade cushion was enough to freeze the blood and chi of an ordinary warrior in an instant, but at this moment it lingered gently around him. Not only was it unable to penetrate his body at all, but it seemed to be tamed by an invisible force, transforming into strands of pure, cool air that nourished his body's surface. His eyes were closed and his face was calm. However, his entire temperament has undergone a drastic and complete transformation. If one could say that before, he was a peerless sword hidden in its sheath. Though his edge was restrained, his murderous aura deliberately suppressed, the sharpness and tenacity honed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood would still inadvertently reveal itself through his eyes and posture, like an undercurrent lurking beneath the calm surface of the sea, dangerous and arousing caution. So him at this moment. It is truly a bottomless dark abyss. Absolute calm. Ultimate indifference. Unfathomable depth. It seems to contain the power and mystery that is enough to swallow the sun and the moon, collapse the stars, and reshape the rules of the entire world. Yet it was perfectly restrained and introverted, without leaking even the slightest energy fluctuation. Return to simplicity and nature, and the divine brilliance will be restrained. This was the most intuitive and profound change that Qin Feng underwent from the inside out after he completely mastered the Qin Yuan divine pearl that contains supreme power. The total amount of qi and blood in his body remained at the peak level of the 5th rank, without any sudden increase. His spiritual power cultivation also remained at the peak level of the 6th rank, without any breakthrough. But his Tao, his law, his principle, his understanding and control of the essence of power, have already reached a whole new dimension, surpassing the vast majority of beings in this world, even touching the very edge of the fundamental laws of this world. This is a sublimation of the level of life and the dimension of cognition, far beyond the simple accumulation of energy. Call. After a long time, a long and distant breath, as if coming from the depths of ancient time and space, slowly came out from between his mouth and nose. The breath was condensed but did not dissipate. The moment it left his body, it seemed to have its own life and spirituality. In an instant, it transformed into two tiny air dragons, one black and one white, which were only as thick as fingers, but extremely condensed and real. The black dragon is agile, with its scales and claws slightly visible, embodying the darkest and most silent meaning of destruction. The white dragon is sacred, with its beard flowing with the most young and most vital energy and creative power. Two miniature dragons of energy, linked head to tail and entwined, seem to interpret some supreme principle of the creation of heaven and earth, the harmony of yin and yang. They circled in the air with remarkable ingenuity, sending subtle, almost invisible ripples through space wherever they passed, as if even the stable space of the training room could barely contain the supreme Tao rhythm they embodied. Finally, they seemed to have completed a certain mission, quietly and completely dissipating into nothingness, merging into the world without leaving any trace. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. In those pupils as black as ink and as deep as the sea of stars, there was not a trace of ecstasy and excitement after a breakthrough in cultivation or the control of astonishing power, not even the slightest emotional fluctuation. It is just a deep and calm place, absolutely rational and absolutely calm. As well as beneath that icy calm, something was hidden, brewing, enough to make all the gods and demons tremble with fear. Terrifying ambition and absolute desire for control. Yi Fan. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, a cold, playful, and yet slightly cruel arc. The name rolled between his lips, with a playful air, like examining his prey. Your script is truly remarkable. Blessed by fortune, you encounter countless adventures, are captivated by beautiful women, and are surrounded by powerful allies. You truly deserve the title Child of Destiny. But now. He slowly raised one hand, slightly opened his 5 fingers, and then slowly clenched them, as if he was holding the power of the entire world in his palm. Now that the stage has been set and the actors are in place, it's time to find a more suitable protagonist for this grand drama. He slowly stood up. Within his body, the terrifying force that could collapse mountains and shatter peaks, destroying the heavens and earth, now flowed like the gentlest stream, following his will, flowing smoothly and effortlessly, as if it were his arm. Every cell was cheering with joy, brimming with boundless vitality and potential. Every thought was incredibly insightful, and with the slightest movement of his consciousness, he could perceive the subtle changes in the microscopic world around him. He took a step forward and walked towards the heavy alloy metal door engraved with countless complex array patterns. No open tokens or keepsakes were used. Nor did he mobilize any trace of qi, blood, or spiritual energy. He didn't even make any gesture of exerting force. He simply stretched out his right hand. The index finger is slender, with distinct joints and skin as smooth as jade. He used this index finger to press on the specially made giant door weighing over 10,000 pounds, which was strong enough to easily withstand the full force attack of a 6th-grade grandmaster. Gently. A little. Buzz. It was as if a huge rock was thrown into the calm lake. The entire gate, along with the formation patterns on it, which were engraved by the formation master at the expense of countless resources by the Liu family, are extremely mysterious and capable of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen defense. At this moment, it seemed as if it had life, emitting extremely violent, instinctive tremors and buzzing. Amidst that humming sound, there was a faint, irresistible feeling, like that of a subject meeting the supreme ruler. Surrender! And awe. It seemed that Qin Feng's light finger did not point out the power in the physical sense, but a supreme law command, which directly bypassed all physical and energy defense mechanisms and acted on the spirituality of the formation at the core of the gate. Snap! A crisp and clear sound of the mechanism opening was heard. That extremely heavy metal door represents the Liu family's highest level of secrecy and defense. Just so meekly, silently, and obediently, she slowly opened to both sides for him. It did not cause any energy backlash. There was no obstacle at all. It seems that this is not a fortress door that requires numerous verifications, but a warm home door that will always open automatically for you when the owner returns home. Outside the door. The deep and quiet corridor has soft and dim lighting, and the floor is paved with special sound-absorbing materials, making this place even quieter. Wanglan is like a perfect iceberg sculpture carved to the strictest standards. He still maintained the posture of slightly bowing to show respect and waiting. From the time Qin Feng entered this court training room to this moment, a whole night has passed. She stood here like a stone statue, motionless for the entire night. Her blood flowed steadily and her breathing was long, showing her solid foundation as a peak-level 4th-grade warrior. But more importantly, it was the absolute execution of orders and infinite loyalty to her master that was ingrained in her bones. When the door that she was very familiar with and knew how difficult it was to open made that slight buzzing and mechanical sound indicating that it was opening, her body, as frozen as ice, trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Those beautiful eyes, which were originally as cold and indifferent as 10,000 years of ice, were instantly filled with a flame called fanaticism that could burn almost everything. The cold blood seemed to boil at this moment. She raised her head sharply. His eyes were fixed on the gradually widening crack in the door, filled with infinite expectation and awe. Her heart was beating wildly and uncontrollably, hitting her chest and making a drum-like sound. Even a faint echo could be heard in the silent corridor. She can feel it. Behind the door. There was a terrifying aura spreading out that made her soul tremble and want to worship. Although that aura was perfectly restrained by its owner, it was as deep as an abyss and as obscure as the sea. But, it was just the traces of invisible and intangible pressure emanating from its natural existence. It was enough to make her, a peak 4th grade warrior who was only one step away from the 5th grade realm, feel awe at the most fundamental level of life, and she could not even think of resistance or rebellion. Only endless obedience and worship. Onar. Become. Stronger. It was so powerful that she couldn't even fathom or comprehend even 1/10,000th of its terrifying power. It was a transcendence of essence. Light. It shone through the crack of the door which was gradually opening. It dispelled the slight darkness at the entrance of the corridor and cast a bright light area on the floor. A slender, upright figure that seems to contain infinite power and Taoist charm. Bathed in the faint light overflowing from the training room. He walked out from behind the door, step by step, steadily and calmly. It was still that perfect face that was so handsome that it was almost enchanting, enough to drive any woman suffocating and crazy. He still had that indifferent look on his face, as if nothing in the world or any other living being was worth his attention. However, Wang Lan was extremely keen in capturing that completely different and totally different charm. The man in front of me. His very existence seemed to have merged perfectly and harmoniously with the surrounding heaven and earth and all the laws of this space. He stood there. No words, no actions required. He is the absolute center of this world. He is the only one in this world. The Supreme Lord. Onar. Wang Lan's breathing became rapid and hot. An excited and sickly blush appeared uncontrollably on her fair, cold cheeks. Without hesitation, she knelt on one knee in the most humble manner. With great piety, he lowered his head, which he always held high in front of outsiders. In a tone that was almost like a dream and a prayer, full of infinite enthusiasm, he trembled and said, "Welcome the master out of seclusion." Qin Feng's steps were steady, without any pause. His gaze was as calm as water, and he didn't even linger for a second on the beautiful head-made Wang Lan who was kneeling to greet him. It was as if she was just an insignificant stone on the roadside, a familiar decoration on the corridor. He just walked past her calmly. The breeze blew a few strands of hair on Wang Lan's forehead. But, just as he was about to completely pass where Wang Lan was kneeling, his footsteps suddenly stopped without any warning. Wang Lan's heart, which had been beating wildly with excitement, instantly rose to her throat. A huge panic poured down on her like ice water, causing her whole body to freeze. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong and make my master unhappy? Is it because my breathing is too heavy, disturbing my master's peace? Or is it that my kneeling posture is not standard enough and does not seem respectful enough? Just as she was feeling anxious, her mind was rapidly searching for any possible mistake she might have made, and she thought she was about to bear the wrath of her master. But she found out. The master's gaze was not on him. Instead, he passed over her kneeling figure. She looked behind her, at the slightly secluded corner of the corridor. The light from the embedded light strip on the wall cast a long, blurry shadow in the cold corner. Wang Lan also subconsciously suppressed the fear in his heart and looked over cautiously, following his master's deep gaze. Then, she was completely stunned. A trace of great surprise flashed in her cold eyes. Just see. In that cold, hard corner that should have been empty, a petite, slender figure, seemingly exuding infinite fragility, was curled up there. She just sat down on the cold floor without even using anything as a cushion. Her legs were curled up in frustration, and her arms were wrapped around her knees, forming a defensive posture that showed insecurity. The little head was leaning against the cold, hard metal wall, and he was sleeping soundly. She was wearing only a thin pink spaghetti strap nightgown with cute cartoon patterns, revealing her smooth shoulders and delicate collarbones. Under the hem of the skirt were her fair, slender calves and a pair of bare, jade-like feet resting on the floor. Her toes were round like jade and slightly curled, as if she could feel the coolness of the ground even in her dreams. Her long black hair, like a waterfall, was draped over her shoulders and back in a somewhat messy manner, with a few strands of hair sticking to her slightly sweaty forehead and cheeks. She fell asleep defenselessly. His breathing was even and long, and his chest rose and fell slightly with his breathing. On that flawless face, as delicate as a porcelain doll, there was a faint, sweet, and contented smile. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she was dreaming of some incredibly beautiful dream, a dream that contained the thing she most desired. Her long eyelashes were like two thick little fans, covering her eyelids. They trembled slightly with her steady breathing, casting a light, lovely shadow under her eyelids. Yes. Miss? Lu Qinghuan? Wang Lan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a rare emotion called disbelief appeared on his cold face. How come she is here? And still like this? Where is the usual arrogance and pampering of the Lu family's daughter? This is the corridor leading to the Lu family's most forbidden area. It is heavily guarded, with formations blocking out both breath and sound. Normally, apart from her, the confidant who was ordered to guard here and the head of the family who was in seclusion, no one would be allowed to get close to here. When and how did the eldest lady manage to come here quietly? How long have you been waiting here, in this posture? Judging from the situation, could it be the whole night? Qin Feng stood quietly, his eyes fixed on the girl who was curled up in the corner and sleeping. Looking at this daughter of the Lu family, the jewel in the crown of the Lu family, who had a good impression of Yifan in the early stage and was as proud as a white swan in the original novel of the strongest crazy son-in-law in the city. At this moment, it looks like a pitiful little kitten that has been drenched by the rain and is homeless, waiting for its only owner to come home. I curled up in the cold, hard corner of the wall, defenselessly and without any image, seeking a little bit of illusory warmth in my sleep. His heart, like his eyes, did not stir up much waves or move him. Because he knew it rationally and clearly. This scene before him seemed pure and beautiful, and could touch the softest part of people's hearts. The girl in front of him had an almost paranoid attachment and love for him. It does not come entirely from her heart and true self-awareness. It was more of a kind of thing, born from the forceful distortion, interference, and amplification of his EX-level succubus physique aura, a power that was almost at the level of laws. An unnatural, almost fateful product. She is a prey captured by the halo, rather than a true lover who falls in love because of understanding. But I don't know why. When his eyes carefully swept over the girl's slightly furrowed brows, her slightly curled bare feet, and her thin nightgown that was completely unable to withstand the cold of the night, his frozen heart had long been filled with endless calculations, cold weighing of interests, and the absolute pursuit of power. However, it softened uncontrollably and very slightly. A very faint, almost illusory touch. It's a very strange feeling. It was like a piece of extremely hard polar ice that had been frozen for thousands of years, being silently illuminated by an unexpected, weak but stubborn ray of warm sunlight. Although it could not melt the ice immediately, that little bit of warmth actually touched the surface of the ice, leaving a small, almost negligible warm spot. Qin Feng himself was slightly stunned by this sudden subtle feeling. This emotion was both unfamiliar and unnecessary to him. Immediately, he smiled indifferently and self-deprecatingly in his heart. It seems, in this body of his, some residual obsessions or emotional imprints belonging to the Succubus predecessor who had already dissipated and served as Yifan's early stepping stone had not been completely and thoroughly washed away and cleared by his powerful soul power and the energy of the Qin Yuan divine pearl. It actually causes subtle fluctuations in this deliberately created scene based on the halo effect. He suppressed his useless emotions and slowly squatted down. The movement was very light and gentle, making almost no sound. As if afraid of disturbing the sleeping, fragile little guy in front of him. He stretched out his right hand. The hand that had just controlled the terrifying power that was enough to instantly kill a peak 5th grade master, suppress a 6th grade master, and even easily open this huge door with a 10,000 gene array pattern. Now. But it restrained all its sharpness and strength, and fell extremely gently and lightly on Lu Qinghuan's silky black hair. Chapter 121 Mission, Perfect Date. Then. He rubbed the top of her head with the pads of his fingers very gently, in an almost soothing rhythm. The feel is really good. Delicate, smooth, and with the unique fragrance of a girl's hair. It's like touching the finest silky satin soaked in moonlight. While sleeping, Lu Qinghuan seemed to feel the gentle touch coming from above her head and the breath that made her feel lingering and at ease. Her cute little nose twitched slightly twice. It was like a little kitten that smelled a familiar and reassuring scent under the warm winter sun and subconsciously pursued the source of warmth. Then. Her long eyelashes, which fluttered slightly like butterfly wings, began to shake restlessly. Slowly, with a bit of confusion and ignorance of having a sleep disturbed, it was opened. A pair of beautiful eyes, like those of a deer, misty and shrouded in the haziest fog in the early morning forest and stained with crystal dewdrops. With the watery look and confusion of just waking up, she appeared in Qin Feng's sight ignorantly and without focus. The expression in those eyes went through a clear process of change. At first, I was deeply confused and bewildered, as if I had not figured out where I was or what had happened. Then, the focus gradually converged, and I could see the outline of the face very close in front of me, and my confusion deepened. Immediately following. When her vision finally came into focus, and she could clearly see the face before her, so close, so handsome, so unparalleled, so longing for it day and night, so deeply engraved in her mind. Bang! It was as if something exploded in her mind. In those misty eyes, an incomparably bright light suddenly blossomed, enough to make all the jewels in the world pale in comparison. Dazzling light. It was pure, without any impurities, coming from the deepest part of the soul. Indescribable joy. And an almost devout passionate love. Qin Feng. Her voice was hoarse and soft, as if she had just woken up from a deep sleep. Her tone rose slightly, full of uncertain surprise and cautious temptation. It sounded particularly moving and could easily arouse people's desire to protect her. Qin Feng's lips curled up into a gentle smile, a smile that felt like a spring breeze blowing across the ice, bringing with it an intoxicating warmth. His voice was low and soft, filled with soothing power. "It's me. Did I wake you?" "No. No." Lu Qinghuan shook her head violently, with such force that her already somewhat messy hair became even more tangled, a few strands of hair clinging to her slightly parted lips. Her head shook like a rattle being pricked with eagerness, eager to deny, fearing the other party would misunderstand her even the slightest bit. How could I have fallen asleep here?" She seemed to finally wake up, realizing how inappropriate and awkward her current situation and posture were. Her face flushed instantly, like a ripe peach that would burst with juice if pinched. The blush spread rapidly, staining her slender, snow-white neck and even the tips of her delicate ears. "Oh my God!" She frantically tried to get up from the ground, but from staying in the same position for too long, her legs and feet were numb and she stumbled. She hurriedly adjusted her nightgown, which was wrinkled and had the straps slipping off. She also frantically tried to comb her long black hair with her fingers, which had become a mess of grass. The more anxious she was, the more difficult it was to fix. A huge sense of shame overwhelmed him. The little man inside him screamed madly. "It's over! It's over! Qin Feng, why did he come out? How could I have fallen asleep? And I slept so soundly. Oh my God! I must look so ugly now. My hair is all messed up. My clothes are all wrinkled. And I don't have any shoes on. Will he think I'm a sloppy, casual girl who doesn't care about her image at all? Will he hate me for doing this?" Lu Qinghuan's heart was like 100 frightened deer, jumping and rushing around wildly. Nervousness, shyness, annoyance, worry, all kinds of emotions intertwined together made it almost impossible for her to think. She couldn't even utter a complete sentence. She just tried to save her image clumsily and panically. Seeing her so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into immediately, but she was holding on because he was in front of her, she looked so adorable. The smile on Qin Feng's face couldn't help but deepen a little, with a barely perceptible hint of amusement and a sense of calmness that everything was under control. He didn't say anything to comfort her, nor did he stop her panicking movements. Just, very naturally, reach out your hand again. This time, his target was the strand of her hair that clings playfully to her slightly sweaty, rosy cheek. His fingertips were warm and his movements were extremely gentle. He carefully lifted the strand of hair away from her cheek and tucked it behind her ear, which was so hot and red that it was almost transparent. His fingertips, inadvertently, briefly and lightly brushed against Lu Qinghuan's earlobe, which was as soft as jade, but extremely hot and sensitive due to extreme shyness. Boom! Lu Qinghuan only felt as if an extremely strong electric current suddenly exploded from the place where his fingertips touched. It instantly spread throughout her limbs and bones. It brought her an unprecedented tingling sensation that made her scalp tingle and her soul tremble. Ah! Almost instinctively, she let out a tiny, trembling cry of surprise. Her body trembled violently, becoming instantly rigid, all movements coming to a halt. Her mind went blank, with only one thought echoing over and over again. He actually touched my ear. The subtle yet strong touch on the earlobe is as deep as a brand. She was completely dumbfounded, standing there blankly, staring at Qin Feng with a pair of wet, bewildered, and helpless eyes. Her cheeks were so red that they almost bled, and she even forgot to breathe. Qin Feng looked at her adorable face, almost fainting from excessive shyness and excitement, and secretly found it amusing. The effects of the EX-level succubus aura never disappoint. But his face still maintained that impeccable expression of doting that was gentle enough to drown everyone, and his tone carried just the right amount of concern. You've been here, waiting for me all night. He glanced around at the cold and hard environment, frowned slightly, and seemed to be really distressed. Ah? Qin Feng's voice brought Lu Qinghuan back to her senses. She snapped back to reality, her face flushing even redder. She could almost feel the heat rising from it. She was mortified and quickly lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Qin Feng's eyes, which seemed to see through people's hearts. Two small white hands nervously and unconsciously twisted the soft fabric of her nightgown tightly. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's, and there was a noticeable tremor. No. I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid you might get into an accident while practicing. I heard it's very dangerous. So, I just couldn't help but come over and take a look. I thought I'd just wait outside for a while. In the end, I was watching and somehow I fell asleep. Her voice grew softer and softer, her voice increasingly unsure, her head drooping lower and lower until, in the end, it was almost buried in her not-so-voluptuous but beautifully shaped chest. Her shy, slightly aggrieved, fear of being blamed look was enough to arouse the most primitive and intense protective desire and pity in any normal man. Fool! Qin Feng's voice lowered, with a gentle reproach and obvious heartache. He reached out again and rubbed the top of her head very naturally, his movements as gentle as if he were caressing a rare treasure. The ground is so cold, and you're sleeping sitting up in this little clothing. His eyes swept over her thin nightgown and bare feet, and the distress in his tone became more obvious. What if you get sick from the cold and feel uncomfortable? This extremely simple yet caring sentence was like the warmest wind in the world, instantly enveloping Lu Qinghuan. Bang! Lu Qinghuan only felt that something hit his heart hard, sour and bitter, but also surging with endless warmth and sweetness. He cares about me. He actually cares about my health so carefully. He's afraid that I'll get sick. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, she seemed to have it all, enjoying immense material prosperity. However, her father, Lu Yunlong, often spent years in seclusion cultivating or attending to family affairs, neglecting her. Her mother died young, or perhaps her nominal mother was more absorbed in her own social life and pleasures, never offering her true maternal love. The servants around her treated her with reverence and obedience, and her peers often approached her with ulterior motives. There has never been a person like Qin Feng in front of her, who spoke in such a gentle tone, with such simple words that touched the softest part of her heart, and who sincerely, she thought, cared about whether she would catch a cold or feel uncomfortable. This feeling of being cherished and cared for is something she is extremely lacking in her life but desires immensely. Her eyes instantly turned red, and a layer of crystal mist quickly and uncontrollably spread out, blurring her vision. She blinked desperately, trying to force back the embarrassing tears, but to no avail. I am fine. Lu Qinghuan sniffed his sore nose, his voice thick with nasal sounds, trying hard to force a smile that would reassure him, but he didn't realize how adorable his red eyes and forced smile looked at the moment. I am a warrior, I'm in good health, I don't get sick that easily. Qin Feng didn't say anything else, just staring at her quietly. His deep eyes seemed to contain infinite tenderness and tolerance. His gaze was like the warmest sunshine, quietly enveloping her, as if to dispel all her anxiety and grievances. Lu Qinghuan's heartbeat quickened as he looked at her. The heat that had just subsided surged back into her cheeks. She felt like she was about to melt in his gentle eyes. A great sense of happiness and courage filled her heart. She finally mustered up the greatest courage of her life. She raised her head and looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of hope, uneasiness, and a hint of humble pleading. He asked quietly and cautiously, his voice as light as the brush of a feather. That Qin Feng. You finished your training today. Are you free? I want you to go out and play with me, is that okay? Finished? As if she was afraid that this request would be rejected because it was too much, or perhaps to increase her appeal, she quickly and eagerly added, speaking as fast as if she were reading the menu. We can go shopping. Jiangcheng just opened the largest global luxury shopping mall. They have all the top brands. The latest bags, clothes, and jewelry. You can also go eat delicious food. I know a Michelin 3-star restaurant that's hard to book. I heard their chef's desserts and French cuisine are amazing. And let's go to the movies. There's a really well-received literary romance film that was released recently, or if you like action movies, that's fine too. And. She is like a little child who is eager to show all her favorite toys to adults. All, she thought, beautiful and interesting things. He blurted it all out in one go. I was afraid that Qin Feng would refuse. However, just as her voice fell, in Qin Feng's mind, that cold, familiar, mechanical prompt tone. Suddenly, it rang. Byte. Random special mission triggered. Task name, perfect date. Mission content, accompany Lu Qinghuan, the daughter of the Lu family, on a date that will bring her both physical and mental well-being. Including but not limited to shopping, dining, watching movies, etc. All expenses will be borne by the host. Task requirements: during the date, Lu Qinghuan's happiness index must always remain above 90 points. Task reward: luck value plus 3,000 points. Mission failed, deduct 6,000 points from the host's luck value. Note: a girl's heart is one of the most precious treasures in the world, but also the most easily broken glass. Please, host, take good care of it. Here we come. Deep in Qin Feng's eyes, a barely perceptible gleam of light flashed across his face. 3,000 luck points. This is not a small amount. I, just now, was trying to condense those 2 Chen Yuan divine patterns. Almost all the previous luck reserves have been exhausted. I was just worrying about how to supplement it. Unexpectedly, this welfare is delivered to your door. As for that, the penalty for failure, Qin Feng simply ignored it. Joke. There is a succubus aura. Even now, I would drag Lu Qinghuan to the street to eat a bowl of spicy hot pot for 5 yuan. Her happiness index can instantly explode to over 100 points. Fail? How do you write these 2 words? Okay. Qin Feng's thoughts were turning around and around. However, his face still had that gentle, doting, perfect expression. He didn't hesitate at all. He agreed very straightforwardly. Today, I will listen to you. Wherever you want to go, we'll go there. I'll accompany you in whatever you want to do. Boom. In Lu Qinghuan's mind, the last string is called reason. Completely broken. Happiness. A huge, indescribable feeling of happiness. Just like a flash flood and tsunami. In an instant, she was completely submerged. Really? Her voice was trembling. Are you really willing to accompany me? Certainly. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Then, he stretched out his hand. Very naturally, he took the girl's cold, boneless little hand. Let's go. Mine, miss. Still standing there, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going shopping? Hand. Hands held. Lu Qinghuan lowered his head. He stared blankly at his small hand, which was tightly wrapped in a warm and generous big hand. It was as if the whole person had lost the ability to think. Only one thought remains. It echoed wildly in her mind. So happy. Real. So happy. It took a full 10 seconds. She suddenly raised her head as if waking from a dream. He nodded heavily. A beautiful smile bloomed on her face, brighter and more beautiful than the summer sunshine. Yeah. Let's go. She turned around and held Qin Feng's hand tightly. It was as if I was holding my entire world. Then. Pull him. Jumping and running towards the end of the corridor. That light, joyful laughter like a silver bell. In this quiet space. It echoed for a long time. He. Qin Feng. Let's hurry up. I need to change my clothes. I want to wear my most beautiful dress. Right. Wang Lan. Quick. Go get the car ready. No. Not a Rolls-Royce. Too old-fashioned. Get that pink Bugatti Veyron out of the garage. Wang Lan kneeling on the ground. I watched as the two young figures, tightly clinging to each other, gradually went away. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear on her face as a servant. Nor, in the slightest, jealousy. It's just a kind of relief that comes from the heart. With honor, proud. As if. Being able to see your master smile. This is the greatest happiness in her life. Yes. She responded respectfully. Slowly, he stood up from the ground. Took out his cell phone. Start, in an orderly manner, arranging everything. The early morning sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the Lu family manor. Spilled in. This luxurious, palace-like living room is coated with a layer of warm gold. Qin Feng sat on the soft leather sofa. Quietly, waiting. And in his mind. The system prompt sounded again. Bite. It has been detected that Lu Qinghuan's happiness index has exceeded the 100-point threshold. Congratulations to the host. Mission completed ahead of schedule. Task reward, luck value plus 3,000 points, has been distributed to the system space, please check it carefully. The cold, emotionless mechanical sound was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, causing a barely perceptible ripple in the depths of Qin Feng's vast sea of consciousness, which then slowly sank to the bottom and disappeared without a trace. Outside, his face, that meticulously crafted, doting smile, gentle enough to melt eons of ice, remained unchanged, as perfect as an ancient Greek sculpture. Sunlight streamed through the car window, coating his delicate skin with a faint golden hue. His long, thick eyelashes drooped, shading his bottomless eyes. Only by gazing directly into the deepest part of those eyes can one discover an absolute stillness, without a single ripple, as cold and silent as the nothingness before the birth of the universe. Finish ahead of schedule? It's expected, even reasonable. Lu Qinghuan's soul and perception had long been completely saturated and deeply brainwashed by the overwhelming succubus aura. Her joys, sorrows, anger, and every emotional fluctuation were firmly in his hands. Let alone accompanying her on this carefully planned date, even if he simply smiled at her out of routine, her happiness index would probably instantly soar through the sky, bringing him rich rewards. These 3,000 points of luck. It was too easy to get, and even lacked the fun of challenge. It's just like taking something out of a bag, so boring. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Look at me. A voice as clear as a mountain spring, full of endless joy and happiness, came from the white marble spiral staircase on the second floor of the villa, breaking the tranquility of the living room. Qin Feng heard the voice and slowly raised his head, like the most sophisticated instrument receiving a command. His sight accurately captured and fell on the figure who was holding up the hem of her skirt, like an elf who had just entered the mortal world, and fluttering down like a stunning butterfly. Lu Qinghuan donned a brand new Chanel haute couture pink princess dress. The fabric was exquisite, with layers of delicate tulle framing her slender waist and fluffy hem. Hand-stitched onto the hem were countless tiny diamonds, each meticulously cut. In the clear morning light, they shone with a dazzling brilliance, truly shimmering. Her waist-length, jet-black hair, as smooth as the finest satin, had clearly been meticulously styled into a playful yet elegant princess bun. A few slightly curled strands deliberately fell, gently brushing against her slender, fair neck. Her face was delicately painted with makeup, yet it cleverly maintained a fresh and innocent quality, perfectly emphasizing her already impeccable features: clear, bright almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, and lips as delicate as petals. These features now appeared even more breathtaking, enough to make anyone lose their composure. At this moment, she was bathed in a halo, as if she were a princess who had walked out of a fairy tale picture book, with innate nobility and elegance, but also strangely mixed with a hint of innocence and romance that was well protected and ignorant of the world. Her eyes seemed to contain the stars of the entire galaxy, shining brightly, but all the starlight in her eyes was shining brightly only for the figure downstairs. Chapter 122, She Looks Good in Anything. Does it look good? She trotted over to Qin Feng, her scent wafting through her, and she spun gently in a circle, a touch nervous and expectant. Her skirt fluttered, creating a graceful, breathtaking arc. A blush blossomed on her pretty face, revealing a palpable anticipation, a subtle uneasiness, and an almost overflowing shyness that couldn't be concealed. That look is enough to melt a hard heart into a soft one. I feel pity for her. Nice. Qin Feng's lips curled up into an impeccable, gentle, perfect arc. His voice was deliberately adjusted to be extremely gentle, but it carried an unquestionable, decisive affirmation. You look good in anything you wear, he added, his eyes fixed intently on her face, as if she were the only treasure in the world. Boom! That simple sentence, like the most blazing flame, instantly ignited Lu Qinghuan's blood. Her face instantly flushed as red as the most brilliant sunset glow, practically bleeding. She shyly ducked her head, trying to hide her loss of composure, but her frantically pounding heart, like a startled deer, thumped wildly in her chest, so loud she suspected Qin Feng, across from her, could hear it. The incomparable feeling of happiness once again overwhelmed her like a raging tsunami, leaving her limbs weak, her head dizzy, and almost unable to stand. Half an hour later. A Bugatti Veyron, painted in a dreamy pink color, with smooth and sharp lines, full of futuristic technology and power, roared out from the Lu family manor, which was heavily guarded with a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps, like a pink lightning ready to strike. The low roar of the specially tuned W16 engine does not seem noisy, but rather sounds like a high-pitched and passionate metal symphony, domineeringly announcing to the whole world that a carefully arranged perfect date for the girl has officially begun. River City. As one of the most prosperous and important super first-tier international metropolises on the eastern coast of China, it has a strong economic pulse and high-rise buildings. It was the morning rush hour. The city's main thoroughfare, wide enough for 8 cars to run side by side, was packed with traffic, like a slow-moving yet incredibly crowded torrent of steel, filling every inch of space. However, the extremely flashy and eye-catching pink Bugatti seemed to have magic, and it was able to move freely in this torrent. All the vehicles blocking its way, no matter if they are top-tier luxury cars worth millions or tens of millions that symbolize one's social status, or affordable family cars that are merely ordinary means of transportation, will immediately, after seeing the special license plate with the astonishing Zhang A88888 printed in white on a black background, turn the steering wheel quickly and even with a bit of panic, and try to avoid the vehicle to the side as much as possible to leave a wide passage for it. Even the members of the Warrior Department's traffic team, who were dressed in neat uniforms and had a strong aura and were responsible for maintaining order at the intersection, would immediately coordinate nervously through the communicator the moment they saw the car from afar, clear the road ahead in advance, then quickly stand at attention, straighten their backs, raise their right hands in a standard salute, and watch with awe as this car, which represented the supreme power of Jiangchang, slowly drove by. Silent, yet full of oppression. This is the Lu family's cards. The number 1 family in Jiangchang, with unquestionable absolute dominance accumulated over 100 years of roots here. The atmosphere inside the car is completely different from the solemn atmosphere outside. Lu Qinghuan, like a lark finally freed from its cage, snuggled up to Qin Feng, chattering non-stop, her voice brimming with joy. She recounted her first childhood pet cat, which tragically died young, to the embarrassing time in elementary school when her teacher caught her secretly drawing on a textbook. She also discussed her recent cliched yet addictive 8 o'clock idol drama, and her dissatisfaction with a celebrity character's hairstyle. It was as if she wanted to share all her joys, sorrows, anger, and all the fragments of her life over the past decade on this day, without reservation and impatiently with the man who occupied her entire heart. Qin Feng, on the other hand, always maintained his impeccable, gentle demeanor as a listener. He sat in a relaxed and elegant posture, occasionally tilting his head slightly to show that he was listening attentively, occasionally nodding and uttering a single syllable to express affirmation, and occasionally, when she came to an interesting point, he would quietly agree with her or ask a well-placed question to guide her to continue. Every subtle expression, every precise response, felt like the most exquisite psychological massage, leaving Lu Qinghuan with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness, a feeling of being valued, understood, and cherished. She had never imagined that simply being with someone she loved, even if the conversations were insignificant or even childish, could be so blissful and intoxicating. She hoped this journey would never end. Wow! Qin Feng! Look at that dress! Oh my god, it's so beautiful! Inside Jiangqing's premier global luxury shopping mall, the gleaming marble floor reflected the dazzling crystal chandeliers in the dome. Lu Qinghuan clutched Qin Feng's hand tightly, like a little mouse that had stumbled upon a vast treasure and rushed into an unguarded rice warehouse. Her eyes gleamed with extreme excitement, and she was filled with curiosity about all things magnificent and exquisite. She suddenly stopped and pointed at the glass window in the center of the Dior counter. The dress was illuminated by soft spotlights and looked like the entire starry sky was cut out and wrapped around her body. She screamed excitedly, her voice rising a little because of excitement. Like! Qin Feng glanced casually in the direction she pointed, turned his head, and his deep gaze fell on her face, which became more beautiful due to excitement. He asked in a flat tone, as if it was just an ordinary dress. Yeah. I love it, Lu Qinghuan nodded vigorously, her eyes fixed on the dress like a chick pecking at rice. Look at the color, and the sequins on it. It's like wearing the Milky Way on your body. It's so beautiful. Then buy it. Qin Feng's tone was flat, without a single inflection, as if he were commenting on something like, nice weather today or time for lunch. He didn't even spare a second glance at the luxurious dress, which must have been worth 7 figures, enough for an ordinary family to consider a family heirloom. It was as if it weren't a top-tier luxury item, the product of countless artisans' meticulous effort, a symbol of luxury and status, but merely a plain t-shirt from a street vendor, worth only a few dozen bucks. Ah! Lu Qinghuan was stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to react. Then, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly waved her hands, her tone becoming hesitant and withdrawn. No need, just take a look, she muttered softly, this dress is a limited edition, too expensive. Although she was the daughter of the Lu family, living a life of luxury and never having to worry about material things, her huge allowance was not unlimited. A dress like this, costing millions of dollars per piece, was completely beyond her daily budget. She truly couldn't afford it, and she didn't want Qin Feng to spend so much money on her even though she desperately wanted it. Qin Feng simply smiled, without another word. He grasped her slender wrist, his grip gentle yet irresistible, and led her straight into the Dior counter, which was decorated like a palace of art. Good afternoon, sir, madam, welcome to Dior. A tall, well-made-up, well-trained female salesperson, wearing a standard black dress, immediately approached with a professional smile. However, when her eyes inadvertently fell on Qin Feng's almost bewitchingly handsome, flawless face, her breath suddenly stopped, her professional smile instantly froze on her face, and her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, skipping several beats. My brain even went blank for a moment. What a handsome man! This was simply the most strikingly handsome man she had ever seen in her life. He surpassed all the stars and models on screen. Barely one. Take that one, Qin Feng said casually, not paying attention to the salesperson's misstep. He pointed directly at the starry sky dress in the window, then glanced at the dazzling array of merchandise in the store and added, also, take everything in your store that's suitable for her. He tilted his head slightly to gesture to Lu Qinghuan beside him, the latest styles. Pack them all up. His voice was not loud, and his tone did not even fluctuate, but it carried a natural air of superiority and an unquestionable, cold commanding tone, as if he was not shopping but giving orders. What? The female salesperson was completely stunned. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened slightly, wide enough to fit an egg. She stared at Qin Feng in disbelief, her ears buzzing. She seriously wondered if she was hallucinating because she was so overwhelmed by his appearance. Wrap up all the new models. Does he know what he's talking about? Does he know what this means? Their store had this season's new releases, plus limited edition presale items, totaling over 100 items. Their total value was an astronomical sum that even a working person like her couldn't even begin to imagine. This wasn't just shopping, it was sheer robbery. Sir, she finally found her voice, but she stuttered badly and her fingers were shaking. What you just said, is it true? Are you sure it's all the new models? She tried to confirm, afraid that she had misunderstood and made a fool of herself. Qin Feng didn't answer her silly question. He just glanced at her calmly, without any emotion. That look was extremely calm and unfathomable. However, at the moment of this calm eye contact, the female shopping guide felt an inexplicable chill from the deepest part of her soul instantly running through her body, making her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and her blood almost froze. The whole person seemed to be fixed by an invisible force, frozen in place, unable to move. It was as if the person she was facing at that moment was not a young and handsome man, who even looked a little too young, but an ancient god who sat high above the 9 heavens, in charge of the life and death of billions of lives, cold and ruthless. A fear as small as dust gripped her. Yes, sir. I'm so sorry. I'll do it right away. Right away, she shuddered violently, waking up from the terrifying hallucination. She no longer dared to doubt or neglect anything. She quickly bowed almost 90 degrees and replied in a trembling tone of unprecedented, almost fearful respect. Then she practically trotted towards the inner room to call the store manager and all available staff. For the next full hour. The third floor of the entire shopping mall, the area that brings together the world's top luxury brands, has been plunged into unprecedented madness and chaos. Chanel counter. All the new styles suitable for that lady. Pack them all up. Hermes. Yes. Except for the ones in that display case that aren't for sale. That, and that orange box too. Yes, every bag and accessory in stock that fits her size. All of them. Pack up everything else. Gucci. This row. This row. And that row over there. All of them. Prada. Qin Feng, holding Lu Qinghuan's hand, was already stunned and utterly dazed by this crude shopping method, passively following along. Like an emperor inspecting his territory, Qin Feng walked at a leisurely pace, issuing his orders in a calm tone. His path left behind countless equally stunned and life-doubting salesgirls, brand managers who rushed to the scene, and exorbitant bills that piled up like snowflakes, their amounts constantly surpassing their comprehension limits, easily being swiped to their limit. The sound of POS card swipes almost blended into a joyous melody. Finally, when dozens of senior managers and staff of the shopping mall, pushing more than 20 large luggage carts filled with shopping bags printed with various top logos, formed a spectacular team and all followed the two people respectfully and cautiously, the crazy shopping came to an end. Only then did Lu Qinghuan finally regain some composure from the immense, unreal shock and the whirlpool of happiness that threatened to drown her. She lifted her flushed, burning face and stared blankly at the man beside her, who had remained so nonchalant from beginning to end, as if he had simply bought a cup of coffee rather than raided half the luxury goods store. Her clear eyes shone with endless admiration and fascination. This. Is it the feeling of being held in someone's hands without any bottom line or reservation, and being pampered to the extreme? Real. I'm so happy. I'm almost fainting from happiness. Lunch. The solution was found at Le Ciel, the only 3-star Michelin French restaurant in Jiangcheng, which requires reservations 3 months in advance and is often hard to find. The restaurant is located on the top floor of the Jiangcheng Center building and offers a 360-degree panoramic view. However, faced with the top-quality white truffles, precious Caspian sturgeon caviar, carefully cooked blue lobster, and the authentic 1982 Lafite on the table, Lu Qinghuan didn't even take a closer look. She just held her delicate little chin with both hands, tilted her head, and stared at the man sitting opposite her who was cutting Wellington steak elegantly and skillfully with a knife and fork. The sunlight outside the window outlines his perfect profile, and every subtle movement looks so pleasing to the eye. A feast for the eyes. Today, she truly and deeply understood these 4 words. She felt that looking at Qin Feng made her feel more satisfied and happy than any delicious food. Afternoon. The two then went to the largest IMAX theater in Jiangcheng and watched the most popular love movie Love in the Starsea. Inside the dimly lit theater, a vast screen displayed the vast expanse of the starry sky. As the film's protagonists, after enduring hardships, finally embraced passionately outside a floating space capsule, and the background music reached its climax, a romantic and sentimental atmosphere permeated the theater. Lu Qinghuan's heartbeat accelerated again. She summoned up the greatest courage in her life, held her breath, and quietly and little by little, tentatively and gently leaned her little head on Qin Feng's broad, strong and warm shoulder. In an instant, an incomparable feeling of security enveloped her. Feeling the incredibly addictive warmth emanating from him, and the faint, pleasant scent of pine wood on his neck, as clear and charming as snow, Lu Qinghuan felt so happy she almost fainted. She squeezed her eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifted uncontrollably and crazily, forming an incredibly sweet arc. If time can stay at this moment forever, well, how wonderful it would be. She prayed devoutly in her heart. Are you happy today? The movie ended, and the crowds thinned. The two of them strolled side by side through the still bustling, brightly lit commercial street. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched their shadows far longer, intertwining them. Qin Feng tilted his head slightly, looking at the girl beside him who seemed to have a dreamy and silly smile on her face since they left home, and asked softly in his voice that was kissed by God and was so gentle that it could drown people. Yeah, Lu Qinghuan immediately nodded heavily, so hard that it made people worry about her slender neck. A smile brighter than the sunset blossomed on her face. Happy. Super happy. Extremely, extremely happy. This is the happiest day of my life. She emphasized it strongly, wishing she could find all the words in the world to express happiness to describe her current mood. Just be happy. Qin Feng smiled, a flawless smile. He reached out his hand very naturally and gently rubbed her little head, as if he was stroking a well-behaved kitten. However, right at this moment, his originally smooth steps suddenly stopped. Those deep eyes, always filled with a gentle smile, suddenly flashed a faint, sharp light in their deepest parts, and narrowed slightly. The gentle expression on his face instantly faded, transformed into an extreme calmness and scrutiny. He turned his head sharply, looking towards a slightly dim corner on the right side of the street. The gentle aura around him suddenly changed. Although still reserved, it was filled with an inexplicable sense of vigilance. What's wrong? Lu Qinghuan, who was immersed in great happiness, was startled by his sudden pause and change, and looked in the direction of his gaze with some confusion. It was just at that inconspicuous corner. A group of about 6 or 7 men, dressed in uniform black special fiber combat uniforms and a full set of individual combat gear, marched out silently and in unison. Each of them had a stern face, eyes as sharp as a hawk, and exuded the sturdy aura of someone who had experienced actual combat. They all wore standard black alloy long swords at their waists, the wear marks on the handles proving they were not ornamental. On their chests, a distinctive golden emblem of cross swords and a heavy shield was emblazoned, the symbol of the Jiangcheng Warrior Division. An aura of solemnity, coldness, and iron-bloodedness emanated from this team like a substance, causing the passers-by around them who were originally laughing and joking, enjoying their leisure time, to instantly sense the danger. They subconsciously fell silent, quickly retreated, and made way for the wide road. Stop. The leader was a relatively young but equally sharp-eyed team member. He was the first to notice Qin Feng and Lu Qinghuan, particularly the sudden, wary, scrutinizing glance from Qin Feng. He immediately took 2 steps forward, extended his hand, and, with perfect precision, blocked their path. His voice was cold, formally serious, and filled with undeniable vigilance. Warrior Department, routine patrol. Check for suspicious individuals. Please show us your identification and warrior certificates immediately. His eyes were like a scanner, carefully examining Qin Feng and Lu Qinghuan, especially Qin Feng, who had an outstanding temperament and an expression that was a little too calm. Lu Qinghuan's eyebrows immediately furrowed in displeasure, her temper nearly flaring. The perfect atmosphere for a date, a romantic stroll under the setting sun, had been interrupted by these unromantic, unpleasant people. She was just about to take a step forward, revealing her identity as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, forcing them to back off. But Qin Feng stopped him instantly with an extremely slight, yet unquestionable look. Qin Feng's expression had returned to its previous gentle, natural quality, as if the sharpness just now had been an illusion. He remained calm as he cooperatively pulled out his warrior certificate from his coat pocket and handed it over. His movements were unhurried and unhurried. Seeing this, the young team member relaxed his vigilance a little, took the certificate of special texture, and scanned it on a special palm-sized instrument that was flashing with a faint blue light. Drop! With a slight sound, Qin Feng's basic encrypted information was immediately displayed on the small screen of the instrument. Ordered. Qin Feng, 19 years old, Jiangcheng Wuhan University, freshman. The team member read out the information on the screen in a low voice. When he read the 4 words Jiangcheng Wuhan University, his face changed slightly. When he looked up at Qin Feng again, the vigilance in his eyes was quickly replaced by surprise and awe. Chapter 123. This kid is not simple. Jiangcheng Wuhan University. That was the holy land of martial arts that every young warrior in Jiangcheng, and indeed in the entire East China region, dreamed of and fought tooth and nail to enter. It was the cradle of the strongest. Those who made it were all gifted individuals, chosen from among hundreds, even tens of thousands. Their future achievements were limitless. They were simply beyond the reach of ordinary members of the martial arts division. When he looked at Qin Feng again, his eyes instantly became complicated, with a bit more respect and politeness. So you're a top student from Jiangcheng Martial Arts University. Sorry to bother you. His tone softened considerably, and he respectfully handed the martial arts certificate back to Qin Feng with both hands, explaining, "The city has indeed been uneasy lately. A group of ruthless and vicious martial artists from the Blood Temple cult have infiltrated the area and have committed several murders of families in the surrounding area. Their methods are extremely brutal. Our superiors have asked us to increase patrols and investigations." He glanced at Lu Qinghuan, who looked spoiled and didn't seem to have high martial arts skills, and kindly reminded her, "You two, especially this young lady, it's best to go home early and avoid staying on the streets for too long, so as to avoid unnecessary danger." Called warriors? Blood Temple? The moment Qin Feng's gaze shifted away, the corners of his mouth briefly curled up into an imperceptible, cold, and contemptuous arc. They are just a bunch of clowns who hide their heads and show their tails, believe in bloodshed, and are not presentable. With his current true combat power and trump cards, armed with the ancient treasure Chen Yuan Divine Pearl and possessing the mysterious power of the Phoenix marking within his body, he considered all those below the 6th-rank Grandmaster realm to be mere chickens and clay dogs. Even if a true 6th-rank Grandmaster were to confront him, he would have the confidence to fight him. Even if one seizes the opportunity and uses the suppressive power of the Phoenix mark involving the rules of time and space at all costs to achieve a cross-level counterattack, it is not completely impossible. Just some roaming and criminal cultists like rats? As long as the person coming is not a martial arts grandmaster of the 7th rank or above, or the other party is holding a strange evil weapon of the same level. Well, they are just experienced babies who come to give him heads and contribute precious luck points. He had no interest in these so-called dangers and was too lazy to even ask any more questions. However, his gaze passed over the young team member who was still giving a kind reminder. Like the most accurate probe, it landed behind the team, on the tall figure who had remained silent, standing with his arms folded, as if he was the core and pillar of the entire team. That was a woman. A woman whose figure is so good that it can make any normal man's blood boil and lose his mind instantly. She was extremely tall, estimated to be at least 1.75 meters tall, and wearing specially made combat boots, she was almost as tall as Qin Feng. She wore the same black, custom-made, tight-fitting combat uniform as her teammates, but this uniform, which was supposed to conceal her figure, not only failed to conceal her figure, but instead, it extremely and vividly outlined a breathtakingly perfect curve. A flexible waist that is so slender that it seems to be unable to be held in one hand, but contains amazing explosive power, a plump but with an amazing curve, like a ripe peach, and the most exaggerated, amazing breasts, tightly wrapped in high-quality combat uniforms, bulging, as if they may burst at any time, ready to burst out. These unconventional elements combine to create a visually arresting contrast, enough to stop any gaze. Hot. Sexy. Wild. Like a rose, born of deadly thorns, blossoming freely despite the smoke of war on a brutal battlefield. What caught Qin Feng's attention even more was the aura she exuded. She was calm and reserved, her energy far exceeding that of the surrounding members. Clearly, she was the strongest of the group. A subtle hint of fatigue wore on her face, but her eyes were sharp as a knife, calmly scanning her surroundings like a cheetah surveying its territory. At this moment, as if sensing Qin Feng's undisguised, scrutinizing gaze, the woman suddenly turned her head, and her pair of heroic, cold, and murderous phoenix eyes instantly and accurately locked onto Qin Feng. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Before Qin Feng's eyes, a translucent information panel, visible only to him and emitting a faint blue glow, silently emerged. Name, Hong Nishang. Identity, Captain of the 3rd Elite Action Team of Jiangqing Warrior Division. Realm, Peak 4th Rank Warrior. Qi and blood, 1,850 calories, active, slightly fluctuating. Spirit, 125 Hz, alert state. Kung Fu, Red Flame Art, mid-level Shin grade, slightly flawed. Skills, military combat, proficient, swordsmanship, specialized, firearms mastery, expert. Favorability, 20. On first meeting, I was unexpectedly attracted by the host's outstanding appearance and unique calm temperament, but was quickly overwhelmed by my professional vigilance. Recent fortune, participated in the hunt for the remnants of the Blood Temple. 3 days later, he encountered an ambush in the abandoned factory area west of the city. He fought hard, was seriously injured, and narrowly escaped death. Hint, the energy released by his special physique, the red flame glass body, when on the verge of losing control, may cause a slight resonance in the host's phoenix mark. Note, she has a fiery and fierce personality, hates evil with a vengeance, and deeply detests cult warriors. She comes from a military family with a distinguished background. In the original novel, she is rescued by the protagonist Yi Fan during his early days in Jiangcheng. He develops feelings for her heroic efforts in resolving her health problems, ultimately becoming one of his early and important harem members. Possessing a special physique, the red flame glazed body, she possesses immense potential, but her cultivation techniques are incompatible. She harbors hidden illnesses, and she is easily emotionally agitated, causing her qi and blood to become agitated. This makes her an excellent cauldron for cultivation and a valuable aid. The contents on the information panel quickly passed through Qin Feng's eyes. His gaze lingered for a moment on the keywords red flame glazed body, favorability 20, recent fortune, seriously injured, and protagonist Yi Fan harem. Oh! The stagnant water in Qin Feng's heart finally began to ripple with a tiny ripple called interest. Turn out to be. She is Hong Nishang. A fleeting, profound smile flickered across Qin Feng's lips, as swift as a dragonfly skimming the water, vanishing before a ripple formed, almost as if it had never appeared. That smile held so much within it, a hint of indifference to the scene before him, a hint of amusement at Hong Nishang's sharp scrutiny, and a depth so unfathomable and elusive. Yet, all of this was concealed beneath his flawless, gentle exterior, invisible to the naked eye. He didn't even look at Hong Nishang again. It was as if this elite captain, with her sizzling figure, her aura as powerful as a queen's, the kind that drove countless men crazy and in awe, was nothing more than an insignificant, fleeting spectacle on the side of the road in his eyes. Her sharpness, her heroic spirit, her sense of oppression tempered by blood and fire, seemed unable to penetrate the invisible, gentle yet extremely distant barrier surrounding him. He turned around, his movements smooth and natural, without the slightest hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, the dozen or so shopping bags, emblazoned with luxury brand logos and a testament to his wealth and taste, shifted securely from hand to hand. Each movement was graceful and composed, as if he weren't being questioned by the Warrior Bureau on the street, but rather leisurely adjusting his posture at a high-end banquet. His other hand, naturally, gently, and with an undeniable possessiveness, took Lu Qinghuan's slightly chilled hand beside him. His fingertips were warm, wrapping around her delicate hand perfectly, conveying not only warmth but also a calm, mountain-like strength. "Let's go, Qinghuan." His voice had regained its usual, gentle, resonant quality, like the most beautiful cello. Its steady tone held a soothing power. The brief yet tense confrontation, the seemingly casual yet veiled scrutiny, vanished with his words, like an illusion that had never occurred. The warm glow of the streetlight fell on his delicate profile, casting a soft halo that completely blocked out the momentary coldness that enveloped him. "It's getting late. I'll take you home." Lu Qinghuan's face flushed slightly, as if stained by the most charming sunset glow. She looked up at him, her clear eyes filled with dependence and happiness that threatened to overflow. She nodded vigorously, as obedient as a docile kitten that had found its final home and put away its claws. In her world, there was only Qin Feng's gentle profile and the incomparably comforting and intoxicating warmth from his palm. All the surrounding noise, danger, and exploration were completely blocked out by this warm barrier. As for the warrior division, the cultists, or the city's dark night rules, she didn't care at all, nor did she need to care. As long as she could be with Qin Feng, even if the sky collapsed and the world ended, she would be happy and satisfied. Her slender fingers tightened slightly, holding him more firmly, as if it was the only link connecting her to the whole world. The two walked side by side, their figures tucked in. He was tall, imposing, and possessed of a distinguished demeanor. She was petite, delicate, and refined. They formed a strikingly harmonious scene. They quickly merged into the surging crowds and traffic of the night, like two drops of water merging into a rushing river, naturally disappearing around the bend of the street, leaving no trace. It's like a tiny, yet hard, pebble dropped into a seemingly calm lake, creating only a few ripples before sinking to the bottom, leaving no trace. Yet, that fleeting touch is enough for the sensitive creatures at the bottom to sense its unusual texture and weight. However, behind them, the patrol team composed of elite warriors, which should have been disciplined and agile, fell into a strange, deathly silence. The air seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand, becoming sticky, stagnant, and almost suffocating. Even the gentle night breeze seemed afraid to pierce the area, bypassing it with a long detour. The clamor of the street and the distant honking of cars seemed to be blocked by a thick layer of glass, becoming blurry and unreal. The eyes of all the team members were subconsciously and uncontrollably focused on their captain, Hong Nishang. This, a strong rose, who was always known for her swift and decisive actions, ruthlessness, and sharp eyes, and the feared female Tyrannosaurus of the 3rd Squadron of the Jiangqing Warrior Division, was now standing still. Her body remained in the same crossed-arm position, her arms folded across her chest. This movement should have seemed defensive and powerful, but now it inexplicably conveyed a sense of stiffness. She was like a sculpture meticulously crafted by the most skilled craftsman, imbued with explosive power and untamed beauty. Every inch of her muscle was taut, imbued with unleashed energy. Those phoenix eyes, always blazing with fighting spirit and imposing heroic spirit, were now fixed intently, unblinkingly, on the street corner where Qin Feng and Lu Qinghuan had disappeared. Deep within her pupils, a surging wave had already been stirred, gleaming with an unprecedented solemnity and a trace of uncertainty that she herself hadn't even clearly perceived, yet was truly present. Time passed by second, each second seemed to be stretched infinitely, weighing heavily on the hearts of all the team members. A full half-minute passed, a distance long enough to complete several tactical coordinations or rapid advances during normal missions. Hong Nishang still maintained that frozen posture, as if she had turned into a husband-waiting stone that was gazing intently into the distance. However, there was no sorrow in her eyes, only overwhelming doubt and heaviness. Captain. Finally, Xiao Wang, the youngest member of the team, a recent graduate of the Warrior Academy, still embodying a touch of childishness, couldn't help himself. The almost heart-stopping silence made his scalp tingle. He spoke cautiously, his voice shrill and trembling with nervousness and repression, trying to break the suffocating deadlock. "What's wrong? Those two people, are there any problems?" His voice was filled with pure bewilderment and confusion, tinged with the unique curiosity of youth, undimmed by reality. To him, they were simply a pair of incredibly good-looking, perfectly matched young lovers on a sweet date. The man was incredibly handsome, the woman so beautiful she looked like she'd stepped out of a painting. While the man's martial arts certificate showed him to be a top student at Jiangcheng Wode University, with a promising future, and indeed, impressive, it wasn't enough to make their captain, a female Tyrannosaurus who had experienced countless life and death battles and weathered the storms, look so solemn, as if he'd been frozen in time, right? You know, the last time the captain showed this kind of intense, almost enemy-like, alert expression was 3 months ago, when he led the team to annihilate a group of vicious, blood-stained, third-grade cult warriors. That battle was incredibly brutal, and the captain was even injured. Hong Nishang didn't answer immediately. She didn't even move her eyes. Her brows began to furrow slowly, bit by bit, as if troubled by an extremely complex and intractable problem. The initial shock and instinctive vigilance on that beautiful and heroic face slowly faded, replaced by a deep, unwavering confusion and scrutiny. She seemed to be trying to recall every detail of the brief exchange, trying to piece together a clue. Something is wrong. Something is so wrong. The moment her eyes met that young man's was extremely brief, perhaps less than 1/10 of a second. But in that split second, she felt a surge of pressure. A cold, obscure pressure that made her soul tremble, as if she was facing the abyss. That was not the pressure caused by the mutual induction of qi and blood between ordinary warriors, nor was it the kind of mental shock that pierced the brain directly by a psychic master. It is a more original, higher-level feeling, as if coming from the top of the food chain, an absolute crushing feeling at the level of life. It was like a tiger, accustomed to reigning supreme in the jungle, suddenly stumbling upon a dormant ancient dragon. The dragon didn't even need to open its eyes or unleash its mighty power. The terrifying aura emanating from its bloodline and life essence, unconsciously emanating from its slumber, was enough to shatter the king of beasts, forcing him to prostrate himself on the ground, unable to even think of escaping. That feeling came and went quickly, so fleeting that she almost thought it was an illusion caused by the recent high-intensity work and excessive nervous tension. Her brain's defense mechanism even tried to immediately blur and rationalize this uncomfortable memory. But she trusts her intuition. It was a beast-like fighting instinct forged through countless battles of blood and blood, life and death. This instinct transcended logical analysis and went straight to the core of the truth. It had never deceived her, but had saved her life more than once. And at this moment, it was frantically warning her. Screaming. Danger. Extremely dangerous. This seemingly harmless, gentle, and even somewhat student-like handsome young man in front of her, under his gentle appearance, is definitely hiding a prehistoric beast that is countless times more terrifying than any cultist or brutal criminal she has ever hunted down. Team leader. Li Sun, another veteran team member who looked older, with darker skin, calmer eyes, and clearly more experience, had already sensed the profoundly uneasy atmosphere. He took a tentative step forward and asked in a lowered voice, his tone much more cautious than Xiao Wang's. "Did you find any clues from that young man? Are they related to the recent case?" He tried to offer a reasonable explanation from the perspective of the mission. Hong Nishang finally took action. Slowly, almost stiffly, she lowered her arms from her chest. This simple movement seemed to drain a great deal of her strength. Then, she let out a long, silent breath of the trapped air. Her chest, tightly wrapped in the special material of her combat uniform, outlined a breathtakingly exaggerated curve, and then rose and fell, creating a wave that would make any normal man's blood boil. But at this moment, no one dared to cast their gaze upon the alluring scenery. Everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding. They could clearly sense the unprecedented, almost tangible, solemnity and heaviness emanating from their captain. This aura made them even more uneasy than anger. "You." Hong Nishang finally spoke, but her voice was barely perceptible, hoarse and dry, as if her vocal cords hadn't vibrated in a long time. She paused, as if to moisten her throat, or to form her words. "Did you feel anything from him just now?" Her gaze, like a searchlight, swept across each of their faces, not missing any subtle changes in expression. Upon hearing this, the team members looked at each other with confusion written all over their faces. "Feel what? Captain, what do you mean? Is it the fluctuation of qi and blood?" "No, it feels very peaceful, even a little weak. Not very strong." A team member scratched his head and said, "Yeah, nothing special. Except he's really too damn good looking." Another team member muttered softly, trying to ease the overly tense atmosphere, but found it was ineffective. They looked bewildered, and their confusion didn't seem fake. Hong Nishan carefully examined each of their faces. Seeing their pure, genuine doubts and confusion, she suddenly understood. She was the only one who felt the terrifying, heart-pounding pressure in the shudder that came from the very level of life. Is it because her strength is the strongest in the team, she has reached the peak of the 4th level, and her perception is the sharpest? Or, an even more horrifying thought suddenly and uncontrollably emerged from the deepest recesses of her mind: was the opponent's pressure precisely and meticulously directed at her alone? So the other team members were completely unaware? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Hong Nishan's heart began to twitch uncontrollably. A chill crept up her spine, almost making her shiver. If that's the case, just how terrifyingly, unimaginably, and meticulously has this young man named Qin Feng mastered his power? Just how terrifying is his true strength? And what's his purpose in doing this? A warning? Or simply not wanting to unleash it on anyone else? "Captain, what are you looking at?" Newcomer Xiao Wang couldn't help but ask again, his curiosity threatening to burst. "That student just now, what's wrong with him? Is he a wanted criminal in disguise?" This was the worst possible scenario he could imagine. Hong Nishan withdrew her gaze from the team members. Her eyes were extremely complicated, with all kinds of emotions intertwined and swirling in them: shock, confusion, disbelief, and a hint of deeply hidden fear. She was silent for a moment, as if she was trying hard to digest the turmoil in her heart, and as if she was struggling to organize her words, trying to express the incredible feeling in a way that they could understand. Finally, she spoke word by word, her voice so heavy that it seemed as if every word was stained with lead. "That kid. Not simple." She spoke these 3 words extremely slowly and clearly, as if she had used up all her strength. Chapter 124 Horror Background. The team members were even more confused. Not simple? Zhangchang Wuhan University's top students, the pride of heaven, of course it's not simple. This is almost nonsense. "Captain, do you need to say this so solemnly and as if you were facing a great enemy?" "Captain, what do you mean?" Veteran team member Li Sun also frowned. He realized that what the captain meant was not as simple as it seemed. Hong Nishan's gaze involuntarily turned to the empty street corner again. Her eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the cold reinforced concrete wall, cross the space, and firmly lock onto the back of the figure that had already gone away but cast a huge shadow in her heart. Her voice lowered even lower, with a very slight tremor that even she could not fully control. This tremor appeared particularly abrupt and scary on the usually strong Hong Nishan. The energy and blood in him. She paused, as if searching for the most accurate adjective. "Something is very wrong. No, it's very terrifying. Even." She paused again, her breathing quickening slightly, as if she was making an extremely difficult decision, searching for a suitable word that would not be too shocking but still be noticeable enough. But in the end, under the nervous gaze of her team members, she chose the most straightforward and impactful description. She opened her red lips slightly and uttered a few earth-shattering words. "Be stronger than me." Boom! These words, like a thunderbolt from the sky, exploded in the minds of all the team members with destructive force, instantly shattering their souls. Time seemed to have completely stopped at this moment. Sound, light, smell, all external information received by the senses disappeared. All the team members, including the most experienced and self-proclaimed knowledgeable veteran, Li Sun, seemed to have been precisely hit by an invisible immobilization spell. They froze in place and turned into another group of sculptures. Their faces shared the same expression: utter stupor. Pupils dilated, eyes hollow, mouths unconsciously parted. Then, a wave of bewilderment washed over them, as if they couldn't grasp the meaning of these simple words. Finally, there was utter, overwhelming disbelief. What? Newcomer Xiao Wang's body shook violently, as if struck by a sledgehammer. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and his eyes bulged outward, nearly popping out of their sockets. Bloodshot filled his eyes. He wondered if his ears had been damaged by some sonic energy during the patrol, causing him to hallucinate. Team leader. What did you say just now? That student who looked a few years younger than him, who looked like a college student and was as handsome as a celebrity, had a blood and energy even stronger than the captain who was a peak 4th grade warrior? What kind of joke is this? How is this possible? Absurd. Bizarre. Arabian Nights. Captain, you're not kidding, are you? Today is an April Fool's Day, another team member stammered, his voice trembling like a leaf in the cold wind. He tried to force a smile, but found his facial muscles were too stiff to move. You know, who is their captain, Hong Nishong? That was the ace of the Jiangqing Warrior Division, the renowned 3rd Elite Squad. The absolute core combat force. At only 26 years old, he is already a peak 4th grade warrior. Officially recorded as having a high HP of 1850. This puts him among the very best of all the 4th grade warriors in Jiangcheng. A true genius. He's one of the faces of the Jiangqing Warrior Division. There have even been rumors within the company that the captain's special physique and the extremely powerful family martial arts he practices make him capable of competing with some warriors who have just entered the 5th level and whose realm is not yet stable, and he will not be at a disadvantage. In the eyes of the ordinary team members, the captain was a true humanoid beast. He was the one they chased, admired, feared, and even worshipped. He was the epitome of power. But now, the captain they thought was incredibly powerful actually said with his own mouth that a college student who looked no more than 20 years old had a stronger qi and blood than her? What does that mean? This means that the young man named Qin Feng's blood value is at least above 1850 calories. It might even approach or even exceed the 2000 calorie mark. A 20-year-old young man has nearly 2000 calories or even more of qi and blood? This is no longer something that can be described by the word genius. This is a monster. It's a monster. It is something that only exists in theory, or only exists in myths and legends. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Newcomer Xiao Wan was the first to recover from his shock, screaming out. He shook his head vigorously, almost frantically, as if to banish the absurd conclusion he had just heard. Captain, you must be mistaken. Continuous missions are exhausting. Or maybe he's using some secret method to conceal his energy and blood, clouding your judgment. He waved his arms excitedly, trying to convince the captain and himself with logic. How old is he? He looks like a student at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University, at best a freshman or sophomore, right? Even if he's been practicing martial arts since his mother's womb and taking gene optimizers for a living. Even if he's the legendary S-level talent, a martial arts prodigy, at best he's only a peak 2nd grade warrior at this age, or just entering the 3rd grade. This is already shocking. How could he be stronger than a peak 4th grade cultivator like you? This completely goes against the fundamental principles of martial arts practice. Qi and blood growth requires time and resources to accumulate. This simply doesn't make sense. His words, like a rapid-fire barrage of bullets, truly spoke to the hearts and minds of all the team members. Yes. This completely overturned everything they knew about martial arts practice. Common sense, rules, everything written in the textbooks, were ruthlessly crushed in this moment. They instinctively resisted this information. However, faced with the team members' overwhelming questioning and shock, Hong Nishang's face showed no sign of wavering. Her expression remained as solemn, even more so than before. The moonlight cast a cold, solemn glow over her face. I can't feel wrong. She spoke in a decisive tone, her voice not loud but full of unquestionable power, instantly suppressing all the noise. Warriors have a deep, instinctive sense of energy and blood that is stronger than their own, especially when it's far superior. It's a survival alarm etched in their genes. It's a feeling one that can't be accurately described in words, but it's absolutely real. Just like a herbivore, even if they've never seen a tiger before, when they face a top predator for the first time, they'll feel a natural fear that comes from the depths of their soul. It's the absolute oppression brought about by the gap in life levels. Her gaze swept across the faces of each team member, her eyes sharp as a knife. Just now, when he looked at me seemingly casually, every hair on my body stood up uncontrollably. My scalp tingled. That's not all, her tone grew heavier. The Qin blood that once flowed smoothly within me even experienced a brief, yet unmistakable stagnation. It was only for a split second, but for a warrior of my level, the feeling was terrifyingly clear. This is definitely a stress response my body automatically produces when I encounter a being whose life force is far superior to mine and whose power has reached a terrifying level. This is my body's instinctive warning to me, stay away. It's extremely dangerous. Hiss. After hearing the captain's description in such detail, so specific, and even with personal experience, all the team members couldn't help but take a deep breath again, feeling a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They knew that Captain Hong Nishang might have a hot temper, but she was definitely not someone who spoke without purpose or without reason. Especially in matters like these involving strength, judgment, and life and death, she was extremely rigorous and reliable. Even this fearless female Tyrannosaurus who dared to chase down a cult group alone felt fear, had her hair standing on end, and her blood stagnated. Just how terrifying was that young man named Qin Feng? Everyone's brain had turned into a chaotic mess. Their CPUs had completely burned out, leaving them unable to imagine or comprehend. Their worldview was crackling, on the verge of collapse. Then what realm is he in? Veteran team member Li Sun swallowed hard, his throat dry as if he'd swallowed a handful of sand. He asked this question, weighing heavily on everyone's mind like a huge boulder. Yes. A young man whose energy and blood are much more terrifying than Hong Nishang, who is at the peak of the 4th rank. What realm is he in? Peak 3rd rank? Impossible. The peak 3rd rank's limit of HP is only about 1,000 calories, almost double the captain's 1850 calories. A world of difference. 4th grade beginner or intermediate? Impossible. Qi and blood at this level are usually between 1,200 to 1,600 calories, still unable to surpass the captain. Peak 4th rank? Perhaps. But a 20-year-old peak 4th rank? This was already a rare, once-in-a-century, peerless monstrosity. Enough to alarm the entire East China region and even higher levels. Even so, his Qi and blood were only on par with the captain's, so how could he be considered far superior? Could it be? An even crazier thought, one that they dared not even think about, and even one that they subconsciously refused to think about, emerged tremblingly in everyone's mind at the same time. Everyone held their breath at that moment. Their blood seemed to freeze. They nervously stared at their captain, their eyes filled with fear and a hint of absurd anticipation, awaiting the final judgment that could completely overturn everything they had learned. Hong Nishang fell silent. Her phoenix eyes flickered fiercely, as if countless data streams and combat models were rapidly passing through them. She was conducting some extremely complex deduction and judgment based on countless combat experiences and intuition. She carefully recalled Qin Feng's every move just now, and every detail was magnified infinitely and analyzed repeatedly. The calmness he maintained throughout the entire interrogation by the entire elite team, a composure and ease that even tinged with laziness, wasn't forced, but a condescending indifference that came from deep within him. The look that seemed gentle, but in fact there was a calmness deep in his eyes, as if everything was under his control and he ignored them. And the terrifying aura that flashed by, like a bottomless abyss, hidden deep beneath the perfect and gentle appearance, even though it was only a trace, made her feel like she was falling into an icy cave. A long time. It seemed like a century had passed. She slowly, almost gritting her teeth, uttered 2 words that weighed 1,000 pounds. 5th rank. These 2 words escaped from her lips lightly, but they were like 2 towering mountains, pressing down on the hearts of every team member. Boom! The team members' brains were once again struck by a powerful hammer. Their vision began to go black, and their ears began to ring. 5th grade. That young man, actually is a 5th rank warrior? What does a 5th grade warrior mean? Tempering the 6 internal organs, reshaping the meridians, and allowing the blood and qi to surge like a river, the minimum standard is also 2,000 calories. Compared with the peak of the 4th rank, its strength is a qualitative leap. In a second-tier city like Jiangcheng, any 5th rank warrior was an absolute powerhouse. They were capable of serving as the director of a branch of the District Warrior Bureau, or becoming the pillar of a large family, a true pillar of strength. They were truly high-end combat power. Ordinary team members like them don't even have the qualifications to meet them on a daily basis. They can only occasionally hear a few words about these big figures in the news. And now, a ridiculously handsome, 20-year-old 5th-rank warrior appeared right before their eyes? And they had just stopped him and questioned him for a long time? 22 years old, a 5th-grade rank. Oh my god! Newcomer Xiao Wang's legs gave way, unable to support himself any longer. With a plop, he collapsed onto the cold ground, mumbling to himself in despair. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Tonight, his worldview was completely, ruthlessly, and repeatedly shattered and ground into powder. He was 22 years old, having recently achieved breakthrough status as a 1st-grade warrior. With a Qi and HP of 185, he was already hailed as the best of his class at the police academy, boasting a promising future. He was filled with pride and pride. He was also secretly proud of his admission to the Warrior Division's elite squad. But compared with others, I am nothing. Not even a fart. I am just a tiny speck of dust, so insignificant that I can't even count. No. Not even a speck of dust. He is a dragon soaring in the sky, while I am just an ant struggling on the ground. Can the gap between people really be so huge as to cause despair? Is this even allowing people to survive? 5th rank. It's actually 5th rank. Veteran team member Li Sun muttered to himself, his eyes hollow, filled with despair and immense frustration. He'd toiled for over 20 years, risking his life on countless missions, his body covered in scars. Yet, he was still only at the peak of the 2nd rank, the threshold to the 3rd rank elusive. He felt hopeless. And that young man, who was almost half his age, had already reached a height that he could never reach in his entire life, or even in several lifetimes. This despairingly huge gap in his feelings was like a blunt knife, ruthlessly scraping his heart, leaving him with a deep sense of powerlessness and suffocating despair. Years of persistence and faith seemed so ridiculous and pale at this moment. However, just when everyone was shocked beyond words by the astonishing conclusion of 5th grade, their minds were at a loss and their hearts were almost on the verge of collapse. Hong Nishang's next words were like a real, powerful nuclear bomb, completely detonating in their already fragile, nearly struck nerve centers, completely reducing their last shreds of rationality to ashes. She took a deep breath, as if sucking all the thick, oppressive air around her into her lungs. Her eyes flickered with ever crazier, ever daring speculations, ones even she herself considered absurd. But her astonishing intuition, the trembling deep within her soul, all pointed to a more terrifying answer. Her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, as if she was afraid of disturbing some mysterious existence. Yet, it was like a cold steel needle, clearly and enunciatingly piercing the deep eardrums of every team member. Even. It's possible. Her red lips opened and closed with difficulty, uttering those 4 words that were enough to silence the entire world. It's the 6th rank. Grandmaster Realm. Dead silence. It was truly dead silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and even the sound of blood flowing seemed frozen. If the conclusion of the 5th level just now was like thunder from the sky, it would have struck them until they were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Now, the words 6th rank Grandmaster were a doomsday catastrophe capable of annihilating everything, completely vaporizing their cognition, beliefs, and even their souls. It was a dimensionality reduction attack. The expressions on the faces of all the team members, including Li Sun, the most experienced and resolute veteran, were completely frozen. It wasn't just shock or horror, it was a feeling of a complete overturning of all perspectives, a complete destruction of all cognition, a sense of absolute, blank, and vacant stagnation, as if all logic and common sense had been thrown into a black hole and pulverized. Their brains had completely frozen, and even the feeling of fear was temporarily incapable of forming. 6th grade. Grandmaster. What's that concept? That was a true chasm on the road of martial arts. A huge chasm separating the ordinary from the extraordinary. Crossing over it, one will leap over the dragon gate, their life sublimated, becoming a dragon among men, overlooking all living things. Their status, strength, and power will undergo earth-shaking changes. Upon reaching Grandmaster status, one's chi and blood surge like the vast ocean, boundless and boundless. Their spirit begins to condense, transforming the void into thought, and possessing all sorts of mysterious and unfathomable abilities. Every gesture and movement wields immense power, and breaking monuments and cracking rocks is a piece of cake. In the entire Jiangcheng, there are only a handful of 6th grade masters. They can be counted on one hand. Each one of them was a towering giant, capable of shaking the entire city of Jiangcheng with a single stomp of their foot. A truly strategic force. An elusive figure, a figure that existed only in legends and news bulletins. Now, the captain actually said that this incredibly young guy, who looked like an ordinary college student, might be a 6th grade grandmaster who towered over millions of people? No, impossible. This time, it was Li Sun, the most composed and experienced veteran team member, who was the first to snap out of his utter stupor. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, or a beast whose reverse scale had been touched, he let out a hysterical, completely uncontrollable scream. His face flushed crimson with extreme excitement and resistance. The veins in his neck bulged and twisted like a wriggling earthworm. His eyes bulged and bloodshot, giving him a ferocious look, like a madman ready to devour anyone. "Captain! This joke is not funny at all." "Not at all," he practically roared, his voice hoarse. 6th rank Grandmaster. A 20-year-old 6th rank Grandmaster? Do you know what this means? Wake up. In the entire nation of China. In history. The youngest recorded 6th grade Grandmaster was set by the Lord God of War 30 years ago. That year, he was 28 years old. He has been hailed as a martial arts legend that appears only once in 1,000 years. He is a living legend. A 20-year-old Grandmaster? This is simply not something a human can achieve. This goes against all common sense in martial arts, physiological limits, and the law of conservation of energy. Even if it was a reincarnated god, or an ancient being reborn from another body, it couldn't be this outrageous. His emotions completely spiraled out of control. This speculation hadn't just struck at the very foundation of his faith, it had ruthlessly trampled everything he'd stood for and believed in throughout his life, crushing it into the mud. This was even harder for him to accept than discovering he'd never be able to break through to the 3rd stage. This was simply impossible. Yes, Captain. This is too much. Too outrageous. It's impossible. Captain, you must be too tired. You're having an illusion. The other team members also awoke from their petrified state, excitedly echoing the sentiment like drowning men grasping at straws. They would rather believe the sun would rise from the west tomorrow, or that a sow could fly, than believe a 20-year-old 6th grade Grandmaster could exist in this world. That wasn't just a demon, that was a god. A demon. Something that shouldn't even exist in this world. Faced with the team members, their emotions flaring up, nearly falling into chaos, Hong Nishang remained surprisingly calm. Normally, anyone who dared to question her like this would have been harshly reprimanded or even punished. But now, she simply watched them quietly, her eyes brimming with understanding and even a hint of deep pity. Didn't she wish she was mistaken? Was she just drifting off after 72 hours of intense work? She also hoped that this was just a ridiculous joke to lighten the mood. But that trembling and fear, emanating from the deepest, most instinctive depths of her soul, that suffocating feeling, like facing a natural disaster or the abyss, could never be deceived. Her body, her intuition, her fighting instincts, were all frantically confirming the horrifying truth to her. Chapter 125 Hong Nishang's Speculation. I'm just saying it's possible. She spoke slowly, her voice filled with deep fatigue and a sense of powerlessness after having realized some terrible truth. She raised her hand and rubbed her slightly swollen temple. You haven't experienced the impact of that moment firsthand, so you can't understand it or believe it. That's normal. That feeling of being targeted by a natural enemy, of being stared at by the god of death. Even breathing becomes a luxury, even thinking has almost ceased. My body is completely out of control, and I just want to kneel down and surrender. Her gaze grew distant, as if she were recalling some horrific experience. I've only felt a similar aura in one person. She emphasized the word similar, but even that was enough to silence the frantically shouting team members, who listened with bated breath. Who? All the team members asked subconsciously and in unison, their hearts in their throats. A deep, almost tangible awe and admiration flashed across Hong Nishan's eyes, even a hint of barely perceptible fear. Slowly, in an almost reverent tone, she uttered a name that would command awe and reverence across the entire East China region. Our Commander-in-Chief of the East China Military Region. Yi Qingtian, God of Sea Suppression. 7th Rank Grandmaster. Hiss. There was another uniform, almost draining sound of gasps. This time, even Xiao Wang, who was slumped on the ground, gasped and nearly passed out. If we say that the 6th grade master is a legend that is difficult for mortals to reach, then a 7th rank grandmaster is a living, breathing myth. He is the pillar of the nation, the ultimate force that can suppress the nation's destiny. He is a true strategic deterrent. His very title represents supreme power and authority. That young man actually reminded the captain of a supreme being of that level? Even just his similar aura was enough to terrify the hell out of him. At that moment, all the voices of doubt, roars, and disbelief vanished completely, as if wiped away in an instant by an invisible hand. The team members looked at each other, their eyes no longer filled with suspicion, only endless, bone-deep fear and dread. Their faces grew paler, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat poured from every pore like a waterfall, instantly soaking through their clothes. The icy touch sent shivers down their spines. They just actually interrogated a terrifying being who might be a 6th grade grandmaster, or even whose aura could be slightly connected to that of a 7th grade grandmaster? They also blocked his way, checked his ID, and even the captain had a physical confrontation with him? At the thought of this, everyone's backs were instantly soaked with a torrent of cold sweat. The evening breeze was icy and biting, like falling into an ice cellar. They were practically dancing like crazy at the gates of hell, unaware of it. The slightest hint of dissatisfaction from their opponents, even without needing to resort to violence, perhaps just a glance, was enough to cause all of them to mentally collapse, their martial arts hearts shattered, and become crippled from then on. Silence once again enveloped this elite squad. But this time, the silence was no longer one of doubt and anticipation, but rather one of boundless fear and the trembling of survival. They finally understood why their captain had reacted as he had. That was not solemnity, but the most primitive and real horror when facing a natural disaster that was completely impossible to resist. Hong Nishan looked at the team members' pale faces, knowing that they had finally realized the seriousness of the situation. She once again cast her gaze in the direction where Qin Feng had disappeared, her eyes filled with complexity. She pulled out her dedicated communicator, her finger hesitating on the screen for a moment, but ultimately decided not to dial the report number immediately. This matter was too big. So big that she needed to calm down, need more evidence, need to think carefully about how to phrase it so that the people at headquarters wouldn't think she was crazy. A 20-year-old 5th rank official was already shocking. If it's really a 6th rank. Hong Nishan took a deep breath of the cold night air and felt the chill penetrate her lungs. What that would probably trigger would be a superstorm that would sweep across the entire Chinese martial arts world. Call. A gust of icy night wind rushed in from the empty street corner, picking up a few withered yellow leaves from the ground, swirling them around with a soft rustling sound that was particularly harsh in the dead of night. The wind carried the unique bleakness and chill of late autumn, as if it could penetrate clothes and pierce the bone marrow. Several members of the warrior division shuddered simultaneously, subconsciously tightening their thin combat uniforms. But they all knew that this chilling coldness was not simply due to the weather. More importantly, it comes from the instinctive trembling and fear that has not yet subsided from the depths of the soul. Cold sweat had already soaked the lining of their combat uniforms, clinging to their backs. The cold, sticky sensation continued to inflict waves of extreme discomfort, a constant reminder of the brief yet profoundly transformative experience they had just endured. A nearly blank expression lingered on each of their faces, the mark of having their worldviews suddenly shattered and their common sense completely overturned. 6th rank, Grandmaster, Sea-suppressing Divine General. These weighty words, like towering, insurmountable mountains, pressed down on their hearts, nearly suffocating them. They even had to deliberately regulate their breathing to barely suppress the immense pressure stemming from the disparity in life levels. What kind of being were they talking to just now? Or do they really have the qualifications to call that brief contact a dialogue? I'm afraid that in the other party's bottomless eyes, their well-equipped elite patrol team, which is majestic in the eyes of ordinary citizens and represents order and strength, is no different in essence from the chirping, insignificant sparrows on the roadside. A huge, indescribable feeling of powerlessness, like an ant looking up at the sky, spreads silently like an icy deep-sea tide, drowning everyone and making them feel stiff from body to soul. Cough cough. In the end, it was the youngest newcomer, Xiao Wang, who, with a burst of uncontrollable, trembling coughs, struggled to break the suffocating silence. His face was still frighteningly pale, without a trace of blood, and his lips trembled slightly uncontrollably, clearly still far from recovering from the extreme shock. That captain, he turned his somewhat stiff neck and looked at the tall and graceful figure at the front of the team Hong Nishang. His eyes were filled with relief at having survived the disaster, but even more so, with a kind of awe that was almost overflowing, like a believer looking up to a god. We didn't do anything out of line just now, did we? His voice was extremely dry. What if we accidentally upset that senior? He hadn't finished his words, but the deep-seated fear was already clearly transmitted to everyone. To provoke a suspected 6th-grade grandmaster? Just the mere thought of the consequences was enough to shatter their hearts. They might not even need to make a move, even a single displeased thought would be enough for their entire team to be completely wiped from this world in an instant, leaving not even a trace behind. A slightly older and more experienced team member nearby nodded emphatically, his expression no less fearful than Xiao Wang's. He licked his chapped lips and added in a hoarse voice, "Yeah, Captain, that senior seems to have a pretty gentle temper." He said it uncertainly, more like a self-consolation. "Luckily, thankfully you noticed something was amiss and reacted quickly, preventing us, a bunch of clueless youngsters, from continuing our reckless interrogation." The veteran team member's tone was filled with genuine gratitude. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. We're even at a point where we can still talk. Recalling the captain's suddenly grave expression and the thunderous, undeniable stop, every team member felt immense gratitude towards Hong Nishang. If it weren't for the captain's immense experience and acute perception, these naive individuals, accustomed to following the rules, might have simply forced the other party to remove their mask and conduct a more thorough identity check, out of what they considered duty. If it really developed to that point, it wouldn't be a simple offense, it would be treating the King of Hell as a suspicious individual and offending him to death. It would be a true act of self-destruction. Hong Nishang didn't say anything. She simply stood there quietly, the night breeze ruffling a few scattered strands of hair from her forehead, revealing a pair of eyes as deep as a cold pond. Her gaze remained fixed on the street corner where Qin Feng had vanished, as if she could penetrate the veil of darkness and see the long-gone, godlike figure. Her normally heroic, even sharp, face was now shrouded in a complex, inscrutable expression, shock, confusion, awe, but mostly, a deep, lingering solemnity. Mild? Does that man really give people the impression of being just gentle? No. Definitely more than that. Hong Nishang's intuition, honed through life and death, was frantically warning her. Beneath that gentle, even youthful, and ordinary exterior, lurked a dormant ancient beast, capable of devastating destruction if awakened. His so-called gentleness was simply because these tiny ants weren't capable of causing him any emotional fluctuations. It was a kind of absolute, utter disregard that came from the level of life, crushing everything in its path. Just like humans walking around, not caring if they stepped on a few ants. All right. After a long moment, Hong Nishang slowly withdrew her gaze, which seemed to penetrate space. She took a deep breath of the cold night air, forcing the frightening figure out of her mind. Regardless of who that man was, or what terrifying identity and realm he possessed, it was not something their grassroots patrol team should, or was qualified, to delve into. The implications of existences of that level had long since transcended their purview and the limits of their understanding. Forcing their way in would not only yield no answers, but would likely bring unimaginable calamity. The more you know, the faster you die. This iron law is unchanging in the world of warriors. Keep to yourself what just happened and everyone involved. Forget it completely, she gave the order in an unprecedented, cold and unquestionable tone. Tonight, we were carrying out a routine night patrol.
During our visit, we only encountered Qin Feng, a student at Jiangcheng Wude University, and Lu Qingwan, the daughter of the Lu family. We checked their credentials according to procedure, and since everything was normal, we allowed them to pass. Do you understand? This is the entire truth of tonight.
Her gaze was like a physical blade, scanning the eyes of each team member one by one, ensuring that her meaning was received accurately.
Yes, Captain. Understood.
All the team members felt a chill in their hearts, immediately straightening their backs, suppressing all distracting thoughts, and responded in unison, their voices echoing through the empty streets. They were no fools, and naturally understood the seriousness of this matter. A young, powerful individual suspected of being a 6th-rank grandmaster had quietly appeared in Jiangcheng. This was undoubtedly a major event, enough to resonate throughout Jiangnan province and beyond. But a vortex of this magnitude was definitely not something that these small-time members of the grassroots could afford to get involved in. Strictly following the captain's orders and keeping their mouths shut was the best way to protect themselves. "Captain, your wise newcomer Xiao Wang reacted the fastest, forcing a smile uglier than tears and quickly flattering him. Let's just pretend our eyes are temporarily blind tonight, seeing nothing, and our ears are temporarily deaf, hearing nothing.
Yeah, just some fresh air and a walk, nothing special will happen."
Right, another team member quickly echoed, even subconsciously avoiding certain taboo words.
What's 6th rank sect to him? We don't know anything anyway. It's just a normal night patrol, everything's normal.
The invisible weight weighing on everyone's hearts seemed to be temporarily lifted by the unified and clear statement. The tense atmosphere within the team also relaxed a tiny bit. Xiao Wang subconsciously rubbed his hands, as if trying to dispel the lingering chill, or perhaps to give himself courage. He suddenly changed the subject, forcing a sinister look onto his face, attempting to divert everyone's attention away from that terrifying being.
Damn it! I don't want to think about that thing anymore. The more I think about it, the more *king creepy I feel. My calves are cramping. He spat and continued viciously, "Let's think more about our original mission tonight. Damn those evil cult warriors."
When the 4 words "cult warrior" were squeezed out from between his teeth, a completely different kind of disgust and murderous aura, so strong that it almost became tangible, instantly replaced the fear on his face. This bunch of stinking trash, who have forgotten their roots, betrayed humanity, and are only fit to hide in the gutter. They are the cancer of society. All they do all day is engage in sacrificial offerings, destruction, and other filthy activities that are not meant to be seen in public.
Don't let me catch them. As long as they fall into my hands.
He waved his fists vigorously, and spit splashed in the cold air, as if those imaginary cultists had been trampled under his feet. I'm going to use pliers to tear out all their teeth one by one. Then I'm going to break every bone in their mouths. I'm going to burst their balls. I'm going to make them die in the most miserable way possible, and make them sincerely repent for defecting to a foreign race.
Damn it!
These bloody and cruel words immediately and accurately hit the emotional points of the other team members who urgently needed to vent at this moment. What they felt towards Qin Feng, a mysterious and hopelessly powerful man who made their hearts palpitate even when he was mentioned, was the most primitive fear that came from the crushing of their life level. But for these evil cult warriors who betrayed humanity, defected to alien races, and harmed society, they felt pure hatred and contempt from the deepest part of their hearts. This emotion made them feel a sense of identity and superiority, a sense of sharing a common enemy.
That's right. Brother Wang is so damn right.
This bunch of bastards don't even deserve to be called human beings. They waste the air when they're alive and pollute the land when they're dead. That bombing in Xiqing district last time, damn, they were responsible, right? For the so-called holy sacrifice, how many innocent civilians were killed? They even spared the elderly and children. They're a bunch of complete and utter lunatics. Humph. A bunch of rats and bugs who only dare to cause trouble in secret. If you have the guts, come out and fight them openly. I'll beat the shit out of them. Don't worry. I heard that the higher-ups are really angry and have issued a death order. This joint operation is to eradicate these evil cults lurking in our Jiangcheng at all costs and wipe them out completely. The team members chattered, their excitement growing, their indignation growing, their emotions agitated. The near-desperate fear and immense oppression Qin Feng had instilled in them seemed to finally find a suitable outlet at this moment. They channeled all their negative emotions into a raging rage and murderous intent against the cult warriors. The veteran, more experienced member of the team, once again wore his customary smile, one tinged with confidence, even contempt. He reached out and confidently patted the hard, cold sheath of the standard alloy sword at his waist.
A crisp clang echoed through the night. All right, brothers, calm down and be calm."
He smiled in a relaxed manner, trying to calm everyone's overly excited emotions, but the sense of superiority in his tone could not be concealed. "Getting so angry at those rubbish who have long ceased to be human is just asking for trouble. It's not worth it. If you ask me, they really don't have much time left to run around. When we close this operation, every last one of them will have to kowtow to their damned alien god in the underworld." As he spoke, he habitually cast his gaze towards the front of the team, the figure who remained silent yet gave people an infinite sense of security, their captain, Hong Nishang. His eyes were filled with almost blind trust and undisguised admiration. "Besides, what the hell do we have to be afraid of?" His voice suddenly rose a few notches, with a sense of pride.
"Our captain is here in command.
There's nothing to be afraid of."
"Who is our captain?"
"He's a true peak-level 4th-grade warrior. A master who has already stepped onto the threshold of the 5th grade. He has mastered the family-inherited flame blade technique to perfection. The flaming blade energy bursts out with blazing heat and fierceness, and is unparalleled in its dominance. I heard that ordinary warriors who have just entered the initial stage of the 5th grade may not be a match for our captain. A mere few cult scoundrels who can only hide their heads and show their tails, and practice some evil and crooked secret techniques, are they not as good as chickens and pottery dogs in front of our captain?
Chopping melons and vegetables is a compliment to them."
"That's right.
You're absolutely right." The newcomer Xiao Wang immediately seemed to have found his backbone. The fear on his face was completely replaced by fanatical admiration.
He hurriedly agreed loudly, his voice a little distorted due to excitement.
"With the captain here, we feel at ease. We have a backbone. The captain is our Optimus Prime.
The pillar that stabilizes the sea. What a bunch of bastard cult warriors, what a bunch of ghostly monsters, in front of our captain's flaming sword, they will all end up being burned to ashes."
"Ha ha ha ha.
That's right.
With the captain here, we brothers can do our job with confidence.
If we accomplish this feat, we'll definitely receive bonuses and honors when we return."
"Ha ha ha.
Well said.
With the captain here, we have nothing to fear."
Suddenly, words of trust, dependence, and even flattery flooded the silent Hong Nishan like a tide. The team members' faces were once again filled with a strong sense of confidence, even a smile that was overly optimistic and arrogant. It was as if as long as they had Hong Nishan, their powerful captain, they were sure of success in this mission. It was as if what they were about to face wasn't a bloody, life-or-death, perilous cleanup, but rather a relaxing, enjoyable, and easily rewarded armed parade.
However, faced with the team members' almost overflowing enthusiasm, unreserved trust, and this blindly optimistic atmosphere,
Hong Nishan, the core of the team, had no smile or ease on her heroic and beautiful face. On the contrary, beneath her slightly furrowed brows, in her sharp phoenix-like eyes, the solemnity that had just slightly dissipated because of Qin Feng's matter, once again, silently and with an even greater intensity than before, quickly gathered together. Like the dark clouds gathering on the eve of a storm, they weighed heavily on her brow. She slowly raised her eyelids, her eyes calm and almost cruel, like two sharp blades tempered by ice water, scanning carefully one by one the faces of each team member, each of whom was filled with ease, confidence, and even a little frivolous smile.
Chapter 126 I Will Never Let You Go.
Wherever her gaze fell, the invisible pressure made the smiles on the team members' faces unconsciously stiffen and restrain. Finally, she opened her red lips slightly. Her voice was not loud, even a little low, but it carried a bit of icy coldness that could penetrate the noise and reach people's hearts, clearly reaching deep into everyone's eardrums.
"Everyone, pay attention to yourselves. During the operation, if anyone dares to underestimate the enemy."
Her tone paused slightly, and the cold murderous intent in her voice made everyone's hair stand on end.
I won't let you off easily.
These two simple sentences were like a basin of ice water at dozens of degrees below zero, mixed with hard ice cubes, pouring down on the team members' heads and faces, instantly extinguishing the flames of optimism that had just been ignited.
Captain.
Newcomer Xiao Wan was a little confused by this sudden and stern warning. He scratched his head subconsciously, with a look of confusion and grievance on his face, and muttered softly.
Are you a little too cautious?
Or did we say something wrong just now?
Are they just a bunch of shady cult warriors?
The stronger ones have already fled, and most of those left in the city are brainwashed low-level scum. A mob like them, can they really cause trouble?
He tried to sound more relaxed. We're a regular elite squadron from the warrior division.
We're equipped with the latest rune weapons and protective clothing.
We train so hard and have a great teamwork.
And most importantly, we have a peak-level 4th grade master like you leading the team.
The more he spoke, the more convinced he was of his logic, and his tone grew more certain. Dealing with them, isn't it easy and almost certain? It's a good thing if our morale is high.
The veteran team member nearby saw this and, while he agreed that the captain's words made sense, he also thought that perhaps the seriousness shouldn't be taken so seriously, lest it dampen team morale. He forced a smile, trying to smooth things over. Yes, Captain, we understand what you mean.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
He patted his chest and assured, don't worry, we're just talking big before the battle to relieve some tension. When the real fighting starts, we brothers will absolutely give it 100%. We won't take it lightly, and we won't embarrass you.
Don't worry. Just wait and see.
We promise to complete this mission with flying colors and bring all those bastards back to you without missing a single one. Let the higher-ups see how powerful our team is. The other team members nodded in agreement. Though they stopped arguing, the expressions on their faces suggested they agreed with the veteran's words. The captain might have been being cautious, but he was certainly being a bit too serious.
Perhaps this was the sense of responsibility and humility that comes with being a strong person? Hong Nishang did not explain further.
She simply used her deep, unfathomable eyes to quietly and one by one scan each of their faces, which were still young, childish, full of energy but lacked the true baptism of wind and rain. She knew that some words, no matter how many times she said them now, would be pale and powerless. These young people who are full of vitality and justice but also have a bit of academic naivete, perhaps urgently need a truly cruel baptism of blood and fire to truly peel off the unrealistic fantasy shell and truly understand what kind of darkness and madness they are facing. However, as a captain, deep down she didn't want the blood used for baptism to be shed by her own team members. A pressure so heavy that it almost made her breathless was like an invisible mountain, pressing down on her shoulders and her heart. The team members she leads are all good talents. Young, passionate, full of a sense of justice and mission, they have boundless aspirations and longings for the future. Each one is an elite carefully selected from graduates of major martial arts academies. Whether it is chi and blood cultivation, theoretical scores, or simulated combat skills, they are outstanding among their peers. But they share a common and fatal weakness. That is, they are too clean. Most of them had graduated from relatively peaceful academies in the last 3 or 4 years, then passed assessments and joined the warrior division. These past few years coincided with a rare period of stability, even easing, in Jiangchang and the entire Great Xia Federation. Large-scale, high-intensity alien invasions were firmly blocked outside the borders by the major border legions and top-tier experts. Within the city, the vengeful cult activities, which had been like a thorn in the flesh, had been severely damaged by the brutal and devastating crackdowns in recent years and had been forced to retreat deeper and deeper underground, significantly reducing their frequency and overt destructiveness. This relatively peaceful environment is certainly a good thing, but it also directly leads to. Most of her team members had never really fought a bloody battle with those crazy cult warriors, abandoning all rules and purely for the purpose of destroying the opponent, in a life-and-death fight. Almost all of their understanding and experience of combat comes from well-equipped, safe and controllable simulation training cabins and training grounds. All their knowledge of cult warriors comes from the cold text descriptions in textbooks, edited video materials, and battle stories told by their predecessors that may have been slightly embellished. They subconsciously believed that the fights between warriors were like the competitions in the academy, with back and forth in each fighter's moves being countered, and at most a little more intense. They naively believed that although the cult warriors were hateful, when their energy and blood were exhausted and they were seriously injured, they would become afraid, beg for mercy, and surrender like ordinary people.
They don't know at all. It's simply unimaginable. What kind of people are these truly low-level, completely brainwashed cult warriors? Unreasonable, utter lunatics. Monsters.
Hong Nishang's thoughts involuntarily drifted away from the present and suddenly fell into 5 years ago, a bloody memory that she still doesn't want to recall easily, but is like a brand deeply engraved in the depths of her soul. That year, she was not yet a well-known captain of an elite action team. She was just a rookie who had just graduated with honors from a top martial arts academy, with dreams and ambitions of fighting violence and upholding order. That year was also the first time she participated in the clearing and roundup operation against the stronghold of evil cult warriors as a formal team member. Every detail of that day, the flames shooting up into the sky, the pungent smell of blood, the desperate roar, the crazy roar until now, they would still turn into the most terrifying nightmares in the middle of the night when she was most tired and her defenses were most lax, replaying clearly in her mind, waking her up again and again with cold sweats. She will never forget it. The cult leader was surrounded and trapped in the deepest warehouse of the abandoned factory by a whole team of 10 fully armed warriors. The man was short, thin, and unremarkable. His cultivation was only at the peak of the 3rd rank, not considered outstanding among the encirclement and suppression forces at the time. He had already been seriously injured, his left arm severed, and a massive through wound in his abdomen, nearly drained of blood. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was near death, with no strength left to resist. According to textbooks and training regulations, in this situation, one should shout to persuade the enemy to surrender, or approach cautiously to arrest them. However, the cult leader's face showed no fear of death, not even pain. Instead, there was an indescribable, extremely strange and fanatical smile that made one's hair stand on end. He did not beg for mercy, did not try to negotiate, and did not even offer any form of resistance. He just used a strange tone that was almost like chanting a hymn, but full of extreme madness and piety, hoarsely and shouting with his last strength some distorted and blasphemous prayers that they could not understand at all, which seemed to be a sacrifice to some evil god from another world. Then, while everyone was in shock and confusion and had not yet reacted, in front of Hong Nishang, the cult leader's body was like a balloon that had been inflated to its limit. Countless strange, dark green lines wriggled like earthworms on the surface of his skin. Then, boom! An extremely dull yet heart-shaking bang suddenly exploded. His entire body exploded from the inside out. Flesh, blood, bones, internal organs seemed to be blown up from the inside by an indescribable evil force, turning into the filthiest and most destructive fragments, mixed with a dark green, stinking, and highly corrosive strange energy of qi and blood. Like a flood bursting through a dam, or a directional shock wave, it suddenly swept through the entire narrow warehouse with incredible speed and destructive power. The 2 colleagues who were closest to him and were about to step forward to arrest him, 2 equally young and hopeful comrades, didn't even have time to let out a short scream. At the moment when that destructive dark green shockwave, filled with filth and corrosive energy, swept past. Puff sizzle. It was like a red-hot iron burning into thick grease. Before Hong Nishang's eyes, amidst the teeth-grinding sound of corrosion, they melted and disintegrated in an instant. Their protective suits shattered like paper, and their flesh, blood, and bones rapidly transformed into 2 pools of thick, dark red pus that constantly bubbled, sizzled, and emitted a foul odor. Not even a slightly intact wreckage was left. Completely not a single body left. In that operation, their team finally succeeded in wiping out the hidden cult stronghold, and in terms of mission completion, it was even a success. However, out of their team of 10 people, only 4 were able to walk away from the abandoned factory that had turned into a bloody hell. And she, Hong Nishang, was one of the 4 lucky ones who survived by chance. From that day on, she truly and bloodily understood. Cult fighters, especially those middle and lower level fanatics who have been deeply brainwashed, cannot be measured by common sense, and cannot even be judged by the standards of human beings. They are a bunch of mad dogs with completely twisted minds.
A group of complete lunatics who have no humanity at all, are not afraid of death at all, and even crave martyrdom. For them, death is not the end, but the so-called return to the arms of God, a supreme glory and gift. When fighting against such a group of lunatics, what you need to face is not only the Qi and blood energy they cultivate, which may have various strange properties, but also the martial arts secrets they master, which may be tricky and vicious. What you need to face more is their thinking mode, which is totally beyond common sense. It was their strange and evil magic that was endless, hard to guard against, and even came at the cost of self-mutilation and self-destruction. It is their extreme madness that may erupt at any time and anywhere without any warning, and they want to drag you down with them. The warrior department's formal training teaches them how to effectively subdue the enemy, how to control the situation, and how to complete the mission at the lowest cost. However, there has never been a textbook, a course, or an instructor that can truly teach them how to face a complete lunatic who, from the very beginning of the battle, has never thought about living at all, and is always thinking about how to use the most tragic and filthy way before dying, in order to drag you down to hell with him as much as possible. A battle of this nature was never a routine, step-by-step mission. It certainly wasn't an easy, simple, and manageable armed outing. Even if she herself is a peak 4th grade warrior whose strength far exceeds that of ordinary team members to support them. In that chaotic, dimly lit, complex, ever-changing, and madness-filled, unpredictable, close-quarters combat battlefield, can Hong Nishang really protect every team member around her 100% and without a doubt? She couldn't guarantee it. The voice deep in her heart even told her coldly and cruelly. Cannot. Absolutely impossible. Once close combat erupts, the battle erupts in a flash. Rune bullets have no eyes, and poison swords don't recognize who's their own. A single slight oversight, a moment's hesitation, a misjudgment based on past experience could lead to the abrupt demise of a young life in a fraction of a second. In the end, it was not her, the captain, who could truly save them in that extremely cruel environment. It can only be, and must be, themselves. It was their own conditioned reflex derived from instinct and hard training at that critical moment when they were on the line between life and death. The question is whether they can completely abandon all the rules and routines they have learned in the academy and on the training ground in the shortest possible time, and instead use the most primitive, brutal, direct, and effective way to destroy the enemy and preserve themselves. Against the backdrop of the cold night, Hong Nishang's eyes became deeper and colder, like two ancient wells that swallowed up all the light. Hong Nishang's silence was like a heavy piece of lead, weighing on the communication channel and on the hearts of every team member. The air seemed to freeze. The captain's icy murderous intent and heavy pressure, which almost became tangible, made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. However, this discomfort was more like the stiffness one feels after being publicly reprimanded by a strict instructor, rather than a genuine acceptance of the soul-freezing sense of crisis. After a few seconds of dead silence, a few deliberate voices clearing throats were heard in the team channel, breaking the awkwardness. The veteran team member was the first to react. He used the internal communication in a half-joking tone to try to ease the atmosphere. Ahem, the captain is right. Cheer up. Stop smiling so playfully, it makes the captain upset. Receive. Clear. A uniform, yet obviously perfunctory response immediately rang out in the channel. The young team members straightened their backs and their expressions became serious again, but beneath that seriousness, what was surging was not vigilance, but other completely different emotions. The newcomer Xiao Wang, the young man who had just tried to refute, was now lowering his head slightly, with a hint of disapproval in his eyes. What is he thinking? Captain, are you overreacting a bit? 5 years ago, that's out of date. How can it be the same now as it was then? Our equipment has been updated countless times, and our training intensity is among the highest in the Federation, not to mention our intelligence support and logistical support. Times are changing, Captain. Besides, if those cultists were really that powerful, Jiangcheng would have been in chaos long ago. How could it still be as prosperous as it is now? This idea is not unique to him. In fact, at this moment, more than 80% of the young players in the team have similar thoughts in their hearts. It's really not their fault. During the more than 10 years of their growth, the national strength of the Great Xia Federation has been booming, martial arts have flourished,
and their internal and external propaganda strategies have been full of absolute confidence and overwhelming display of strength. Turn on the TV, browse the internet, and all the news reports about the conflict between the Warriors Bureau and the cultists always have the same tone. Our company launched a lightning strike and successfully destroyed a cult den last night, arresting over 30 cultists and confiscating a number of contraband.
Good news. Good news from the border.
Our warrior division, in conjunction with the military, has once again annihilated a cult force attempting to infiltrate.
Heroes.
Salute to the heroes. To the warrior team of Si Mumu, who sneaked in alone and outsmarted the cult leader. The news footage always shows the majestic figures of the warriors division members and the ugly appearance of the cultists who were brought to justice, either in a state of embarrassment, dejection, or madness. Reports will tirelessly praise the greatness of victory, but will remain silent about the price paid behind the victory. The names and stories of those team members who died in battle have become cold files in the archives, and have become a heavy pension and a cold medal in the hands of their families. In order to stabilize public sentiment and maintain morale, the number of casualties is always a sensitive topic that is blurred or even never mentioned in official propaganda. This creates an extremely terrifying, top-down information cocoon. The younger generation who grew up in such an environment are like flowers carefully cultivated in a greenhouse. They are accustomed to sunshine and rain, but have never truly experienced the storms that can uproot them. They have already formed a deep-rooted concept in their subconscious mind. The evil cult warriors are nothing but a bunch of clowns who are not worthy of being on the stage.
We are the embodiment of justice and are invincible.
Victory is a matter of course. In addition, there is a more important and direct reason that supports their blind confidence at this moment.
That is their captain Hong Nishang. The peak of the 4th level. The absolute leader among the younger generation of Jiangqing warriors.
A legendary figure who remains undefeated despite challenging opponents of higher levels.
With such a great god personally in charge and leading the team, what else do they have to worry about?
In their opinion, the captain's words just now might be just out of the humility of a strong man and his strict requirements for the younger generations like them.
Even a little worrying.
Okay, stop hanging there. Hong Nishan's voice sounded again, interrupting the team members' wandering thoughts. Her voice had returned to its usual calmness, without any emotion in it, except that the coldness remained.
Follow the original plan, patrol in different areas and keep communications open. Remember, you must work in groups of 3.
Under no circumstances may you leave the team without permission. If you encounter any abnormality, report it immediately and do not act on your own.
Clear. This time, the answer was obviously much more sincere than before.
After all, compared to those vague spiritual speeches, these specific tactical orders are what they are more familiar with and can understand better. Soon, this elite team broke up into small pieces and merged silently into the bustling night of Jiangcheng like mercury pouring out of the ground.
I'm dying of suffocation.
After walking away from the main team and turning into a relatively quiet alley behind a commercial street, newcomer Xiao Wang breathed a long sigh of relief and relaxed completely. His companion next to him, a team member of similar age named Shaoli, also took off his tactical helmet with a relaxed look and fanned himself.
Captain, you're such a jerk. You made me so nervous. I was shocked. Shaoli complained.
That's right, Xiao Wang nodded in agreement. He glanced warily at both ends of the alley as he lowered his voice and spoke with a hint of gossip. I heard that the captain suffered severe psychological trauma from that mission.
It seems he even received psychological counseling for a period of time. Is this true? Shaoli's eyes lit up instantly.
Of course it's true. I heard it from Lao Zhang from Team 3.
It's absolutely true. TSK. No wonder I was wondering why she reacted so strongly to the cult. It turns out she has some psychological trauma.
Shaoli suddenly realized what was going on, and then sighed with sympathy. It's quite pitiful. Watching a comrade die in front of you, no one can bear it. It's pitiful, sure, Xiao Wang curled his lips, but you can't bring your own dark side into work.
It's making all of us so nervous. The fight hasn't even started yet, and she's already destroyed our morale. Chapter 127: A Sudden Crisis. The two chatted casually but did not stop walking.
The area they are responsible for is the back alley of Vanke Mall, Zhongqing's top luxury shopping mall. On one side is the bright and shiny back wall of MixC, with the huge central air conditioning outdoor unit humming and emitting gusts of hot air. On the other side are the kitchens of several high-end restaurants, filled with various garbage cans, and the air is filled with a strange smell of food residue and grease. The alley was long and dimly lit, with only a few dilapidated wall lamps casting dim and flickering spots of light on the walls. Not far behind them, the third team member was holding a detector, meticulously checking every corner. This is a standard patrol formation, with one in front and one behind, and support in the middle, ensuring no blind spots in 360 degrees.
It looks impeccable.
By the way, Wang, Xiaoli suddenly remembered something and nudged Xiao Wang with his elbow. How are you and Lin Weiwei from Team 2 getting along lately? When this name was mentioned, an expression of pride and shyness that was difficult to conceal suddenly appeared on Xiao Wang's face.
Hee, that's it.
So that's it? Tell me quickly. Xiao Li's face was burning with gossip.
Next week we have an appointment to go to the movies together.
Xiao Wang scratched his head, his voice full of unconcealable joy.
Holy crap!
You're really good, kid. Xiaoli punched him enviously. Lin Weiwei is the recognized Sihua among our new team members. Her admirers could be lined up from the south to the north of the city, and you actually won her over.
What do you mean by getting it? We're just going to watch a movie together. We haven't even started yet.
Xiao Wang said modestly, but the corners of his mouth were almost grinning from ear to ear. All right, stop being so ungrateful, Xiaoli said sourly. When you two are done, you have to treat me to a good meal.
Let's go to that Michelin-starred restaurant on the top floor of MixC. I've been craving it for ages. No problem. How can one meal be enough?
It must be 3 meals. Xiao Wang patted his chest proudly. As he was speaking, his step suddenly paused. He felt something touch his neck lightly.
It's cool. Slippery. Like a strand of hair? Or a mosquito flying by?
He subconsciously raised his hand and wanted to touch his neck.
However, his hand stopped in mid-air.
His eyes suddenly widened. In his vision, he saw an extremely weird, extremely absurd, and extremely terrifying scene. Xiao Li, his companion and good brother, was walking beside him. Xiao Li's head was slowly, without any warning, sliding down from his neck.
Yes, slipping.
It was like a piece of art carefully placed on a display stand, which lost its balance with a slight push.
The cut is as smooth as a mirror, without any pulling. Not even a single drop of blood spurted out immediately.
On Xiao Li's face, there was still a trace of the envious, jealous, and teasing smile from the previous second. His mouth was still slightly open, as if he wanted to say something else. But the lively spirit in his eyes was rapidly dimming and dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a dead gray. The head, with its frozen expression that had not yet changed, drew a brief, bloody parabola in the air.
Click. A soft sound.
It fell to the ground, rolled twice, and finally landed face up at Xiao Wang's feet. Those eyes, still open in death, were staring straight and empty at him.
Time seemed to be paused at this moment. Xiao Wang's mind went blank. He felt no fear. Not feeling sad. Can't even feel any emotions.
The whole world turned into a silent, slow-motion silent film with extremely strange colors. Then, he felt. He also felt a chill on his own neck.
He lowered his head.
He lowered his head inch by inch with difficulty and stiffness.
He saw. His body, still wearing the neatly cut uniform of the warrior division, was still in the posture of moving forward. But
his chest and his uniform were rapidly being stained with a warm, sticky, scarlet liquid.
That liquid, where did it come from? Oh.
It was coming out of his neck, the empty broken part that was gushing out blood crazily.
Turn out to be my head. It also fell off.
This is Xiao Wang's last and only clear thought in this world.
Next second,
his consciousness, along with the entire world in his eyes, instantly fell into endless, eternal darkness.
Boom.
It was not until this moment that the boiling hot blood that had been suppressed in the cavity by high pressure finally broke free. Two thick, fountain-like columns of blood shot up into the sky from the two headless bodies, instantly dyeing the walls of this dirty alley into a shocking, hellish crimson.
Ah Wang!
Xiao Li. The team member following at the back finally realized something was wrong. He looked at the unforgettable horrific scene in horror, and let out a heart-wrenching, distorted roar. His hand subconsciously reached for the alarm at his waist. However, he only felt a slight tingling in his fingertips.
Immediately afterwards, an irresistible force came over him.
His entire right hand, which was holding the alarm, broke off at the wrist and flew into the sky.
Ah!
The severe pain finally came at this moment. He let out the last scream of his life. Because, at the same moment he screamed. A transparent thread that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, as if condensed from the air, had silently and impressingly left its mark on his brow like the kiss of death.
Laugh. A sound so slight that it was almost negligible.
It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. The body of this team member, starting from the center of the eyebrows, nose bridge, lips, chin, throat, chest, abdomen. A straight, thin line of blood suddenly appeared.
Immediately.
His entire body was like being split in two by an invisible giant axe, cleanly and neatly from the middle. Two symmetrical pieces of flesh and blood, still twitching slightly, fell to the left and right with a loud bang. The rich, disgusting smell of blood, like a bomb exploding, instantly filled the entire narrow and long alley.
Silence. Deathly silence. Only the central air conditioner outdoor unit was still humming tirelessly.
The dim wall lamp illuminated this hellish scene on Earth with a bizarre and dazzling light, like the craziest abstract painting.
Deep in the dark alley,
an invisible, transparent silk thread vibrated slightly in the air, making an almost inaudible sound like the sound of a musical instrument's strings. Then, as if it had life, it silently retreated into the endless, all-consuming darkness. As if it had never appeared.
The Warrior Division's internal communications channels were renowned for their efficiency and simplicity. Cold electronic synthesized sounds and encrypted, compressed byte streams formed the most resilient neural network of this vast city's nighttime security.
Every command, every report, meshed like precision gears, with unerring accuracy. At this moment, this military-grade communications system, worth tens of millions and boasting top-tier anti-interference and encryption capabilities, was faithfully fulfilling its duty, connecting the scattered warrior teams across the city into a single entity. The background noise within the channel was extremely low, with only the nearly inaudible hum of flowing energy making the human voice exceptionally clear.
Time slipped by, minute by minute.
Above the night sky, an artificial moon competed with neon lights for brilliance, adorning the city like a starry skyfall into Earth.
Yet, beneath this splendor, shadows abounded. The 5-minute interval is up.
The voice of the captain of the second team was heard on the channel on time. It was steady and powerful, without any unnecessary emotion, like a metronome beating on steel.
Group 1, report the situation. Team 1, received. Patrol of Area A completed.
No abnormal energy response, no suspicious activity witnessed.
Everything is normal.
The response was quick and clear, like a standard example in a review manual.
Group 2, report the situation. Team 2, received.
The energy barrier at the B area border is stable, the patrol route is clear, and everything is normal. 3 groups. Routine, clock-like reports echoed through the channel. From Group 1 to Group 6, they covered key areas like core business districts, transportation hubs, and energy nodes. Each normal response was like a small pebble dropped into a lake, creating a reassuring ripple that temporarily dispelled any unease that might lurk in the darkness. Team 6 received, Blocks 4 to 6, Area C life signal scans show no abnormalities.
Environmental parameters are stable. Everything is normal.
The report was carried out by the 6th group.
Next, it's time to.
There was a brief, almost imperceptible pause of half a second in the channel. This pause was as subtle as the gap between breaths, but for the team members who were accustomed to absolute smoothness and instant responses, this momentary delay was enough to attract a hint of instinctive concern.
Hong Nishang's team.
According to tonight's rotation, they were Group 7.
They were responsible for Block 7 in Area C and the adjacent back alleys.
That area, with its mix of commercial complexes and old lanes, was a relatively complex environment, but it wasn't typically the highest risk area. The captain of Team 2 paused, seemingly aware of the slight delay, but his voice remained calm as he continued with the procedure. Team 7, report the situation.
Silence.
There was only a faint, rustling sound in the channel, the sound of high-frequency electricity flowing through it, like the faint breathing of a signal in a vacuum. There was no response. Not the calm, brief voice I expected. The captain of Team 2 frowned slightly beneath his tactical mask.
He tapped the control panel silently, confirming that the channel link status showed normal connection. Group 7, if you hear me, please reply.
His tone became heavier, infused with a clear questioning tone.
Still quiet. Deathly silence, like thick ink, suddenly splashed into the communication link that was originally running smoothly.
This time, it wasn't just the captain of Team 2, every member of the team on standby or just finishing their briefings felt their nerves pricked by the unusual silence. The illusory sense of security built up by repeated normal briefings vanished in an instant.
An invisible tension spread along the electrical signals. What the hell is going on?
Is there signal interference? A slightly rough voice couldn't help but break the silence in the channel. It was the deputy leader of Group 3, who was known for his quick temper.
We haven't received any interference alerts from the central control tower.
A calmer voice came from the technical support team.
Our equipment meets the highest military anti-interference standards, unless.
He didn't finish his words, but the possibility represented by unless made the atmosphere in the channel even more solemn.
Could it be that those new guys on the red team are slacking off and looking for a place to smoke? There are a lot of corners in the back alley of Area C.
An old team member tried to dilute the uneasy silence with a clumsy joke, with a barely perceptible dryness in his voice. But no one laughed, not even a word of agreement.
Because everyone knew the Warrior Division's discipline was incredibly strict.
Turning off a communicator during patrol, straying from a route without permission, or deserting duty were serious offenses punishable by immediate stripping of uniform and expulsion from the team. No mercy was tolerated. Furthermore, the team leader was Hong Nishang, renowned for her iron-fisted approach, ruthlessness, and near-obsessive adherence to the rules. In her team, even slacking off for a cigarette and reporting in a little over a second late could result in extremely severe punishment.
Who would dare make such a lowly, foolish mistake under her watch? Isn't that courting death? That would simply destroy one's future and could even cost one's life. Team 7. Wang Hai. Li Bing.
Reply immediately. The captain of Team 2's voice had completely shed its calm veneer, now tinged with a barely suppressed harshness and impatience. He directly mentioned the names of the two new recruits who had just joined the Hong Nishang team, as if hoping to elicit a breakthrough from them, even a panicked response.
However,
what answered him was still the same dead silence that seemed to swallow up all sound, making his heart tremble and his back chill. The silence was no longer simply the absence of an echo, it began to take on a weight, becoming filled with malice, like an invisible hand strangling the throats of everyone on the channel. Panic, like an invisible yet highly contagious plague, began to spread quietly across the communication channel. Although no one spoke, the suddenly heavier, clearly audible breathing and the occasional slight friction of equipment caused by nervousness exposed everyone's inner fear and uncertainty.
Just then,
a cold, emotionless female voice, as if it had been peeled off from the ice of 10,000 years, suddenly sounded, instantly cutting off all the hidden noise and silent speculation.
All units. It's Hong Nishang.
Her voice was unusually calm, even less ebb and flow than usual. But beneath this unnatural calm, a terrifying aura, enough to freeze the air and curdle the blood, a sense of impending storm, lingering within. It was a dead silence, a kind of extreme repression on the verge of eruption. Immediately move to Block 7, Area C, the back alley of Vientiane City, at full speed. The order was brief, without a single superfluous word, without any explanation or reason. But the undeniable determination and chilling, almost tangible killing intent within it, through the high-fidelity electric current, pierced the eardrums of every member of the team and reached their hearts. Captain, what happened? Is there any need for logistical support or medical advance? A team member close to the area asked subconsciously, trying to get more information for preparation.
Shut up. Hong Nishan's voice suddenly rose an octave, like the explosion of the netherworld's cold ice.
The sharp anger and a sense of being on the verge of losing control made everyone in the channel's heart skip a beat.
Follow the order. Now. Immediately. Yes. Yes. Act now.
No one dared to say a word in the chat room. All that remained was a steady stream of responses filled with intense shock and utter unease, and the next second, countless figures tore through the night sky, unleashing the shrill whistling of the wind as they sped at full speed. The night in Jiangchang was still bustling and vibrant, neon lights flickering tirelessly, illuminating the sky like a false day. Traffic wove ribbons of light across the viaduct, and the clamor of the city filled the air like a constant background music. However, above this bustling city, a fiery red figure is moving in a way that completely violates common sense of physics and urban traffic rules. Like a burning meteor rising against the sky, it is madly moving through the skyscraper jungle of steel and concrete at a terrifying speed that is difficult to capture with the naked eye.
It's Hong Nishan.
She didn't even choose any ground or low-altitude routes, but directly chose the shortest, most complicated and dangerous straight-line distance. Her figure catapulted and twisted between the towering buildings, each step cracking the roof's waterproofing layer, and each leap into the air swept over a dizzying height difference.
The glass curtain walls of the tall buildings reflected her fleeting afterimage.
She violently smashed through gaps between buildings so narrow that barely wide enough for an arm's length, forcing her way through. The intricate web of giant billboards and horizontal cables became her fulcrums. All these obstacles, enough to make ordinary people despair, even ordinary warriors afraid, were as flat as the ground beneath her feet. Her speed was so swift that it left afterimages, creating an eerie sense of dislocation between time and space and the slow-moving traffic and flashing neon lights around her. The wind howled wildly in her ears, like the howling of a ghost. However, louder than the sound of the wind was the heartbeat in her chest, which was as heavy as a drum but could not relieve the suffocating feeling at all. That pretty face, always cold and icy, as if unmoved by anything, now held an unprecedented solemnity. Her tightly pursed lips had lost all color, and even in the deepest recesses of her pupils, burning with crimson flames, there was a pallor hidden within her that she herself hadn't noticed, or perhaps rather, wasn't willing to acknowledge. Her fingertips trembled slightly uncontrollably, and she almost couldn't hold the high-frequency battle blade that was in tune with her mind. Not because of physical exertion, nor because of fear. It was a physiological reaction, a bone-chilling memory forcibly awakened from the deepest depths of her soul by the sudden, abnormal silence of the communication. That familiar chill, enough to freeze her blood and paralyze her nerves, once again spread madly upward from the end of her spine, trying to drag her into the abyss she had spent 5 years barely climbing out of. 5 years ago. It was also such a brightly lit and seemingly peaceful night. It was just such a routine and boring patrol mission. Same thing. The communication interruption came suddenly without any warning, as if it was swallowed up by darkness in an instant. That time, she lost more than just a partner and a close friend. She lost her last shred of hope for normalcy and safety. That time, she was a mere 3 minutes late, and watched with her own eyes as the cheerful boy, who had promised to treat her to every milk tea shop in the city when his allowance arrived, was literally, bit by bit, melted into a pool of bubbling, roiling, emitting a pungent stench, and completely obliterating his features. His final look at her still held a lingering trace of disbelief and terror, and a hint of a plea for help. That scene became a nightmare she couldn't shake off every night for the next 5 years. The pungent smell of that pool of blood seemed to penetrate the walls of time, suddenly rushing into her nose every time she breathed. Because of this, it became her sole motivation for cultivating madly, even at the cost of exhausting her potential and enduring inhuman pain to become stronger. She believed that as long as she was strong enough, she could prevent the tragedy from happening again and completely crush the nightmare. She thought she was already strong enough, with her rank rising, her strength improving, and her military exploits becoming more and more impressive. She thought she had been able to bury the past and face any emergency calmly. But just now, when that familiar silence, enough to evoke all those horrific memories, enveloped the communication channel once again, she discovered it with horror. the scar, deep enough to see the bone, never truly healed. It was simply sealed by itself with a thicker, harder layer of ice. And now, this layer of ice is crumbling inch by inch. Beneath the ice lies the still bright, red-hot feeling of fear and powerlessness. No. No. It will never happen again. Hong Nishang bit her lower lip tightly with her silver teeth. A trace of bright red blood quickly overflowed from the corner of her lips, bringing a sharp and clear pain. This self-harming pain forced a glimmer of clarity back into her emotions, which had nearly spiraled out of control due to the horrific memories. The tremors in her pupils subsided slightly, but the crimson glow intensified, a flame ignited by a fusion of anger and fear. Times have changed. My strength is no longer what it used to be. Jiangqing's defenses, surveillance networks, and emergency response mechanisms are far superior to those of the past. They are as strong as a rock. It must be a special signal blocking point? The communicator suddenly malfunctioned. Chapter 128. Something big happened. She roared to herself over and over again. It was like self-consolation, but more like a kind of desperate self-hypnosis. She didn't dare to think about the worst possibility, not even a trace of such a thought. Because she was afraid. She was afraid she would once again be unable to withstand such a blow. She was afraid that all the psychological barriers she had built up over the past 5 years would completely crumble before this familiar scene. That terrified her more than death itself. The iconic glass curtain wall of the Mixi, resembling countless giant diamonds, is already visible. The vast commercial complex lurks in the night like a dormant, glowing behemoth. Getting closer and closer. One could even vaguely see the shadowy, more densely populated and dilapidated alleyway area behind the building. Hong Nishang's figure completed an incredible sharp-angle turn in mid-air, her clothes fluttering like a burning flame cutting through the night, narrowly avoiding a high-voltage transmission line that stretched between two buildings. Then, like a nimble cheetah that had spotted its prey, she increased her speed to the extreme, and finally landed silently and precisely at the entrance of the target alley. When she landed, she was as light as a feather, not even disturbing the dust on the ground. This was a manifestation of long-term rigorous training and strong control of strength. There was silence at the entrance of the alley. It looked no different from any of Jiangqing's countless other back alleys. Dim, old wall lamps cast distorted, mottled light on the graffiti-covered and grease-stained walls. The massive, rusted cluster of central air conditioning units continued to hum tirelessly, creating a persistent, irritating hum. The air was filled with the sour, fermenting smell of long-accumulated food scraps and the unique, complex aroma of garbage cans. Everything seemed so normal. So normal it was almost cruel. But at this moment, Hong Nishang's heart suddenly sank into a bottomless ice cave. It's too quiet. It's too quiet here. It wasn't that there was no sound, but rather that the subtle vitality of living things had vanished. The roar of the air conditioner seemed particularly abrupt and isolated, unable to mask the dead silence brought on by this absence of life. There was no rustling of stray cats rummaging through garbage, no occasional mumbling of drunks passing by. Not even the subtle movement of a mouse scurrying by. This abnormal, lifeless silence was itself the greatest abnormality. It was eerily quiet. As if there were an invisible barrier that completely separated this alley from the bustling world outside. Immediately following, her nose twitched slightly. Her extraordinary senses were magnified to the limit in this extremely tense state. A complex odor filled her nostrils. The sour smell of garbage. The greasy, rancid stench of the gutter. The smell of damp mold. And there is another kind. It was a very light, yet extremely penetrating and unique smell that almost froze her blood instantly. It was mixed in with many strange smells, sometimes there and sometimes not, but it was like a red-hot iron needle, accurately piercing her olfactory nerves and reaching the most sensitive alarm center in her brain. At that moment, Hong Nishang's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous needle-like shapes. Every cell in her body screamed, instantly tensed to the limit, like a fully drawn bow that was about to break at any moment. That smell. She will never forget it in her life, even if she turns into ashes. It's blood. It's the unique smell of fresh human blood, that nauseating sweet fishy smell, the smell of rust.
Team leader.
Captain, we're here. Behind her, the wind whistled incessantly. The rest of the team, rushing as fast as they could from every direction and every block, gradually fell behind her, their heavy boots thumping on the ground. They panted rapidly, clearly exhausted from the relentless rush. They first glanced warily at the seemingly peaceful alleyway, then their gazes simultaneously fixed on their captain's frozen, motionless figure. The captain's terrifying aura, almost tangible, emanated from them, suffocating them. Their faces were filled with confusion and a growing sense of unease.
Captain, what's wrong? Are we overthinking it?
Is the signal blocked? Or a team member bravely took half a step forward cautiously, his voice very low, as if afraid of disturbing something.
Hong Nishang did not answer. She didn't even look back.
All her senses, like countless invisible tentacles, frantically reached into the bottomless alley ahead, shrouded in a tangle of dim yellow and deep darkness. Her gaze was fixed on the swirling shadows. It was as if, within that seemingly ordinary darkness, lurked an unimaginably cruel and terrifying ancient beast, fresh from a hunt, silently licking its fangs. Slowly, extremely slowly, she raised her right hand. The movement of her arm was stiff and heavy, as if resisting a huge invisible resistance. 5 slender fingers, yet imbued with terrifying power, clearly and steadily made a tactical gesture of the highest level within the warrior division in the air.
Everyone on alert. The highest combat level.
Hostile threat confirmed. Extremely dangerous. Seeing this gesture, the expressions of all the newly arrived team members suddenly changed. The blood instantly faded from their faces, turning as pale as the concrete ground beneath their feet. The confusion and the last glimmer of hope in their eyes disappeared without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and deep horror.
The highest level of combat alert.
What this meant was etched in the minds of every member of the warrior division. The last time this happened was 3 years ago, when the warrior division, in conjunction with special military forces, surrounded and suppressed a 5th-grade, peak-level cult leader who had infiltrated Jiangcheng. The ferocity of that battle remains a nightmare that many who witnessed it refuse to recall.
Could it be that right behind this bustling commercial district, right within their patrol area, a terrorist incident had occurred that required the activation of this emergency response plan?
Those 7 groups. Everyone's heart felt like it was being gripped by an icy iron hand, rising to their throats, making even breathing incredibly difficult. Almost instinctively, they dispersed silently and swiftly, tightening their grip on their standard weapons or activating their own energy surges.
Qi and blood flowed frantically through their bodies, their muscles tensed, and they formed a standard yet death-inspiring battle formation.
Subconsciously, they positioned Hong Nikhang, who still had her back to them, in the middle, protecting her. Gun muzzles and blades pointed at the bottomless darkness of the alley. However, Hong Nishang, who was at the center of protection, only shook her head very slightly, almost imperceptibly. She used the corner of her eye to signal everyone to stay where they were, not to move rashly, and not to make any noise. Her eyes were as cold as a knife, yet as heavy as a mountain.
Then,
she took a step forward alone.
Step.
Another step. She walked slowly and steadily. Each step felt like stepping on the hearts of the team members behind her, echoing dully and suffocatingly. The specially crafted high-frequency battle blade in her hand, Red Lotus, had been quietly unsheathed. The narrow blade, gleaming with cold blue arcs, reflected a shifting, cold light, like the gaze of a hellish emissary, under the dim, flickering light at the alley entrance. The further you go in, the faint and extremely unsettling smell of blood in the air becomes thicker and stickier. It was no longer a faint scent that required careful distinction to be smelled. But it was like a blood-colored mist that had turned into substance, so thick that it could not be dissolved, causing a strong burning and suffocating sensation in the nose and throat. It came over like an overwhelming force, madly drilling into everyone's mouth and nose, violently stimulating their most fragile nerves, and announcing some cruel and irreversible fact. Several young team members, following not far behind Hong Nishang, felt their stomachs churn violently. They could no longer hold back their retching, but they desperately covered their mouths with their hands, not wanting to make any loud noises.
Tears welled up uncontrollably.
Their faces turned as pale as the dirty wall beside them, and cold sweat instantly soaked their linings.
They finally understood. Something happened. Really, something big happened. Chapter 129 Alley.
The wind at the alley entrance seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand, whimpering and struggling, but unable to move an inch. The clamor of the distant street market seemed to be completely absorbed by an invisible membrane, leaving only an eardrum-swelling, vacuum-like silence.
Stagnate.
It was as depressing as the thick, impenetrable dark clouds before a rainstorm, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. The sickeningly sweet, fishy smell of rust in the air no longer required careful identification or detection. It was saturated, thick enough to possess a physical weight and tactile quality. It transformed into thousands of invisible, filthy needles, piercing the skin of everyone present, burrowing into their pores, seeping into their blood, and corroding their very bones. It was so thick that every breath felt like swallowing semi-coagulated plasma, leaving the lungs aching with a burning pain, yet receiving no oxygen at all. All the members of the third team of the Warrior Division who received the emergency assembly order and rushed to the scene had the blood drained away from their faces as if they had been painted with a layer of pale lime after seeing the tactical gesture made by the Deputy Captain Hong Nishang, which represented the highest alert, extreme danger, and the possibility of all members being killed at any time. They were warriors who had weathered countless battles, emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and were the staunchest defenders of order in Jiangchang. They had seen blood, killed, and faced the most deranged and vicious cultists and alienated beasts. Broken limbs, debris, and spilled viscera were not uncommon sights. But there has never been a time like today. Just standing at the entrance of this seemingly ordinary, filthy alley, I felt a bone-chilling, sinister chill. It wasn't coming from the outside temperature, but rather from the Yongquan acupoints on the soles of my feet. Like vines, it twisted wildly around my spine and soared upwards, eventually piercing through my skull. My hair stood on end, and every cell in my body was emitting a sharp alarm. It seems that this alley is not an alley. Rather, it was the mouth of a giant beast that had just finished a meal and was lazily licking its fangs, leading to the 9 netherworld hell. Deep in the darkness, something indescribable was scanning the new food at the alley entrance with cold and greedy eyes. Team leader. An old team member standing half a step behind Hong Nishang, known as Lao Zhang, was the team's mainstay. At this moment, his Adam's apple rolled up and down with difficulty, and he swallowed a mouthful of non-existent saliva. His voice was as dry as 2 pieces of rusty iron rubbing against each other. "What is in there?" He lowered his voice very low, as if he was afraid of disturbing something in the alley. Hong Nishang didn't look back. Her entire spirit, like a fully drawn bowstring, was fixed on the deep, dense darkness that seemed to swallow up all light and sound. The lines of her profile were as sharp as a knife's blade. "Have." She spoke, her voice was very soft, but with a heart-pounding hoarseness and weariness that came from extreme repression. "Death." She paused, then added, more like an unconscious whisper, "a lot." The moment the words fell, she moved. Without the slightest hesitation, without even a moment's delay, not even a moment to allow the team members time to process their fear, that fiery crimson figure, seemingly capable of scorching the darkness, like a blazing flame bursting forth resolutely in the eternal night, was the first to step unflinchingly into the bottomless, ominous darkness. Her figure was instantly swallowed by the darkness, with only that blazing crimson color stubbornly resisting. Seeing this, old Zhang's heart trembled, and all distracting thoughts were forcibly cut off. He immediately gave orders in a stern voice. His voice returned to its usual calmness, and he forced down the slightest tremor. "Maintain battle formation. 3x3 rotation cover. Squad 1 on guard on the left wing, Squad 2 on guard on the right wing. Pay attention to all angles. Turn on your tactical flashlights. Watch your feet and your heads. Quick!" The team members were elite, after all. Suppressing their hearts threatening to burst and their instinctive tremors, they subconsciously followed orders. Instantly, a low humming sound erupted, and qi and blood surged through their meridians. Rays of qi and blood, sometimes crimson, sometimes pale yellow, sometimes faintly bluish, loomed over their bodies, forming a relatively solid layer of protective qi that dimly illuminated the area around them. They gripped their humming high-frequency blades and their specially designed pulse guns, their safety released and fully charged.
Like the most loyal of wolves, they closely followed their leader's lead, step by step, extremely cautiously, moving deeper into the alley.
The soles of their boots pressed against the ground, their movements as gentle as possible.
Step.
2 steps. 3 steps. High-top combat boots made a soft, sticky click sound as they stepped on the damp, greasy, and unidentified stained ground. In this absolutely dead silence, this subtle sound was infinitely amplified, so clear that it seemed to strike directly at everyone's eardrums and heartbeats, tormenting their nerves.
The further you go in, the dimmer the light becomes.
Only a wall lamp in the distance casts a dim and blurry glow. The sweet and greasy smell of blood becomes stronger and stronger, almost condensing into water droplets and falling on your skin.
At the end of the day, it's more than just flavor.
Rather, it felt like a substance with a viscous texture.
The air seemed to have transformed into a mixture of semi-solidified plasma and fat.
Every breath felt like a handful of cold, slippery, rusty iron sand being forced into my lungs, bringing a suffocating, oppressive sensation and a burning pain. The flashlight beam seemed to be weakened and absorbed in the dense darkness, illuminating only a region less than 5 meters ahead. The edges of the beam were blurred, and beyond them, an indissoluble inky black. A young, recently recruited member, codenamed Bobcat, had completely lost his color. His forehead was covered in beads of cold sweat, which formed into strands and trickled down his cheekbones. His stomach was cramping violently, churning like a raging storm. But he gritted his teeth, biting his lower lip until it bled. He used all his strength and willpower to prevent himself from vomiting. He knew that in this unknown and extremely dangerous environment, any unnecessary sound, any uncontrolled vomiting, could be a fatal blow, revealing his position, alerting lurkers, or even a fatal blow.
Silence.
The alley was still filled with maddening silence. There was only the monotonous buzzing sound of the central air conditioning outdoor unit coming from some unknown vent, like a tireless summer cicada, playing a monotonous and eerie elegy for this Jedi filled with the breath of death.
Sudden.
Hong Nishan, who was walking in the front, suddenly stopped, raised her left arm and clenched her fist, a standard gesture to stop and stay alert. Her phoenix eyes, sharp as knives, narrowed slightly in the dim light, her pupils contracted to the extreme, staring intently at the darkest area in front of her. At that moment, the hearts of everyone following her felt as if they were being gripped by an icy hand, skipping a beat. Their blood seemed to freeze. They immediately lowered their bodies, some holding their guns, some raising their knives, their nerves pounding. Following Hong Nishan's gaze, they looked toward the garbage dump at the end of the alley. There were several massive, filthy composite trash cans, each more than half a person's height.
One had already fallen over, stinking garbage strewn across the floor.
Between and behind the cans, a vague, constantly wriggling and undulating mass appeared, a massive black shadow.
It was quite large, practically filling the entire corner.
What is that?" Bobcat asked subconsciously in a low voice, his voice trembling uncontrollably.
No one answered him.
However, everyone's ears, while trying their best to catch the sound, heard a series of subtle, rustling sounds, but they made people's scalps tingle and their backs chill.
Squeak, squeak. Crack, crack, crack.
The sound was like countless sharp, tiny claws scratching at the concrete floor and the metal barrel walls. It was also like something greedily and rapidly gnawing at extremely resilient flesh and bones, a tooth grinding, and cracking sound. "Are they rats?" Old Zhang's brows knitted tightly together, his voice filled with disbelief. "Jiangqing's sanitation has always been excellent, even in the back alleys, rats are rarely seen. And what's more, judging by the noise, their numbers are astonishing. So many that they seem to form a visible, wriggling, undulating black carpet." At this moment, Xiao Lu, a young team member on the flank, was in charge of observation. He was known as the eagle eyes of the team, his vision enhanced to far superior than that of an average person. He stared at the dark shadow, his eyes fixed, unblinking, his pupils slightly adjusting their focus in the darkness, trying to make out the details beneath it. Sudden. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. His face suddenly turned paler than the painted wall, devoid of any human color. His body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. He saw it. With the help of the dim wall lamp on the wall, a faint and distorted light was reflected on the metal surface of the overturned trash can, and he finally saw it clearly. The group of fat mutant rats, each as big as a cat, with dirty and greasy fur and eyes flashing with greedy red light, were crowded together, swarming and scrambling frantically. What they were gnawing on was definitely not ordinary kitchen waste. But it was three mutilated corpses wearing the special navy blue combat uniforms unique to their warrior division. With his excellent eyesight, he could even clearly see the face of one of the corpses lying face up. Although half of the face was missing and covered with bite marks, the remaining part, especially the eyes, were wide open to the point of tearing due to extreme fear and pain, and frozen with the last trace of despair before death. That face. It's Wang Hai. It was in the afternoon when we were still on the training ground. We were arm in arm, joking with each other, and I said that after training in the evening I would treat him to a newly opened barbecue restaurant and that we would not leave until we were drunk. Wang Hai. Vomit. The string in Xiao Lu's brain, stretched to its limit, snapped instantly. The extreme nausea, fear, sadness, and disbelief that had been pent up in his chest, like a flood bursting through a dam, mixed with the remaining food in his stomach, burst through the restraints in his throat. He suddenly bent down, holding onto the cold, sticky wall, and began to retch violently and uncontrollably. Acidic and pungent gastric juice and undigested food residue gushed out, splashing on his tactical boots and the ground. Xiao Lu. Shut up! Old Zhang's face darkened, his scalp tingling. He lowered his voice and shouted harshly. But it was too late. When he and the other team members finally adjusted to the light and could barely make out the hellish scene, his entire body froze, as if frozen. The subsequent scolding in his throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible, cold, and terrifying hand. Not a single word could be uttered, only the hissing sound of gasping for air. Chapter 129. Lillian. Silence. Xiao Lu's painful, horrified, and uncontrollable vomiting was unusually loud and piercing in the absolute silence, even echoing. Like a cold hammer, it shattered the last shred of hope in everyone's hearts that their comrades might be alive. Hong Nishong slowly closed her eyes. Her thick eyelashes cast shadows on her pale cheeks and trembled slightly. That pretty face, usually cold as ice, now paler than ever, was devoid of any expression. No anger, no sadness, no fear. Only a dead silence, as cold and empty as 1,000 years of black ice. The heart that she had been forcing herself to hold on, supported by reason, responsibility, and a faint hope, was shaken the moment Xiao Lu vomited, the moment she saw with her own eyes the tragic state of her subordinates. Completely broken. It was shattered to pieces, not even a single intact remnant could be found. All that remained was endless coldness and the desire for destruction. Wang Hai, Li Bing, and Zhao Taizhu. Three young, even childish and energetic faces flashed through her mind uncontrollably. The way they saluted her with longing and excitement on their first day, the way they sweated profusely during training, encouraging each other while also complaining about the hardships, the way they cheered and leaped for joy after their first successful mission, the way they secretly called her Ice Queen in their eyes, filled with awe, love, and a hint of youthful teasing. Each scene was vivid and lively, but at this moment it was like the sharpest and most vicious knife, cutting and stirring her heart back and forth, repeatedly. On that rainy night 5 years ago, the figure lying in a pool of blood, his chest pierced, yet forcing an ungainly smile, saying haltingly, "Boss, don't cry, in the next life, I'll still be your partner," slowly overlapped with the 3 rat-eaten, mutilated, cold, and stiff corpses before her. Pain. The pain is heart-wrenching. The pain goes deep into the bones. A violent, brutal, murderous intent and rage that almost burned away all her rationality and calmness grew, spread, and roared crazily from the deepest part of her soul, from the cold ruins. She suddenly opened her eyes. Those beautiful, upturned phoenix eyes no longer held a trace of human emotion. Instead, they burned with a blazing, cold fire of revenge, powerful enough to consume all life on earth. Around her, crimson energy began to emanate uncontrollably, and the air distorted slightly due to the intense heat. However, just when the energy and blood in her body were about to erupt like a volcano that had been suppressed to the extreme, destroying everything in front of her at all costs, her pupils suddenly shrank. A near-prophetic, deadly sense of crisis, born from countless life-or-death battles for a 4th-grade warrior, instantly coursed through every nerve in her body like a high-voltage electric current. It was stronger than any previous one. It was approaching. Here we come. The deadly threat does not come from the rats and corpses in front, but from all directions. Be careful, Hong Nishang didn't even have time to think. She only managed to squeeze out a piercing, completely out of tune scream from the depths of her throat. Her voice was distorted by extreme anxiety and fear. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Quick! Disperse, she almost roared, while her body instinctively retreated backwards. But it's too late. Too late. At the same moment when she roared, or perhaps even a moment earlier. Buzz buzz. A subtle but spiritually affecting sound, like the simultaneous flapping of wings of billions of mosquitoes and flies, suddenly rang out in the air of the alley, enveloping them from all directions. Immediately following. In the darkness. Without any warning, countless silver threads lit up as fine as spider webs, thinner than the finest hair, yet gleaming with a cold metallic luster, sharper than a peerless sword. Those threads, no one knew where they came from, or when they were laid. They seemed to seep directly from the cracks of the void, or as if they had been hanging there for a long time, only now illuminated by an invisible spotlight. They appeared silently, defying the laws of physics, yet at an incredibly fast speed, surpassing the limits of what the naked eye could perceive. They instantly intertwined into an incomparably huge web with a sophisticated and complex structure, which seemed to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth and was enough to strangle all living things within its coverage area, a web of death. This deadly silver net, as if possessing life and will, mercilessly and swiftly descended upon all the warrior division members present, blocking any possible escape. What the hell? Enemy attack. Defend. Defend with all your strength. The team members' reaction was nothing short of swift. Almost immediately after Hong Nichang's roar began and the silver threads appeared, their instinct for survival and the muscle memory honed through training had them subconsciously unreservedly mobilizing their qi and blood to their full potential. Their protective qi instantly shone brightly, becoming incredibly solid. Old Zhang's hair and beard stood on end. He roared, and the earthy yellow energy and blood in his body burst out. The high-frequency battle blade in his hand vibrated to the extreme, bringing with it an extremely condensed and brilliant blade light. Like splitting a mountain and splitting rock, he fiercely slashed at the silver death network that was covering him. He tried to cut a way out for the team members behind him. However, Kong crack. There was a deafening sound of metal clashing, accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of breaking. Old Zhang's full-strength blow, powerful enough to easily cleave high-strength alloy steel, felt like it had struck a superalloy beyond comprehension when it encountered the seemingly delicate, fragile, and brittle silver thread. No, it was even worse. The silver thread remained motionless, and instead, a cold, eerie, and unparalleled recoil force instantly traveled back along the blade. Puff, the sleeve of Lao Zhang's right arm, where he held the blade, instantly exploded into butterfly-like fragments. Blood vessels burst beneath his skin, spraying blood. His knuckles were completely torn open, revealing the bone. He could no longer hold the blade, and it flew out of his hand, clattering against the wall. He felt as if he had been struck hard, stumbling backward and gushing out a mouthful of blood. And that fatal silver thread. Surprisingly, he was completely unscathed, not even a tremor. He continued to slice down with an unstoppable attitude. Oh no! This, what the hell is this? For the first time, an expression of complete horror, near despair, appeared on Lao Zhang's face. This was simply not a force that they, at their level, could comprehend or resist. The gap was too great. Puff. 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 Ugh. Almost simultaneously, the heart-pounding sound of blades slicing through flesh and bones echoed one after another, accompanied by shrill, short screams and cries of surprise. The seemingly fragile and beautiful silver net showed its absolutely hideous and terrifying side the moment it came into contact with the protective energy that the team members were desperately trying to hold up. The incomparably tough, protective qi that could withstand close-range heavy machine gun fire was as fragile as a piece of wet tissue paper before the thin, ominously gleaming silver thread. Silently and smoothly, it collapsed at the touch. Instantly annihilated. Next came their advanced combat uniforms, which were woven with special flexible alloys and strong enough to withstand damage from ordinary firearms and shrapnel. Likewise, it was vulnerable. It was cut through as easily as a hot knife through butter. At last. It is the warrior's body that they are proud of, which has been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations and tempered by countless times of chi and blood.
Ah! My arm, a shrill, inhuman scream pierced the eerie silence of the alleyway.
A team member's right arm, along with a small portion of his shoulder, was completely severed by a silent, silvery thread.
The fracture was as smooth as a mirror, revealing the bone and slightly constricted blood vessels.
Blood stagnated for half a second before gushing out like a burst high-pressure water pipe. He screamed and fell to the ground.
My leg! My leg! Another team member let out a desperate wail. His left leg, severed cleanly just above the knee by another silver thread, was cut.
He was so fast he didn't even feel the pain, he only felt a chill at his knee, and then he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground.
He instinctively looked down and saw his own severed leg, still intact in its combat boot, lying a few steps away. The intense pain then hit him like a tsunami. Help! Help me!
Captain Help! A team member's chest was silently pierced by 3 intersecting silver threads, instantly creating 3 bowl-sized, bloody holes that pierced through from front to back. Heart and lung fragments, mixed with scalding blood and bubbles, gushed out. His life force was rapidly fading like the ebbing tide. He reached out in vain toward Hong Nishan, his eyes filled with endless fear, pain, and a final plea. Before he could finish his words, his arms drooped limply.
Chaos. Tragedy. Collapse. Just a glance. A silent cut.
The experienced and well-equipped elite warrior team under Hong Nishan's command has completely collapsed, suffering heavy casualties. 2 minor injuries equals, there were terrible wounds on the arms and thighs that were deep enough to see the bones, and blood was dripping. 3 of them were severely disabled. 1 had a broken arm, 1 had a broken leg, and 1 had a direct shot through the chest, looking like he was going to die. Only old Zhang and little Lu, standing at the back of the team, reacting the fastest and slightly further from the edge of the death network, managed to roll backwards desperately at the critical moment thanks to Hong Nishan's timely, but still not fast enough, warning and a bit of luck. They were lucky enough to only have their combat uniforms and skin scratched, avoiding the fatal blow. But the horror in their eyes was beyond words. As the captain, Hong Nishan, the high-frequency battle blade in her hand had already formed an impenetrable fiery red light curtain, accurately blocking and deflecting most of the silver threads shot towards her. Her strength far surpassed that of her teammates, and her speed and reaction time reached astonishing levels.
Ding dong! Shi la!
A series of intense, crisp noises, like torrential rain hitting a tin roof, and the crackling sounds of energy colliding, violently exploded in the narrow alleyway.
Sparks flew everywhere. But even as a 4th-rank warrior, she was left utterly helpless and utterly asshole. A coward who hides his head but shows his tail. Hong Nishan's eyes were completely red.
The miserable state of her subordinates, her own injuries, and the feeling of being completely suppressed, made her rage and murderous intent boil to a climax.
The overwhelming rage almost broke through the last dam of her rationality.
She stared intently at the deep darkness ahead, which seemed to conceal the source of all evil. Recklessly, she mobilized all the surging energy and blood in her body, and let out a deafening roar like a wounded mother beast. The sound waves shook the dust off the walls of the alley.
Get out of here!
Her voice echoed back and forth in the narrow alley,
as if in response to her anger.
In that bottomless darkness that swallowed up her 3 men.
Finally, there was a hint of movement. Chuck, chuck! That was not the roar of a wild beast. Nor are they the whispers of demons.
But a burst of, as clear as a silver bell, yet tinged with an indescribable strangeness and evil aura.
Girls' laughter. Immediately following. Clatter. Clatter. Clatter.
The crisp, rhythmic sound of footsteps slowly came from far away.
All the survivors present, including the wailing wounded, subconsciously held their breath.
Their gazes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, were fixed on the darkness from which the sound came. A petite figure slowly walked out from the darkness. She was a girl who looked to be no more than 14 or 15 years old. She was wearing a complicated Gothic dress with lace, and the black and white colors made her look like a delicate and fragile porcelain doll. Her long, shiny black hair flowed down behind her like a waterfall. Her skin was so pale, almost transparent, and under the dim light, it had a sickly luster. There was an innocent and curious smile on her face. It seemed that the tragic scene before her eyes, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, like the hell of Shura, was just a harmless prank in her eyes. The most horrifying thing was her hands. In her arms, she was holding a puppet that looked exactly like her and was wearing the same dress. The workmanship of the puppet was exquisite to the extreme. Both her facial features and expression are exactly the same as those of a young girl. Even the strange smile on its lips was exactly the same as the girl's. Countless thin, almost invisible silver threads extended from the puppet's 10 fingertips, connecting to the endless darkness around it. It seemed as if the horrific killing feast just now was directed by this strange puppet. The girl stopped, holding the puppet. She tilted her head, and her innocent, obsidian eyes looked curiously at the group of miserable, uninvited guests in front of her. Finally, her gaze fell on Hong Nishang, who was covered in blood but still stood in front of everyone, exuding murderous intent. The smile on her lips grew even wider. She opened her cherry-like mouth and asked softly in a sweet and tender voice that could make any man feel pity for her. "Ah, Wani-san. Are you guys also here to play games with Lillian?" The shadows of the alley stretched out, like twisted tentacles, greedily licking the warm, uncured blood on the ground. That sweet voice reverberated once more through this bloody quagmire, each note precisely striking the most vulnerable part of the survivors on the brink nerves. Game. Xiao Lu's pupils constricted violently, and everything in his vision became blurry and distorted, leaving only the utter clarity of utter terror. He saw, not far away, old Zhang, who that morning had been embracing his wife's cooking skills, now with 3 hideous, bloody holes piercing his chest, dark red flesh and tissue tumbling out. His once piercing eyes now stared blankly at the gray sky, filled with astonishment and resentment, as if questioning this absurd fate. Elsewhere, the younger team member, Xiao Wang, clutched his right leg, severed at the knee. The bone jagged at the break, and blood gushed out like a flood, staining the slop beneath him a glaring crimson. His voice was no longer human, but the primal, shrill wail of a wounded beast before its death, each shriek piercing everyone's eardrums. And at the center of all this tragedy, the young girl in an exquisite Gothic dress, clutching an old puppet, tilted her head, a smile of pure innocence, untainted by dust, as if she had just proposed a fun game of hide-and-seek rather than a bloody massacre. The glass eyes of the puppet Lillian in her arms reflected an eerie light in the dim light, and the corners of her mouth, outlined by the stitching, seemed to have raised a little. Extreme bloodshed and ultimate innocence collided violently in this confined space, creating a bizarre paradox that would drive any sane person mad. Like an icy venomous snake, an absurd, stomach-churning chill suddenly shot up from Xiaolu's tailbone, exploding madly all the way to his crown. An icy shudder instantly spread through his limbs, making it nearly impossible for him to grip the standard issue pistol. This is a fucking game? This is the entrance to hell. Monster, Xiaolu's lips trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering frantically, making rapid, cluck, cluck sounds like a dying gasp. He felt as if his brain had been plunged into a frying pan of boiling oil, his rationality rapidly shattering into charred fragments. The tide of fear threatened to completely drown his last shred of consciousness. Shut up! A low roar, as cold as the friction of ice, was heard, like a mixture of ice and water at dozens of degrees below zero, pouring heavily on Xiaolu's head, making him shudder suddenly. The almost stagnant blood began to flow again, although it still brought coldness. It was Hong Nishang. The lines of her face were as sharp as a knife, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth. But her phoenix eyes shone with a startling brightness, burning with an unquenchable flame of revenge and a steely will tempered by countless life-or-death experiences. Her voice was hoarse and dry, yet it carried unquestionable authority. Old Zhang. Stop the bleeding. Apply pressure to the artery. Use a powerful coagulant. Her command was unwavering, each word piercing through her teeth, directed precisely at the only veteran still able to move. Old Zhang, with his arm broken, groaned, pressing his remaining hand firmly against the spurting wound at the base of Xiao Wang's thigh. He bit open the first aid kit with his teeth and roughly injected a full tube of coagulant. His movements trembled with pain and blood loss, yet he continued to do his best. Xiao Lu. Be alert to the rear.
left and right wings. Keep your eyes open. Don't let her get around.
Stay alert if you don't want to die. Hong Nishang's eyes were like welded, fixed on the petite figure of the girl in front of her who exuded an almost tangible ominous aura. Her perception was raised to the extreme, alert to any fluctuation of energy. Rage seethed in her chest, the sharp blade of grief sliced at her heart repeatedly.
Old Zhang's hollow eyes and little one's wails gnawed at her soul like a nightmare.
But at this moment, her duty as captain, her instincts as a warrior elite, forced her to suppress these intense emotions that could devour all reason, firmly beneath the ruins of cold and despair. Now was not the time for sadness, not even for fear.
Now is the time to risk your life and fight to the death.
What the hell are you? Hong Nishang slowly clenched the high-frequency battle blade in her hand. Dark red blood and crimson blood energy mingled on the specially crafted blade, emitting a low, dangerous hum, as if thirsting for blood. Her voice, as cold as the unmelted ice of the Siberian tundra, attempted to pierce the other's naive and eerie exterior. The girl across from me fluttered her long eyelashes at the question, as if she'd heard something intriguing. She reached out a pale, almost transparent finger and gently tapped the nose of the puppet Lillian in her arms, as affectionately as if she were treating a cherished pet. Lillian said, the girl's voice was still sweet, "We are here to send you, big sister, to a more fun place." She suddenly giggled, and the clear laughter like silver bells rose and fell in the silent alley.
At this moment, it sounded more creepy and scalp-tingling than the wails of evil spirits in a cemetery at midnight.
A happy paradise where you will never feel pain again and can play with Lillian forever and ever. She emphasized the word forever, her eyes gleaming like a child who has found a new toy.
The moment the words fell. Chapter 130 Field.
The innocent smile on the girl's face, enough to deceive the world, suddenly disappeared like a cheap mask. In its place, there was a kind of indifference, treating everything as straw dogs, like a high and mighty god looking down on the struggling ants below, an absolute coldness. It was a completely inhuman feeling.
"Go ahead, Lillian,"
she instructed softly, as if it was a trivial matter. The puppet in her arms had a strange smile sewn with red silk thread on its mouth. At this moment, it seemed to suddenly open wider, almost extending to the edge of the wooden cheek.
Buzz. No verbal warning was needed.
Almost at the moment the girl's aura drastically changed, Hong Nishang's battle-hardened body had already reacted before her brain, reacting with the most correct and instinctive response. Her battle instincts screamed like crazy. Kill! A roar of boundless grief and determination resonated like thunderclaps, briefly drowning out Xiao Wang's wails. She exerted force, and the soles of her custom-made tactical boots instantly cracked. The concrete floor beneath her feet cracked inch by inch with a resounding bang, and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly. Harnessing this explosive force, she transformed into a crimson arrow, swathed in murderous intent and a scorching, tangible wave of energy, charging headlong towards the girl with all her might. The high-frequency battle blade in his hand shone brightly, and the buzzing sound became sharp and piercing.
Flame slash! Slash!
A crimson, violent blade light instantly burst forth from the blade, extending to over 3 meters in length, condensing like a giant blade condensed from molten lava. The air, seared by the extreme heat, emitted a violent, crackling sound, as if it were to completely incinerate this narrow, filthy alleyway, along with all the sin, darkness, and despair within it with one blow.
Even light distorted wherever the blade pointed. At the same time,
the surviving old Zhang also let out a suppressed roar, like a wounded tiger. Although his arm was broken and the excruciating pain nearly tore through his nerves, he remained a veteran who had weathered countless battles and crawled out of a sea of blood and corpses. He recklessly poured all his remaining energy and blood into his remaining left arm. His muscles instantly bulged, veins coiling like a coiled dragon. Then, he delivered a fierce punch, slamming it into the blood-stained ground before him. Rock peak. Rise. Boom. A solid rock wall, over half a meter thick and formed from extremely compressed, ochre-colored chi and blood, rose from the ground with a muffled thud, precisely blocking himself and the two seriously injured men behind him, attempting to provide them with a last, insignificant shield. Chi and blood flowed across the surface of the rock wall, emitting a heavy, solid aura. Xiao Lu, freshly awakened by Hong Nishang's shout, was also energized by this desperate situation, displaying the qualities expected of a warrior division member. He suppressed the pounding in his heart, and his hands formed seals at the fastest speed in his life. The limited spiritual energy in his body was frantically drained, and wash basin-sized, scorching orange-red fireballs roared out like a machine gun. From 3 carefully chosen, extremely tricky angles, they drew dangerous arcs and took the lead in shooting towards the strange girl who still stood there, seemingly defenseless.
Land and air combined.
Combining long-range and short-range attacks.
Offense and defense combined.
This was a classic tactical combination their team had practiced thousands of times in countless simulated training in actual combat, capable of instantly killing any warrior of the same level.
This was their last stand. However,
faced with this thundering attack that is enough to make any 4th grade or even 5th grade warrior panic and either die or be injured,
the strange girl called Lillian just stood there quietly, without even her skirt swaying.
She didn't even raise her eyelids, as if the attack was not a fatal blow, but a few insignificant fallen leaves.
Only.
Gently, he raised the right hand of the old puppet in his arms.
5 fingers, slightly open.
Buzz. A soft chirping sound, clearer and colder than before, as if coming from the depths of the underworld, was heard. The next moment, hundreds and hundreds of silver-white silk threads that were more condensed, more dazzling, and flashing with an absolutely deadly luster, emerged from the slender fingertips of the puppet, like a sleeping poisonous snake suddenly waking up, and like a peacock spreading its tail, bursting out with a loud bang. In the air in front of the girl, they intertwined, weaved, swirled, and coalesced in an instant at a terrifying speed that completely surpassed the limits of human dynamic vision.
It was as if an invisible pair of hands, belonging to gods or demons, were rapidly controlling them. Puff. 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 Puff.
The series of powerful, scorching fireballs that Xiao Lu had fired with all his might collided with the suddenly appearing, nearly transparent spider web composed of countless silver threads. Like stones dropped into an endless abyss, they barely stirred a ripple before being instantly sliced, decomposed, and annihilated into the most primitive particles of fire spirit energy by the incomprehensibly sharp silver threads.
Not even a spark of fire remained. Right after,
Hong Nishang's desperate fire slash, which condensed all of her energy, will, and even her life potential, enough to split stone and burn iron, had already violently and unstoppably struck the crimson blade. Light devoured all light in its path.
Kung!
A sharp, high-pitched, distorted, eardrum-tearing sound of metal clashing exploded like a physical sonic bomb.
It far exceeded the alley's tolerance.
Hong Nishang only felt that this sword that condensed all her strength, faith, and anger did not seem to be cutting on some thin silk thread, but it was solidly and without any tricks cutting on an ancient sacred mountain forged from the core of the stars, which was indestructible and eternal. An unimaginable, violent, strange and cold recoil force rushed back along the blade and arm like a bursting dam and rushed into her body in an instant.
Puff!
Hong Nishang's entire body trembled violently, as if her internal organs were being fiercely grasped and crushed by an invisible giant hand. A sweet taste clung to her throat, and a mouthful of boiling blood, mixed with fragments of her internal organs, could no longer be suppressed, gushing out in a mist. Her knuckles instantly shattered, blood gushing out. Her entire right arm made a teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking, and instantly fell limp, the high-frequency battle blade almost falling out of her hand. Her entire body was like being hit head-on by a meteorite falling from the sky, and she flew backwards like a cannonball at a speed several times faster than when she left.
Boom!
Her body slammed relentlessly and without a second thought onto the solid rock wall that Lao Zhang had just desperately raised. The immense force of the impact instantly spread, and the half-meter-thick rock wall groaned under the weight. Its surface was instantly covered with huge spider-web-like cracks, nearly completely crumbling. Hong Nishang's body limply nestled in the center of the cracks, blood seeping from multiple wounds all over her body, staining the rock wall red.
Team leader.
Old Zhang and Xiao Lu both let out a horrified, heart-wrenching scream at the same time. The scene before them almost made their hearts stop.
Defeated. Just a meeting.
Their combined, perfect, final thunderbolt strike, condensed with all their hopes, was simply utterly defeated and crushed by the other side, with such carelessness, perhaps without even exerting their full strength. Even the corner of the opponent's clothes was not touched at all.
A complete and hopeless crushing. This fucking what rank of monster is this? Rank 5? Or even the legendary rank 6? An endless chill instantly gripped their hearts. Hee hee, big sister, you are so weak. The girl's voice rang out once again, breaking the dead silence. In that voice, was there a hint of undisguised, childlike disappointment and boredom? Lillian thinks that your game isn't fun at all. She pouted like a child who couldn't get her favorite candy. As her voice fell, the spider web made of silver threads that easily blocked the flaming slash and remained motionless suddenly came to life. It was no longer a purely defensive posture, instead, as if possessing a life and will of its own, it instantly disintegrated, transforming into thousands gleaming with the cold, deadly light of silver serpents. They twisted and swung in the air, hissing as they sliced through the air, locking onto any remaining life within the alleyway. Swish, 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 swish. The sharp, piercing sound of piercing air instantly filled the entire space, reaching a terrifying climax. Those deadly silver threads, overwhelming the sky, like a swarm of metal bees in a violent storm, or like the harvesting scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper, shot towards every living being in the alleyway, indiscriminately and from all directions, covering them all. The aura of death instantly reached an extreme intensity. No old Zhang's eyes were bloodshot, almost tearing apart. He wanted to stimulate the long-depleted qi and blood in his dantian again, even if it meant burning the source of his life, but the desperate attack just now had exhausted all his strength. At this moment, his dantian was empty, his meridians were burning with pain, and even standing was a struggle of willpower. He could only watch in despair as the dazzling and deadly silver rain of death fell towards him and his dying teammates behind him, mercilessly covering his head. He could even feel the chill emanating from the tips of the silver threads, freezing his soul. Despair. Complete despair with no hope at all. Run! Run! Xiaolu let out a final, heart-wrenching, completely out-of-tune roar. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything else. He turned around and tried to escape towards the alley entrance by rolling and crawling. He didn't want to die. He had a 1-month-old daughter at home, and she was still waiting for him to come home. He couldn't die here. However, he had just taken 2 tumbling steps when he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. The color drained from his face, turning as pale as paper. He despaired to discover that the entrance to the alley had been completely sealed off by a massive, silver spiderweb that shone with the same ominous luster. The silk was so dense that it completely blocked out any light or hope from the outside world. There is no way to go up to heaven. There is no door to enter the earth. This is a carefully arranged killing cage. It's over, it's all over. Xiaolu's legs gave way, the last bit of strength drained from him completely. With a plop, he collapsed into the cold, sticky blood. The seals in his hands faded, and his face was left with only a dead despair and numbness. His daughter's babbling smile flashed through his mind, then was swallowed by endless darkness. However, at this critical moment, just before the silver rain of death was about to pierce everyone like a sieve, completely ending everything. Roar! A phoenix cry, filled with unyielding will, raging flames, and a certain sacred majesty, suddenly resounded throughout the gloomy alleyway like the first ray of dawn tearing through the darkness. The source of the sound was none other than the seemingly invulnerable red Nikhang, embedded in the cracked rock wall. She suddenly raised her head. Her face was covered in blood, but in those phoenix eyes, there was no fear or despair, only a determination and madness, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. An extreme rage that wanted to burn everything to ashes. Secret technique, Red Lotus Karma Fire. Boom! A crimson flame of blood and energy, far more powerful than before, nearly materialized, taking the form of a strange yet sacred red lotus. Like a volcano suppressed for millennia, it erupted from her body, soaring into the sky. The flames, carrying a terrifying heat and supreme will that could incinerate all sin and purify all filth, instantly engulfed her entire body. Sizzle, sizzle. The blood stains on her body and the water beneath her feet instantly evaporated. Her hair flew freely in the flames without a breeze, and each strand seemed to turn into a burning flame. Swish! 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 Countless silver threads of death, attacking first, sliced through the incredibly solid protective chi of her Red Lotus Karma Fire, emitting a numbing, grating sound and sending sparks flying.
But they could no longer slice through or break through it as easily as before. They could only leave shallow marks on the surface of the chi, which then curled and retreated slightly under the terrifying heat of the karma fire. Amidst the impenetrable, endless silver rainstorm, Hong Nishang's figure suddenly broke free from the rock wall, leaving behind a trail of blazing crimson afterimages. Her speed, at this moment, surpassed its limits, even creating the embryonic form of a sonic boom. She did not try to save Lao Zhang, nor did she go to see the limp Xiaolu. Because she knew very clearly that it was too late. It was really too late. Moreover, even if they were rescued, in the face of the absolute power of this domain, the seriously injured ones would only become meaningless burdens and objects that required distraction and protection. The only thing she could do was squeeze life. Burn soul. Burn everything. Using one's own life as the final fuel, bloom the most brilliant and final fire of destruction. Avenge them. At the very least, tear off a piece of this monster's flesh. Or, force it to break. Die. Hong Nishang's figure, like a true phoenix reborn from the flames, resolutely crossed the metal storm of death, and once again, appeared in front of the Gothic girl with an indomitable and tragic attitude. This time, her broken arm prevented her from gripping the blade, but the surging crimson fire coalesced into a more concentrated, more blazing, and more dangerous flaming blade. It was faster. More powerful. On the blade clung all her anger, sorrow, despair, and the determination to burn her life and soul. If this strike failed, she would die. Oh. For the first time, the girl's face, which had always maintained a cold or false smile, revealed a genuine look, something that could be called surprise. It was a look of pure surprise, like seeing an ant suddenly carry a tree, or a bug suddenly trying to shake a mountain range. It was as if no one had expected that this ant that should have been easily crushed could actually burst out with such power that exceeded the limit and touched the edge of some danger. But it was only a moment of surprise, like dropping a stone into a calm lake, which ripples away before quickly returning to its stillness. Lillian, be serious. The girl gave the order softly, her tone so calm that it sounded like she was saying, "Stomp it to death." The puppet in her arms, its eyes made of cheap glass, which had always been lifeless, seemed to move extremely slightly, and an imperceptible deep purple light flashed. In an instant, something strange happened suddenly. No longer emanating solely from the puppet's fingertips. Instead, from every dark corner, on all sides, the cracks in the walls, the pools of blood on the ground, the very air itself, silver-white threads emerged simultaneously, 10 times. 100 times. More dense than before. They no longer attacked in a scattered manner, but like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, frantically converging and weaving. Finally it condensed into a woven from countless silver threads. It was immense, blocking out the sun and the sky. Palm. That giant silver palm, with its clear lines and distinct palm prints, even emanated a cold, metallic sheen. Silently and effortlessly, with an almost regular, irresistible, and overwhelmingly terrifying power, it slowly slapped down upon the charging Hong Nishang. The movement was slow, but it blocked all space for dodging. It was as if he just wanted to casually swat away a slightly noisy and annoying fly. Hong Nishang's pupils suddenly shrank to the dangerous size of a needle tip. From the slowly descending silver palm, she felt an indescribable, irresistible, uncontestable pressure unlike anything she had ever seen in her life, an absolute, death-like pressure, a pressure like no other she had ever experienced before, powerful enough to crush a soul and extinguish all life. There's no escape. The aura is completely locked. The surrounding space has become sticky like glue. All the bones in her body made teeth-grinding, creaking sounds under the terrifying and increasingly approaching pressure, as if they would fall apart at any moment. Am I going to die? Her consciousness seemed to begin to drift away. The scene from 5 years ago resurfaced before her with uncanny clarity. Her partner, who, in a similarly desperate situation, had blocked a fatal blow for her, his chest instantly pierced by a strange bone spur, spraying blood all over her face as he collapsed, his eyes held a look of helplessness and resignation, yet he tried to force a final, comforting smile. Boss. Don't cry, live on. No. I can't die. I haven't avenged you yet. I haven't personally buried the evil in this world. I haven't. A surge of resentment and rage from the deepest part of the soul, mixed with endless longing for the fallen comrades, turned into the last and strongest fuel, and was poured into the already swaying Red Lotus fire. Hong Nishan let out the last hysterical, all-piercing roar of her life, squeezing out the last ray of light in her soul and injecting it into the flaming blade. The flames of the karmic blade surged again, its color becoming even deeper, almost dark red. She wants to go against the will of heaven. She wanted to cut off this hand of despair that was strangling all hope and light. Just then, "Captain! Quick! Call for help! Find a way to get help!" Behind him came Xiaolu's cry, a cry of broken tears and a last glimmer of hope. He seemed to have grasped at straws, frantically slapping and operating the tactical terminal on his wrist, which kept flashing warnings. "I can't get through to headquarters. All signals, all encrypted channels. All emergency frequencies. They're all blocked. Everything's blank." Xiaolu's voice was filled with incomprehensible fear and despair. Why is this happening? This is the highest authority terminal issued by the General Administration. What the hell is this place? Signal blocked? Highest authority terminal ineffective? Hearing these words, and feeling the strange, stagnant feeling of complete isolation from the outside world, Hong Nishan's madly burning will, ready for a final fight, suddenly froze. A chilling, bone-chilling term, a word she'd only seen in the deepest reaches of the Warrior Division's top-secret archives, representing absolute taboo and death, flashed through her mind, swirling with passion and rage, like a flash of black lightning. For the first time, her face revealed an expression of shock, despair, and powerlessness greater than that of witnessing the tragic deaths of her comrades or facing her own death. It was a fear that completely overturned her cognition. No, this isn't just ordinary signal blocking. Hong Nishan's lips, due to the massive blood loss and the trembling from her soul, turned a deathly pale, devoid of any color. She muttered to herself, her voice so soft that only she could hear it, filled with incredible fear. "What? Captain! What did you say? Speak louder!" Lao Zhan caught some fragments with his extraordinary hearing as a warrior and asked in a roar. He had no idea what this word meant. "Field." Hong Nishan turned her head abruptly, using the last of her strength to roar at them in despair, almost heartbreakingly. Her voice was distorted by the extreme emotion. This is the power of domain that only a 6th grade master can initially master. Chapter 131. Unable to lock. Once deployed, it becomes an independent, temporary space governed by the rules of its master, completely isolating the inside from the outside. Unless a powerful being of equal or higher level forcibly breaks through the core of the rules from the outside, or kill the master of this realm from within. Otherwise, none of us can escape. Calling for help or trying to break out is all in vain. 6th rank Grandmaster. Old Zhang and Xiaolu felt as if they had been struck on the top of their heads by an invisible hammer. They stood there completely stunned, their minds blank. The last trace of blood on their faces instantly faded away, leaving only a deathly paleness. Jiangcheng, a vast provincial capital, how many 6th grade Grandmasters could there be, both openly and covertly? Each one was a dominant figure in their own right. A strategic presence. A elusive monster, a being that existed only in legends and archives. This harmless-looking girl in front of me, no more than 14 or 15 years old. Could it be a 6th rank master walking in the human world? How is this possible? This has completely overturned their understanding of the power of this world. This is even more shocking than telling them that monsters really exist. No, her energy reaction is wrong. She is not a master. Hong Nishan's gaze, burning with fire, fell on the puppet in the girl's arms, which exuded an extremely ominous aura from beginning to end, like the most sophisticated detector. That puppet. The puppet exuded an aura that made her soul tremble, an evil beyond words, as if it came from the abyss of the universe, the lowest depths of the underworld of foul, ancient, and icy aura. That aura even faintly surpassed that of the so-called realm. It's a magic weapon. Hong Nishan understood instantly. She understood the root of all this extraordinary thing. Her voice became sharp and distorted due to excitement, fear and complete enlightenment, like the last cry of a dying person. It's those Eclipse Moon cultists. They used the forbidden blood of the evil god to contaminate certain high-level ancient spiritual treasures. Through some kind of inhumane human sacrifice ritual and evil contract, they allowed someone whose strength was far below the standard to forcibly borrow and simulate part of the Grandmaster's domain power in a short period of time. From the moment we stepped into this alley, we've already fallen into a trap carefully laid by her, or rather, the evil cult behind her. This is a murderous plot targeting our warrior division. Unless we kill her. Destroy that puppet. Otherwise, the domain will not be broken. We will surely die. Hongshang's voice echoed like a death knell in the dead silent and hopeless alley. Every word was like an ice-cold file, scraping Lao Zhang and Xiaolu's already fragile nerves slowly and harshly. The last insignificant spark of hope in their hearts, called luck, was completely crushed and blown away by the cold wind of despair. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. That strange yet sweet laughter sounded once again at just the right moment, breaking the suffocating atmosphere of despair. The Gothic girl gently and gracefully applauded Hong Nishang's accurate analysis and reasoning. Pa! 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 The applause was crisp and echoed in the silent area, which was particularly harsh. Big sister, you are really so smart. Smarter than many toys Lillian has encountered before. Her face once again wore that innocent, sweet, and lovely smile, as if she was really offering the most sincere praise to a child who guessed the answer correctly. So, as a reward for guessing the answer correctly. The girl's smile grew sweeter and brighter, like a blooming poppy, beautiful and deadly. Let Lillian send you, the smartest one among you. Be the first to go. Maybe the game will become a little more interesting this way. The giant hand, suspended in the air and composed of countless silver threads, suddenly accelerated amidst her laughter. Carrying the irresistible shadow of death that would crush everything, it moved towards Hong Nishang, who was already exhausted and only holding on by burning her soul. With a loud bang it fell down. Before the giant palm arrived, the terrifying wind pressure had already caused the ground to collapse again. The red lotus fire around Hong Nishang began to flicker and sway violently, as if it would be completely extinguished at any time. Death has never been as close as it is now. Boom! There was no loud noise. Not even a sound. The moment the giant's silver hand, covering the sky and the sun, descended, it seemed to drain all sound, light, and even air from the space. Absolute silence, more devastating than any deafening explosion, was like drowning in the deep ocean, deprived of even one's breath and heartbeat. In Hong Nishang's perception, time was infinitely stretched, and every microsecond was cut into countless pieces, enough for her to see her own end. She saw that each cold silver strand reflected her own face, shrouded in resentment and madness, with uncanny clarity. Distorted yet remarkably clear, it was like countless mirrors reflecting despair. She could even hear the red lotus karma fire within her, burning to its fury, powerful enough to melt gold and corrode iron. It uttered a silent, piercing wail under the crushing force of absolute power, as if the flame itself were trembling and cowering in fear. Then, the world silently collapsed before her eyes. Puff! A mouthful of boiling hot blood mixed with tiny fragments of internal organs gushed out of Hong Nishang's mouth like a raging torrent bursting through a dam. A sad, cruel and short-lived blood-red lotus suddenly blossomed in mid-air, and was immediately crushed and evaporated by the invisible pressure. Her protective chi, that enchanting red lotus that had blossomed and shielded her from countless attacks, couldn't hold out for even a moment, not a hundredth of a second. Under the giant palm composed purely of silver threads, it shattered and annihilated like a withered wood. Like fragile glass colliding with a 10,000-ton hammer. Next, there was her martial body that had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations. Snap! Snap, snap! A series of bone-shattering sounds, so devastating it made her scalp explode and her teeth ache, erupted crazily within her body, playing a personal symphony of destruction. She felt as if every inch of her flesh, every cell, was being pierced, sliced, torn, and ground by billions of cold, merciless, invisible steel needles. Unimaginable pain, like a tsunami, instantly flooded her nerve endings. Her whole body, like a tattered rag doll discarded by a child, was slammed fiercely, mercilessly, and precisely into the hard, concrete asphalt ground by the indifferent giant's silver palm. Boom! This time, the sound finally returned to reality, like a belated death knell, dull and huge, shaking the entire alley. The ground within a 5-meter radius, centered around Hong Nishang, collapsed with a bang, creating a sunken pit with twisted and broken edges. A shocking, human-shaped pit, covered in dense, spider-web-like cracks, was imprinted on the earth. Smoke and dust, mixed with thick blood-red mist, rose into the sky like a miniature mushroom cloud and spread, carrying a sweet and fishy smell of rust and death.
Captain.
In the distance, Lao Zhang and Xiao Lu, who had luckily survived the previous attack, looked at the scene with dull eyes, as if their souls had been pulled out of their bodies and crushed by the giant palm.
Their captain.
In their hearts, that woman who was like an undefeated god of war, always rushing to the front and protecting them with that bright and fiery red.
Just like that. Crushed? Dead?
Chuckle. In the deepest part of the alley, where shadows and moonlight meet, the Gothic girl's laughter, as clear as a silver bell but filled with cold malice, once again sounded leisurely, like the finale and encore for this death feast led by her.
Look, Lillian. Big sister, she's become a beautiful painting.
The girl tilted her head and gently tapped the glass eye of the old puppet in her arms with her slender fingers.
The colors of blood and dust mixed together, doesn't it look like an abstract oil painting? Unfortunately, it's still not perfect. This boring game is finally coming to an end. The girl patted the puppet's head, her tone lazily and disinterested, as if she had just finished a dull performance. She turned lightly, her lace skirt swaying gracefully, as if preparing to leave this playground filled with blood, death, and despair. However, just as she turned around and took the first step, her steps paused slightly. Those pure and indifferent eyes, which seemed to contain no human emotions, slowly, with a very subtle but real surprise, turned back to the deep pit filled with blood mist where the smoke and dust had not yet dissipated. I saw that in that deep pit. A hand covered in sticky blood and black dust, its joints severely twisted and deformed, even piercing the skin to reveal a white cut, but still tightly and stubbornly clenched into a fist, was shaking violently, and every movement seemed to exhaust all the life. Bit by bit, it stood up from the rubble in the pool of its own solidified blood. Next, a half-broken shoulder with an obviously collapsed and broken shoulder blade arched up with difficulty. Then, it was a head with disheveled hair, a face covered in blood and dust, and its original appearance was almost invisible, but it still had a thrilling and proud posture, and it suddenly raised up a head. Cough, cough, cough. Hong Nishang coughed violently, each cough piercing her lungs and heart. Fresh blood and tiny particles of what looked like internal organs gushed out of her mouth. She felt as if her internal organs had been shaken into a chaotic mass of flesh, and every breath brought piercing pain. It is conservatively estimated that at least 70% of the bones in the body are broken, and in many places only muscles and fascia are barely connected. Consciousness wanders and sways madly on the edge of the boundless dark abyss, as if it will fall into eternal silence at any time. But her eyes, however, shone frighteningly bright at this moment. Like two blood-red stars suddenly ignited in the eternal night. The last trace of the emotion called fear in those beautiful phoenix eyes had completely burned out and evaporated. All that's left is, like the karmic fire gushing out from the deepest part of hell, it is pure, endless, insane killing intent. It's not finished yet. She spoke each word, each one hoarse and broken, from the depths of her throat, from her shattered chest. The sound was as harsh as two pieces of rusty, rough metal rubbing against each other, yet it carried a resolute and unwavering determination. Oh! The Gothic girl's formal, playful smile faded slightly, finally revealing a genuine expression of interest. Her enormous, heterochromatic eyes, like the finest crystal, narrowed slightly, her gaze focused on the barely human figure. What a cockroach with an unusually tenacious vitality, she commented softly, her tone unclear whether it was admiration or disgust. Even after becoming like that, why won't it just quietly become a painting? She lowered her head and whispered to the puppet in her arms, Lillian, tell me, are we underestimating her a little too much? I seem to begin to appreciate her meaningless struggle. She nodded as if listening to the puppet's silent response and looked back at the pit. Then play with her for a while longer. Until she can no longer move. Buzz. In response to her words, there was a tide of silver threads that was even more violent and dense than before, surging like a metallic storm tsunami.
This time, those silver threads flashing with deadly cold light no longer condensed into a huge palm, but instantly differentiated and extended, turning into thousands of fine, sharp, and indestructible thunder blades. They appeared out of thin air from all directions of the alley, from the walls, from the ground, and from the void, like a group of hungry sharks that smelled the strongest smell of blood. They emitted a high-frequency vibrating buzzing sound and rushed towards the red colorful dress that had just propped up its body in the center of the deep pit, madly and without any blind spots, completely blocking any space she had left to dodge, even the slightest possibility. This was a sure kill blow. No chance of survival. Faced with this terrifying attack that is enough to instantly tear any steel object into atomic state. In Hong Nishang's eyes, which were burning with blood-red flames, a flash suddenly appeared in almost calm, extreme madness and determination. She didn't hide. There's no way to avoid it. She used up the last bit of strength she could squeeze out of her broken body, and thrust the high-frequency battle blade in her hand, which was also covered with cracks and had an energy indicator flashing wildly as an alarm, fiercely and almost desperately into the gravel ground in front of her. Roar. A roar that was completely unlike that of a human being and more like that of a dying beast exploded from her torn throat, carrying blood foam and determination. All her remaining energy and blood, all her tenacious vitality, and even the soul power that was rapidly dissipating, were completely and desperately detonated at this moment in a completely self-destructive and no-returning way. Secret technique, Red Lotus Wall. Boom! A crimson crystal wall only half a meter high, barely wide enough to cover most of her remaining body, formed from the purest and most concentrated power of karmic fire compressed to its limit, with an eerie sense of transparency, rose from the ground. Like a final, small, tragic shield. It was the ultimate manifestation of Hong Nishang's martial arts will, the final barrier she had transformed from her burning life, soul, and everything else. It was also the bloody tombstone she had chosen for herself. Ding 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 ding. The next moment. Millions and billions of these collisions, so dense that they exceeded the human ear's reception limit and became a series of piercing, high-frequency, and sharp sounds, suddenly erupted. The thin, yet radiant crimson crystal wall, trembling and wailing violently under the destructive onslaught of the silver threads, trembled and wailed violently. The instant contact, countless cracks as fine as spider webs covered the smooth surface of the crystal wall, rapidly spreading and expanding. A crimson light flickered rapidly, flickering unpredictably, as if it would completely collapse at any moment. Behind the crystal wall, blood gushed out of Hong Nishang's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose like a stream. Her body was shaking violently, like a candle about to be completely extinguished in a storm, and it was about to fall. But her deformed, bony hands were still like the strongest iron clamps, tightly holding the hilt of the battle blade in front of her with her last bit of instinct. As if it wasn't a hilt, but her only and final connection with the world. Hold on. You must hold on. Her brain had long been unable to think effectively, consumed by endless pain and the gradually spreading darkness. The only thing that kept her broken body from collapsing was the instinctive, unyielding, almost paranoid obsession that came from the deepest part of her soul. At this moment, time seems to be infinitely stretched again. 1 second? Or 1 minute? For Hong Nishang, who was bearing all the impact behind the crystal wall, every moment felt as long as a century of suffering in the sea of fire and hell. Her consciousness sank and floated in endless pain and cold darkness, gradually peeling away. She seemed to see. She saw the same dark alley 5 years ago, and the young partner who was lying in a pool of blood with a hole in the chest, but still gave her a last warm and apologetic smile. Boss, don't cry, from now on the team will be in your hands. She saw it again. Just a few minutes ago, in the shadows at the alley entrance, the bodies of her subordinates who had just been joking with her and encouraging each other with vulgar jokes were now completely cold and stiff. Wang Hai. That brat who always loved to brag about being the most handsome man in the Jiangcheng Investigation Bureau, who vowed to woo the most beautiful girl in the bureau, and who always rushed to stand on her flank every time she went on a dangerous mission. There was a tiny, slowly curdling spot of blood on his forehead. And then there's old Zhang, who keeps harping on about his daughter taking the college entrance exam this year and hoping she'll get into Capital University. Little Lou, newly engaged, still has wedding candy in his pocket, saying he'll share it with everyone after the mission. Hong Nishang's sight, with difficulty, blurry, and soaked in blood, passed over the raging and seemingly endless silver deathstorm in front of her, and with great reluctance, turned to the few team members lying in the distance behind the storm, whose life or death was unknown. She saw the few team members who had been severely injured by Silver Thread's initial surprise attack had barely noticed their chests rising and falling, their breath barely escaping. The remaining life force within them was like a last, faint spark before being completely extinguished by a strong wind, rapidly fading and poised to be extinguished at any moment. I'm going to die soon. It's all because of my incompetence, because I couldn't find that monster quickly enough, because I wasn't strong enough. An indescribable anger and overwhelming sense of powerlessness that was so cold that it was enough to freeze the soul, like the most vicious curse in the world, instantly gripped Hong Nishang's broken heart. Why? Why is this happening? If only I could see your true form. Even if just a touch. Just a scratch on your skin. As long as I can lock you. Hong Nishang's nails had already broken, and they dug deeply and unconsciously into the metal handle of the battle blade, almost deforming the handle made of special alloy. With her strength. With her desperate fighting style. With her red lotus that burns all the karmic fire. As long as she could get close, as long as she could identify her target, even if she was facing a true 6th grade grandmaster, she was confident that she could fight to the death, bite off a piece of flesh from the opponent, and make him pay a heavy price. But now, she was like a moth stuck in the center of a giant spider's web. She could only watch helplessly, hopelessly, as that damned spider, hidden in the shadows, used invisible yet incredibly tough silk threads to slowly and leisurely drag her and all her companions towards the abyss of death. It was playing with her at will. This kind of. All they could do was passively take the beating, endure the constant bleeding and torture, unable to even touch the edge of the enemy's clothes, or even determine the enemy's specific form. It was a frustrating and hopeless experience. It was 10,000 times more painful than being killed directly by a powerful opponent. 10,000 times more tormenting. The unwilling anger completely devoured the last bit of Hong Nishang's sanity. The energy and blood in her body, already on the verge of depletion and like a volcano about to erupt, once again erupted in reckless and completely uncontrollable riot, squeezing out every ounce of potential. Boom! The red lotus crystal wall, already on the verge of complete shattering and dimming, suddenly shone with a fiery brilliance, as if a last ray of light had returned. The scorching heat even slightly melted a portion of the silver threads at the forefront. It actually pushed the surging silver threads back less than an inch. But, this final outburst of an overdrawn soul. It is destined to be just a flash in the pan, the last and most dazzling flash before it goes out. Crack! A slight but extremely clear shattering sound rang out extremely harshly during this brief stalemate. Chapter 132, Triggering a Special Mission Again. An extremely deep crack, like a black lightning, suddenly appeared in the center of the crystal wall. Then, the second crack then spread. The third. The fourth. It was like triggering a fatal chain reaction. Snap! The entire red lotus wall that was struggling to hold on, under the gaze of Hong Nishang's phoenix eyes that reflected the crimson fragments of light and were filled with despair and unwillingness, suddenly exploded. It turned into red spots of light floating all over the sky, gradually dimming and disappearing, like the ashes of paper money used in a memorial ceremony. It's over. It's all over. There was only a blank despair left in Hong Nishang's mind. Having lost the last barrier, the endless silver storm, gleaming with the cold light of absolute death, rushed towards her and all the surviving, unconscious team members behind her, like a world-destroying flood that finally broke through the dam, carrying a humming sound of destruction. Right above my head the hood fell upon me. The breath of death was so thick that it was suffocating. The alleyway was completely silent. Only the sharp sound of silver threads piercing the air, and the girl's morbid yet satisfied, soft and melodious humming sound seemed to be accompanying the artwork she was about to complete. However, at this critical moment, the silver web of death was only 0.01 mm away from Hong Nishang's pupil, about to completely reap all lives at the last moment. 1. A clear and gentle male voice, with a hint of laziness and pure curiosity as if he had just woken up, seemed so out of place in this bloody, hopeless, and blocked Shura field. Without any warning, as if violating the laws of physics, it sounded leisurely in this alleyway blocked by absolute power.
It's so lively here. There are so many people.
The voice was not loud, and the tone was even a little flat. It was like a thunderclap that pierced the endless darkness and despairing silence. It was also like a stone dropped into an absolutely calm lake, clearly and unmistakably reaching the ears of every living being present who still had any consciousness left. It rang directly in their minds.
Who is it?
The dying Hong Nishang's long-numbed nerves suddenly shuddered. Her consciousness, which was about to completely collapse and sink into darkness, was abruptly pulled back from the edge of the abyss by this sudden, familiar yet unfamiliar voice. The Gothic girl at the deepest part of the alley suddenly froze with an expression of joy and enjoyment on her face. Her melodious and morbid humming suddenly stopped, as if an invisible hand had strangled her throat. The corners of her mouth, once slightly curled in a playful smile, instantly tightened into a cold, straight line. The innocence and indifference faded from her eyes, replaced by a hint of genuine suspicion and extreme displeasure at being interrupted.
As if
a fly that shouldn't be there broke into the perfect toy house that I had carefully decorated. The symphony of death that he led suddenly broke into an extremely discordant note before the final chapter.
An unplanned bug.
Buzz. The silver death net that was about to fall and touch her skin was like hitting the pause button. It suddenly, against all odds, froze in midair. It was only a hair's length away from Hong Nichang's eyelashes. The alley was plunged into an extreme, eerie silence, where even the sound of the wind disappeared. Everyone's gaze, including the girl's suddenly sharp gaze, couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound with astonishment and inquiry. Hong Nishang also struggled and used up the last bit of strength in her broken body, twisting her almost broken neck and moving her eyes that were covered with blood clots. Her sight struggled to penetrate the dense cloud of smoke and blood, passing through the dense silver threads that froze in midair, gleaming with a deadly cold light.
Finally, it landed on entrance of the alley.
That entrance, which should have been a dead end, had long been completely blocked by a huge and strange silver spider web flashing with runes. I saw a huge, sophisticated spider web of death that exuded an ominous aura. A slender, slightly thin figure was standing there quietly, like a ghost. He turned his back to the mixed glow of cold moonlight and city neon lights coming from the distant alley. The light outlined a hazy, luminous silhouette behind him, as if coating him with a layer of mysterious and distant silver edge. For a moment, his specific face could not be seen clearly. But that voice, as if carrying some strange and warm magic, penetrated the blockade of the domain, penetrated the shadow of death, and made her heart, which had long been filled with despair, anger, and coldness, involuntarily and inexplicably skip a beat.
Why? Will it produce an indescribable sense of familiarity?
Hong Nishang's mind was a blur of chaos and roaring, fragments of memory tumbling in agony. She struggled to find any fragment related to this voice, this vague outline, in her chaotic memory bank, filled with countless battles, blood, and responsibilities.
Then,
a memory from not long ago, insignificant, almost forgotten by her, suddenly jumped out.
Just tonight.
Just a few hours ago. Along that busy, neon-lit street where routine patrols take place.
The boy from Wuhan University who was undergoing routine examination. Qin Feng? How could it be him? How did he get in? How could he possibly get in?
This place is suspected to be a territory set up by a 6th-grade master.
It is an absolute death zone.
Countless questions and an extreme sense of absurdity, like tsunami waves, instantly swept through Hong Nishang's almost stagnant brain, causing her pale, paper-like, blood-stained face to show for the first time an expression of extreme shock and disbelief that far exceeded the feeling she had when facing death.
Half an hour ago. River City, Guanlan Riverview Avenue. The night, as dark as ink, gently enveloped this bustling riverside city.
In the distance, rows of skyscrapers outlined a dazzling skyline, their neon lights flickering, reflected on the calm, mirror-like surface of the river, shattering into a flowing galaxy of stars. The evening breeze, with a hint of warmth and moisture unique to summer nights, gently brushed past, bringing with it the faint fishy scent of the river and the faint hustle and bustle of the distant city.
A sleek, futuristic, silver-gray magnetic levitation sports car, like a dormant cheetah in the night, quietly pulled to the curb. With the window down, Qin Feng casually rested one hand on the steering wheel, his fingertips tapping rhythmically. Lu Qinghuan, beside him, held his other hand tightly, with a touch of shyness and dependence. The girl's body heat filtered through the thin fabric, slightly cool yet scorching. Inside the car, the faint scent of expensive perfume lingered, intertwining with Lu Qinghuan's elegant body fragrance and the lingering aroma of the rich wine she had just enjoyed at the 3-star Michelin restaurant, creating an ambiguous and luxurious atmosphere. On the oversized holographic screen, the last scene of the love movie had not yet completely faded. The romantic scene of the hero and heroine embracing under the starry sky seemed to still linger on the retina. Lu Qinghuan's pretty face, usually aloof and proud on campus, now sported a captivating blush, whether from the alcohol or the shyness of arousal. Her usually clear, piercing eyes, occasionally brimming with shrewdness and scrutiny, were now half closed, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her gaze hazy, as if shrouded in the misty rain of the Jiangnan water towns. Her head rested gently and trustingly on Qin Feng's broad shoulder, seeking a fulcrum, like a cat that had finally found its home, shedding all its thorns and guard, becoming lazy and content. Qin Feng, her voice was softer and more glutinous than usual, with a hint of drunken hoarseness, like a feather gently scratching the tip of her heart. Qin Feng tilted his head, his jaw almost touching her smooth forehead. His voice was low and magnetic, like the sound of a cello, echoing in the small space with a reassuring power. "Today's movie is really good," she murmured, as if she couldn't find more appropriate words to describe the fullness and throbbing in her heart at the moment, and could only express it in the most straightforward words. "Really?" Qin Feng's lips curled up in a perfect arc, enough to make any young girl's heart skip a beat. His eyes fell on her slightly parted, moist, and shiny lips, and his eyes were deep. "I think she's not as pretty as you." For him who possesses the succubus aura, sweet words have long been an instinct like breathing. He can come up with them effortlessly and accurately strike the other person's softest heart. As expected, Lu Qinghuan's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. It was as if a subtle electric current, flowing from the point where their skin touched, instantly coursed through her limbs. Her already shimmering peach blossom eyes were now shrouded in a deeper, more captivating mist, almost dripping with water. A mixture of shyness and immense joy caused her to subconsciously cling to Qin Feng's arms even tighter. The force was so intense that it seemed as if she was completely and unreservedly burying herself in his body, becoming one with him. At this time, the gentle smile on Qin Feng's face suddenly froze like the surface of a lake that was instantly frozen. His pupils, at an angle that Lu Qinghuan couldn't see, suddenly shrank into the most dangerous needle-like shape. A pale blue virtual screen, visible only to him, suddenly popped up without any warning, filling his entire field of vision. A cold system prompt, carrying an undeniable sense of urgency, silently exploded. Byte. Detected that the character Hong Nishang associated with Destiny's Daughter is in a fatal crisis, triggering an emergency side quest. Mission name: a rescue hand in desperate situations. Mission description: Hong Nishang, the elite captain of the warrior division, is leading her team in the back alley of Street 7, Area C, to suppress a cult. However, they encounter an enemy far stronger than expected, nearly annihilating the team. Hong Nishang herself, her lifeblood scorching, finds herself in a life-threatening situation, her life hanging by a thread. Estimated time remaining, less than 3 minutes. Mission requirements: please immediately go to the scene of the incident and successfully rescue Hong Nishang and her surviving team members from the clutches of the evil cult. Mission reward: luck plus 5,000 points. Xianyuan divine mark condensation progress greatly improved. Failure penalty: none. However, the target character's death may cause unpredictable deviations in the plotline related to Destiny Girl. Do you accept? Weather. Qin Feng's breathing paused for a moment. Red neon clothes? That the female captain who, less than an hour ago, briefly stopped his car on the road on the pretext of checking vehicles, with a heroic appearance, sharp eyes, and a hot and exaggerated body that was enough to make any normal man's blood boil? She's dying? 3 minutes? His mind flashed back to Hong Nishang's eyes, which were serious and businesslike, yet also revealed a hint of admiration for the talented younger generation.
and the breathtaking, almost perfect, exaggerated curves outlined by her custom-made combat uniform. It was a beauty imbued with power and wildness, a stark contrast to the gentle softness of Lu Qinghuan in his arms. If such a lively, strong and charming woman were to die and turn into a cold and broken corpse, it would be such a pity and such a waste.
Certainly. That's not the point at all. The real point is,
Qin Feng's gaze, like the most precise laser, was fixed on the task reward column on the virtual light screen. Luck value plus 5,000 points. Qin Yuan Divine mark. The condensation progress is greatly improved.
5,000 points. A full 5,000 points of luck. And an additional bonus that directly promotes the condensation of divine runes.
Qin Feng felt as if his heart was being fiercely grasped by an invisible giant hand, and then it began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. The speed of his blood flowed suddenly accelerated, and a hot current rushed straight to his head. You know, before, I accompanied Lu Qinghuan, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and planned it carefully, almost racking my brains. From afternoon to night, we went to top luxury stores, booked a starry sky cinema, and had a Michelin 3-star candlelight dinner. It took most of the day to maintain the happiness level of this eldest daughter at a peak of more than 90 points. Finally, I completed the SS level difficulty perfect date task, and the system only rewarded me with 6,000 points of luck.
And now,
just by saving one person, you could potentially earn 5,000 points.
And even more valuable, the power of concentration. How crazy!
What a huge reward! Qin Feng's breathing became heavier. The huge temptation was like the devil's whisper, roaring in his ears. His mind instantly sank into the depths of his sea of consciousness. The ancient and mysterious Qin Yuan Divine Pearl, seemingly bearing the secrets of the universe's origins, quietly hovered, slowly rotating and emitting a hazy and noble glow. On its surface, two incomparably profound golden divine patterns, imbued with boundless power, slowly swam like two awakened ancient golden dragons, emitting a heart-pounding and majestic force. Just by initially condensing these two divine runes, he was already at the 5th grade martial artist level, possessing the terrifying combat power to directly compete with, or even threaten, a 6th grade grandmaster. This simply broke the existing common sense of martial arts.
And how much luck is needed to condense the 3rd divine rune? And how difficult is the understanding required? The system's annotations were incredibly clear: 10,000 points of luck. And a profound state of mind.
Qin Feng's original plan was to continue to steadily reap a few waves of leaks from the so-called destined protagonist Yifan, or to fleece Lu Qinghuan and other potential targets a few more times, slowly accumulating, and at the same time seeking opportunities for breakthroughs.
But now,
a huge opportunity that was almost within his reach suddenly and violently hit him in the face without any warning. As long as he completes this mission and gets these 5,000 points of luck, plus the 5,000 points he currently has remaining reserves, it is very likely that the conditions will be met immediately, and the coveted 3rd Qin Yuan Divine pattern will be condensed in one fell swoop.
By then,
Qin Feng's heart was pounding wildly. His blood was boiling like magma. He knew better than anyone what the successful condensation of the 3rd divine pattern meant to him. That will be a qualitative leap in life level and combat power dimension. If it were true that the 2 divine patterns gave him the qualifications to compete with and deal with a 6th grade early stage grandmaster, then the 3 divine patterns are complete. This would be enough to allow his instantaneous explosive power, physical strength, and spiritual energy capacity to soar to an astonishing level. Enough to crush ordinary 6th grade beginners head on, and even to fight against 6th grade mid-level masters without losing. By then, within this small Jiangcheng, unless those old monsters who have been locked up and have long since lost interest in worldly affairs personally take action,
he, Qin Feng, will truly be fearless again. The sky is the limit. Just think of this.
Qin Feng's eyes instantly became as cold as the Arctic ice field, and as sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath.
All hesitations and all trade-offs were completely thrown away at this moment. This mission, he must answer. Now. Immediately. What's wrong, Qin Feng?
Lu Qinghuan, who was in his arms, seemed to notice his momentary stiffness, the subtle change in his breathing, and the almost imperceptible absence of consciousness. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of genuine concern on her pretty, blushing face, and asked softly. Her voice was still soft and dependent.
Fine.
All the sharpness and coldness on Qin Feng's face vanished in a millisecond, transforming into a gentleness that could melt ice and snow, like a spring breeze. He even deliberately made his eyes look deeper and more affectionate. He reached out and gently scratched Lu Qinghuan's straight and delicate nose with his knuckles, very naturally and lovingly. The movements are intimate and skillful, without any trace of performance. I just suddenly remembered that a confidential document about the next secret realm exploration that Professor Li urgently entrusted to me was forgotten in the laboratory of the Martial Arts Association.
I have to go and get it now.
He needs it before he sets out on the expedition tomorrow morning. Qin Feng's tone carried a hint of just the right amount of helplessness and regret, as if he had really just neglected an important little thing.
It's so late, are you still going? Lu Qinghuan's red lips pursed slightly, the reluctance in her tone almost overflowing.
Her arms tightened around Qin Feng, as if she was afraid he would disappear immediately. Deeply influenced by the succubus aura, she had long since obeyed Qin Feng's every word, almost without a trace of doubt, only complete trust and attachment.
Well, it's a serious matter. There's nothing I can do.
Qin Feng explained softly, his tone filled with unquestionable certainty, yet also laced with gentle apology.
Be good, I'll get you home as quickly as possible, okay? I promise, I'll come back to you as soon as I get the things.
Well, okay. Although Lu Qinghuan was extremely reluctant to leave, she nodded obediently when she heard that it was an urgent matter from her mentor. However, the disappointment in her charming eyes was obvious.
Then I will wait for you at home.
You hurry up.
Okay, I'll be quick.
Qin Feng leaned over and placed a gentle and brief kiss on her smooth forehead. The next moment, the silver-gray magnetic levitation sports car let out a deep, powerful roar, instantly breaking free from its restraints. Like a streak of silver lightning tearing through the night, it sped off towards the Lu family manor.
A powerful push gently pressed Lu Qinghuan against the leather seat.
The fleeting light outside the window failed to attract Qin Feng's attention. His eyes, which were invisible to Lu Qinghuan, were already icy cold and sharp like an eagle, locked onto the rapidly approaching coordinate point on the navigation, marked as bright red by the system, Street 7, Area C.
10 minutes later. District C, Street 7.
In stark contrast to the bustling blitz of Guanlan Avenue, this area, located on the edge of the old city, is dimly lit, narrow, and filled with an air of desolation and desolation. At this hour, pedestrians are already scarce, with only a few stray cats cautiously darting around the trash cans. A black figure, like a ghost or a bat blending into the night, slid out silently from a shadow and landed precisely at the entrance of the alley that exuded a strong atmosphere of ominousness and death.
It was Qin Feng.
He had changed into a black combat uniform that was easy to move in, outlining his sturdy and upright figure. The night wind blew his hair across his forehead, revealing a pair of bottomless, cold eyes like stars. He looked up, and his eyes immediately locked onto the huge spider web that stretched across the alley. It was almost completely transparent, with subtle reflections visible only at certain angles. It was woven from countless silver threads that gleamed with a cold, deadly light. This net not only blocked the physical path, but also exuded a soul-shaking, bone-chilling, sharp aura filled with the blasphemous meaning of the evil god. It distorted the surrounding light and space, forming an independent pseudo-domain filled with murderous intent. Anyone with keen perception can understand instantly, if a warrior below the 6th rank dares to touch it, the end will be extremely miserable. He will be cut into countless pieces of meat in an instant, with no chance of escape. However, there was no trace of solemnity or fear on Qin Feng's face. He didn't even slow down deliberately, nor did he have the slightest intention of observing and looking for flaws. Just like that, with an expressionless face, he walked step by step towards the death net that was emitting extremely dangerous signals.
Chapter 133. There are so many people.
It does not stimulate the qi in blood. There is no practice of the exercises.
Nor did he summon any form of protective qi.
Strolling leisurely, as if taking a walk in your own back garden, towards an ordinary door curtain. Buzz. Just before his body was about to come into contact with the outermost sharp silver wire that was sharp enough to cut through the alloy easily.
An extremely weird scene happened.
That death spider web, formed by the power of the evil god and some high-level spiritual treasure, filled with murderous and ominous aura. It was like meeting the Supreme King, seeing a god descending to the mortal world. Actively, humbly, silently, slowly retreating to both sides. Countless deadly silver threads bent gently like living creatures, just right to make way for Qin Feng, an absolutely safe passage for one person to pass through calmly.
It was as if their sharp edges, powerful enough to cut through metal and iron, dared not, or were even unworthy, to touch the body of the being before them. It was an instinctive, absolute fear and submission of one's character. Because, in the deepest part of his sea of consciousness, the genuine divine pearl that had been silent and seemed to have existed forever seemed to have sensed the energy field of the outside world that was full of blasphemy and evil, and trembled extremely slightly, almost imperceptibly. Just a trace of it, extremely weak, yet extremely noble, as if it came from the supreme aura of the chaos of primordial chaos in the beginning of the world, quietly escaped and enveloped Qin Feng's body. This is the supreme majesty of the heavenly treasure. All methods, retreat. All evil, submit. Qin Feng's steps did not pause or hesitate for a moment. He didn't even spare a glance at the retreating spider web. He walked calmly through the passage that the silver thread had made way for as if he were returning to his own home, and stepped into the bloody alley that had turned into a sure purgatory. Suddenly, a nauseatingly strong smell of blood, mixed with the stench of ruptured internal organs, the smell of burnt muscle tissue, and a cold and strange smell of evil energy, came towards him like a real wave. Then he saw it. I saw broken limbs and arms all over the ground, and shattered internal organs and bone fragments smeared on the walls and the ground, outlining abstract and terrifying pictures of death. Seeing those warriors lying in a pool of blood, lifeless, their faces frozen with terror and despair, their standard swords broken, their psychic firearms twisted, it was clear they had endured a desperate resistance. I also saw, in the middle of the alley, the woman who was slammed into the wall by a terrifying force, forming a human-shaped concave pit, was covered in blood, her armor was shattered, and her left arm was twisted at a strange angle. However, she still supported her body with a broken long sword, struggling and refusing to fall. Red neon clothes. Her situation was 10 times more miserable than what the system described and what Qin Feng had imagined. Her breath was as weak as a candle in the wind, and the flame of life seemed to be extinguished in the next second. But her once sharp phoenix eyes, though dimmed at this moment, still burned with an unyielding, almost stubborn flame. Qin Feng's gaze stayed on her for less than 0.1 second. Then, he raised his head and looked deeper into the alley, at the source of the most intense evil and death aura. There, a young girl, wearing a blood-stained gothic dress and cradling a tattered wooden doll, tilted her head, admiring her masterpiece with eyes that were both terrifyingly innocent and chillingly indifferent. A smile, both innocent and utterly cruel, even played on her lips. The air around her was slightly distorted, and an invisible force field was suffocating. Qin Feng's brows twitched imperceptibly. He slowly withdrew his gaze and seemingly casually looked around the bloody battlefield completely shrouded in death and despair, as if he was looking at an unfamiliar scene that had nothing to do with him. Then he uttered a sound softly, breaking the suffocating silence as if expressing a sigh of curiosity and amusement. It's so lively here. There are so many people. At this moment, a strong, urgent, surging emotion, like a volcanic eruption, completely annihilated and replaced all the shock, filling Hong Nishang's entire body and mind. That is unparalleled anxiety, as well as determination at all costs. No matter how Qin Feng got in. No matter what kind of earth-shattering secrets he is hiding. There is one thing that Hong Nishang can be 100% sure of at this moment, relying on her instinct and belief as the elite captain of the warrior division. Qin Feng. Absolutely not dying here. A monster who is less than 20 years old and yet possesses such strange and unpredictable means, and is suspected to have the combat power of a grandmaster or even higher. His future is limitless. His very existence is of strategic significance. He is the future of the entire Jiangcheng, and even the entire China, the pillar of the sky and the flame of hope. If such a national treasure, such a genius,
were to mistakenly enter this place to rescue me today, and perish prematurely in this dirty and dark alley, and fall into the hands of this strange and evil cult demon. Even if Hong Nishang died 10,000 times and her soul fell into hell forever, she would not be able to atone for this heinous sin even once. Roar! A force that completely surpassed the limit and squeezed out the deepest potential of life suddenly surged out from the deepest part of Hong Nishang's broken and almost exhausted body, like a last ray of light, madly and recklessly. Her eyes instantly turned crimson. The corners of her eyes even cracked, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed. That is. In the true sense, it is the ultimate sign of not hesitating to completely burn out the essence of the soul and squeeze out the last bit of life energy. Qin Feng. A roar that was extremely hoarse, distorted, and almost not human, but contained incomparable determination and anxiety, suddenly exploded from the depths of her throat, mixed with internal organs and blood, like the last wail of a dying beast, echoing throughout the alley. Run! Run! Leave us alone! Get out of here! She's a 6th grade rank. She used up the last bit of light and heat in her soul and let out this heart-wrenching cry filled with endless despair and warning. She knows. In his current state, it was impossible for him to block the next attack from that strange girl, not even for a second. The only thing she could do. That is. Self-destruct. Using all of his remaining blood, energy, and spiritual power, using the most brilliant yet tragic red lotus formed from his burned life and soul, he dedicated himself to this peerless genius who shouldn't be here, and to the few teammates behind him who might still have a breath left. Blow up a gap that might lead to a way out. Even if I can only gain 0.1 second. Buzz. A crimson flame that was 10 times more intense, violent, and tragic than any of her previous outbursts, mixed with astonishing blood, suddenly shot up into the sky from inside her cracked body. That flame was no longer the strange and pure red lotus fire, but a kind of life that is filled with endless tragedy and determination, extremely brilliant and also extremely desperate, the blood color of life. Heart essence blood. Soul fire. The ultimate burn. Oh. At the deepest part of the alley, the Gothic girl's originally low, eerie, ethereal ballad voice suddenly stopped. Finally, her gaze slowly shifted from the dying and burning Hong Nishang, with a hint of indifference as if her interest was disturbed, to the uninvited guest who suddenly broke in and behaved strangely. She tilted her head, her movements as stiff as a puppet. In those pure and indifferent eyes, a rare flicker of subtle curiosity and inquiry. It was like seeing an interesting new toy. Another one. What about that disobedient, weird older brother? She lowered her head and gently stroked the cheek of the puppet in her arms with her pale fingers. The puppet had a strange smile and blood in its eyes, and her voice was as vague as a dream. Lillian, you said. This brother seems a little different. How should we play with him? The puppet in her arms naturally didn't give any response. However, the surrounding silver death spider web, which was originally still in midair and seemed to have life, once again emitted an intensive buzzing vibration that made one's scalp tingle and teeth ache. Countless silver threads tightened again, flashing with cold and deadly light, and raised their heads like a group of poisonous snakes. The murderous aura was even stronger, colder, and more bizarre than the one directed at Hong Nishang before. It spread out in an instant like a real tide, completely freezing and blocking the space in the entire alley. This time, all the cold murderous intent was like countless invisible needles. Accurately, he locked onto the young man in black clothes and black hair, whose expression was still terrifyingly calm. Qin Feng. Chapter 134, Instant Kill. Run! Run! This is the final will that Hong Nishang roared out as she burned out her life. That blood-red flame is burning. Burning like crazy. Burning her blood, her spirit, everything about her. She was like a blood-red lotus that was about to bloom to its utmost splendor and then completely wither. She was going to use the final destruction to blast open a sky of life for the young man who shouldn't be here. Deep in the alley. The corner of the Gothic girl's mouth curled up into an increasingly cruel and joyful arc. Disobedient big brother. Lillian, this is the most annoying thing. Buzz. The air is screaming. The still silver net of death that covered the entire alley came alive at this moment. Millions of silver threads, like poisonous snakes given life, instantly tightened. They are no longer nets. Instead, it turned into billions of sharp blades enough to cut through alloy armor. From all directions, from the sky and from the ground, with the will to destroy everything, they rushed towards Qin Feng at the entrance of the alley and strangled him madly. No blind spots. Can't avoid. This is a decisive game. No. Hong Nishan's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme. After all, the speed at which she burned her life was still a little slow. It's over. It's all over. This is the future hope of China's martial arts world, this peerless evildoer who will be recorded in history. Just fell here. However, in this split second, a moment of life and death. Just at that moment when Hong Nishan's heart was completely overwhelmed by endless despair and regret. That young figure standing at the entrance of the alley, as if frightened. Moved. He moved. No one could see how he moved. There were no signs. There was no roar of qi and blood exploding. There wasn't even the slightest energy fluctuation. In Hong Nishan's bloodshot and blurry vision, Qin Feng's figure was just very abruptly disappeared from where it was. It was as if he had never been there before. It seemed as if it was just an illusion blown away by the wind. Time. At this moment, it was as if the slow motion button was pressed. The two surviving members of the warrior division, who were already terrified, had their eyes wide open and their mouths open, their facial expressions frozen in extreme fear. The extremely violent blood-red flames of Hong Nishan, which were about to explode, also strangely stopped for a moment. Even the speed of the silver threads that were strangling and threatening to destroy everything seemed to have slowed down. Double. 10 times. 100 times. In everyone's perception, the world has become a silent film. Only a voice. A voice, as if coming from another dimension, suddenly inserted into this world, resounding clearly in everyone's ears. Too slow. Boom. The moment the words fell. A terrifying sonic boom, powerful enough to rip the eardrums apart, finally arrived and exploded at the entrance of the alley. The air there was instantly sucked out, forming a white air ring visible to the naked eye. And Qin Feng's figure. Already, the distance between life and death has been crossed. He appeared in the middle of the alley. Appeared in front of that Gothic girl. You. For the first time, a hint of no, an extreme surprise and confusion appeared in the innocent and indifferent eyes of the Gothic girl. She seemed. I can't understand what's happening right before my eyes. Why? Will this big brother suddenly appear in front of me? Why didn't his own death web stop him? No. Even. Didn't it cause even the slightest hindrance? The puppet in her arms remained quiet. The sick smile on her face still hung at the corner of her mouth. But, at this moment, her thoughts and her core program completely failed. And Qin Feng. He just raised his hand expressionlessly. Clench your fingers into a fist. And then, just like that, plainly and simply. A punch, delivered. This punch still did not have any glow of energy or blood. There is no lingering energy. There wasn't even a trace of wind from the punch. It looks so plain and unpretentious. So weak and powerless. Just like an ordinary person, casually swinging his fist. But the moment this punch landed. Snap. A sound, like the crisp sound of porcelain breaking, suddenly rang out. That voice came from the Gothic girl's delicate, fair, flawless face. A crack. 2 cracks. Countless, dense cracks, like a spider web, spread all over her body in an instant, with Qin Feng's fist as the center. The blank expression on the Gothic girl's face froze. She lowered her head, looking at her body that was beginning to crumble, as if puzzled. Then she raised her head and looked at Qin Feng again. The last emotion that flashed across those innocent and indifferent eyes was a touch of extreme fear. It was as if what she saw was not a human being. But it is an ancient god and demon that crawled out from the abyss of the 9 netherworlds.
Bang! Next second. No screams. No wailing.
The Gothic girl's seemingly fragile body, along with the strange puppet in her arms.
Under everyone's gaze. Explosion. Exploded into. Flying all over the sky. Sawdust, and powdered. Dead silence. Deathly silence.
In the alley, the silver threads that were strangling from the sky lost all their energy support the moment the pet girl exploded, and fell limply to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Outside the alley, the huge spider web that blocked everything also collapsed inch by inch, turning into harmless silver light spots and dissipating in the night wind.
That suffocating shadow of death hanging over everyone's head. Dispersed. Just like that. The smoke cleared. In the alley, the only 3 remaining members of the warrior division, including their captain Hong Nishang. All petrified.
They maintained their previous posture, motionless, like 3 weathered statues. The violent blood-red flame on Hong Nishang's body, which was about to explode, had quietly extinguished at some point. She didn't stop on her own initiative.
But she forgot.
Her brain was subjected to an extreme visual impact that far exceeded its processing limits.
Thorough. A blank. She.
What did you see?
1 punch. Only. Just 1 punch?
That, to play with their entire elite team in the palm of his hand. That person, with just 1 casual blow, crushed me, a peak 4th grade cultivator, without any chance of fighting back. That person, who, with a wave of his hand, can set up a field comparable to that of a 6th grade master, a terrifying evil cult monster.
Just like that. By that young man named Qin Feng. 1 punch. Exploded? Beaten to pieces? This is not true. This must be an illusion. This is a hallucination that occurred when I was burning the essence of my life and on the verge of death. Hong Nishang's lips trembled unconsciously.
Her bright and sharp phoenix eyes were now filled with dullness and confusion. She even bit the tip of her tongue hard.
Severe pain came instantly.
Tell her. This is not a dream. What was happening before my eyes was absurd, bizarre, and completely inconsistent with the common sense of martial arts.
Yes. It really exists. How is it possible?
The surviving male team member uttered a discordant murmur from his throat, like a dream talk. His legs went limp. The whole person collapsed directly in the mud mixed with blood and flesh. His eyes were distracted. His worldview. At this moment, Qin Feng's casual punch completely. It was smashed to pieces. Tisk. Qin Feng slowly retracted his fist. He glanced at the white powder on the tip of his fist with some disdain, then lightly flicked his fingers.
It turns out it's just a toy. Boring. It was at this time.
In front of his eyes. A light blue curtain of light that only he could see quietly emerged. Target information analysis completed.
Name, Silver Silk Death Puppet Lillian. Type, High-level spiritual puppet, non-living organism. Rank, quasi-6th rank.
Creator, the cult temple of 10,000 souls, one of the 72 earthly fiends, Madam Spider, 6th rank intermediate grandmaster, spiritual master. Core energy, high-level beast crystal core plus wraith soul.
Ability 1, Spider Queen Domain, passive.
Using the core spiritual treasure, the Thousand Machine Silver Silk Box, she unleashes countless strands of incredibly tough netherworld silk, creating a 500-meter, independent domain. Within this domain, the user can freely manipulate the silver threads to attack, defend, and bind. Their sharpness and toughness rival those of a 6th grade divine weapon.
Ability 2, Puppet Stand.
The puppet's body is forged from millennia-old dark wood mixed with a variety of rare metals, making it incredibly strong. It can establish a remote mental connection with its operator, perfectly synchronizing all of their movements and combat techniques. Weakness: its core is located inside the skull, wrapped in layers of silver threads, making it extremely difficult to destroy. Once the core is broken, the puppet will be completely scrapped. Note, this puppet has a strong spiritual imprint left by Madame Spider. If the puppet is forcibly destroyed, the imprint will activate, instantly transmitting the destroyer's aura back to the operator. Mrs. Spider. Qin Feng's eyebrows raised slightly, imperceptibly. A 6th grade intermediate master? Or a psychic? Quite interesting. Really? Just when the information of Silver Silk Death Puppet was displayed, Qin Feng felt a cold, resentful, and endless murderous spiritual thought. It's as if there is a pair of invisible eyes, penetrating endless space and distance. From a dark corner of this city to the death, locked in on his body. That mental pressure is extremely terrifying. If an ordinary 5th grade warrior were to be stared at by this gaze, he would probably lose his mind instantly, suffer a mental breakdown, and become an idiot. Even a peak 4th grade cultivator like Hong Nishan would probably feel like falling into an ice cave, with her blood stagnating and her combat effectiveness greatly reduced. This is the majesty of a 6th rank grandmaster. However, there was no trace of solemnity on Qin Feng's face. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation. He just slowly, he raised his head. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile that was not quite a smile. Chapter 135. Who are you? Boom! An invisible storm, with Qin Feng as the center, suddenly swept across the entire narrow alley. That was not the airwave caused by qi and blood, nor was it the shockwave caused by energy collision. Rather, it was purely a violent collision of spiritual wills that triggered a massive explosion at the soul level. It was a terrifying ripple that transcended the boundaries of matter and struck directly at the very source of life. Buzz. The air felt as if invisible strings were being plucked, emitting a low, tingling hum. Dust rustled down from the mottled walls on either side of the alley. A few dead leaves hung eerily in midair for a moment before silently crumbling to dust. Ugh! The pupils of the 2 surviving warrior division members suddenly dilated and then contracted sharply, their eyeballs bloodshot. Their mental defenses, crushed by this pure spiritual power, were as fragile as paper. Without even a proper scream, their eyes rolled back, white foam mingled with blood gushed from their mouths, and their bodies, like puppets with all their bones pulled out, collapsed limply to the ground, instantly falling into the deepest coma. Their mental strength, utterly crushed and ripped apart by the aftermath of this barely escaping wave, was completely crushed and ripped apart. Their seas of consciousness were in chaos, and they were incredibly lucky not to have suffered a mental breakdown and become idiots on the spot. It was their martial arts foundation that instinctively protected a trace of their true spirit at the last moment. And the first to be affected is Hong Nishan. The situation would be 100 times, 1,000 times more miserable. She had already burned out the source of her life force, her qi and blood had declined to the extreme, her spirit was listless, like a candle in the wind, on the brink of complete collapse. At this moment, this terrifying mental storm directed at her was covering her head, like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky, pressing down with a loud bang. She only felt that her head was hit hard by an invisible chaos hammer that condensed tremendous force in the most violent and brutal way. Buzz. The brain went blank in an instant. All thoughts, memories, and perceptions were completely emptied in an instant. Her soul seemed to be grabbed by a cold and powerful hand, trying to tear and peel off her most essential existence from this broken body. That kind of pain cannot be described in words. It exceeds the limits of the flesh and is the most primitive fear of death in life. Puff! A mouthful of boiling hot blood, mixed with some shattered internal organs, spurted out of her mouth, drew a sad arc in the air, and fell on the cold ground. Hong Nishang's already shaky body could no longer support itself, her knees gave way, and with a thud, she fell heavily to her knees. Her knees collided with the hard ground, making a dull, tooth-grinding sound. Her pretty face, which once looked so heroic but was now as pale as paper, had completely lost its last trace of blood color, leaving only a horrifying, deathly gray. It's over. This time. Is it true I'm doomed? Am I going to die? Her consciousness, as if sinking into the cold, dark ocean, began to blur and dissipate rapidly. The vision was swallowed by the boundless darkness, and the only light was rapidly shrinking. In the final moment of losing consciousness and falling into eternal silence, she used up the last bit of strength in her body, and with difficulty, stubbornly, raised her head. His distracted gaze pierced through the gradually thickening darkness and looked towards that. Still, standing tall in the center of the storm, as if all these destructive impacts have nothing to do with him, the young figure. He. Surprisingly unharmed. Not even the hem of his clothes fluttered in the slightest. Amidst such a terrifying mental storm, that ordinary garments seemed eerily calm. He just stood there quietly, as if he was not in the midst of a Jedi storm that could tear the Grandmaster's soul apart, but... In my own yard, I leisurely admire the sunset at dusk. That back figure is so tall and straight, like a lone peak standing proudly between heaven and earth. Such mysterious, and yet so powerful that it makes people feel trembling in despair from the depths of their souls. I found you. Qin Feng's lips did not move at all. But these three ice-cold words seemed to have transformed into a substantial, sharp spear of judgment, wrapped in his tyrannical and overbearing will. It followed the incoming spiritual connection precisely, went upstream, and at a speed beyond thinking, slammed into the deepest part of the soul of the owner of that cold will. At the same time, within Qin Feng's sea of consciousness, that one, which has been silent and ancient, floating in the center, as if it has existed forever, the Qianyuan divine pearl. A slight shock. Buzz. A ray of divine light, as if emanating from before the creation of heaven and earth, from the time of primordial chaos, an ancient, vast, supreme, and almighty, a purple-gold divine light suddenly shone. The brilliance was not blinding, but it instantly filled every inch of the sea of consciousness, carrying with it the supreme majesty that governed all paths and suppressed the heavens. On the divine pearl, the two extremely mysterious divine patterns containing ultimate truths were like a sleeping ancient dragon that suddenly awakened and began to flow slowly. Every rotation caused the sound of the great Tao to roar. A terrifying pressure that is enough to make gods and demons tremble and kneel down, and make all laws submit and give way. It exploded and swept across. That cold and vicious mental power that had just invaded Qin Feng's sea of consciousness and was about to show off its power and launch a thundering attack. The moment he came into contact with this purple-gold divine light, it was as if the filthy ice and snow in the dark corner encountered the blazing sun in the sky. No. It is not even ice or snow, but a tiny speck of dust, which encountered the source of the true fire of the sun, which is powerful enough to burn all the heavens and worlds and recreate the earth, water, fire, and wind. Squeak. A sound, so sharp and twisted, filled with the most extreme fear and unspeakable pain, the soul screamed shrilly in Qin Feng's sea of consciousness, but was quickly suppressed and annihilated by the divine light. The powerful spiritual power belonging to the sixth-grade spiritual master, which was originally condensed like a fine steel needle that had been tempered 100 times, could not even hold out for a billionth of a second under the supreme power derived from the Qianyuan divine pearl. Then it began. Its disintegrating and melting inch by inch, visible to the naked eye. It was like an evil spirit that had met its nemesis and was being defeated step by step. It frantically and desperately wanted to escape from this absolutely forbidden area that made it feel the deepest fear in life. Come when you want, leave when you want. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up in a cold and sarcastic arc. Do you think my sea of consciousness is a public toilet where you can come and go as you please? A thought. It's as if the words come true. Buzz. The Qianyuan divine pearl's divine light shone brightly once again. The light no longer simply shone, but actively condensed, transforming into a giant hand as if formed from the interweaving of endless primordial purple energy and the origin of chaos that covered the sky. A hand that represents the trajectory and power of Tao, the hand of rules. It ignores the distance of space, ignores the barriers of energy, and transcends common sense. As soon as it appeared, it enveloped the remaining mental power that was trying to escape. Then, a handful. Just take that remaining mental power that was about to escape from the boundary of Qin Feng's sea of consciousness like a stray dog. Tightly, clenched in the purple gold palm. No. A thought filled with the deepest fear, boundless despair, and endless regret and resentment came struggling madly. The owner of that will seemed to have only truly realized at this moment what an incredible and terrifying existence he had provoked. She wanted to beg for mercy. She wanted to cut off her tail and survive at all costs. Even more so, his thoughts surged wildly, and he was willing to self-destruct this extremely precious original divine thought on the spot, in order to completely sever this fatal connection. But everything is too late. Under the absolute domain and suppression of the Qin Yuan divine pearl. All the struggles, all the thoughts, all the attempts. It's all just ridiculous and futile. Swallow. Qin Feng, with a heart as hard as stone, issued an indifferent and final order. Buzz. The purple gold rule hand suddenly tightened. The light was blazing to the extreme. AA. The soul-screaming scream that was so shrill that it was beyond the limit came to an abrupt end, like a duck with its neck strangled. That wisp of powerful divine consciousness contained part of the original power, memory information, and soul imprint of the 6th grade master Madam Spider. At this moment, the overwhelming power of the Qin Yuan divine pearl. Thoroughly, devour, decompose, and refine. Clean and tidy. Thoroughly. Not even the slightest trace of soul remains in this world. Do all this. Qin Feng's sea of consciousness returned to vastness and tranquility. The Qin Yuan divine pearl was still floating quietly in the center, its brilliance restrained, returning to its ancient and unpretentious appearance, as if the earth-shattering and terrifying scene that was enough to cause the death of a 6th grade spiritual master had never happened. But Qin Feng could clearly feel. From the divine pearl came a faint but real feeling of joy that carried a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that the divine thought of good quality that it had just swallowed was, for it, an appetizer that tasted passable and was better than nothing. At the same time, an incomparably pure, gentle, mellow, yet majestic and vast power of the soul's origin gushed out from within the divine pearl, flowing like a sweet spring. Slowly and unreservedly, it merged into Qin Feng's own soul. Qin Feng only felt that his spiritual will, at this moment, seemed to have been cleansed and tempered, becoming more solid, pure and transparent. The speed of thinking and the sharpness of perception seemed to have improved significantly. By devouring the spiritual thoughts of a spiritualist, it can actually feed back into oneself and strengthen the essence of the soul. A hint of surprise and joy flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. This Qin Yuan divine pearl really has infinite uses. This is a pleasant surprise, a good new feature. He subconsciously moved his neck, and the joints made a crisp click sound, which was particularly clear in the quiet alley. Then, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and the expression on his face became a little playful and strange. Just now that woman, at the very last moment when that divine consciousness was completely devoured and annihilated. The thought that was transmitted seemed to be begging for mercy in extreme fear. Qin. The villain. Feng subconsciously touched his smooth chin, with a hint of teasing in his eyes, and fell into a brief contemplation. A second ago, there was still an endless distance between them, with a resentful and arrogant look as if you were already my meal, you will definitely die, and his mental power turned into sharp needles, wishing he could nail himself to the soul torture rack. The next second, he realized that he had kicked a titanium alloy steel plate. No, he had hit the chaos barrier, and he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy without any scruples, just wanting to save his life? The speed of this attitude change, the angle is tricky. Isn't it too realistic and funny? Qin Feng couldn't help but think of a clown in his mind. He was wearing colorful and gorgeous costumes, with exaggerated oil paint on his face. Under the spotlight on the stage, he was sometimes showing off his power, sometimes making a fool of himself, and trying hard to please the audience. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. He shook his head and dispelled the slightly funny association. It's really lacking the dignity and decency of a strong person. Funny. It's ridiculous and sad. At the same time. River City. Somewhere, deep underground, in an unknown, absolutely dark secret room. There are no windows here, blocking out all natural light. There are only a few wall lamps emitting a faint green light, providing insignificant lighting, which makes the shadows appear even darker. The air was filled with a smell so strong that it was almost suffocating and nauseating, the smell of old blood mixed with the pungent smell of formaldehyde unique to hospital laboratories, forming a strange, eerie, and extremely uncomfortable smell.
The walls of the chamber weren't ordinary bricks and stones, but cold alloys.
Hung upon them were a variety of bizarre torture instruments that would send shivers down one's spine and bring on nightmares at the mere sight of them. Thick, rusted chains coiled like snakes, strangely shaped blades gleamed with a cold, blue light, and twisted metal creations, stained with dark red and lacking any discernible purpose, silently spoke of the horror within.
And in the deepest part of the basement, the most eye-catching thing was a huge, gorgeous yet eerie white spiderweb bed, woven from countless silvery, tough spider silk threads. The spider silk was shimmering, yet emanated an icy chill. On the bed, at this moment, lying on her side was a beautiful woman wearing an intricate black Gothic lace dress. She has long, dazzling silver hair that is like flowing moonlight and pouring Milky Way spread out on a white spiderweb. The skin was so white that it was almost pathologically transparent, as if it was carved from thousand-year-old cold jade. It was delicate yet cold, without a trace of blood or blemish. Her facial features were exquisite to the extreme. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were like cold autumn water and stars, her nose was straight and upturned, and her lips were plump but colorless. Together, they formed a face that was as perfect as a dark elf, unreal. Her every frown and smile should be enough to make most men in the world crazy and obsessed with her, and willingly sink into her until death. She is a core member of a terrifying cult organization active in the dark world, one of the 72 evil stars. Codename, Mrs. Spider. Now,
this person, who always wears a morbid yet elegantly cruel smile on his face and regards all living beings as playthings and food, is a powerful 6th-grade spiritual master. Like a wounded beast, she curled up on the cold spiderweb bed, her delicate body shaking violently and uncontrollably. Every tremor brought with it a sharp pain in her soul.
Puff! Suddenly,
she arched her body violently, opened her bloodless lips, and breathed out a mouthful of deep red blood mixed with a hint of dim golden light.
It gushed out like a blood arrow.
The bright red blood with a hint of decayed gold splashed onto the crystal white spider web and quickly seeped out, appearing so dazzling and shocking.
That is definitely not ordinary blood.
Rather, it is the most precious essence and blood of the martial arts master that has been condensed from the essence of life and the foundation of cultivation over many years. It's just the loss of this mouthful of blood. It was enough to severely damage her vitality, and make all the years of hard training and accumulation go to waste. It might even shake the foundation of her realm.
Ha ha ha!
From Mrs. Spider's throat, a rapid, labored, and painful gasp erupted, like a worn-out bellows being forcibly pulled. Each breath seemed to be frothed with blood. Her flawless face, which was enough to drive countless men crazy, now no longer had any trace of the former laziness and charm. All that was left was a deathly paleness. Even a faint aura of gray death could be seen. Her eyes, which were always filled with indifference, playfulness, and as if everything was under control, were as beautiful as gemstones.
At this moment, it was endless. Deep in the bones and soul.
He was completely filled with extreme shock and an inexorable fear, like a maggot in his tarsal bones.
His pupils even dilated slightly due to excessive fear. How is it possible?
Her lips trembled uncontrollably and her teeth chattered. The voice was hoarse and dry, so weak that it was almost inaudible, and completely out of tune.
What is that? That light, what on earth is that? In her mind,
like a nightmare replaying, it flashed over and over again, uncontrollably. Just now, in the deepest part of the mysterious young man's sea of consciousness, I glimpsed that noble, ancient, terrifying and incomprehensible purple-gold divine light. That breath. That power, as if it was above all the heavens and the myriad worlds, and it looked down upon the stars in the universe, the gods, demons, immortals and Buddhas as mere straw dogs and ants, the supreme absolute pressure. It was just that it was illuminated for an insignificant moment by the afterglow of the divine light. She believed that her divine consciousness, which she had tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations and was extremely tough, was strong enough to cross the spiritual void and spy on other people's memories, a master-level divine consciousness.
At once. Like dewdrops in the sun, evaporating in an instant. Like ice and snow thrown into a furnace, it melts in an instant, being domineeringly swallowed up. Even the slightest bit of struggle and resistance was impossible. That feeling of powerlessness was an absolute crushing blow. It is a despairing gap that comes from the most essential level of life. It's like a tiny, insignificant mayfly. Without knowing one's own limitations, one tries to peek into the Buzhou sacred mountain, which supports the heaven and earth and is immortal for eternity. Result: it is naturally self-destruction. Monster.
Jiangcheng is a small, marginal place with declining martial arts. How could it be possible? How could it be possible that there is such an incomprehensible monster hidden there?
Mrs. Spider's body was shaking even more violently.
Cold sweat oozed from her forehead and mixed with the blood foam at the corners of her mouth.
Fear. Unprecedented fear, enough to crush all her pride and beliefs.
Like the icy cold air that had not melted for billions of years, it rushed straight to the top of her head from the Yongquan acupoint on the bottom of her feet without any hindrance.
It made her blood, her qi, even her thoughts all freeze. Solidify. He is a 6th grade intermediate master.
Furthermore, she was a 1 in a million, nightmare-inducing psychic master. With her bizarre and unstoppable psychic techniques, she had even challenged stronger warriors. Among the 72 earthly fiends in the entire 10,000 Souls Palace, her strength, dangerousness, and difficulty are enough to rank her in the top 20. Looking at all the powerful people in China, there are definitely no more than 24 people who can defeat her.
She has her pride, her confidence, her indifference towards all living beings as mere pawns. But just now, in just 1 or 2 breaths, all her pride, all her confidence, all the beliefs she relied on to survive, all of them were that brilliant, unrivaled purple gold divine light. Totally crushed mercilessly into the humblest dust. She had an extremely strong and clear premonition of death. If only my reaction had been a little slower, just a fraction of a second. Even a fraction of a second of hesitation. Then, following that spiritual connection, tracing back upstream. It's definitely not just those 3 ice-cold voices of judgment. But that was enough to conceal her soul's origins here, along with this carefully cultivated body. From the perspective of this world's existence. Thoroughly and cleanly erased. Destructive divine light. Think of this. A bone-chilling chill, as if she were incontinent, instantly shot up from her tailbone and swept through her entire body. Escape. We must immediately flee from here. This thought, like a wild weed, completely and crazily occupied her mind, drowning out all other thoughts. Leave Jiangcheng. Now. Right now. Get as far away from that monster in human skin as possible. Never approach this city again. What a shitty mission. What instructions from Her Majesty the Saint. What great plan of the headquarters. All of them, go to hell. Go to hell. Compared to my own life. All ambitions, loyalties, missions. All not worth mentioning. They are all garbage that can be thrown away at any time. Mrs. Spider endured the excruciating pain that felt like her soul was being torn apart, and struggled, trying to mobilize her remaining strength to climb out of the cold spiderweb bed. But her divine source suffered an unprecedented and devastating blow. That terrifying will and power that comes from the opposite direction. Not only did it brutally devour her core divine consciousness, but also, like the most vicious curse, it left a nearly unhealable great wound that continuously emitted a faint purple gold glow in the deepest part of her soul. She just moved her mind slightly, trying to gather a bit of true energy. An indescribable pain that seemed to tear her soul into millions of pieces and plunge it into eternal purgatory. Then, it came crashing down and drowned her. Mrs. Spider let out a scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. Her body twitched violently, and she fell heavily back onto the cold and sticky spider web. Bright red blood continuously flowed from the corners of her mouth, nostrils, and even ears, staining her silver hair and spider silk red. Who are you? Chapter 136. So that's it. Mrs. Spider's hoarse voice echoed faintly in the empty and silent basement.
Each syllable seemed to be squeezed out with difficulty from a broken bellows, carrying with it the breath of blood foam and despair. Like a dying night owl, with its throat strangled by iron pliers, it let out its last wail, colliding and rebounding in this confined space, searching in vain for a response.
However, no one answered her.
The only answer she received was the tearing pain that surged up from the deepest depths of her soul, like a volcanic eruption. This pain didn't affect her body, but directly burned her spiritual essence. Every surge made her vision go black, as if countless red-hot steel needles were stirring in her skull. And that feeling, as if it had been branded with a boiling iron, deeply imprinted on every inch of her soul, carrying with it the supreme will of judgment and destruction, which could never be erased for eternity.
Purple gold divine light. That light.
It was just that. In his mind, he cautiously and fearfully recalled the outline of that light, and the overwhelming might he felt in that fleeting glimpse, as if facing the overwhelming pressure of the entire universe. Mrs. Spider's delicate body would once again violently convulse and tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat oozed from every pore, mixing with the blood she had coughed up earlier, staining her expensive black spider silk robe, which could withstand mental shocks to a certain extent. It was a kind of trembling and fear that came from the most primitive instinct of life. It was a humble, carbon-based creature, gazing up at the starry sky and witnessing the ultimate explosion of a supernova, a radiance powerful enough to annihilate countless stars. That feeling of insignificance and despair that penetrated her very bones. In the face of such power, the spiritual power she had painstakingly cultivated for decades seemed as fragile as a dewdrop in the sun.
No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
Like a mortally wounded mother spider, Madame Spider huddled in agony in the center of a vast web. Her long, silver hair, normally flowing like moonlight, was now completely soaked with cold sweat and lingering blood. Strands of it clung to her face, pale as paper, even faintly bluish-gray. Tiny beads of blood clung to her long eyelashes, which trembled slightly as she trembled.
He looked extremely miserable and utterly miserable. Where is there any trace of the dignity, indifference, and enchanting demeanor that one of the 72 earthly fiends of the Hall of 10,000 Souls should have? Jiangqing, a tiny place like this with a poor martial arts background and not even a decent spiritual vein. How is it possible that a being like that could be born, that could almost completely wipe me out with just a single mental imprint? This defies common sense. This violates the law of power. Her thoughts were a mess. Like a ball of yarn being torn and toyed with by 10,000 invisible cats. Countless thoughts, speculations, and fragments of fear rushed and collided, but she couldn't find a reasonable outlet. Can't figure it out. Also, I can't figure it out. Intelligence. The Holy Church's intelligence system has spanned the eastern and western continents for hundreds of years, infiltrating various factions, yet it has never made such a fatal mistake. It absolutely cannot make a mistake. According to the top-secret intelligence transmitted by the headquarters through the most encrypted channels. In the far suburbs of Jiangcheng, the C-17 catacombs, dormant for 30 years and closely monitored by the Chinese military, have recently experienced unusually violent, almost violent fluctuations in the surrounding energy tides. All signs indicate that the catacombs' door, forged from an unknown metal and engraved with ancient runes, could open again at any moment. The devastating beast tide of 30 years ago seemed like just yesterday. Countless hideous, otherworldly beasts surged from the catacombs like a black tide, roaring and devouring life. Mighty catacombs could tear apart buildings with a single wave of their claws. Only saturation bombardments from the military and the relentless efforts of warriors could repel them. That disaster reduced nearly half of Jiangcheng to ruins and graveyards. That is a painful memory that the entire city and an entire generation can never forget. It is engraved in their genes. Therefore, the entire Chinese top leadership, the military, parliament, the General Security Agency, and those hidden giants and clans in the martial arts world. At this moment, almost all attention was focused on the restless cave, as if drawn by a magnet. All the monitoring equipment, formations, and the spiritual thoughts of high-level warriors were focused there like searchlights. Especially those above the 6th rank, the true martial arts masters. They are the strategic force of the country and the bulwark of civilization.
They are the absolute backbone that suppresses the riots in the caves and resists the attacks of the powerful aliens.
The stabilizing force.
The head of the Lu family, Qin Feng, the old fellow who had been in seclusion for many years, trying to break through the barriers of the 7th grade martial arts realm, was said to have personally gone to the outer perimeter of the cave to take charge. The director of the Jiangcheng warrior department, rumored to be from the northern Sanglong army, had reached the pinnacle of horizontal training, 1 foot in the late Grandmaster stage, a tough, iron-blooded man who patrolled the defense line day and night. And, the military, that ace rapid reaction unit secretly stationed in the mountains near Jiangcheng, composed entirely of mid-level warriors, dragon teeth. Their battle flag has already been raised. All the strong ones above the 6th rank. Their energy and their minds were fixed on the cave's slightest movement, like a hawk stalking its prey. They dared not relax even for a moment. It was simply impossible, and they didn't have the extra leisure time to care what happened in Jiangcheng. A city with a population of millions, was nothing more than a small fight in their eyes, a fight in a dark corner. This is also the biggest confidence that makes Madame Spider dare to be so unscrupulous and even a little joking in Jiangcheng, laying down the web of death, hunting down the elites of the warrior division, and implementing the scavenger plan.
Because she knew it very well and calculated it accurately.
The high-end combat forces were firmly restrained by the huge potential threat from the cave.
As long as he doesn't go too far, doesn't turn the entire city's core area upside down, and doesn't proactively attack those important official targets. Those truly important figures would never easily lose their focus and attack. They couldn't afford the cost of losing the catacombs. But, that man just now. That, relying solely on a spiritual imprint planted in advance, almost completely wiped out the soul and consciousness of himself. A 6th grade intermediate spiritualist known in the Hall of 10,000 Souls for his strange spirit and strong ability to protect his life, and turned him into ashes, this terrifying existence. His strength. Absolutely, far, beyond the mundane boundary of the 6th rank. Even. Was he a 7th rank martial master who had entered the realm of the inhuman? He was at the level where his true energy could leave his body and destroy cities and split mountains? Or an 8th grade grandmaster whose spirit, energy and vitality have been initially condensed and who can temporarily influence the local environment? Even the legendary dragon whose head and tail can't be seen, whose single strike can change the terrain, and who possesses an extremely long lifespan, a 9th grade martial saint? No. Absolutely impossible.
Mrs. Spider's brain was shaking wildly like a rattle in a child's hand, as if trying to get rid of this ridiculous idea.
In the entire Chinese nation, there are only a handful of 9th-rank martial saints, both openly and covertly.
Each of their names is as well known as Thunder, a giant who suppresses the destiny of a nation and establishes its dominance in all directions. That kind of person, whose every move ripples through the international situation and whose whereabouts are top secret, how could they possibly appear so silently, like a ghost, in a filthy, run-down alley filled with the sour smell of garbage in a small, third-tier city like Jiangcheng, where the spiritual energy is scarce?
This is irrational.
It completely goes against the logic of the actions of the powerful. This is completely inconsistent with her understanding of the power of this world, the basic logic.
So, where, exactly, had the mistake gone wrong? Which link in the process had a fatal flaw in its judgment?
Madame Spider's breathing was still as rapid as a broken bellows, each breath carrying the sweet, fishy taste of blood foam and a searing pain in her chest. However, her beautiful eyes, previously almost completely consumed by boundless fear and excruciating pain, gradually began to forcefully dispel the fog, regaining a hint of the calmness and clarity that befell a top-tier psychic. She was forcing herself to calm down, suppressing the instinctive scream of her soul with her strong willpower.
Fear can't solve any problems. It will only interfere with your judgment and make you die faster and more miserably.
She began to frantically squeeze her damaged mental strength, recalling. Just now, that brief, less than 1/100th of a second, a clash of divine thoughts.
Everything that happened in that split second. Every detail. Every moment of energy fluctuation.
Everything, in her mind, was like the most sophisticated slow-motion analysis, frame by frame, repeatedly replaying and analyzing. That voice, cold, majestic, and unquestionable, as if it came from the heavens, the voice of judgment. That, a purple gold light of utter purity and nobility, instantly condensed into an invisible giant hand that obscured the sky and covered her entire spiritual world. That terrifying pressure, as if facing the weight of the entire universe, was enough to crush the soul and erase all consciousness. Besides, in that extreme light and destruction, there seemed to be something else hidden. Etc. Mrs. Spider's pupils suddenly shrank into the most dangerous needle-like shape. Even her breathing suddenly stopped. She remembered. At the very core of that endless purple-gold divine light that was powerful enough to incinerate the soul and obliterate all perception at that very source, that light that represented supremacy and absolute destruction was about to devour her completely. Her sharp, almost broken mental perception seemed vaguely captured. A strange existence that is not completely the same as that destructive energy. A bead, pristine in appearance, resembling stone but not stone, jade but not jade, its surface swirled with countless natural Tao patterns finer and more mysterious than a spider web, its interior seemingly a chaotic world of its own. Yes. One bead. This thought was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the thick dark clouds and struck directly into the dry lake of her heart. Boom. Instantly, it illuminated Madame Spider's nearly collapsed, fear-filled mind and dispelled all the fog. That moment. All of it is unreasonable. All the contradictions and paradoxes. All of it is incomprehensible and unbelievable. At this moment, it seemed that everyone had found an answer that was even more shocking but could perfectly explain it all. One, though, sounds incredibly. But it is very likely the only explanation of the truth. I see. Mrs. Spider murmured to herself, her voice still hoarse, but with a completely different kind of excitement, almost trembling. The fear on her face quickly dissipated like the receding tide. Instead, it is a kind of morbid, fanatical, almost insane sudden enlightenment. He. Ha ha. Next second. The suppressed, neurotic laughter, as if someone had finally discovered the biggest secret in the world, echoed madly and unscrupulously in this dark, damp basement filled with the smell of blood. She laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. She laughed so hard that her body shook. She laughed so hard that tears came out. It even severely affected the injury to the origin of her soul. The corner of her mouth once again uncontrollably overflowed with a strand of even more shocking dark red blood. But she didn't care at all. It was as if the pain had become a stimulant. In her beautiful eyes, which were now bloodshot, there was no longer any trace of fear and despair. Just endless. The ultimate. Greed that was about to burst forth like tangible flames. It was like a glutton who had been hungry for a whole century, and suddenly saw a banquet, wanting to devour everything in the world before him. Crazy greed. So it's not his own power. It's a treasure. It's an ownerless, or rather, not fully controlled, a peerless treasure that protects its owner on its own. Lady Spider's tongue gently licked the rusty blood at the corner of her mouth with a charming and enchanting gesture. Her eyes flashed with a terrifying and deep light, like a predator lurking in the abyss. That's what I said. The fundamental laws of this world haven't collapsed to that degree yet. How is it possible that such a young peerless powerhouse could exist? This simply doesn't make sense. It turns out that the truly powerful one is not the kid whose chi and blood are only at the 5th level that I sensed. But he had some kind of awful luck. The item he was carrying was at least a top-grade Earth-grade item, possibly even a heaven-grade spiritual treasure. Her voice became sharp and trembled slightly due to extreme excitement. Just one thing, a tiny bit of power released by the passive protection of the master and the autonomous activation, is enough to instantly severely damage the spiritual treasure of a 6th-grade intermediate spiritualist who is on full alert. That. So, what grade could it be? Earth grade upper grade? Earth grade ultimate grade? No. Definitely more than that. That pure, supreme sense of oppression far surpassed any Earth-level spiritual treasure she had ever seen. Heavenly stage. Mrs. Spider's breath suddenly became incredibly hot. Her chest heaved violently, as if she had inhaled lava. It's definitely the legendary heavenly-grade spiritual treasure. Furthermore, judging by its properties, it's an extremely rare treasure, specifically designed to counter the divine soul and protect the spiritual sea of consciousness, a supreme treasure.
Boom!
This conclusion, like a final judgment, exploded in her mind. Mrs. Spider's entire body began to tremble violently again because of extreme excitement and greed.
But this time, not because of fear.
It was because the uncontrollable greed that was almost bursting through his head. It was as if every cell in his body was screaming with desire. A heavenly spiritual treasure.
What's that concept? Look at the vast history of martial arts in China, and even in the entire world.
The emergence of every known heavenly-grade spiritual treasure is enough to set off a bloody storm that will sweep across all factions, leave corpses strewn across thousands of miles, and shed the blood of masters. It is enough to drive countless martial arts masters who are usually high-handed and sanctimonious, and even martial arts grandmasters who are in seclusion, completely crazy, break their heads, and snatch it at all costs. A powerful, uniquely powerful heavenly-grade spiritual treasure could even completely change the fortunes of a top-tier family or a massive sect over the course of a century.
It could even solidify their dominance. And now,
a suspected supreme treasure of heavenly rank.
It appeared on the body of a young boy who looked to be only about 20 years old.
A little fellow with pitifully weak chi and blood fluctuations, at most, at the initial stage of the 5th rank realm. Madame Spider carefully and diligently recalled the silhouette of the young man known as Qin Feng, standing in the moonlight at the alley entrance. Although his aura at the time was unusually calm and steady, the intensity of the life force emanating from him, which was absolutely impossible to disguise, could not be hidden from the keen insight of the 6th grade master of perception. Absolutely no one has reached the 6th rank Grandmaster realm. Not even the peak of the 5th rank. A kid who is not even at the Grandmaster level and is as fragile as a baby in the eyes of true masters. Yet, he possesses a heavenly treasure that even martial arts saints would be tempted by.
What does this mean?
It's like lighting the brightest lighthouse in the dark night sky, explaining everything.
Explains.
This kid is most likely a descendant of a hidden sect, or an ancient holy land, secretly released to train a saintly son, or a core descendant. The elders behind him who are protecting him are worried about him being out there alone, so they gave him this, probably a sect-level protective treasure, for temporary self-defense.
Yes, that must be it.
Mrs. Spider's brain was working at a rapid pace, her logic becoming clearer and more self-consistent. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was the only truth. A perfect logical loop that can explain all doubts. Figured it all out. Before, that was enough to drive her crazy and make her tremble in fear. At this moment, in her eyes, it became a huge, funny, ecstatic joke.
He.
I almost got scared to death by that dead thing on your body, you little bastard. Madame Spider uttered a cold sneer filled with resentment, shame, anger, and murderous intent.
She admits it.
That unknown, bead-shaped, heavenly-grade spiritual treasure was incredibly powerful.
Ridiculously powerful.
It was completely unreasonable. So strong even she, a 6th rank master of spiritual power, is completely unable to directly contend with the power it emits on its own.
But
no matter how powerful or extraordinary a spiritual treasure is, it still requires a sufficiently strong force to activate and control it. That kid, with only a mere 5th grade cultivation,
can he unleash even 1/10,000th of the true power of that heavenly spiritual treasure?
I'm afraid I can't even make it recognize its master. Just now, that time, the extremely terrifying divine consciousness that frightened her to death counterattacked. I'm afraid that's the limit of what that magical treasure can produce when it senses a deadly threat and autonomously protects its master.
It might even be wasting most of its energy because there's no one controlling it.
Right. This must be the case.
This is the only explanation that makes sense.
A 3-year-old child parading through the streets carrying a mountain of gold.
A weak ant holding a divine weapon but without the strength to wield it.
Why did he possess such a treasure? He didn't deserve it at all. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. The old Eastern proverb is always so insightful. The sickly, greedy light in Mrs. Spider's eyes was almost turning into a tangible flame, overflowing and illuminating the dark basement. Little guy. This treasure, which is enough to start a world war, is in your possession. It's truly a waste, it's too dangerous. Why not let me take care of it for you? In her mind, an incredibly crazy, bold, and vicious plan began to quickly take shape. The details became clearer and clearer. Escape? Why is she running away? Even if 18 dragonblood horses were used to pull her, she wouldn't leave. How could this be a death-dealing Yama? This was clearly a divine mercy bestowed upon me, a once-in-a-lifetime, immense opportunity. It was a shortcut to the pinnacle of power. If only. As long as I can, find a way to circumvent the spirit treasure's self-protection mechanism and kill that kid. Or forcibly sever the weak connection between him and the spirit treasure. Take away from him the thing that is suspected to be of heavenly grade divine pearl. So, all the trauma I have suffered today. The loss of the essence of my soul. All the price paid. It will all be worth it. And the rewards will be 1,000 times over. By then. With this treasure, his strength, especially his most deadly spiritual power, will undergo a tremendous qualitative leap. He will no longer have any rivals in his level, and even challenging opponents of higher levels will no longer be a dream. Chapter 137, Heaven-Defying Existence. Ranking of the 72 Earthly Fiends? He. What a bullshit ranking. It's an insult to future giants. Even if it is, those who are high above us and whom we need to look up to on a daily basis, the 12 celestial beings. I might not be able to rely on the power of the treasure to bring him down and replace him. Even become the third person in the Holy Church, second only to the mysterious Palace Master and the Saintess in power. Enjoy endless resources and honor. Think of this. Mrs. Spider felt as if all her blood was boiling. Burning. The excruciating pain in her soul seemed to transform into a symphony of excitement. Injury? The feeling of soul being torn apart? What did that mean? Compared to the fate-changing opportunity that was about to arrive. All the pain is insignificant. It can even become a medal after victory. Little beast. The corner of Mrs. Spider's mouth curled up into an extremely resentful, yet extremely ferocious cold arc. It was as if she had already seen the other person die in despair. Although, I don't know who you are and which faction you come from. But your aura, your soul fluctuations, that weak but unique mark. It has been firmly branded by me, the thousand-thread soul curse. She is Mrs. Spider. Yes, the master who plays with souls and controls puppets invisibly. As long as she uses her original soul technique to memorize the soul of her prey. So, even if you have the ability to fly to the ends of the earth and hide in the deepest underground bunker of the military, she also has thousands of sinister methods. Digging you out of your hiding place bit by bit. Like a spider dragging its prey out of its lair. Wait. Soon, once I've recovered a bit, I'll have everything ready. My, those lovely, hungry children. I will follow the scent of your soul to find you. Mrs. Spider struggled, enduring the excruciating pain that almost tore her soul apart, and slowly and with extraordinary determination, sat up from the huge spiderweb bed that was still stained with her cold sweat and blood. She ignored the tearing pain that seemed to drag her consciousness into darkness again. The slender jade hand suddenly pierced into her snow-white and tender heart with its fingers like knives, flashing with a dark luster. Phew! A dull, teeth-grinding sound. A handful, more crimson than any before. Even more dazzling. Even carrying wisps of pale golden divine light, containing immense life energy and the power of the soul's origin, the essence of the heart. She dug it out abruptly and resolutely. The essence of blood floated in her palm, squirming and emitting astonishing energy fluctuations, as if it had its own life. For my supreme treasure. Madame Spider looked at the priceless essence of blood in her palm, enough to drive any warrior mad. A near insane, all-sacrificing fanatical smile appeared on her face. Just waste a little more of your essence. All of this investment will be rewarded 1 billionfold in the future. Next moment. Her eyes became fierce, and she muttered something, chanting an ancient evil spell. She suddenly pressed the ball of scalding blood essence that condensed the core power of her life force to the center of the huge spider web below her body, which was as white as snow but instantly showed countless black strange runes.
Buzz. In a moment, the entire dark basement was completely engulfed by an extremely intense, sickening blood-red light. Countless fine, blood-colored runes emerged from the spider web, twisting wildly like living things, emitting an aura of evil, greed, and impatience. A soul-hunting contract of no end to death is concluded here. At the same time, Area C, Street 7, Back Alley. Deathly silence reigns supreme here. It wasn't a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere, but rather a vacuum, a state of utter silence, utterly washed away by extreme violence. The thick, inextricable stench of blood hung like a tangible curtain, weighing heavily on every inch of the air. It blended with the acrid, burnt odor of specialized alloys melting at high temperatures, and the faint, infernal sulfur scent emanating only from the shattering cores of high-level puppets, creating a cocktail of death and destruction that choked and shuddered the very soul. The icy night wind, now the sole scavenger, whimpered through the narrow alley, unable to dispel the frozen horror. It could only feebly stir the hem of Qin Feng's rather ordinary clothing, the edges of which were already slightly stained by the splattered blood and stirred dust, the only insignificant trace left on him by the storm. He stood there. His figure stood tall and straight, like a lone spear piercing the heavens, or like a towering sacred mountain that had stood here since time immemorial. Even as corpses littered the ground beneath his feet, he remained unmoved. All the chaos, carnage, and death seemed but insignificant dust beneath his feet. Before him lay the Gothic girl puppet Lillian, completely reduced to a pile of charred fragments, still emitting wisps of green smoke and residual sparks. Her delicate skirt, pale bionic skin, and eyes that once shone with an eerie red glow now resembled a low-quality doll thrown into a steel furnace, twisting, melting, and disintegrating. No trace of her once terrifying form remained. Only on a few larger fragments could one barely discern the intricate gear mechanism and the shards of melted wire, silently proving the terrifying power it once possessed, a power that could rival a vast army. Behind him lay the web of death that had once enveloped the entire back alley, like the maw of an abyss, easily strangling 3 elite warriors and even nearly devouring the peak-level 4th-grade warrior, Hong Nishan. Those countless invisible silver threads, once gleaming with a cold, incomparably tough brilliance, possessing both cutting and corrosive properties, now resembled spider webs blasted by the scorching sun, or bubbles whose glittering exterior had been punctured, completely stripped of their proud luster and deadly threat. They drooped limply and brokenly to the ground, mingling with sewage, broken bricks, and congealed blood, becoming a pile of untended garbage. The instigator of everything, the source of the reversal of this hopeless war situation, all stemmed from the overly calm man in front of him. That. A man who only used one punch. Qin Feng slowly withdrew his fist, unstained by a speck of dust or a drop of blood. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he hadn't just unleashed a groundbreaking, physics-shattering blow, but simply brushed a fallen leaf off his shoulder. His gaze calmly scanned the devastation around him, the shattered bodies of his teammates, the deep cuts on the walls, the crisscrossing, charred furrows on the ground. His eyes were indifferent, devoid of any emotion, neither the arrogance of a victor nor the pity for the dead. It was as if the horrific scene before him, like a Shura field, was nothing more than insignificant backdrop. His sight finally landed precisely on the figure leaning against the mottled wall, covered in blood, tall and hot, yet looking unusually fragile at the moment. Red neon clothes. Her uninjured arm hung limply, while the other was bent at an unnatural angle, clearly severely injured. Her breathing was rapid and shallow, each inhalation tugging at the wounds all over her body, causing her delicate body to tremble uncontrollably. But it wasn't just physical pain, it was also a stress response to a mental state completely crushed. Qin Feng took a step forward, stepping over the debris and filth on the ground, his steps steady and silent. He walked to Hong Nishan, bent down, reached out his hand, and gently supported her uninjured arm. His movements were not particularly gentle, but they carried a strange steadying strength. "Are you okay?" His voice was flat, without any ups and downs, and there was no trace of concern or worry. It was as simple and natural as seeing someone fall on the side of the road and casually asking, "Do you need help?" so ordinary that it was incompatible with this hellish scene. However, no one answered him.
Hong Nishang instinctively leaned on his arm for support, bearing nearly half her weight. But she felt as if all her energy and spirit had been drained from her, completely lost. Her eyes, which normally burned with an unyielding flame, a brightness so sharp that it would put many men to shame, were now empty and blank, devoid of all spirit. Her pupils were unfocused, instinctively reflecting the dim, flickering, and threateningly extinguished streetlight at the alley entrance, like two pools of stagnant water. Her lips were slightly open, pale and cracked, with blood foam still lingering around the edges. She seemed to want to say something, utter a few syllables, perhaps a thank you, perhaps a question, but her throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible giant hand, and apart from the extremely faint hissing sound of air passing through, no sound came out. Her mind had completely lost control and was replaying the events madly and uncontrollably. Once. Again. Over and over again, in slow motion, from multiple angles, and in an infinite loop, she replayed the bizarre scene that was brief but enough to overturn her 20 years of knowledge of martial arts. That web of death, composed of countless invisible, intangible, yet razor-sharp silver threads imbued with a cold, demonic energy. That web of despair that had forced her and her most elite soldiers, veterans of countless life or death trials, to fight tooth and nail, exhausting their very essence in blood, yet remaining helpless, only able to temporarily stave off its contraction with their lives and blood. That breathtakingly powerful, cunning Gothic puppet, a perfect blend of strength and speed, as if crawling from the depths of hell. That terrifying power, capable of easily crushing high-strength alloys and ripping apart the protective chi and blood of a fourth-grade warrior with a single swing. Then. It's this man. He showed up. He didn't come running wildly, nor did he roar to shock the heavens, but he was strolling leisurely in the garden. In that storm of silver threads, powerful enough to instantly shred any fourth-rank warrior, or even a formidable fifth-rank warrior, into countless pieces of flesh, he strolled leisurely in the garden. All the attacks, all the silver threads, seemed to come alive the moment they were about to touch his body, as if sensing some supreme fear, and they actively, panic-strickenly avoided him. No. Wrong. Not avoiding. In Hong Nishang's mind, the infinitely slowed-down scene suddenly froze. With a perception beyond her vision, she saw it with incredible clarity. Those indestructible, incomparably sinister silver threads of evil energy approached an invisible boundary approximately 3 inches around his body. Just like that. Out of thin air. Annihilated. It wasn't blocked, nor was it shaken away. Instead, it completely, at the atomic level, disintegrated and dissipated. Like a snowflake in a blizzard encountering the blazing sun beyond absolute zero. Not even a ripple or a wave was stirred, it vanished silently without a trace. Then. It was that punch. It was a completely ordinary, simple punch. There was no expected earth-shattering aura of energy from the eruption of chi and blood, no dazzling special effects associated with the use of advanced techniques, and not even the slightest sound of air breaking through the air, as would be expected from agitated airflow. The punch was unadorned, almost clumsy, its trajectory clearly discernible, its speed seemingly not too swift to be grasped. It was like a straight punch delivered by brute force, unstructured and unpredictable, like a street fight between thugs. However, it was a punch like that. It was imprinted on Lillian's chest precisely and lightly. Then. It shattered the puppet body that was forged from a special alloy in hellish materials and could withstand the frontal bombardment of heavy armor-piercing shells. The core crystal hidden deep inside, which stably outputs huge amounts of evil energy and is theoretically extremely difficult to destroy, was shattered. Also, it completely shattered Hong Nishang's and every other surviving member of the warrior division's accumulated worldview over decades. And their entire understanding of the word power. A faint, unconscious whimper emanated from the depths of Hong Nishang's throat. Her brain couldn't process the information, which far exceeded her comprehension limits. The CPU completely overheated and burned out, everything went blank. It completely crashed. Not just her. At the other end of the alley, in the relatively intact shadow, the 2 male team members who had managed to escape the final, deadly stranglehold of the death web were in no better condition than their battered, mentally shattered captain. One leaned against the cold, damp wall, his body as stiff as if welded to it, the other collapsed to the ground, his legs stretched at an odd angle, without the strength or courage to stand. Their specially crafted, rune-encrusted, standard-issue swords, powerful enough to cut through steel, had long since clanged and fallen into the sloppy water at their feet, unnoticed. Two pairs of eyes, bulging like bells, bloodshot from shock. They stared intently, unblinking, at Qin Feng's not-so-broad back. The fleeting relief of having just escaped the catastrophe had long since vanished from their gazes. The immense shock had temporarily suppressed the immense sorrow and pain over the sacrifice of their companions. It was just like a primitive man in the ignorant age who suddenly saw an intergalactic warship coming, extremely stunned and completely confused. Yes. Pure, complete, indescribable confusion. Thoughts stagnated, consciousness ceased to flow, leaving only incomprehensible images transmitted through my visual nerves, echoing futilely in my empty skull. Everything happened so fast. So fast that it exceeded the limits of nerve reflexes. From the sudden contraction of the giant silver web, emitting a death scream, to the captain fighting bloody battles and screaming at them to retreat quickly, to them being imprisoned by an invisible force field, watching death approach, thinking that in the next second they would be reunited with their teammates who had gone ahead. Then, in that gap of 0.01 seconds, this man appeared out of nowhere like a ghost or a god. Raise your hand. Punch. And then the world was at peace. The battle was over? Does the whole process, added up, take more than 3 seconds? No. Absolutely not. The moment before, they were at the bottom of hell, feeling the pain of lava burning their feet and smelling the stench of death's breath. The next moment, hell and the demons within were gone? Simply wiped from this dimension? This absurdly huge contrast, this overwhelming power level, completely stagnated their thinking. Their brains refused to process this incomprehensible information, as if they had become stone statues or terracotta figures devoid of all thought, with only biological instinct maintaining the most basic heartbeat and breathing. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. He could clearly feel the once explosively fiery body in his arms trembling uncontrollably, subtly with a high frequency. This wasn't from the chill of excessive blood loss, nor was it from the fear of facing a powerful enemy. The enemy had already been destroyed, nor was it simply from the intense pain. Rather, it was a kind of uncontrollable physiological stress response after her spiritual world was subjected to an unimaginable force, her cognitive system completely collapsed, and she suffered an uncontrollable physiological stress reaction. Her warrior heart, her fighting spirit, seemed to have also suffered subtle cracks along with Lillian's after that punch. Hello. Qin Feng glanced around at the warrior division members, who seemed to be collectively under a high-level immobilization spell. His voice rang out again, slightly louder than before, with a penetrating power that could not be ignored. Are you all okay? This time. His voice was naturally infused with an extremely subtle hint of qi and blood pressure. It is a kind of life magnetic field that is unique to 5th-grade warriors who have completed the tempering of their trunk bones. After the leap in life level, it naturally emanates from the inside out, containing tremendous vitality and strong will. He controlled this pressure extremely skillfully. It was not strong, nor was it aggressive at all. It can even be said to be insignificant. It is like the first ray of sunshine penetrating the cold fog on a winter morning, warm but not scorching. It is also like throwing a small stone into a deep ancient well, and the ripples that spread out gently brush across everyone's hearts. However, it is this seemingly gentle ray of sunshine. It is this insignificant ripple. But it is like an invisible but extremely solid hammer, wrapped in pure and powerful life energy. Boom! It struck Hong Nishang and the 2 team members' minds hard, which were almost frozen and almost stopped. Well. Hong Nishang's blood-stained body shuddered suddenly. It was as if a high-voltage current had instantly pierced through her. Her pupils, unfocused and like dusty glass, suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. A sharp stinging sensation emanated from the depths of her soul, forcibly stimulating her nearly dormant nerve centers. Then, the shrunken pupils slowly returned to their normal size, and the confusion and emptiness in the eyes quickly dissipated like mist blown away by the wind and once again condensed a sharp and bright look that belonged to her. She finally from that absurd and utterly ridiculous mental storm that completely overturned all her previous understanding. Pulled back forcibly. Break free. You. Her throat rolled violently, trying to utter a word. However, the syllables that came out were horribly hoarse and dry. Like two pieces of rough, rusty metal rubbing against each other, the sound was extremely harsh. Just one word seemed to have exhausted most of her strength at the moment. She jerked her head up. This simple movement caused her neck to ache and stiffen. Her long eyelashes, still stained with clotted blood, trembled slightly as she lifted her head. On that pretty face, stained with darkened blood and gray-black dust, yet still revealing its exquisite features, every subtle expression spoke of the same emotion: indescribable utter shock. She looked at the face so close to her. A face so youthful, even with a hint of boyishness. Thick, sword-like eyebrows slanted down to his temples, his eyes deep and deep, as if containing the boundless starry sky. A high, peak-like nose, outlining the resolute profile. His skin was so fair and smooth that even she, a woman who took great care of herself, felt a sense of jealousy. But the most striking thing about this face are the eyes. Calm. A bottomless calm. Like the abyss 10,000 meters below, no matter how violent the surface, its depths remain forever still and unruffled, absolutely deadly silent. It's as if all the turmoil, all the shocks, all the life and death in the world cannot stir it in the slightest. Yes. It's this face. Not long ago, at the solemn and dignified gates of the Jiangcheng Warrior Division, he had mistaken him for a student from Jiangcheng Martial Arts University who didn't know the rules and had come to join in the fun. He had even felt a subtle slight of disdain and displeasure towards him because of his calm, scrutinizing gaze and the fact that he blocked his path. Now that I think about it. How ridiculous is that? How ridiculous. How blind. Student? What kind of students? A specially crafted war puppet that could easily kill with just one punch a peak-level 5th grade martial arts master, and could even threaten an ordinary 6th grade beginner martial arts master with its strange characteristics? Chapter 138, The Fourth Divine Rune. What kind of students? Could he walk freely in that indestructible web of death imbued with strange laws of power as if he were alone? And treat the silver threads of evil energy that could cleave the soul as nothing? This moment. In Hong Nishang's heart, which had just been restored to normal, a huge wave suddenly surged up. The waves crashed against the shore, deafening. Countless emotions, like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years, found a single outlet and surged into her heart crazily, violently, and uncontrollably, almost overwhelming her sanity once again. First, instinct came to me. It's gratitude. A feeling that comes from the heart, from the deepest part of the soul, extremely pure and strong gratitude. She knows it better than anyone. Just now, she was only a hair's breadth away from death, and could even smell the breath of the underworld. The cold touch brought by the contraction of the silver thread seemed to still linger on her skin. If it weren't for this man, if he hadn't appeared at the last critical moment, like a divine soldier descending from the sky, breaking through the void in a myth. So now I am. I'm afraid he'd already become a pile of neatly cut, shattered cold flesh, just like the other 3 members who died heroically. Not even a complete body could be preserved. It's him. With an overwhelming and absolute force, he turned the tide. Save yourself. Saved his only 2 remaining brothers. This kindness. As heavy as Mount Tai and as deep as the ocean. But, following this surge of gratitude, it was a stronger, more turbulent feeling that almost completely submerged her, making her feel suffocated and insignificant. Extremely shocking. And the immense confusion after having one's cognition destroyed. Why? Who is he? How on earth did he do that? That was a high-ranking demon from the Hall of 10,000 Souls. A precious creation meticulously crafted by the infamous Spider Lady. It was a terrifying existence that had eluded him and the entire 7 elite teams, exhausting all their resources, even sacrificing 3 lives, yet he could not defeat it, leaving him helplessly awaiting death. But in front of him, this hopelessly powerful enemy, this strange puppet. But fragile.
Like a soap bubble blown by a child that bursts with a poke? Like a crudely made doll made of scrap paper? One move. It only took one move. No. That can't even be called a movement. It's just a casual wave of the hand. It was an irresistible nightmare in the eyes of all of them. Completely, cleanly, and physically erased. This. What kind of unbelievable, terrifying power beyond imagination? This level of strength. It has completely and thoroughly exceeded the scope of Hong Nishang's understanding based on all her past experience and knowledge. 6th rank? Martial arts master? No. Impossible. Even a senior mid-level 6th grade, or even a late-stage grandmaster would never be able to pull off something so effortlessly. Such nonchalantly. Such a casualness that borders on the Tao. She was once fortunate enough to see the director of the Jiangcheng Warrior Department take action from afar during a large-scale clearing operation. That iron-blooded tough guy who has been famous for many years, has unfathomable strength, and has one foot firmly stepped into the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. The one who was praised by the entire Jiangcheng martial arts world as the stabilizing force. She had seen him throw a punch, and the surging blood and energy transformed into a giant dragon, instantly smashing a 10-story building into pieces. It was so domineering. I've also seen him slashing down from mid-air with a blade, with the blazing blade light extending for dozens of meters, temporarily cutting off a raging river and exposing the riverbed. He was extremely powerful. The director's power is as visible as the roar of a tsunami and as powerful as thunder. But even the director, who was so powerful that she could only look up to him. The feeling she had at the moment. If compared to the young man before him, he was nowhere near as unfathomable. This return to nature. It was a kind of a state of supreme control, the ability to perfectly and utterly contain all that earth-shattering destructive power within an ordinary body of flesh and blood, condensed into that seemingly ordinary punch. It was a realm she had only read about in the legends of ancient texts. Could this be the true essence of power that only those legendary 7th-grade martial masters, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, or even the elusive 8th-grade grandmasters, can touch and grasp? Hiss. This thought suddenly struck her mind like the most violent lightning. Hong Nishang felt an indescribable chill, instantly shooting up from her tailbone along her spine, rushing straight to her head at the speed of light. Her scalp went numb, and every hair on her body stood on end at that moment. Her blood almost froze. 7th rank martial arts master? 8th grade grandmaster? Appeared in Jiangcheng, a second-tier city? Appearing on a person who definitely looked no older than 20, maybe even younger? How is this possible? This completely overturned common sense in the martial arts world. It broke the known limits of human potential development. This is no longer something that can be described with words like genius, evildoer, or monster. This is a god walking among the mortal world. The embodiment of rule-breaking. A heaven-defying bug that shouldn't even exist in this dimension. Jiangcheng. The city where she was born, grew up, and fought for. When? Silently. The appearance of such a person, a peerless evildoer enough to shock the entire Great Xia, and even the entire world? His bones. His talent. His strength. It's really too scary. It's incredible. This is no longer something that can be described as terrifying or against the will of heaven. This is simply the myth itself. Qin Feng nodded his chin slightly towards the two men who were still in a daze at the other end of the alley. Your injuries are serious. If you don't treat them, you might suffer permanent damage. The support from the warrior department should be arriving soon. I'll leave this to you. Finished. Qin Feng didn't even give Hong Nishang any chance to ask further questions. He turned around. Take a step. His figure was like a wisp of green smoke, blending into the dim light of the street lamps at the entrance of the alley. Another blink. Original place. There is no one here. Hong Nishang stretched out her hand, as if wanting to grab something. But her fingertips only touched cold air. As well as
In the air, there was a trace of refreshing and pleasant scent that belonged only to him and had not yet completely dissipated.
Captain.
It was not until Qin Feng's figure completely disappeared for a long time that the two surviving team members rushed over, crawling as if they had just woken up from a dream. There was still an unfading look of horror on their faces. Just now that person. He's gone. Hong Nishang did not answer. She just stared blankly at the direction where Qin Feng disappeared, and the expression in her bright phoenix eyes changed and became extremely complicated. Shocked. Gratitude. Puzzled. As well as a trace of admiration that even she herself was unwilling to admit. A long time. She took a deep breath of the cold air mixed with the smell of blood and forced herself to suppress the turbulent emotions in her heart. She straightened her fiery and tough back again. His eyes also regained their former sharpness and determination. Seal off the scene immediately. Notify headquarters and request the highest level of support and reconnaissance team. Collect the remains of our fallen brothers. Her voice became cold and efficient again. It was as if he had turned back into the iron-blooded and decisive elite captain of the warrior division. Only she knows. Tonight. That man. That figure came down like a god and wiped out all their despair with one punch. It's like an indelible mark. Deeply engraved in the deepest part of her soul. At the same time, Qin Feng, far away from the back alley of Area C, was walking slowly on the streets of Zhongcheng late at night. His figure was stretched out under the street light. It looks like a leisurely stroll. But with every step he took, his figure would appear dozens of meters away as if he had teleported. The pedestrians and vehicles around him seemed to ignore him. This is not some advanced technique. Rather, his powerful mental power has inadvertently distorted the sensory perception of ordinary people around him. Just then, a cold, mechanical prompt tone, audible only to him, sounded quietly in his mind. Bite. Detected the host's successful involvement in the 10,000 Souls Hall puppet incident, and acted at the critical moment, forcefully killing the 6th grade puppet Lillian. It was detected that the host successfully rescued the elite captain of the warrior division, Hong Nishang, and her team, significantly reversing the key plot point in the original novel where Hong Nishang's team was completely wiped out. Judgment mission, Divine Weapon in Despair, perfectly completed. Task settlement in progress. Settlement completed. Congratulations to the host, you have received the mission reward, Destiny Luck Value plus 5,000 points. The cold system prompt sounded. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth finally curled up slightly. 5,000 luck points. Got it. This was much faster than his previous efforts to suppress the protagonist Yifan, or complete some small tasks. Really? Changing the fate of a key figure, especially one with a certain death, would bring the greatest rewards, wouldn't it? Qin Feng pondered silently in his heart. His eyes became more profound. His move tonight seemed to be a spur-of-the-moment action, but in fact it was also a test for him. Test the plot correction power of this world, and also test what kind of judgment the system will give after the villain intervenes in the plot. Now it seems the result is quite gratifying. 5,000 points of luck. I'm still halfway to condensing the 3rd Qianyuan divine mark. Etc. Qin Feng's footsteps suddenly stopped. He suddenly remembered something. Before, when he used the Qianyuan divine pearl to erase the divine imprint left by Madame Spider in his sea of consciousness, the system seems to have prompted. The Qianyuan divine pearl successfully refined a trace of the ownerless soul essence of a 6th rank peak spiritual mind master and fed it back to the host. The divine pearl gains a trace amount of pure energy, and the divine rune condensation progress plus 5%. Qin Feng's heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. He immediately calmed down and communicated with the system panel. Host, Qin Feng. Realm, 5th rank warrior, peak. Spiritual power, 5th rank, peak. Luck value, 5,120 points. Spiritual treasure, Qianyuan divine pearl. Current number of divine runes, 2/999. Progress of the third divine rune condensation, 5%, derived from refining the spider lady's soul essence.
It is indeed so.
A brilliant light suddenly burst out from Qin Feng's eyes.
Refining the essence of a master's soul can actually provide progress for the condensation of divine patterns.
Although it is only 5%. But this undoubtedly opened a whole new door for him.
This means
the way he obtains luck is no longer limited to suppressing the protagonist and completing system tasks.
Hunt the strong.
Especially those evil cult monsters with strong mental power, or masters of alien races.
That's also possible. And
Qin Feng's gaze fell on the 5,120 points of luck value.
5,000 points of luck should be enough to completely fill up the remaining 95%. This idea together.
Qin Feng could no longer suppress the passion in his heart.
His figure shook.
The whole person turned into a shadow that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, heading towards the direction of the Lu family manor.
Gallop away. Half an hour later. The Lu family manor was brightly lit.
The vast manor is like a crawling beast in the middle of the night, quiet and majestic. A dark shadow silently passed through the layers of security without alerting anyone and landed directly on the lawn in front of the main villa.
It was Qin Feng. As soon as he landed,
the door of the villa was opened from the inside with a swish.
A tall and cold figure walked out quickly.
It was the Lu family's chief steward, Wang Lan. She was still wearing a smart black women's suit and skirt, which perfectly outlined her sexy curves. That pretty face that usually seemed as cold as ice was now filled with respect and a hint of barely perceptible worry.
"Onar."
Wang Lan bowed slightly, his voice cold but with a hint of gentleness. Her eyes immediately fell on the dried dark red bloodstains on the corners of Qin Feng's clothes. The beautiful ice blue eyes suddenly narrowed.
"You are injured."
A cold murderous intent flashed across her. It seemed that with just one word from Qin Feng, she would transform into the most terrifying goddess of vengeance and cut anyone who hurt him into pieces.
"It's not my blood."
Qin Feng waved his hand, his tone calm.
"Don't worry about me, I'll go straight to the training room." "Yes, master."
Wang Lan immediately suppressed all her emotions and returned to her icy beauty appearance. She turned sideways to make way for Qin Feng. However, when Qin Feng walked past her, a hint of uncontrollable obsession and fanaticism flashed in his ice blue eyes. That is the absolute loyalty that has been deeply influenced by the succubus aura and has long been imprinted into the soul.
Qin Feng didn't care about Wang Lan's reaction.
He walked straight through the luxurious living room, went down the stairs leading to the basement, and came to a heavy metal door made of a special alloy.
Fingerprints, irises, voice prints. After triple verification. Boom.
The heavy metal door slowly slid open to both sides. A stream of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, so pure that it was almost liquefied, rushed towards him.
Behind the door.
It is a huge space of 300 square meters. The ground and walls are paved with a kind of spiritual jade that can gather and store spiritual energy. In the center of the entire training room, there is even a top-grade spirit stone the size of a human head. The vast spiritual energy emanates continuously from this spiritual stone, turning the entire training room into a holy place for training that is no less than a paradise. This is the foundation of the Lu family, the number one family in Jiangcheng.
Qin Feng walked into the training room.
The metal door behind him slowly closed. Completely isolate him from everything in the outside world.
"Call." He let out a long breath. "Sit cross-legged." "Sit down."
Eyes slowly closed.
Next second.
His mind had completely sunk into that vast sea of consciousness. The center of the sea of consciousness. A bead, with a mysterious purple gold color all over, as if made of the most perfect glass in the world, is quietly suspended. It is not big, only the size of a longan. However, the surface was swirling with wisps of chaotic air currents, emitting an eternal, vast, supreme Tao rhyme. It is that supreme treasure.
Xianyuan Divine Pearl. Now.
On the mirror-smooth surface of the divine pearl, two extremely complex and mysterious golden divine patterns are emitting a faint glow. They seem to be the most original embodiment of the great Tao of heaven and earth, full of beauty and power that cannot be described in words.
Qin Feng's mind moved slightly.
Buzz. The 5,120 luck points stored in the system space were all extracted by him in an instant.
In an instant, a dazzling golden torrent, formed by the purest power of luck, appeared out of thin air in his sea of consciousness. This torrent is so vast and mighty. As soon as it appeared, it illuminated the entire sea of consciousness into a dazzling golden color. Bring it on. Qin Feng's mind moved.
The genuine divine pearl in the center of the sea of consciousness seemed to have sensed the host's call and suddenly burst out with an incredibly terrifying suction force.
Just like a whale sucking water.
The golden torrent formed by more than 5,000 points of luck had no time to react.
Then it was genuine divine pearl. One bite. Swallow it all. Boom.
The moment the last bit of golden luck sank into the magic pearl,
the entire genuine divine pearl shook violently. The dazzling purple gold divine light shot up into the sky. It almost burst Qin Feng's entire sea of consciousness. The surface of the divine pearl began to boil violently. The third divine pattern, which had just begun to take shape due to the refinement of Madame Spider's soul essence, was infused with a vast amount of luck. It started at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crazy growth. One stroke. One stroke.
It was as if a supreme god was holding the brush of heaven and earth, using the great Tao as ink, and painting on the most perfect canvas of the divine pearl.
Outlining. The most mysterious chapter in the world. This process seems long.
In fact, it was just a few breaths.
Crack. Finally.
Accompanied by a sound that seemed to come from the ancient times, like the first crisp sound when the universe was first created.
That brand new divine pattern. The final touch. Completely fell.
Buzz.
In a moment, the entire genuine divine pearl shines brilliantly. Three complete golden divine patterns.
It was like three real dragons connected head to tail, circling around the surface of the magic pearl and flowing slowly.
They echo each other and resonate with each other. A terrifying pressure that is several times stronger than before.
From the body of the divine pearl.
Exploded with a loud bang. It's done. Qin Feng's mind was shaken violently. He can feel it clearly.
At the moment when the third divine pattern was successfully condensed.
The power of the genuine divine pearl. There was a qualitative leap. If you say, the divine bead with two divine patterns is an unparalleled sharp divine weapon. So now,
the divine bead with three divine patterns is a supreme weapon powerful enough to suppress mountains and rivers.
Its foundation, its power, its essence. All of them have been comprehensively sublimated. And this. Not over yet.
Buzz. Just at the moment when the third divine pattern was completely stabilized. A force that is purer and more powerful than any previous one, a purple gold original force.
From the inside of the genuine divine pearl. Brazenly repay the favor.
Like a divine light that created the world, it instantly poured into Qin Feng's limbs, meridians, and even the depths of his soul.
Ugh! Qin Feng's body trembled violently.
He only felt his own body, his own blood, his own mental strength.
At this moment, everyone seemed to be thrown into the mythical alchemy furnace.
Being driven by an irresistible supreme force.
Crazy tempering. Strengthen. Purify.
His bones made crackling sounds and became tougher and more translucent. His blood was roaring and surging, and the energy contained in every drop of blood was growing exponentially. His meridians were constantly widened and reshaped, becoming several times tougher than before. Even his vast sea of consciousness. It is also being constantly washed and nourished by this purple gold original power. The barrier of the entire sea of consciousness is becoming more stable and thicker at an incredible speed.
The total amount of mental power is skyrocketing crazily. This feeling.
It really is. It's wonderful. It's like a mortal being forcibly initiated, transforming step by step towards the realm of God.
After a long time,
When that powerful original power was finally completely absorbed and refined by Qin Feng,
he
slowly,
open your eyes. Boom!
the moment he opened his eyes, two tangible purple gold divine rays flashed from the depths of his pupils.
The air in the entire training room seemed to freeze at this moment.
The spiritual energy emitted by the top-grade spirit stone that served as the energy core suddenly stagnated for a moment,
As if surrendering its fear.
Qin Feng slowly raised his hand. He gave it a gentle squeeze.
Crack! A crisp sound. The air in front of him was actually crushed by him out of thin air. There was a sound, an overwhelming sonic boom.
Such a strong power. Qin Feng muttered to himself as he felt the unprecedented terrifying power in his body, which seemed to be enough to tear the sky apart. His realm is still at the peak of the 5th level.
But
his fighting power, his overall strength, compared to before he condensed the divine runes, he is completely different.
the me now.
If you activate the divine pearl,
Qin Feng's thoughts sank into the sea of consciousness.
he felt the genuine divine pearl with 3 divine patterns and explosive power. A sense of enlightenment came to my mind.
Mid-stage 6th rank can kill with one strike. This moment,
An unprecedented strong self-confidence and the pride of being in control of everything filled Qin Feng's chest.
strength. This is power. This is the fundamental way for a villain to survive and plunder everything. Chapter 139, Unsung Hero.
Qin Feng's chest erupted with an unprecedented sense of pride, like a volcano that had been dormant for 1,000 years, erupting with a bang, ready to burst forth. This power didn't come from nowhere, nor was it a gift from heaven. Instead, it was forged through his precise and ruthless plundering, stealing and devouring opportunities, luck, and even the futures of those around him. This power was accumulated bit by bit, step by step, and finally forged.
It's true. As heavy as a mountain. So powerful it's mind-blowing. He stood up slowly.
This movement was incredibly simple, a common person performing it hundreds of times daily. But now, as he performed it, it triggered a startling phenomenon. The dense, nearly liquefied spiritual energy surrounding him seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand. It converged and swirled frantically around his erect form, forming a tiny vortex visible to the naked eye and emitting a subtle yet distinct buzzing sound.
The faint aura emanating from the spiritual energy made him appear divine.
It was as if his body was no longer just flesh and blood, but had transformed into a miniature black hole with terrifying gravity. Every tiny cell was breathing, roaring, greedily devouring all energy. A single move of your hands and feet can unleash the power of heaven and earth, overwhelming and unstoppable. This is the terrifying transformation that the genuine divine pearl brought about after condensing 3 brilliant divine patterns. It can be said to be a complete rebirth. Even if I don't utilize the supreme power of the divine pearl itself, Qin Feng's deep, magnetic voice echoed in the silent training room. His gaze fell on his own slender, pale hands with distinct knuckles. These hands now contained a terrifying force capable of shattering mountains and rocks. With just this vast and boundless physical energy and blood, I'm afraid I'd be able to go head-to-head with those so-called 6th-grade beginner martial arts masters and not be at a disadvantage.
This is a strong confidence that comes from one's absolute strength. It is a transcendent state of mind that controls power and overlooks all living things. He took a deep breath, and the rich, almost tangible spiritual energy flowed through his nose and into his lungs, transforming into a surging warm current that nourished his limbs and bones. He slowly suppressed the emotions that were surging in his heart due to the surge of power, calming them down like a still well. The mind moved slightly. Boom!
The heavy metal door, made of a special high-strength alloy and half a foot thick, was able to withstand several full-strength attacks from a 6th-grade grandmaster and remained motionless. With a low but powerful roar, it seemed as if it was pushed open steadily to the sides by a pair of invisible giant hands. The soft but long-lost light from the corridor outside the door rushed in, dispelling the dullness accumulated in the training room. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed subconsciously to adapt to the light from the outside world, which was not dazzling but seemed particularly vivid.
However, next second,
he was about to take a step, but suddenly stopped and froze in mid-air. Outside the training room, I saw the cold, hard corridor floor reflecting a metallic luster. A delicate and pretty figure was curled up there, like an abandoned kitten. She was wearing a spotless white dress, the hem of which spread out like blooming petals, yet she held it tightly together. She curled herself up into a ball, her head resting on her knees, her cheek pressed against the back of her hand, her breathing even and long, as if she were asleep. The long eyelashes are like butterfly wings, casting a light, pitiful shadow under the eyelids. That little face that usually had a look of 3 parts of coquettishness and 4 parts of willfulness, it was still absolutely beautiful, was now replaced by deep fatigue and a strange sense of satisfaction, leaving only an unguarded tranquility and peace.
It was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Qinghuan.
Hearing the dull sound of the metal door sliding open, the girl's thick, curled eyelashes trembled slightly, as if a sweet dream had been disturbed. She slowly and with some difficulty opened her watery, large eyes that seemed to speak. At first, her eyes were still hazy, filled with lingering sleepiness, as if she was lost in a dream and had not yet fully regained consciousness. But when her sight gradually focused and she clearly caught sight of the familiar figure at the door, standing tall like a pine tree, with a faint aura still lingering around it.
Boom!
It was as if brilliant fireworks had instantly exploded in those beautiful eyes. A radiance more dazzling than the brightest stars in the night sky.
Qin Feng.
A soft cry filled with endless surprise, dependence and admiration came out of her mouth, with the soft and nasal sound unique to just waking up, and it was sweet to the point of being sickening. The girl instinctively climbed up from the cold ground, even stumbling a bit due to numbness in her legs from holding the same position for so long. But she paid no mind. Like a young swallow finally waiting for its owner to return home, she eagerly pounced on Qin Feng, carrying a gust of fragrant air. However, when she was only half a step away from him, she abruptly stopped the urge to throw herself into his arms. She simply looked up at him with that charming blush of excitement, that delicate and flawless face like a porcelain doll, staring at him infatuatedly, unblinkingly, greedily. In those clear and pure eyes, only his figure was reflected, and there was no room for anything else. It seemed as if he was her entire world and the whole meaning of her existence. That look was pure, dependent, and full of unreserved attachment. So cute it makes one's heart tremble, and one can't wait to bring all the beauty in the world to her. Even though Qin Feng's heart was as hard as iron and he had already planned everything, at this moment he couldn't help but feel a very faint ripple of tenderness in his heart, which he himself had not even noticed. His eyes swept over the girl's slightly messy hair with a few strands stuck to the corners of her mouth, and then fell on the hem of her expensive white dress. There was a little imperceptible dust on it because she had sat on the ground for a long time. His brows knitted slightly, almost imperceptibly. His voice was not loud, but it had a strange penetrating power, echoing in the quiet corridor.
While I was in seclusion, you were always here? Waiting.
Without hesitation, Lu Qinghuan nodded vigorously, her head so high it made one wonder if her delicate neck would be injured. She looked like a puppy, eagerly awaiting praise and a pet. There was no hesitation, no complaint, as if waiting outside this cold, hard door, the long, tedious wait for him to emerge, was natural, proper, and even brought her immense happiness.
Qin Feng was silent.
Although he was immersed in cultivation and had a vague sense of the passage of time, he knew that condensing the third divine rune would take more than a few hours, and it would most likely take a whole day or even longer.
This girl. Just stand outside the door like an idiot? No food, no drink? No sleep? Don't you even know to go back to your soft and comfortable room to rest?
The subtle influence of the succubus aura, the overbearing influence of the Qianyuan divine pearl, had actually, without her noticing, corrupted and transformed this once pampered young lady to this point. An elusive and complex light flashed in the depths of Qin Feng's eyes, but that light was fleeting and was instantly replaced by absolute rationality and control. He slowly extended his hand. A broad, warm, bony hand gently rested on Lu Qinghuan's head in an almost natural manner. Then, with a slightly awkward but gentle movement, he ruffled her silky hair.
Silly girl.
He spoke softly, his tone was calm, without much emotion, but it seemed to contain some kind of magic. The moment Qin Feng's hand landed, Lu Qinghuan's delicate body visibly stiffened, as if she had received an electric shock. Then, an indescribable surge of joy and happiness, like a long-simmering volcano or a raging flood, suddenly surged out, completely drowning her entire heart. Her cheeks suddenly turned red, all the way down to her jade-white ears, and even her delicate collarbone was stained a light pink. Those bright, clear eyes were instantly filled with immense satisfaction and joy, narrowing into a pair of lovely crescents of happiness. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upwards, revealing a sweet, pure smile so brilliant it could melt a 1,000-year-old iceberg. Happy. Incomparable happiness. It was as if Qin Feng's seemingly casual gesture and light whisper were the highest and most perfect reward for her long and agonizing wait. All the previous fatigue and hard work became incomparably worthwhile at this moment. Let's go. Qin Feng withdrew his hand, as if he had only done something insignificant. He turned around and walked towards the other end of the corridor, his tone returning to his usual calm state. Let's go eat. I've been in seclusion for a long time and I'm a little hungry. Lu Qinghuan nodded vigorously once more, as if to express her happiness. She immediately followed Qin Feng like a well-behaved little tail, fearing she'd miss him even a step too far. Her brisk, joyful steps felt as if each step was treading on soft clouds, filled with an unreal feeling of happiness. Lu Family Manor, in the extremely luxurious main restaurant. The long, classically carved dining table, large enough to accommodate 20 people, was already laden with a variety of exquisite dishes, each as exquisite as a work of art. From air-flown deep-sea delicacies to exotic mountain treasures nourished by spiritual energy, the dazzling array of dishes, the aromas overflowing, was truly appetizing. Qin Feng naturally sat in the main seat, which was the position of absolute dominance. Lu Qinghuan sat obediently to his left, a hint of smugness in her eyes. Her large, sparkling eyes seemed studded with stars. She would steal glances at Qin Feng's perfectly composed, stern profile, then hurriedly pick up her serving chopsticks, scooping up a piece of translucent exotic animal meat she thought Qin Feng might like. She carefully and reverently placed it on the priceless jade bowl and plate before him. That attentive and considerate look, her heart and eyes full of him, was completely different from the spoiled and willful eldest daughter of the Lu family who had disdained Qin Feng a few months ago. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed this transformation. The cold and elegant butler Wang Lan, wearing a tailored professional suit that highlights her amazing figure, is like the most perfect and loyal ice sculpture beauty. She stands quietly behind Qin Feng, maintaining an optimal distance of about 1 step. Her gaze seemed to be directed straight ahead, maintaining the proper demeanor of a housekeeper. But within those beautiful icy blue eyes, a flicker of intense fervor and absolute admiration, enough to melt even steel, occasionally flashed. Her entire mind seemed to be fixated on the figure before her, and everything else outside seemed like a passing cloud to her. On the wall on one side of the restaurant hangs a huge ultra-thin LCD TV, which is silently broadcasting the local evening news in Jiangcheng, providing insignificant background sound for this quiet and luxurious space. Suddenly, Wang Lan moved slightly, picked up the small remote control, and adjusted the TV volume to a suitable level. The screen just switches. Here's an urgent news. The female host's clear and slightly serious voice immediately attracted the attention of several people in the restaurant. This evening, an extremely vicious cult attack occurred in the back alley of Street 7, District C of our city. According to the latest official information from the Warrior Bureau, the culprit of this attack is the notorious and secretive cult organization 10,000 Souls Hall. In response to this emergency, our city's warrior department responded swiftly, sending an elite team to the scene immediately and engaging in a fierce battle with the ferocious 10,000 Souls Hall demons. During the battle, 3 of our team members tragically died heroically. On the TV screen, a dark alley blocked by layers of bright yellow cordon appeared at the right time. Many people wearing warrior uniforms were investigating the scene in a tense and orderly manner. Some blurry objects that seemed to be severely damaged could be seen in the distance, and the atmosphere was solemn. Qin Feng paused slightly while picking up the food. He raised his eyes and glanced at the TV screen with indifference. There was no emotion in the depths of his eyes, as if he was just watching an ordinary thing that had nothing to do with him.
The female anchor's voice continued with a hint of heaviness and a hint of fear.
However, just when our surviving team members were in dire straits, on the brink of death, a mysterious elite warrior who happened to pass by came to their aid. According to the recollections of the team members on the scene, this warrior's strength was unfathomable. With a thunderous force, he instantly killed the powerful and strange puppet controlled by the demon of the 10,000 Souls Hall, successfully turning the tide of the battle and saving the lives of all the surviving team members. Afterwards, this powerful and mysterious warrior left no trace of his identity, quietly disappearing as if he had never been seen.
His noble character is truly admirable.
Currently, the Jiangcheng Warrior Bureau has officially issued a public appeal, hoping to find this unsung hero and publicly commend and reward him for his noble act.
Hear this.
The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up in an almost imperceptible arc with a hint of sarcasm.
Mysterious elite warrior? Unsung hero? Punish evil and promote good, and never rest on your laurels after your achievements?
The Warrior Bureau's official rhetoric was flawlessly concocted, perfectly embracing both the public's fears and the public's optimism. It also managed to preserve the official team's reputation to the greatest extent possible. After all, ultimately relying on outsiders for a solution was not a glorious undertaking. More importantly, it perfectly concealed the true culprit behind the scenes. For him, this is naturally the most ideal outcome at the moment. What he needs is to lie dormant and plunder, rather than standing in the spotlight and becoming the target of public criticism.
Oh nar.
At this moment, Wang Lan's voice, as cold as jade but with absolute respect, came from behind, breaking the brief silence. Qin Feng put down the chopsticks in his hand, took the warm wet towel beside him, slowly wiped the corner of his mouth, did not look back, but spoke lightly.
Explain.
Yes. Wang Lan bowed slightly, his tone calm, but he uttered a piece of news that made Qin Feng raise his eyebrows slightly.
There are a few things I need to report to you.
Speak.
The first thing. During these days of your retreat,
people from the Jiangcheng Warrior Department have visited several times. Wang Lan's voice was emotionless, she was just stating a fact. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly.
Martial Arts Department.
His first reaction was to wonder if his whereabouts that day had been exposed. Although he was confident that he hadn't left any obvious flaws when he took action, official agencies always have methods that are unimaginable to ordinary people. But on second thought, he immediately rejected the idea. He had left decisively, using his mental power to meticulously erase every trace of his presence. There was no way those ordinary Warrior Division members could track him to a place as secretive as the Lu family manor.
Unless
the person who came was not an ordinary team member. Who was coming? Qin Feng's voice was still calm, without any nervousness in his voice.
Wang Lan's answer immediately confirmed his guess. She's a female captain.
Her aura is very special. She said her name was Hong Nishang.
It was indeed her.
Qin Feng's eyes instantly became deep, like the deep water in an ancient pool, with no bottom to be seen.
This woman. His sense of smell is surprisingly sensitive. I actually managed to follow the clues and find this place.
It seemed that he had underestimated the tracking ability and persistence of this elite captain of the Warrior Division.
Or rather, he had underestimated this woman's almost beast-like terrifying intuition.
What is she doing here? Qin Feng asked calmly, picked up the glass cup beside him and took a sip of the clear spiritual spring water. Wang Lan's voice remained efficient and cold, as if she was reporting on work. She claimed she came specifically to thank you for saving her life that day. Her words were quite sincere. Also, on behalf of the director of the Jiangcheng Warrior Department, she extends a sincere invitation to you. She hopes that you can spare some time to visit the Warrior Department in a week. The director hopes to personally thank you. I strictly followed your previous instructions. On the grounds that you were in a critical period of retreat and could not tolerate any interruptions, I declined her request to meet and did not accept any invitations. But, for the first time, there was an extremely subtle pause in Wang Lan's tone, although it was almost imperceptible. This Captain Hong Nishang seems extremely persistent and refusing to give up. Since then, she's come here almost every day, punctually, around dusk. She never barges in, nor does she behave rudely. She simply parks her car outside the manor, gets out, and waits quietly at the gate. She always comes for exactly an hour, and when the time is up, whether she sees you or not, she turns around and leaves without hesitation. She's incredibly regular. She also came here this afternoon, about 2 hours before you left customs. Before she left another message, saying that she would come again tomorrow evening. She would wait until you were willing to see her. After listening to Wang Lan's clear report, Qin Feng's slender fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the smooth and warm jade table. Duke! 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 The crisp and rhythmic subtle sounds seemed particularly clear in the extremely quiet and empty restaurant, as if knocking on people's hearts. Lu Qinghuan had already stopped picking up food. Holding the chopsticks in her small hands, she looked at Qin Feng and then at Wang Lan in confusion. She seemed to not understand why the people from the warrior division would come to Qin Feng and were so persistent. Wang Lan lowered her eyes slightly, holding her breath and concentrating, like the most loyal guard, quietly waiting for her master's final decision. Her breathing rate even slowed down, for fear of disturbing Qin Feng's thinking. Qin Feng's thoughts were racing in his mind. Red neon clothes. This woman with a hot body and a fiery personality came to me so persistently. Was her purpose really just as simple as she said, to thank you and convey the invitation? I am afraid it's not that simple. A young warrior, capable of easily killing the strange puppets of the 10,000 Souls Hall in seconds, possessing unfathomable strength, yet with no traceable connections, suddenly appeared in Jiangchang. This was a matter of great concern to the official martial arts organizations responsible for maintaining stability in the area. The gratitude may be true. But more likely, it was a test to find out Qin Feng's background, position, and true purpose. The value and potential risks of a mysterious master who can make the director of the warrior department take notice and be eager to meet him in person are enough to make the officials uneasy. To win over? Temptation? Surveillance? Or control? The sneer on Qin Feng's face deepened. He didn't believe those longtime officials, who manipulated power and balance, could harbor such pure and simple thoughts. The idea that those who are not of my kind must have different hearts is universal in any world. Not to mention, his current public identity is that of a consecrator hired by the Lu family at a high price, and Lu Qinghuan's personal bodyguard. This identity is currently a good cover. Once he has overly close contact with the Warrior Bureau, especially its top leaders, he will inevitably attract the attention of countless interested people in Jiangchang, major forces, and even the protagonists lurking in the dark. This was completely contrary to his core plan of low-key development, secret observation, and precise plundering. Chapter 140 News about Sun Yue. Has she asked about my identity in detail? Qin Feng spoke again, and stopped tapping the table with his fingertips. I did, Wang Lan answered truthfully, his tone tinged with a hint of coldness. I only told her that you were a servant hired by the Lu family at a substantial price, responsible for protecting the eldest daughter. As for your name, origins, and level of cultivation, I replied with I don't know. She didn't ask any further questions. Qin Feng asked. No. A cold light, like polar ice, flashed across Wang Lan's eyes. She's very smart, or rather, very tactful. She knows what to ask and what not to ask on Lu family territory. Curiosity that crosses the line can be fatal. Qin Feng nodded slightly. This actually matched his initial assessment of Hong Nishang. She seemed hot-tempered and impulsive, but in reality, she was a discerning person who knew how to assess the situation and wasn't a reckless person. Oh nar. Wang Lan's voice sounded again, a little deeper and colder than before. Do I need to use the power of the Lu family to put some pressure on her, or use some more effective methods to make her never come here again? Her voice was very soft, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. But the cold murderous intent that quietly spread among the words, as if it were tangible, made Lu Qinghuan, who was standing beside him, subconsciously shrink his shoulders and look blankly at Sister Lan, who had suddenly become very scary. After being completely eroded and brainwashed by the power of the Succubus aura, Wang Lan's way of thinking has become extremely simple and pure. Everything is based on Qin Feng's will as the highest principle. anyone who may cause trouble or bring potential risks to Qin Feng, regardless of their identity.
They are all enemies that must be eliminated.
They should all be completely erased. Even the elite captain of the official warrior division is no exception. For her master, she can turn the entire world against her without hesitation.
No need.
Qin Feng waved his hand without any hesitation, easily dispelling Wang Lan's dangerous and extreme thoughts.
A warrior whose cultivation level is less than the 6th level is not worth us making such a big fuss.
We may even come into direct conflict with the official forces.
And
the corners of his mouth rose slightly again, this time revealing a smile that was playful and a bit curious, as if he had discovered some interesting toy.
Blindly avoiding is not the best strategy.
It will only make us appear guilty or have ulterior motives. Since they are so sincere, coming to visit me every day, rain or shine, their persistence is truly touching.
Then you should do me the honor of meeting me. He actually became somewhat interested.
I really want to see it with my own eyes. That woman with a fiery personality and a sexy body, who had been waiting outside the door for many days, finally met the mysterious master she imagined, only to discover that he was so young, and was the Lu family bodyguard whom she had met once and even despised.
What kind of wonderful expression would be on his face? Are you stunned with shock? Is it an incredible reaffirmation? Or is it an interesting reaction after a certain worldview is shocked?
Just imagining that scene in my mind made me feel quite interesting. Perhaps it could add a little spice to this somewhat boring cultivation life.
Wang Lan.
Qin Feng's voice returned to its usual indifference and control.
Yes, master.
Wang Lan immediately bowed in response, and the cold murderous intent around him disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared.
Tomorrow evening.
Qin Feng cast his gaze towards the dark night outside the restaurant window, his eyes deep, as if he had already seen the wonderful show that was about to be staged tomorrow evening.
When she comes again, take her directly to my study.
Yes. Master Wang Lan agreed immediately without any hesitation. Qin Feng said no more. He slowly stood up, his slender figure casting a deep shadow in the soft light. There was a natural momentum in his movements, like a lion awakening, even the simplest movements carried a terrifying majesty.
Beside him, Lu Qinghuan also quickly stood up, like a young wife.
She rose so hastily that her skirt swayed slightly, stirring up a fragrant breeze. Her large, watery eyes, unblinking, stared at him, their clarity like a mountain spring, surging with undisguised dependence and admiration. Her slender fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her clothes, as if Qin Feng were her heaven, her earth, her everything, the center around which her entire world revolved.
Let's go.
Qin Feng's gaze lingered for a moment on the girl's flawless, delicate face, as if meticulously carved by God. His voice was deep and possessed a unique magnetism, remarkably clear in the quiet night.
Walk with me.
A smile instantly blossomed on Lu Qinghuan's face, brighter and more radiant than the moonlight outside. It was pure and radiant, as if gleaming from all the starlight in the world, nearly overflowing from her clear eyes. She nodded vigorously, her hair swirling in the wind, her entire being bathed in an indescribable joy. The night at the Lu family manor is quiet and luxurious, like a beautiful dream that you don't want to wake up from. Moonlight streamed down gently like water, draping the manor's meticulously arranged pavilions, towers, and meticulously trimmed trees and flowers with a hazy, holy silver veil. The evening breeze wafted the mingled fragrance of distant roses and tuberoses, a rich, intoxicating aroma emanating from countless precious flowers and plants, refreshing and luxurious. A winding path paved with fine white marble, gleaming with a warm sheen under the moonlight, is like a flowing Milky Way, quietly passing through the meticulously trimmed lawns like green velvet carpets and the colorful flower beds, leading to the deeper hinterland of the manor. Qin Feng walked in front. His pace was neither fast nor slow, calm and graceful, each step as if measured, with a peculiar rhythm. The moonlight outlined his tall figure and broad shoulders, his back appearing somewhat aloof, yet reassuringly powerful. Lu Qinghuan, like a happy, clinging little tail, followed closely beside him, striving to keep pace with him. Her hands, nervous and excited, were clasped behind her back, her fingers unconsciously tangled together, her cold fingertips slightly warmed by excitement. Her heart was beating very fast.
Bang bang. Bang bang.
Every clear and powerful heartbeat seemed to be playing a joyful melody full of shyness and sweetness that belonged only to her on this quiet and beautiful moonlit night. Her little head tilted slightly upward, her gaze never leaving Qin Feng's sharply defined profile. His perfectly chiseled features, under the bright, pure moonlight, seemed even more handsome and profound, even more enchanting. The moonlight seemed to dance on his thick lashes, softening his usually bottomless eyes. She felt, at this moment, the happiest person in the world. Being able to walk beside him quietly and undisturbed, amidst this picturesque scenery, as if they were the only two left in the world, this feeling was already a great gift from fate, and it was enough. The two walked one in front and one behind, in silence all the way. The only sounds in the air were the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the barely audible breathing of each other. Yet, there was a strange, indescribable warmth and tacit understanding that quietly flowed and lingered between them, and without words, they understood each other. Before they knew it, they had walked along the path and arrived at an elegant and exquisite pavilion. The pavilion, with its arched eaves and angled corners, stood by the manor's artificial lake, its antique charm evident. Gauze curtains hung around the perimeter, gently fluttering in the night breeze. The pavilion's reflection was reflected on the tranquil lake, shattered by the moonlight into a pool of twinkling stars. Qin Feng stopped, walked in, and sat down casually on a smooth and cool stone bench. Seeing this, Lu Qinghuan hurriedly followed in with small steps, her skirt fluttering like a light butterfly. She did not choose to sit opposite Qin Feng, nor did she rashly sit next to him. But after he sat down, she hesitated for a moment, then, with blushing cheeks, very naturally, and with a hint of barely perceptible shyness and boldness, she gently moved over, leaned her body into his arms, and found a comfortable position. The girl's body is petite, soft and warm, with a fresh body fragrance. Through their thin summer clothes, Qin Feng could even clearly feel her slightly rapid heartbeat and the warmth of her skin. A faint, girlish fragrance, like the fragrance of orchids in a valley, lingered around his nose, penetrating every pore. Qin Feng's body stiffened slightly almost subconsciously. But soon, almost in the next second, he controlled his muscles and relaxed. He didn't push her away. Instead, he acquiesced and even adjusted his sitting position, allowing her to rest her little head on his broad shoulders like a docile kitten seeking warmth and shelter, her delicate hair rubbing against his neck, bringing a slightly itchy touch. Lu Qinghuan felt Qin Feng's acquiescence and indulgence. A huge, surging feeling of happiness instantly enveloped her like a warm tide, almost making her dizzy with sweetness. She closed her eyes in bliss, her long eyelashes like butterfly wings casting a faint shadow in the moonlight, trembling slightly. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upwards, outlining an arc of incomparable satisfaction and sweetness, as if she owned the whole world. The pavilion fell into silence again. There were only the occasional ethereal croaking of frogs on the lake, the rustling of lotus leaves in the evening breeze, and the breathing of the girl in his arms, which gradually became soft, steady, and reassuring. Qin Feng's eyes seemed calm as he looked at the lake in front of him, which was shimmering and dreamy under the moonlight. However, his heart was far from as calm as it appeared on the surface. His thoughts were like the undercurrent at the bottom of the lake, surging violently. The appearance of Hong Nishang, her powerful strength and the power she represents, is just a beginning, a signal. Like the first domino to fall, he continued to plunder the luck of the so-called protagonists, his strength snowballing. Sooner or later, he would be completely exposed, standing at the center of this ever-changing stage, attracting all attention, whether good or ill. By then, he would be facing more than just a captain of the warrior division. But the true core of this world, the darling who carries the worlds, will the son of destiny, Yifan. As well as behind him are those intricately connected monsters and terrifying existences that are powerful enough to shake the entire China and even the world. It's not enough. My strength is far from enough. Deep in Qin Feng's eyes, in the shadows where the moonlight could not reach, there flashed an extremely deep and cold light, full of ambition and urgency. He needs more and greater luck. We need to condense more and more powerful Qian Yuan divine patterns. Only absolute power, the power to crush everything, is the only way to break all shackles, dominate your own destiny, and even dominate the fate of others. The essence of this world is the survival of the fittest. He slowly withdrew his gaze and stopped looking at the calm lake. With a thought, he took out his cell phone from his pocket. The dim blue light of the screen suddenly lit up in the dim and quiet pavilion. The cold light reflected on his handsome face, which was calm and emotionless, making him look a little unpredictable. As soon as the screen lit up, a series of message alert sounds popped up one after another, breaking the silence around. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. In this quiet environment, it seems particularly abrupt. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, a barely perceptible interest flashing across his face. During the days when he was in seclusion to cultivate his spiritual consciousness and condense the divine patterns, it seemed that quite a few people came to look for him. His slender fingers with distinct knuckles slid lightly across the cold screen, his movements as leisurely as if he were stroking piano keys. The first thing that catches your eye is two very familiar portraits placed side by side. One is an elegant white orchid, exuding a mature and gentle atmosphere. One is a gorgeous red rose with dewdrops, exuding passion and vitality. They were the pair of sisters from the Su family, Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing. Qin Feng's lips curled up in a playful, all-under-control arc. He first clicked on the orchid avatar, Su Wanqiu's dialogue box. There are several pieces of news, spanning several days. Mr. Qin, are you busy? Yesterday. Thank you so much for what happened last time. Thinking about it now still scares me. If you hadn't intervened in time, we sisters, I really don't know what terrible consequences we would have faced. The day before yesterday. I've been recovering well these past few days. Your massage technique was truly amazing. It felt like all the fatigue I'd accumulated over the years had been swept away. Yesterday. I wonder when Mr. Qin is free. Wanqiu would like to treat you to a simple meal and thank you in person once again. This afternoon. Her words are full of the gentleness, intelligence, and propriety of a mature woman, as well as the gratitude from the heart that almost overflows the screen, and a hint of dependence that is vague and hesitant. Qin Feng could even imagine very clearly the charming and beautiful woman with dignified grace in every move, her alluring look of anticipation, yet caution and anxiety as she edited and sent these messages. Subtly influenced by the succubus aura, women will inevitably lean towards him, both physically and mentally. Even the mother of the destined protagonist cannot escape this predetermined fate. Their emotions have long become pawns on his chessboard, to be manipulated at will. Qin Feng's eyes swept over the words, but his heart remained calm, as cool as ice. He closed Su Wanqiu's dialogue box and lightly clicked on the beautiful rose next to it, Su Wanqing's. Unlike her sister's subtle, tactful, reserved and restrained style, the aunt's message is much more direct, fiery, and coquettish, and full of energy. Hey! Qin Feng! Where are you? Why haven't you replied to my messages in days? You're missing, the day before yesterday. You saved us, thank you so much. But I haven't thanked you properly yet. My sister said she has to treat you to a meal. The day before yesterday. When are you free? Come to my house. I'll cook for you myself. Don't look at me like this, I'm a very good cook. Yesterday. Hey! Please reply to this message. This morning. Following this, there is a series of emojis showing fist-waving, angry, or cute and coquettish expressions. They are full of the unique cuteness and vitality of young girls, as well as a hint of irresistible dominance and familiarity. Qin Feng looked at the news that the two sisters had very different styles, one like water and the other like fire, but their core goals were exactly the same. The smile on his face couldn't help but become a little deeper, with a hunter's amusement examining the prey that fell into a trap. This pair of sisters. However, he will be the protagonist Yi Fan's most important right-hand man and emotional support in the future, and a harbor that provides warmth and support. Moreover, in Qin Feng's eyes, he is a lucky leak with excellent quality and huge potential. Now is far from the best time to reap the harvest completely. The temperature is not yet right. Have to. Let it air dry again. Just whet their appetite a little longer. Use good strategies to let that inexplicable sense of expectation and longing ferment and expand in their hearts. The less response there is, the more unpredictable it becomes, the more it makes people itch and linger. This is human nature, and it's also the art of controlling people's hearts. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's fingers tapped quickly on the cold screen of his mobile phone, making a crisp clicking sound. He didn't reply separately, as that would have seemed too deliberate. Instead, he chose to directly reply to the more active Su Wanqing. Because he knew that as long as he replied to his younger sister, given their close relationship, his elder sister Su Wanqiu, who appeared mature and steady on the surface but was actually more anxious inside, would naturally notice it immediately.
Qin Feng, I've been quite busy lately. Qin Feng, let's talk about it later. Just 2 simple sentences. The tone was flat and even a little cold. No excessive explanation, no clear agreement, no specific information revealed. There was even a hint of deliberate distance and perfunctoriness, as if he was just dealing with an insignificant matter. Sending completed.
Qin Feng locked the screen directly and put the phone back into his pocket, as if he was just dealing with a trivial matter.
He believes it.
His skillful operation of playing hard to get was enough to make the close sisters restless, tossing and turning, with wild thoughts and constantly guessing his intentions and current situation in the next few days. He could use this time to calmly do something that is more practical for him and can improve his strength faster.
After dealing with the news about the Su sisters,
another name and a graceful figure naturally emerged in Qin Feng's mind. He pulled out his phone again, unlocked the screen, and the dim light came on again, illuminating his deep eyes.
His fingers skillfully opened the communication app. With your fingertip, swipe downwards on the screen.
Soon, a fresh avatar with the caption "Senior Sister Sun Yue" appeared in his sight. The profile picture is a selfie taken in front of the mirror, and it can be seen that the photo is taken in the library. The girl in the photo has long, smooth, and shiny chestnut hair that is casually draped over her shoulders. Her facial features are as delicate as a porcelain doll, her skin is fair and delicate, and her face has just the right amount of quiet bookish air, as if she were immersed in the ocean of knowledge.
Her temperament is cool.
But what caught her eye the most were her breathtakingly impressive curves, which belied her innocent face. Even the relatively loose, light-colored instructor's robes could hardly conceal her voluptuous, majestic figure, which threatened to burst forth, creating a strong visual impact. She was indeed a daughter of heaven, having perfectly inherited all the virtues of her mother, Sun Heroine, the renowned instructor at Wuhan University. Not only was she exceptionally gifted, but her looks and figure were even better than her mother's. Qin Feng's gaze lingered on the intriguing portrait for 2 seconds, his eyes calm and composed, as if he was examining the value of an object. Then he opened the dialogue box. This was different from the Su sisters' rapid-fire messages filled with various emotions. There was only a single piece of news about Sun Yue. Moreover, the time it was sent showed that it was just half an hour ago, so it was obvious that she might have been waiting.
Sun Yue, Mr. Qin, are you there?
It was a short sentence, worded carefully, yet it revealed a cautiousness, a fear of disturbing him, yet unable to help but show concern and tentativeness. A glimmer of understanding flashed across Qin Feng's eyes.
Everything was as expected.
This proud girl, who enjoyed great fame in Jiangcheng Wuda and had countless admirers, had a purpose in finding herself that was much more pure and direct than that of the Su sisters. She came here for her unique and miraculous massage technique. In other words, it was because of his special ability that could help her sort out, refine, and purify her spiritual power. For a spiritualist who focuses on spiritual power and pursues breakthroughs in realm, this temptation of being able to directly feel the huge benefits is undoubtedly fatal. It is enough to make her let go of some of her reserve and pride.
Chapter 141 Shy Senior.
The corners of Qin Feng's mouth slowly rose, outlining a meaningful arc. There is no reason to refuse an opportunity that comes to your doorstep or a fish that takes the bait.
Not to mention,
this senior sister Sun, whether in terms of her status, talent, or her own impressive assets, can be said to be a rare top-quality work of art and a high-quality tripod furnace. Whether from the perspective of visual enjoyment or practical value, it is worth his attention.
Qin Feng, I'm here. Messages are replied almost instantly. He could even imagine the other person sitting in front of the phone.
Far away in Jiangcheng, Wuhan University, in a luxurious single-female dormitory, Sun Yue was wearing a silk nightgown, staring at the screen of her mobile phone with some uneasiness and anxiety. When the special attention prompt sounded and she saw that concise reply, her heart suddenly jumped. It almost jumped out of her chest.
He came back. He really came out.
An indescribable complex emotion, a mixture of surprise and nervousness, instantly surged into her heart, making her cheeks slightly hot.
Her pretty face couldn't help but blush.
In his mind, he uncontrollably recalled that day in Qin Feng's simple dormitory, when a pair of warm and dry hands, as if with magical powers, gently massaged his temples and the surrounding area. That indescribable wonderful feeling.
That's a kind of.
It's as if the soul is wrapped in warmth, meticulously combed, impurities removed, and becomes incredibly light and transparent, the ultimate experience.
Intoxicating.
She even clearly felt that the bottleneck of her mental strength that had troubled her for a long time and was on her way to the 4th level was obviously loosened because of that short massage. That's why she tried every possible means to find out that Qin Feng had gone to the Lu family for seclusion, and she had been silently paying attention to the movements in the Lu family manor, calculating the time when he might come out. That's why, late at night, after hesitating again and again, he finally couldn't help but send out that tentative message that seemed casual but was actually carefully edited.
Unexpectedly.
Really waited so long to get a reply. Sun Yue took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Her white and slender fingertips, with a barely perceptible tremor, tapped rapidly on the cold phone screen, organizing her words.
Sun Yue, Junior, did I disturb you?
Sun Yue, actually, I feel like my mental strength has recently gained some new insights.
I've accumulated enough, and I'm about to break through.
Sun Yue, it's just the finishing touch. I feel like I'm just missing that tiny opportunity, but I just can't grasp it. Sun Yue, then, I couldn't help but think of your last massage. The effect was truly wonderful.
After that, I felt much clearer. Sun Yue, so I want to ask you, do you have time recently? Is it convenient for me to
send a series of messages, trying to make your reasons sound reasonable rather than just a request? Sun Yue's heart was in suspense again, and her slender fingers tightly grasped the phone. She was afraid that her request would seem too abrupt, too utilitarian, and would disgust him. She bit her smooth lower lip nervously, her beautiful eyes fixed on the screen, waiting for Qin Feng's response. This feeling was like waiting for fate's judgment.
However, Qin Feng's subsequent reply was much more straightforward and clear than she had imagined.
But also be much bolder and more direct. Qin Feng, so that's how it is.
Congratulations, senior sister, on your upcoming breakthrough.
Qin Feng, it's just a small favor, you're welcome.
It's my honor to be able to help you.
Qin Feng, I just got out of quarantine, so I've had some free time these days.
I'm always available. Qin Feng, how about this? It's convenient for you. You set a time, and I'll go directly to your dormitory to find you.
Qin Feng, it's quiet there, no one will disturb me, and the environment is familiar. It's more suitable for deep sorting and guiding spiritual power.
Boom!
When she saw the last two sentences, something seemed to explode in Sun Yue's head, and everything went blank in an instant.
Go to her dorm? How dare he suggest such a thing?
That's a girl's dormitory with tight security where the opposite sex is almost forbidden to enter.
And it's her private room. He spoke so matter-of-factly, so calmly and naturally,
as if he were simply discussing an optimal solution, with an undeniable sense of strength. For a moment, Sun Yue felt that her cheeks, ears, and even her neck were so hot that they seemed to be burning, and all the blood in her body seemed to rush to her head. My heartbeat was as fast as a war drum, as if it was about to jump out of my chest in the next second.
Shy? Panic? A hint of offended anger? It seems like a little bit of both.
But more than that, it was a secret, dangerous, strange sense of anticipation and excitement that even she herself couldn't explain. She knew that from a purely rational perspective, Qin Feng's proposal was the boldest, but also the most convenient and safest option.
In the absolute privacy of your own dormitory, you can completely relax without worrying about being seen, heard, or disturbed by anyone.
This is indeed the best place to conduct deep spiritual combing and guidance, and the results are likely to be the best.
But A single man and a single woman. Late at night in the same room. In her boudoir. If this were to get out, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. Her reputation. In Sun Yue's mind, reason and desire began to fight fiercely, and her fingers hovered above the screen, unable to fall. Inside the pavilion, Qin Feng, leaning leisurely on the back of a chair, looked at the prompt the other party is typing that appeared and disappeared repeatedly at the top of the dialog box, and the look of amusement and control on his face became more and more intense. He knows. This seemingly pure and bookish senior sister. It has taken the bait and is struggling. But she. In the end, I couldn't refuse. The desire for power in the pursuit of breakthroughs will eventually overwhelm unnecessary reserve and concerns. He waited leisurely, tapping his fingers lightly on his knees, as if he was enjoying a carefully choreographed performance, the ending of which was already predetermined. Inside the pavilion, the night was as dark as ink, with only a few rays of cold moonlight shining through the gaps between the sparse bamboo leaves, casting mottled spots of light. Qin Feng's knuckles tapped lightly on the cold stone table, now and then. Clatter. 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 The sound was very soft, but it seemed to be knocking on Sun Yue's rapidly beating heart. Every knock made her breath stop even though she was several kilometers away. His deep eyes stared quietly at the screen of his mobile phone. The dim light reflected on his well-defined face, flickering, just like his unpredictable thoughts at the moment. The words "the other party is typing" at the top appeared and disappeared repeatedly like a shy and flustered girl. Disappear. Appeared again. Each flicker represented the inner struggle of the proud young woman on the other side of the screen, a tug-of-war between pride and desire, a clash between reason and instinct. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth slowly curled up into an almost cold arc that showed control over everything. He knows. This superior senior student seemed to have given her the right to choose. But in reality, from the moment she sent that message for help, from the moment he accurately hit her most vulnerable spot, she had no choice. The temptation of a breakthrough in mental power is no different from what appears before the eyes of a traveler in the desert, an oasis with shimmering springs and full of vitality, to a spiritualist who has been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time. Even though she knew it might be a temporary solution, a mirage, the fatal attraction was enough to make her throw away all her guard and reserve and risk her life. Finally, after several minutes of suffocating waiting, a brand new message popped up along with a slight but thunder-like vibration. Sun Yue, okay. Just one word. But it seemed as if all the strength in her body had been drained away, leaving her with a kind of resigned compromise and a barely perceptible tremor. Immediately following, as if afraid of regretting it, or as if wanting to finalize this nerve-wracking deal as quickly as possible, the second and third messages came one after another. Sun Yue, then in an hour, is that okay? Sun Yue, location sharing. The message she sent was from a very secluded and tranquil area within Jiangchang Wuhan University. It was a place reserved for elite senior students and some young faculty members, a single-family villa complex with tight security and excellent privacy. A hint of understanding flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. This senior sister was even more anxious and furious than he had imagined. That's right. The torment of a bottleneck, the stagnation of power, and even the subtle anxiety and pain of backlash, is enough to destroy any genius's pride and patience. She is like a drowning person, and he is the only piece of driftwood that appears, perhaps with a sharp thorn. Qin Feng's fingers tapped lightly on the cold screen like flowing water. There was no hesitation or dragging his feet, and every word was spoken with unquestionable determination. Qin Feng, less than an hour. Qin Feng, I'll be there right now. Qin Feng, meet me at the door. Overbearing. Direct. It completely blocked any way for her to delay, prepare, or change her mind at the last minute. Not even a question mark was given. After sending these 3 messages, Qin Feng locked his phone and stuffed it back into his pocket, as if he had just completed a trivial task. He stood up slowly, his tall figure casting an oppressive shadow in the pavilion. This action instantly woke up the girl who had been quietly nestling in his arms like a docile kitten, drawing warmth from him. Lu Qinghuan's long and thick eyelashes trembled. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and raised her head in confusion.
There were still faint red marks on her fair cheeks left from a deep sleep.
Brother Qin Feng.
Her voice was unclear, with a hint of softness and dependence, as if she had just been awakened.
Where are you going? I'm going out for a bit. Qin Feng's voice returned to its usual calm and cold tone, devoid of any emotion.
He took a step and walked out of the pavilion, the night breeze gently ruffling his hair. Lu Qinghuan quickly stood up and followed him like a little tail. Her soft little hand subconsciously grabbed a corner of his clothes.
Now. It's so late.
Her tone was filled with reluctance and worry, as if all the warmth around her would be drained away once he left.
Huan wants to go too.
The girl slightly raised her delicate little face that looked like a porcelain doll. Her big watery eyes reflected the sparse starlight and his figure, and were filled with mournful pleading.
Like a little pet that is afraid of being left alone in the dark by its owner, fragile and helpless. Qin Feng's footsteps paused slightly.
He turned his head and glanced at her calmly.
No words.
But deep in those calm eyes, there was an unquestionable sense of majesty and alienation. It was just a casual glance. The words of plea that were on the tip of Lu Qinghuan's tongue were instantly stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word.
She felt it. Qin Feng. I don't want her to follow me.
A huge feeling of grievance, mixed with the panic of being abandoned, suddenly surged into my heart and broke through the dam. The girl's eyes suddenly turned red, a pitiful light shone in them, condensing into beads, dangling and trembling. She subconsciously loosened her grip on the corner of Qin Feng's clothes, as if the fabric had instantly become scorching hot. Her little head drooped deeply, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito, trembling with sobs.
Well then. Brother Qin Feng, you must come back soon. Huan will always wait for you.
Looking at her pitiful appearance, which seemed to be on the verge of tears and as if she had been abandoned by the whole world, Qin Feng's heart softened imperceptibly for a moment. After all, it was the canary that he had trained and raised little by himself. After giving her a slap, you have to give her a sweet treat at the right time to make her more devoted to you.
He extended his broad, warm palm. Gently placed it on Lu Qinghuan's head. Then, with an almost lazy tenderness, he rubbed it.
The girl's soft and silky hair felt as cool and smooth as top-grade silk in his palm, and the faint fragrance of her hair lingered at the tip of his nose.
Good.
Qin Feng's voice was deliberately slowed down, infused with a rare gentleness that was enough to make her addicted.
Wait for me at home. For Lu Qinghuan, these simple words are nothing less than the most solemn promise and the greatest gift.
Lu Qinghuan suddenly raised his head, and the grievance and loss in his eyes were instantly replaced by great surprise and flattered happiness. It was as if the clouds had dispersed and the sun was shining in an instant. Her face turned red, as if stained with the finest rouge. She used all her strength to nod heavily, tears still hanging in the corners of her eyes, but a brilliant independent smile had already appeared on the corners of her mouth. It seemed as if what Qin Feng gave her was not just a simple comfort, but the whole world.
A reassurance that can dispel all uneasiness. This extremely easy to satisfy and clingy kitten was comforted.
Qin Feng did not stop and walked straight towards the brightly lit main villa of the manor. As soon as I stepped into the brightly lit and heated hall, Wang Lan, who had already received the news through internal communication, appeared in front of him silently as if through the most precisely calculated teleportation, and bowed slightly. This icy beauty housekeeper is still wearing a black suit with extremely well-cut and expensive fabric, which perfectly outlines her devilish figure with a protruding front and a curved back. Every curve exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. Just now, her pretty face, unchanged for millennia, delicate as if carved from ice and snow, held a subtle hint of doubt and inquiry. She controlled her expression perfectly, but her slightly furrowed brows still betrayed her inner turmoil.
Master, the car you want is ready and just outside the door.
She first reported respectfully, her voice as cold as jade beads falling on a plate. Then, he carefully chose his words and raised his questions. It's just at this time, it's already late at night, and you suddenly want to go to Jiangchengwuda.
Is there something urgent that needs to be handled? In her opinion,
As soon as Qin Feng came out of seclusion, his aura still needed to be stabilized and his realm still needed to be consolidated. It was the time when he needed to retreat quietly, or enjoy the results and make plans. Whether it is dealing with the backlog of documents at the warrior department, or further dealing with the Su sisters who have already surrendered but still need training, it seems to be more logical and meaningful than suddenly going to Wuda late at night. Qin Feng had no intention of stopping. He answered casually as he walked out with steady steps, and there was no emotion in his voice, as if he was just going for a walk.
Go meet a very interesting senior.
Help her solve some minor problems in her cultivation.
Senior. Wang Lan's beautiful icy blue eyes narrowed slightly, instantly sharpening.
In a split second, a name and all the information related to it flashed through her mind.
Besides,
that beautiful face that combines the pure girlish aura with the unconscious charm, and that proud and hot curve that is extremely disproportionate to the pure face and is enough to make any man's blood boil. The only beloved daughter of mentor Sun Yurong.
One of the most famous prodigies of Zhengchang Wuhan University in recent years.
At only 20 years old, he had already reached the peak of the 4th grade spiritual master.
Sun Yue. An inexplicable, strong sense of crisis.
Like an ice-cold poisonous snake, it quietly wrapped around Wang Lan's heart and slowly tightened. She felt that more and more competitors with different styles seemed to be appearing around her master. But she didn't dare ask more. She didn't dare show the slightest intention of stopping or interfering. Her status and position didn't allow her to overstep the boundaries.
Yes, master.
Wang Lan quickly suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his heart and bowed his head deeply again, hiding all his emotions perfectly under the cold mask.
Please be careful when driving at night. Qin Feng didn't look back.
He just let out a soft, lazy hum from his throat as a response. His figure completely blended into the dense darkness outside the door and only the low roar of the car engine starting up was left, gradually moving away.
At the same time, Zhengcheng Wuhan University, Area C, Villa area for elite students.
In a single-family villa, the lights were warm but also seemed to reveal a hint of panic. Sun Yue, like an ant on a hot pan, paced back and forth aimlessly in the exquisitely decorated yet slightly messy living room. The soft carpet was almost worn out by her footsteps. Her cheeks were as red as a ripe tomato and hot enough to fry an egg on. Her heart was beating wildly and irregularly, so loud that she could even hear it herself, and it was about to jump out of her throat.
Crazy. Crazy. Sun Yue, you're absolutely crazy. Has your brain been burned out by mental energy? How could you really agree to this? He even sent his address directly. How is this any different from inviting a wolf into your house? That was a man. A dangerous, unfathomable man. Still. Qin Feng.
That mysterious schoolmate who she had only met a handful of times but always had the upper hand in every encounter, who had cast a huge rock into her proud heart, leaving an extremely deep mark. The thought of that man about to step into this absolute, private area that belonged only to her, breathing the air here, and his eyes might sweep over every one of her personal belongings. Sun Yue felt her legs go weak, her heartbeat went haywire, and she almost couldn't stand. A mixture of extreme nervousness, immense shyness, and a vague fear washed over her like a tide.
There is still a trace of.
Even she herself was unwilling to analyze it in depth, unwilling to admit it, deep in her bones the throbbing and anticipation. The desire for a breakthrough, and the curiosity and attraction towards the man himself, intertwined into a tangled web, tightly entangling her.
I'll be there now. Meet me at the door.
Qin Feng's domineering and unquestionable cold words were still echoing in her mind, with a strange magic that made her brain completely fall into a chaotic paste and unable to think.
Ah! What should I do? What should I do?
Sun Yue scratched her soft chestnut hair irritably. Her originally meticulously groomed hairstyle became a little messy, adding a rare touch of cuteness and fragility. Her eyes subconsciously began to look around rapidly, as if she was examining her own nest for the first time.
This look. She almost collapsed on the spot. The cool and aloof fairy image she had always maintained seemed to be shattered in an instant.
On the off-white leather sofa, there was casually thrown the slightly sweaty tight yoga clothes she had taken off after practicing her spiritual power in the afternoon, outlining her breathtaking curves. On the coffee table, there were several profound books on high-level spiritual cultivation scattered around, and next to them were snack packaging bags that she had half-eaten and forgot to throw away when she stayed up late at night, and even a few crumbs. No. Absolutely not. He must not be allowed to see this shabby room. This is so embarrassing. It really is. No. Chapter 142. Open the door. Next second. This girl, who in the eyes of outsiders seemed cold and aloof, out of touch with the world, and seemed to be surrounded by the breath of ice and snow, instantly transformed into a flustered and panicked housewife. She rushed to the sofa and hurriedly crumpled up the slightly ambiguous yoga clothes into a ball. Like handling a hot potato, she stuffed it into the deepest gap in the corner of the sofa and pressed it down hard with the cushions. He quickly rushed to the coffee table and swept all the precious books and the unsightly snack bag garbage into the oversized trash can next to it, without even noticing that he had swept a book in as well. At last. She practically held her breath, closed her eyes, and, relying on her psychic's precise perception of space, rushed to the balcony at a speed close to a 100-meter sprint. Her heart was about to jump out of her chest. A handful. She ruthlessly pulled off the culprit who had made her feel so ashamed and embarrassed. The touch of the ice silk felt as hot as a branding iron. Then, without looking back, he rushed into his bedroom like a whirlwind, and with a loud bang, he locked it and all his shame into the deepest and most hidden corner of the closet. As if this could erase its existence. Do all this. Sun Yue leaned against the cold wardrobe door, breathing heavily. A fine line of fragrant sweat seeped out from her smooth forehead and the tip of her nose, wetting a few strands of hair on her temples. Feel. It was even more tiring and tense than fighting a life-and-death battle for 300 rounds with a ferocious peak-level 4th-grade demon beast. I calmed down a little from my intense breathing and heartbeat that felt like I had just finished a marathon. Sun Yue seemed to suddenly remember something crucial. She quickly walked to the huge dressing mirror in the bedroom to examine her appearance. In the mirror. Immediately, a beautiful but obviously panic-stricken figure was reflected. Her long, slightly curly chestnut hair looked a little messy and frizzy due to the intense exercise just now, and a few strands of hair stuck to her flushed cheeks. On her fair and pretty face, there was a seductive blush after strenuous exercise which spread all the way to her ears. Her eyes flickered like a frightened deer. She was still wearing the most ordinary home clothes. A slightly loose cream-colored V-neck sweater and a pair of light gray cotton shorts that only reach mid-thigh. Very ordinary. Very comfortable. Very casual. But Sun Yue's gaze slowly moved downwards, filled with criticism and anxiety. Although the comfortable and close-fitting cotton shorts made it easy to move, they also exposed her straight, slender, round, flawless white legs to the air without reservation. The lines were smooth and graceful, enough to make any person of the opposite sex unable to take their eyes off them. Even because of her running just now, the corners of her shorts rolled up slightly, making her look even more seductive without her realizing it. This. Is it too casual? Too inappropriate. Sun Yue bit her plump lower lip nervously, almost drawing blood. A new wave of anxiety instantly gripped her. Subconsciously, she wanted to rush to the cloakroom and change into something more conservative, more formal, and more appropriate. Ideally, something that would cover her entire body tightly. For example, the meticulous Tudor-style robe she usually wears in the academy, which represents her status and majesty. No. That's too exaggerated and weird. Wearing that in your own home wouldn't make it seem even more obvious, even more deliberate? And that robe wouldn't actually cover up all of her curves. That. Change into some loose-fitting workout clothes? Wrap yourself up? It doesn't seem quite right either. Wearing a neatly fitted workout outfit at home late at night is clearly telling the other person that you're nervous and have changed clothes. It's also very strange. For a while, Sun Yue's mind was once again caught in an unprecedented struggle between conscience and desire, which was even more entangled than facing the most complicated mental power formula. She felt desperate for a moment that the way she was dressed now seemed too loose and seductive, as if it was hinting at something. Then she felt anxious again. If she changed her clothes in a hurry, would Qin Feng think that she cared too much about him and dressed up specially, which would make her seem guilty and weird? She was torn back and forth in this extreme contradiction and self-denial, almost biting her lips, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the corners of her clothes. Just when she was extremely conflicted and in a dilemma, and was almost driven crazy by this sweet yet torturous distress. Ding dong! A crisp and penetrating doorbell sounded without any warning, like a midnight thunder, suddenly resounding throughout the villa where it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Here we come. He is here. How did he get here so fast? Sun You's body suddenly stiffened. All the blood in her body seemed to have completely solidified at that moment, and then it flowed back crazily, all rushing to her brain. Her heart skipped a beat, as if it had suddenly stopped. Then, it was like being struck hard by an invisible giant hammer, with an unprecedented, almost crazy frequency, violently hitting her chest. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was so loud that it made her ears ring. What to do? What to do? Open the door? Or pretend I'm not home? Or just say I'm not feeling well and can talk about it another day? This absurd, ostrich-like thought only flashed through her mind for 0.1 seconds before she ruthlessly extinguished it. The monk may escape, but the temple cannot. Spiritual power imprints cannot be faked. Since he was able to find this place, he must have his methods. Can she hide forever? And that damned, tempting, unsettling breakthrough opportunity, she needed it so badly. She needed his help so badly. Sun Yue took several deep breaths in a row, trying to force herself to calm down, but it had little effect, and her palms were full of cold sweat. She took a last look at herself in the mirror. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were panic-stricken, and her clothes were ambiguous. It was terrible. But there is no time left. She closed her eyes resignedly, her long eyelashes trembling violently. Then, as if heading to her execution ground, she took steps with legs that felt stiff and weak, as if filled with lead, towards the door of the villa, which seemed to separate the two worlds step by step. Every step. It feels like walking on clouds, or on red-hot charcoal. Light and fluffy. Yet it is extremely heavy. Full of unreality and huge panic expectations. Finally, she moved to the door, and the cold walnut door stood before her like a huge monument of judgment. Outside the door stood the man who could decide her fate. She could even vaguely feel the subtle and oppressive magnetic field just across the door. Sun Yue took another deep breath, raised her slightly trembling, cold white hand, and slowly he gripped the icy cold brass door handle. The cold touch made her shudder, but it couldn't cool her hot skin or boiling blood. Sun You's breathing, at that moment, nearly stopped, as if an invisible hand had gripped her throat. All sounds solidified in the deepest part of her chest, transforming into a nearly suffocating vacuum. Every weak heartbeat struck her eardrums like a drum, a thumping sound that seemed particularly terrifying in this extreme silence. Her chest, that breathtaking, perfect curve that would send countless men into a state of utter despair, seemed frozen in time, frozen in place. Only the subtle, almost imperceptible trembling beneath the thin fabric of her home clothes revealed the intense turmoil within. It wasn't just nervousness, it was a throbbing anticipation, mingled with an indescribable dread, emanating from the depths of her soul. It was as if the entire clamor of the world, the voices of people, the horns of cars, the rustle of the evening wind through the treetops, even the faint background noise of the distant city had been completely shut out and swallowed up by the seemingly thin panel of the door before her. The door had become an absolute boundary, dividing her inner world, a world of ice and fire, from the figure outside that could shake her entire world. Outside the door stood the man who had troubled her for the past few days, his thoughts a tangled mess, easily disturbing her once tranquil spring waters. His very presence was a powerful vortex, drawing her in and yet making her instinctively want to escape. Inside the door, her heart, already pounding wildly in her chest, threatened to burst forth, was in turmoil. The sound of blood rushing through her veins, rushing to her face, bringing waves of scorching heat that made her head feel slightly dizzy. One of her hands was still firmly pressed against the cold doorknob, the icy touch the only thing she could cling to, trying to maintain her composure, but her fingertips were twitching uncontrollably.
Silence. Deathly silence. The ticking of the second hand of the classical clock in the corner of the living room now sounded like a heavy hammer, hitting the stagnant air and her tense nerves again and again. Crack! The extremely faint, almost illusory sound of a spring turning was infinitely amplified and stretched in the dead silent living room, becoming incomparably clear and extremely harsh. That voice was like a finger of fate plucked her heartstrings, which were so tense that they seemed to be about to break at the next second, with a bit of teasing. A fine layer of sweat had formed on her palms, creating an eerie temperature difference with the cool metal doorknob. Before that click, her fingertips perhaps experienced a century of hesitation and struggle, but in the end, the string of reason snapped first. Her fingers, finally, obeying the strongest, most primal desire within her heart, pressed down with force. The door opened. A gap. Like a dark bolt of lightning, it tore the world apart before her eyes. The night wind, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees in the manor, as well as a hint of coolness unique to the night, rushed in instantly. Gently, brushing across her hot cheeks. It made her brain, which was a little confused due to nervousness, clear up a little. It was at this moment she saw the figure outside the door clearly. That figure, just standing there, seemed to be able to overshadow the entire night. Qin Feng. He really came. At this moment, he was only wearing the simplest black casual clothes. The style is simple, even ordinary. But it was worn on his body. But it seems as if the world's top designer has tailored this battlesuit for the gods. It perfectly outlines his tall, slender body, which is as explosive as a cheetah. Sun Yue's pupils dilated slightly in an instant. Her gaze fell uncontrollably on Qin Feng's face. Then, it can no longer be removed. What kind of face is that? Handsome? Handsome? No. These words are too pale and too shallow. It's simply not enough to describe the shock that the face in front of her brought her 1/10,000th of. Long time no see. It seems to have changed. The facial features are still the same outlines as in my memory. He has sharp eyebrows, a high nose bridge and perfect lips. Every place seems like the most perfect masterpiece of God. But when combined together, it produced a completely different chemical reaction. If we say that the previous Qin Feng was a peerless divine weapon hidden in a sheath, with a restrained edge, it still couldn't hide its peerless style. So him at this moment. It's that devil blade that has been unsheathed. It lacks some of the youthfulness of youth. A few more points, enough to make any woman fall in love with it and make any man feel ashamed. Mature charm. His eyes. It is no longer the kind of calmness with a hint of alienation as before. But become as deep as the abyss. It was as if two pieces of darkness condensed the entire starry sky. Just a casual glance could completely suck a person's soul in. In those deep eyes, there seemed to be a hint of laziness and evil hidden. Like a sleeping lion. It seems casual, but inadvertently, it reveals the absolute confidence that is enough to look down on the world and control everything. This is a kind of fatal attraction. Sun Yue felt her breath being taken away once again. Her brain completely shut down. A blank. The opening remarks that I had prepared in my mind, which were a bit reserved and distant, were shattered at this moment, and I couldn't remember a single word. She just stood at the door, blankly and stupidly. Like a crazy fan meeting his idol for the first time. It looks like a young girl who has just fallen in love. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. Qin Feng just stood outside the door quietly without saying a word. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked with interest at the beautiful sister in front of him who was already in a state of panic. Under the light. Her long chestnut hair was a little messy, adding a touch of homely laziness and naivete to her look. The touching blush on her fair and pretty face not only did not fade, but became even more charming and attractive. Like a ripe peach, it makes people unable to resist. I want to go forward and take a bite. It was at this time. Sun Yue, the most outstanding girl in Jiangcheng Wuda University, is a spiritual master at the peak of the 4th rank.
Her spiritual thoughts, subconsciously, reached out.
It's not an investigation.
Rather, it is a kind of passive perception of the external environment and atmosphere by the spiritualist.
Next second,
Sun Yue's beautiful eyes were already widened due to shock.
Again. A huge bang.
The pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. That pretty face that had turned red due to shyness and nervousness instantly lost all its color.
Become. Everything is pale. If you say.
The change in Qin Feng's appearance just now gave her an extreme visual shock, like a young girl in love. Her heart was shaken.
So now, what she saw, what I brought to her was
a storm that is enough to overturn her entire worldview.
Yes.
From the depths of the soul trembling in fear.
Qi in blood. It's Qi in blood.
In her spiritual perception.
Standing in front of her. Not a human being at all. That's not a person. That is an active volcano slowly awakening. No. Volcano?
This metaphor is so trivial.
How ridiculous.
That's clearly hanging in the sky the glorious sun.
Fear. Blazing. Magnificent. Vast.
The energy and blood power dormant beneath Qin Feng's seemingly calm body was so powerful to a level that was beyond her comprehension and imagination, terrifying.
It is no longer a rushing river, but a piece of the boundless, bottomless ocean. Every surge, every rush.
They seem to be able to stir up huge waves, easily shattering mountains and rivers.
Tearing the earth apart. How is this possible? Sun Yue's body couldn't help but take half a step back.
Her eyes were filled with disbelief, horror. A storm arose in her mind, more violent than ever before.
She remembers. She remembers it clearly. The last time I saw Qin Feng was in the tutor's office.
The strength of his qi in blood. Although he is far superior to his peers, he is even stronger than many seniors in their junior and senior years.
But
that only stays within the scope of genius. At best, it is the peak of the 2nd grade, close to the 3rd grade.
But what about now? How long has it been? 1 month? Still. Half a month? This wave of energy and blood before my eyes.
This mere wisp of energy that escaped made even a peak-level 4th grade spiritualist like her feel her heart tremble with fear, her soul trembling with the fluctuations of her energy and blood.
This is fucking 2nd grade? This is fucking a 3rd grade one? Even if he is a 4th grade warrior.
Even for her, a peak 4th grade warrior who was about to touch the 5th grade threshold. In front of this ocean of energy and blood.
They are so tiny. Like an ant that can be crushed to death at any moment. 5th grade. No. This is definitely not the kind of energy and blood that an ordinary 5th grade warrior can possess.
She had the good fortune to sense from afar the aura of an academy elder who was at the peak of the 5th rank and about to break through to the 6th rank master level during an open class. The elder's energy and blood were as powerful as a furnace.
But,
compared with the vast ocean before our eyes,
it's simply fireflies in the bright moon. Streams in the ocean. Fundamental. Not on the same level. Could it be? 6th rank? Grandmaster? An extremely absurd idea, enough to shock the entire Jiangcheng, and even the entire Jiangnan province, madly emerged from the bottom of Sun Yue's heart. Qin Feng. He. Breakthrough to the 6th rank martial arts master? 1. Not even 20 years old yet a 6th rank martial master? Boom.
This thought was like a divine thunder from the 9 heavens, striking Sun Yue's crown with heavy force.
Will her sanity. Will be her pride.
All the knowledge she had built up over the past 20 years.
Chop it into pieces. She was completely confused. Just standing there stiffly. The brain is completely unable to think. Only endless blankness and confusion. Looking at Sun You's wonderful and ever-changing pretty face.
From the initial shyness and nervousness
to the amazing obsession halfway through. And now shock and stupor.
A faint smile flashed across Qin Feng's eyes.
He was very satisfied. Very satisfied. This is exactly the effect he wants. This is the most direct, brutal, and unreasonable way.
Completely crushed the last bit of reserve and defense in the heart of this proud girl of heaven. He looked at her and spoke slowly.
The sound is not loud, but with a hint of ridicule.
Like a spring breeze, it blew away the thunder and fog in her mind.
Senior, won't you invite me in?
The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly, forming an evil arc.
Are you planning on letting me stand here at the door forever? Ah. This magnetic and teasing remark was like an electric current, instantly striking Sun Yue. She suddenly shuddered. It was like being pulled out of a bizarre dream. Only then did she react. Actually. Qin Feng was left at the door. And
it's been hanging for so long.
Boom.
A feeling of shame, stronger than ever before, instantly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head.
Her cheek, at a speed visible to the naked eye, once again became famous.
And this time, it became even more popular.
More red. Piping hot. It seems like blood is dripping out. Sorry. I didn't mean it.
Sun Yue spoke incoherently, was in a panic, and took several steps back. Because he retreated too quickly, he even stumbled and almost fell to the ground.
That panic-stricken look. Where is there any trace of the cold, arrogant, and otherworldly goddess senior sister she usually is? It's just like a
little maid who did something wrong and was afraid of being punished by her master. She stammered, trying to explain something. But he found that his tongue seemed to be tied in a knot and he couldn't straighten it out at all.
Hurry, please come in. Final.
Thousands of words are reduced to these 3 words. She turned sideways, completely clearing the way to the living room. His head drooped deeply. I didn't dare to look into Qin Feng's eyes again. That beautiful face is full of.
Ashamed. End of book.